In this world, the government distributes gaming helmets for free and requires at least one member of each family to enter Age of the Gods. At this moment, the man sat in the small room, holding a gaming helmet in his hands, his eyes dull. When he put on the helmet, the scene before his eyes changed instantly. He seemed to be standing in the center of a vast golden palace. Jiang Tianxing, naming successful, entering the game. As the golden palace gradually blurred, Jiang Ting looked around and was stunned by the scene before him, a huge valley and a simple thatched hut. When checking the attribute panel, Jiang Ting found that his profession and qualifications were pitifully low, and his territory was extremely simple. The only thing worth mentioning was the dilapidated thatched house and scattered resources. After hard work, Jiang Ting finally accumulated some resources and hired several low-level slaves. Relying on their labor, his territory gradually became lively. Suddenly, the screams of two slaves were heard. Jiang Ting hurriedly looked for the source of the sound, only to find that a ferocious white tiger suddenly appeared and pounced on them. Jiang Ting was startled and quickly ordered the remaining slaves to retreat, while he himself fled deep into the dense forest. The white tiger chased after him angrily. Oh shit! Jiang Ting felt the chill behind him and felt desperate. He closed his eyes and pounced, but accidentally fell into a deep pit. Jiang Ting opened his eyes with difficulty after falling and was covered in bruises. He saw a horrifying skeleton in front of him and shouted angrily, "Fuck! What are these?" He was suddenly shocked by the scene before him. Piles of gold and sand were piled in front of the bones, and deep in the stone wall was a glittering gold vein. At this moment, Jiang Ting seemed to have won a super jackpot and looked at the treasure in front of him in surprise. Ding! Congratulations on discovering a legendary resource point, the gold mine. Collect it quickly. The system prompt sounded, bringing Jiang Ting back to his senses. Chapter 2. Jiang Ting looked at the scene before him, his heart filled with doubts. In the game, the bodies of players would disappear after death, which meant that these former players were most likely just NPCs. He couldn't help but wonder, if they had discovered this gold vein, why did they all die here? Could it be because of that vicious tiger? An image quickly emerged in his mind, that terrifying vicious tiger. Aside from the beast, there were no other obvious dangers. Bones piled in the pit, and the postures of the dead showed that most of them were sitting, apparently trapped here, and eventually died of starvation. However, Jiang Ting noticed that this place was not inescapable. It was obvious that they were afraid to leave for some reason and eventually got into trouble. Jiang Ting continued to ponder, gradually forming a guess. As he struggled to climb out of the pit along the rope left by the dead NPC, he finally saw the ferocious tiger, its eyes like knives, staring at him. Jiang Ting cursed loudly, then jumped back into the pit in a panic. "You really have nothing to do. Did I provoke you?" Jiang Ting roared angrily in the pit. If he had been more careful, he might have realized that he had misjudged the tiger. Not far from the pit, there was a cave hidden, the tiger's lair. So, this place was originally the tiger's territory. Those who came before may not have noticed this, and they did not see the tiger when they first started mining. It was not until they discovered the gold mine and were about to take it away that they encountered the tiger. Jiang Ting guessed that the evil tiger might not be there at the time, or it might have temporarily hidden because there were so many people around, planning to wait for a sneak attack. The tragic end of these NPCs was obviously due to their excessive greed. They were completely unaware of the dangers around them while mining for gold. It wasn't until the evil tiger suddenly appeared that they realized they were trapped and eventually died here. If Jiang Ting was also an NPC, his ending might be the same as theirs. But fortunately, Jiang Ting is a player and can be resurrected. If he can take these gold mines out, he can use these resources to buy powerful soldiers and then encircle and suppress this evil tiger. How can I get the gold out? Jiang Ting frowned, his mind filled with confusion. There was no backpack system in the game. Upon death, all equipment would be dropped, leaving no chance to save resources. Even if he chose to commit suicide, he could not take the gold mine with him, and his territory could not be safe, as it was always under the threat of the vicious tiger. He racked his brains and thought of many ways, but he could not find a suitable solution. Just as his mood was getting heavier, a clear cry suddenly reached his ears, and Jiang Ting's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately stopped thinking and climbed up the pit along the source of the sound. He saw a tiger cub circling the vicious tiger lying on the ground. Jiang Ting didn't hesitate at all. With his sudden courage, he ran over quickly, picked up the tiger cub, and jumped towards the pit. The tiger quickly noticed Jiang Ting's movements, stood up suddenly, and pounced on him with a roar. Although Jiang Ting successfully picked up the tiger cub, his left arm was bitten by the tiger, and blood flowed out. He endured the severe pain, gritted his teeth and persevered, holding the tiger cub and desperately jumped towards the pit. 2 or 3 meters away, Jiang Ting felt like he was almost dead. At that moment, he didn't expect that he would succeed. The tiger, eager to protect its cubs, jumped into the pit without hesitation. Before dying, Jiang Ting showed a smile that was uglier than crying. After resurrection, Jiang Ting was full of confidence. He found the slaves hiding in the houses and led them to the cave again. Sure enough, Jiang Ting's guess was correct. The vicious tiger was trapped in the pit and couldn't climb out at all. It could only roar and struggle in the cave. Jiang Ting looked at its miserable appearance and finally showed a satisfied smile in his heart. You beast! Do you really think my first cheat is so easy to get? Come on, jump out. Jiang Ting was seething with rage. The death penalty in this game was extremely severe. Dying 9 times or more would result in a permanent ban. He'd only been playing for 2 days and already lost a life. How could he not be furious? I heard that a life-extending pill costs 1 million gold. If I want to make up for it, won't I lose 1 million gold? Jiang Ting felt secretly distressed. 1 million gold is not a small amount. If it weren't for this gold mine, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, at a 1-to-1 exchange rate, 1 million gold coins equals 1 million cash. Forget it, my life is gone, but the gold mine is still there. Maybe this gold mine can help me save everything. Jiang Ting sneered. Without hesitation, he called a few slaves and started carrying stones. Let's just block it. Kill this vicious tiger, and we should get some good things. Chapter 3. Ding. Congratulations on killing the epic wild monster boss, White Tiger. Obtained epic material. White Tiger Skin X1. Obtained a 3-star special item. Holy Beast Soul X1. Obtained reputation, 3000. 2 hours later, Jiang Ting finally heard the system notification sound. At this moment, he felt for the first time that this sound had become so pleasant. Done. All of you follow me down, move these stones, and then transport the gold sand inside back to the territory. Jiang Ting shouted excitedly and continued to devote himself to the heavy work. After working hard for an entire afternoon, although he was exhausted, the system notification sounds that kept ringing in his ears made Jiang Ting more excited, and he felt an indescribable sense of happiness and satisfaction in his heart. Ding. You get gold X11. Ding. You get gold X13. Ding. You get gold X16. As night fell, Jiang Ting looked at the mountains of gold in the warehouse and smiled with satisfaction. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins. I'm really going to make a fortune this time, he said to himself. With all this gold, Jiang Ting's plan became much simpler. First, he decided to buy resources. 1,000 timber for 1 gold, 1,000 grain for only 2 gold, 100,000 too. Next, he looked at the market and discovered something even more important. High-level slaves were selling for 3 gold. I'll buy 300 of these first. That should be enough. He placed the order without hesitation. Looking down, he saw the prices of soldiers. Spearmen, archers, and sword and shield soldiers were each priced at 5 gold. Jiang Ting was shocked. Holy crap! Soldiers in the market are so expensive? Forget it, just in case, I'll buy 300. Without hesitation, he purchased 300 soldiers in one go. These soldiers were a significant investment for Jiang Ting. Although he wasn't optimistic about the combat effectiveness of 1-star soldiers, his strategy was that quality was more important than quantity. The 300 1-star soldiers were mainly for emergency situations. He planned to upgrade the territory first, unlock higher-level soldiers, and then conquer the NPC territory. After some operations, the 3,000 golds were consumed in an instant, but looking at the huge group of people in front of him, Jiang Ting felt a sense of accomplishment. He began to arrange the slaves to build the territory and quickly improve the level of his territory. Soon, Jiang Ting's territory met the upgrade requirements and had sufficient resources. He chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding. Your territory has met the upgrade requirements. Please name your village. Jiang Ting thought for a moment and said without hesitation, Jiangcheng. Ding. Naming successful. Upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. Players, please check the territory attributes yourself. Over the next 3 days, Jiang Ting's territory experienced rapid growth. He collected gold during the day and upgraded his territory at night. Eventually, his territory was upgraded to a high-end town. Territory information, name, Jiangcheng level, advanced town population, 5,600/8,000 basic resources, food, 8,600 units, wood, 8,200 units, stone, 8,800 units, gold, 8680. Basic buildings, garrison, advanced meeting hall, intermediate houses times 20, intermediate barracks times 3, Intermediate farmlands times 25. Intermediate lumber yards times 5. Intermediate quarries times 5. Advanced trading market times 1. Current list of buildings that can be built. Residential buildings, advanced. Blacksmith shop, advanced. Tailor shop, advanced. Upgrade conditions, sufficient population, unlock all basic buildings. Own 3 advanced towns. However, Jiang Ting did not continue to upgrade as he wished. Although he still had plenty of gold coins, he found that all high-level buildings required professional high-level talents to continue to build. What should I do? Jiang Ting pondered, realizing that the problem was not unsolvable. Continuing to develop the gold deposits became the key. However, the problem was that he had already transported all the gold mined by the NPCs. To continue mining, he needed super miners. And each super miner cost a fortune, not to mention the high price of advanced mining tools. So, Jiang Ting decided to temporarily put aside the development of his territory and use the remaining 8,000 gold coins to buy super miners. He bought 6 super miners and exchanged the remaining gold coins for super mining picks. Although he had purchased enough miners, Jiang Ting knew that acquiring these high-level talents was extremely difficult, and he might even have to wait until he conquered the NPC town to obtain them. His current resource points might not last long, so he had to consider expanding his territory. System. Check the Jiangcheng military panel. Ding. Territory. Jiangcheng, high-end town. Lord. Jiang Tianqing generals. None total soldiers. 2,500 spearmen. 100 archers. 100 sword and shield soldiers. 300 halberd soldiers. 500 longbowmen. 500 heavy shield axemen. 500 lancers. 300 intermediate scouts. 200. Jiang Ting looked at these soldiers and felt confident. With so many soldiers, it should be no problem to capture an NPC town, right? He suddenly felt confident. However, Jiang Ting understood that the cost of the army could not be ignored. Each of his 320-star cavalrymen cost 50 gold, plus weapons, armor, and war horses. The total cost of a set of equipment was as high as 250 gold. With this in mind, Jiang Ting began to plan carefully. He knew that his territory was in urgent need of super miners and various advanced buildings, all of which required a large amount of resources. He was afraid that the resource points near his territory would not last long. Jiang Ting suddenly realized that the true nature of this game was to force lords to fight each other. As a lord, if he didn't expand, he would only wait for death. Jiang Ting decided to take the initiative and expand his resource advantage. The scout team will spread out in a circle tonight. Once they discover a resource point or other territory, they must send the news back immediately. He commanded the team and arranged everything. Sword and shield soldiers will be responsible for patrolling tonight. The cavalry and heavy shield axemen will guard the territory. Archers will hide near the mines. If any unidentified intruders appear, they will be shot dead at all costs. After Jiang Ting finished arranging everything, he logged off. He knew that the tavern had not yet been built, so he could not recruit generals and counselors, so he had to do everything himself. After logging off, Jiang Ting felt it was still early, so he decided to call Li Qingshan. Oh my god, the sun is rising from the west today? You actually took the initiative to call me? Tell me, have you encountered any difficulties? Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to hot pot. Jiang Ting chuckled, anticipation rising in his heart. Treating me? Sure. Send me the location. I'll be there in a minute. Walking out of the neighborhood, the street lights illuminated him. People came and went, but Jiang Ting felt a little lonely. He walked to the hot pot restaurant, stood outside the door, sent Li Qingshan his location, and waited quietly. Li Qingshan, wearing a white dress, walked slowly towards me. She seemed to be glowing, and the whole night became less lonely because of her arrival. What are you doing standing here like an idiot? Come inside. Li Qingshan smiled and took Jiang Ting's arm. Is there anything you want to eat? Eat as much as you want today. After the two sat down, Jiang Ting handed her the menu. I've been feeling a little irritated these days, so just eat some light vegetarian dishes. Li Qingshan ordered a few vegetarian dishes without hesitation and then handed them to Jiang Ting with a smile. Jiang Ting ignored him and pointed at the menu and said to the waiter, "This signature spicy crayfish, 10 pounds. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment and said half-jokingly, "Are you crazy? How can we finish all this?" Jiang Ting smiled and replied, "I know you like crayfish the most. If you can't finish it, just pack it up." The two began to eat, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Jiang Ting suddenly said, "Be my girlfriend. From now on, it's my turn to support you." Li Qingshan seemed a little stunned, then changed the subject and smiled awkwardly. "The food is here. Let's eat." Jiang Ting did not get the expected answer, and his heart was filled with a sense of loss. After finishing his meal, he watched Li Qingshan leave and couldn't help asking himself, have I always been wishful thinking? Chapter 4. Jiang Ting woke up a little late, the sun already high in the sky. He had just received a report from his scouts that after a night of hard work, they had successfully unlocked a 20-li radius of the map area. Unlike other online games, this game's map system is somewhat unique. Although players can check where they have been at any time, areas that have not yet been explored are still covered by a black fog. To unlock these places, you must pay expensive gold coins, and each mile unlocked costs 100 gold coins. Jiang Ting understood this setting. Blocking the map could effectively protect the player's initial development, and once the map was easily accessible, resource points would no longer seem so valuable. For him, maps are as important as resources, especially those unknown areas where no one knows the dangers hidden. Jiang Ting's scouts performed relatively well during this exploration, although 18 of them failed to return. Overall, his troops had uncovered the surrounding area. The east side has fertile land, wide rivers, and abundant resources. The north side has discovered a remote official road, hinting at the existence of a powerful NPC force. To the west is a huge mountain range full of gold mines, where danger and wealth coexist, and the scouts suffered heavy casualties. To the south, there are more traces of mining, and occasionally NPC soldiers can be seen patrolling, which may be the base of a certain force. After careful analysis, Jiang Ting concluded that the greatest threat lay to the south. Although he had intended to continue mining gold, the gold resources before him were too tempting to expose to other players. Especially in the player territory to the south, which was only a dozen miles away, there was a possibility of discovering mineral deposits at any time. Therefore, he made a decision. He ordered 200 sword and shield soldiers to guard the territory, and the rest of the troops to accompany him on the southern expedition. Ding! You have entered the territory of player, Brother Mengda. This player can expel you at any time. Please pay attention. The system prompt sounded. Jiang Ting knew that this player's territory was not big and did not pose much of a threat for the time being, but he knew where the gold mine was and had to control it as soon as possible. Jiang Ting commanded his troops to advance quickly, successfully approaching Brother Mengda's territory. This territory had just been upgraded to a village, and the guards at the gate were sparse, so Jiang Ting believed he could easily break through. As expected, when Brother Mengda saw such a large number of troops, he was stunned and began to hurriedly request surrender. Ding! Brother Mengda, the player, is offering to surrender to you. Do you accept? The system sounded again. Jiang Ting glanced at the screen and decisively rejected it. No. As the order was issued, Brother Mengda and a dozen of his soldiers were quickly shot into the ground. Jiang Ting wasted no time and selected Occupy in the system prompt, quickly controlling Chao village and obtaining a large amount of resources. This guy is a diehard fan of Boss Chao. He even named his territory after him. Jiang Ting smiled, feeling grateful for his good fortune. Through this battle, he discovered the gap between himself and most ordinary players. His archers could easily suppress any player, even an army several times larger than his own. He then opened the game's official forum and browsed the regional power rankings. Even though he got the gold mine, he still felt that his position was very uncertain because this game has a full 1 billion players, and every player may encounter similar adventures. Some players can even directly spend real money to buy gold coins. Jiang Ting was not satisfied with the current situation. He decided not to rest on his laurels and move towards higher goals. Currently, his territory had enough capital to compete with top players. He began planning his next expansion, targeting the NPC forces in the north. The towns there were relatively weakly defended, but they still had a large population, abundant resources, and most importantly, a large number of highly skilled personnel. After some planning, Jiang Ting ordered his scouts to the north for reconnaissance, and they eventually received feedback confirming the presence of an upscale town there. The defenses were weak, so Jiang Ting decided to launch an attack at night. Longbowmen, suppress with rockets. He commanded his troops decisively. Shieldmen, gather forward and form a shield wall. Cavalry, kill them. In the night sky, rockets flew towards the enemy camp, and the burning fire illuminated the entire town. Under the cover of a rain of arrows, the cavalry rushed towards the enemy camp and launched a fierce attack. Kill, kill, kill. Jiang Ting commanded his troops, determined to take the town in one fell swoop. The soldiers in the enemy town soon fell into chaos, and many soldiers began to flee. Just as Jiang Ting was about to occupy the town, 1,000 enemy cavalrymen came up with strong hostility and prepared to counterattack. Jiang Ting frowned slightly. Although the enemy cavalry were just ordinary 2-star lancers, their number was enough to pose a threat. He knew that war was a changing world, and that retreat by either side could have devastating consequences. So he decided not to retreat, but to continue fighting. Chapter 5. Jiang Ting stood on the battlefield, facing a grim situation. The enemy's NPC general roared and led his cavalry in a fierce charge. Jiang Ting's 300 cavalrymen were locked in a fierce and bitter battle, feeling extremely anxious. He knew that if the cavalry was defeated and fled, his remaining troops would be unable to withstand the enemy's attack. Longbowman, shoot! Jiang Ting clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. At this moment, he had no time to hesitate. He had to make a choice. Lord, our cavalry is still fighting desperately. If we shoot arrows now, The generals under his command hesitated. I said shoot, Jiang Ting said in a deep voice. Even though he was reluctant, he had to make a decision at this moment. Despite expressions of reluctance, the archers obeyed the order, drawing their bowstrings one after another. Arrows rained down like raindrops, instantly raining down upon the cavalry on both sides. Countless cavalrymen fell to the ground. Not even the NPC general was spared. No, this guy is so cruel. He actually dealt a heavy blow to my army at the cost of 300 cavalrymen. The general's eyes were filled with anger and fear, and he quickly issued a warning. Be careful of the sneak attacks. Be careful of the sneak attacks. He shouted vigilantly while commanding his cavalry to counterattack. Unfortunately, the enemy army was already in chaos at this time. Jiang Ting's longbowmen launched another attack, and the enemy cavalry suffered heavy casualties under the continuous rain of arrows. Keep shooting. Jiang Ting didn't hesitate at all. He knew that this was the only way. He had to sacrifice some troops to preserve the overall situation, severely damage the enemy, and lay the foundation for the next battle. The archers continued firing, completely disrupting the enemy cavalry's formation. Jiang Ting waved his hand and ordered the other troops to attack. Archers, stay put. Everyone else, charge forward and kill all the enemy troops. As Jiang Ting issued his order, the enemy cavalry completely collapsed. The once powerful enemy cavalry had lost their command and order, and Jiang Ting's troops successfully launched a counterattack, dividing and encircling the enemy. The NPC general was still unwilling to give up and fought hard to break out of the encirclement, killing more than 20 halberd soldiers by himself. Jiang Ting couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw this scene. The life of every halberd soldier was extremely precious, but the situation was urgent, and he couldn't let personal feelings affect the outcome. Capture them alive, Jiang Ting ordered loudly. Although he felt sorry for the halberd soldiers, he knew that capturing this NPC general was an extremely valuable opportunity. Finally, the enemy general was completely surrounded and exhausted. Jiang Ting ordered his troops to capture him alive and bring him to him. Facing Jiang Ting's cold gaze, the enemy general was filled with anger. TSK, despicable villain, you even dare to attack your own people. Kill me. Jiang Ting didn't say anything else, but just said lightly, bring him here. He disdained to say more to such a loser. Ding. Congratulations on successfully controlling the meeting hall of NPC Chuzhuang. You have obtained 3,466 low-level slaves, 465 one-star soldiers, 269 two-star soldiers, 26 high-level talents, 96,597 grains, 68,982 woods, 58,843 stones, 1,560 gold, 89 silver, and 67 bronze coins. Please select the invasion mode, occupy or destroy. The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Ting took a quick glance and directly selected occupy. Ding. Congratulations on successfully occupying the high-end town of Anping. Obtain special items. Horses times 566, cloth times 28.99, brocade times 369. Another system prompt made Jiang Ting even more excited. Ding. World announcement. Jiang Tianxing, a player from the Huaxiao region, is good at fighting and becomes the first player in the entire server to break through the small town-level NPC forces. He receives a system reward, a random recruitment order. He receives reputation points x 10,000. World announcements sounded one after another, and Jiang Ting was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected to become the first player to conquer a high-level town. Although he was a little surprised, he soon felt relieved. After all, the game had only been online for a few days, and most players were focused on developing their own territories, so they wouldn't easily start a war with NPC forces. If Jiang Ting hadn't been worried about the gold mine being exposed, he would have also chosen to develop steadily. Damn, the reward for conquering an NPC faction is a recruitment order? Jiang Ting muttered. He was instantly filled with excitement and anticipation. The chance to become a 5-star general filled him with excitement. This kind of person was a renowned figure in history. Jiang Ting's heartbeat quickened at the thought of recruiting powerful figures like Lu Bu, Xiang Yu, and Li Tsuanxiao, and he could barely contain his excitement. 5-star generals. Holy crap, I'm really going to win big this time. He knew that the other players who followed, especially the top players on the power rankings, would undoubtedly feel immense pressure. Seeing this reward, who could resist attacking the town? Jiang Ting decided to use this opportunity to rapidly improve his strength. Time is running out. Jiang Ting quickly realized that the other players would react immediately and quickly invade the town. So, he decided to continue expanding his influence. Looks like I need to recruit more super miners to expand my territory as quickly as possible. Jiang Ting had a new plan in mind. He already had 3 territories, meeting the basic requirements for promotion to a small city. With the occupation of Anping Town, he obtained more than 20 high-level talents, which enabled him to unlock more advanced buildings and lay the foundation for future expansion. He immediately began planning his future strategy and preparing to upgrade his territory once again. His goal was to quickly upgrade Chao Village to a high-level town, becoming the first player in the server to do so. System, check the territory properties of Anping Town. Jiang Ting gave the order, and the system responded quickly. Ding. Territory name, Anping. Level, Advanced Town. Population, 4226/8000. Basic resources, food, 16,597 units. Wood, 18,982 units. Stone, 18,843 units. Gold, 1560 gold, 89 silver, 67 bronze. Basic buildings, garrison, advanced meeting hall, advanced residences times 25, advanced barracks times 5, advanced farmland times 30, advanced lumberyard times 10, advanced quarry times 10, advanced market times 1, advanced blacksmith shop times 3, advanced tailor shop times 3, advanced tavern, only 1, advanced brothel times 1. The system lists the basic information of the territory in detail. Jiang Ting was amazed. As expected of an NPC faction, Anping Town has all the necessary infrastructure. If I were to develop it on my own, I'd probably have to invest a huge amount of resources to reach this scale. Sure enough, fighting is the best way to get rich. Jiang Ting sighed. He knew that if he didn't have a strong military force to support him, he would never be able to obtain such abundant resources. He rushed into the tavern, eager to summon the 5-star general. At this time, the entire official forum was in chaos because of him. Holy crap, what did I just hear? Boss Jiang got a 5-star recruitment order. Yeah, our Huaxia district's boss, Jiang Tianxing. Holy crap, that's awesome. Countless players were typing rapidly on the public screen, discussing Jiang Tianxing's success and rewards. Meanwhile, many major guilds and professional players also held emergency meetings to prepare for this sudden situation. In the meeting room of Dragon City, the Lord spoke in a sorrowful voice. I'm sure you all know that Jiang Tianxing conquered the high-level town and obtained the 5-star recruitment order. I'm deeply saddened to have missed such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was a mistake in my decision-making, and I sincerely apologize to everyone. He paused for a moment and continued. Now that things have come to this, there's no point regretting it. Next, I want you to immediately gather all your soldiers and unite with our other territories. As quickly as possible, and at all costs, capture the high-level town. We just missed out on a divine general. Furthermore, this player is from our Huaxia region. Since there are such generous rewards for conquering a small town, then the rewards for conquering a small city naturally can't be any worse. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with determination. My order is simple. The reward for conquering the small city first must not be given to anyone else. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and solemn for a moment, and all members bowed their heads in obedience. The Lord calmly glanced at everyone. Everyone, act now. If we don't get a 5-star general this time, then all representative lords will be demoted 1 level. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The atmosphere was serious, as if they failed in this battle, their future would be in jeopardy. During the meeting in Xinyu town, the Lord frowned at the news and angrily said, how can this guy named Jiang Tianxing be so lucky? No, Dragon City must be making a move. If we can't grab 2nd place, we must at least take 3rd place. We can't let those guys in the divine realm take it. He made a quick decision and turned to the deputy lord beside him and said, Yao Yao, quickly log off and contact my dad. I need to invest another 300 million. I must contribute to the conquest of this small city. Okay, Yao Yao responded, nervously preparing to carry out the order. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was tense and anxious. Everyone knew that the upcoming battle would be fierce. The Lord of the Divine Realm was also not idle. He stared at the screen and said coldly, "Brothers, there is no time to lose. Let's take action. You all know the background of Dragon City. We can't take it away, but I have only one request. We can't lose to a woman." "Yes, boss." Several top bosses in the Huaxiao region did make decisions at the first moment, instead of being envious and jealous like many ordinary players on the forum. As for foreign players in other regions, the shared channel won't be unlocked until the national war is unlocked, so no one knows how they'll react right now. I'm afraid it won't be very good either. Chapter 6. Jiang Ting stood in front of the tavern, tightly gripping the random recruitment order. He stared at the brilliant token, feeling a surge of anxiety, his voice trembling with excitement. "System, activate the random recruitment order." The system's voice soon sounded. Ding. The random recruitment order was used successfully. "The tavern has been refreshed. Please check it yourself." Jiang Ting stared at the screen, and the information in front of him made him a little stunned. The name, Guan Yu, also known as Yunshang, suddenly appeared on the screen, and Jiang Ting was shocked. Guan Yu, the famous general from the Three Kingdoms period? Jiang Ting could hardly believe his eyes. The detailed attributes on the screen also stunned Jiang Ting. Martial strength, 98, intelligence, 90, leadership, 96, internal affairs, 60. Guan Yu's talents and skills made Jiang Ting's heart beat faster. Martial Saint increases strength, command, and critical damage during combat, with critical damage increasing by 25%. Regarding skills, Blue Dragon Triple Kill is incredibly powerful, combining critical damage with armor penetration, leaving even Jiang Ting feeling incredible. Jiang Ting's mood instantly became excited, and he couldn't help but shouting, "Wow!" Guan Yu's basic attributes, special skills, and even exclusive equipment made Jiang Ting's eyes light up. Jiang Ting knew that such a general was definitely what all players dreamed of. Recruiting Guan Yu was undoubtedly the biggest surprise of his operation this time. The tavern shone with golden light, and a figure gradually took shape. 9 feet tall, with a face as red as a date, and wearing a green robe, Guan Yu walked up to Jiang Ting with an imposing presence. The aura of the fierce general hit Jiang Ting, and he was stunned for a moment, feeling a strong sense of oppression in his heart. "Guan Yu, Guan Yunshang, I pay my respects to my lord." Guan Yu knelt slightly. Although he was already a divine general, he still saluted Jiang Ting respectfully. Guan Yu's height is almost the same as Jiang Ting's. The difference is not that big. In fact, because of the powerful aura exuded by Guan Yu, Jiang Ting feels suppressed. Jiang Ting quickly reached out to help Guan Yu up. "Second master, please get up," he said with a smile. Although he was the lord, facing such a person, Jiang Ting was willing to call him second master. Guan Yu was slightly stunned, clearly confused by Jiang Ting's address. His memory had been adjusted by the system, and he had no recollection of his past life. "Second master?" Guan Yu asked in a low voice. "Yes, Master Guan. I have worshipped you before," Jiang Ting replied with a smile. His tone was somewhat relaxed, but also revealed respect for Guan Yu. Guan Yu blushed upon hearing this. Although he didn't understand Jiang Ting's specific meaning, he could still understand Jiang Ting's respect from the literal meaning. "My lord, you are too kind," Guan Yu said with a slightly ashamed tone. Seeing that Guan Yu said no more, Jiang Ting said, "Okay, let's stop talking about this and go. I'll take you to see my territory and tell you about the current situation." Jiang Ting took the initiative to offer to take Guan Yu to inspect the territory. Guan Yu nodded respectfully. "My lord, I already knew the situation of our territory very well when I came here." His tone was full of confidence in his own abilities. It was obvious that the system had implanted relevant memories in Guan Yu. Jiang Ting was slightly stunned, then immediately realized it was the system's work and stopped asking questions. "In that case, Omping Town is now in your hands. If you have any questions, please let me know." "Yes, I will live up to your trust." Guan Yu saluted again and promised firmly. A few days later, Jiang Ting's territory experienced rapid development. Under Guan Yu's governance, Omping Town was developing smoothly and maintaining good order. Guan Yu's governance abilities were also evident in his territory. Furthermore, his fame greatly improved the efficiency of soldier training. Jiang Ting was also busy, taking advantage of this period to accelerate the development of his main city, Jiangqing. By recruiting a large number of high-level talents, he successfully unlocked all the high-level buildings in Jiangqing. Although some high-level buildings were temporarily idle, Jiang Ting knew that with the arrival of more talents, the potential of Jiangsheng would be fully released. Meanwhile, Jiang Ting's other territory, Chao Village, also experienced rapid development. After Jiang Ting invested a large amount of gold resources, Chao Village completed all the necessary infrastructure and prepared for the next round of expansion. A few days later, Jiang Ting received a world announcement from the system. Ding! World announcement. Player Jiang Tianxing has good governance and becomes the first player in the entire server to be promoted to a small city. He receives a system reward, a special recruitment order, capable minister. Obtain a random special blueprint. Obtain reputation x 10,000. This news instantly made Jiang Ting the focus of the entire server. The moment the world announcement was made, the entire gaming world was in an uproar. Many top factions and guilds marveled at Jiang Ting's speed, with some exclaiming, "Boss Tianxing is stirring things up again. Boss Tianxing, this guy is so strong that even Dragon City and God's Domain can't compete with him. Bullshit, this guy is just lucky." Although Dragon City and God's Domain have suffered a great loss, I dare to guarantee that the rewards for conquering small cities and advancing to heavy cities will definitely have nothing to do with him. Some players started to joke. Hey, I smell a strong sour smell from upstairs as soon as I got here. Honestly, did you eat the old-style pickled cabbage noodles? Some players couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, the development speed of Tianxing Boss is really amazing. Big brother Tianxing, my forever god. I don't want to work hard anymore. My territory is still a primary village with a total of 6 slaves. 2 of them died of exhaustion yesterday. Who can tell me brother Tianxing's contact information? I want to curry favor with him. Some players are also beginning to feel confused about this topic of deep water. What the hell? Why is the style suddenly a little off? Brother, don't ask. The water is deep here. You can't control it. Jiang Ting was completely unaware of the stir he had caused on the forum. His success not only surprised ordinary players, but also caused the top guilds to hold emergency meetings again to discuss how to keep up with Jiang Ting's pace. For Jiang Ting, these 2 strokes of good fortune were practically free. He became the first to try something new and gained unprecedented benefits. However, Jiang Ting knew in his heart that he would most likely not be so lucky in the future. Those top forces will not miss any opportunity and will do their utmost to compete for resources and opportunities. Although Jiang Ting's success is great, he also understands that whether he can continue to occupy a place in this fierce competition is still unknown. Chapter 7. Jiang Ting returned to the tavern with great anticipation, ready to use the special order he had obtained. This special order guaranteed the summoning of a 5-star capable minister, and Jiang Ting was full of anticipation for this opportunity. Ding! The special recruitment order has been used successfully. The tavern has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. The system prompt sounded. Jiang Ting looked at the information of the capable ministers refreshed in the tavern, and his eyes widened. Name: Li Bai Z Tai Bai. Occupation: a historic minister. When governing a territory, efficiency increases by 200%, and residents within the territory benefit from the famous general's effect, with their intelligence permanently increased by 10%. Qualifications: loyalty, 100. Talent: poet. After entering the territory, all residents' chances of mastering skills increase by 20%, and the chance of talent appearing increases by 20%. Basic attributes: force, 80 intelligence, 98 command, 80 internal affairs, 90 special attributes, exclusive to capable ministers' knowledge, 25% strategies, 20% dictatorship, 25% talent, 20% preparation, 20%. Basic skills: advanced swordsmanship, advanced learning, advanced government affairs. Special skill: Green Lotus sword technique. Holy crap! Li Bai, the immortal poet. Jiang Ting couldn't contain his surprise and couldn't help but curse. This guy was his idol. He could actually summon Li Bai himself. I am Li Bai, your subordinate, and I pay my respects to you, my lord. A golden light flashed, and Li Bai, like a scholar in a green robe, slowly walked towards Jiang Ting and bowed to him. Jiang Ting looked at Li Bai in front of him and could hardly believe his eyes. Oh my god, this is so damn handsome. Li Bai looks handsome and extraordinary, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. Especially the combination of bookish air and heroic appearance. He is so handsome that it is beyond words. Jiang Ting couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Standing next to Li Bai, he almost felt like a pile of shit. Although he was quite handsome, compared to Li Bai, he had no confidence at all. However, Jiang Ting also knew that although Li Bai was a capable minister in this game, and his martial arts skills were not high, his strong ability as a civil official would undoubtedly bring great help to Jiang Ting's territory. Li Bai's literary talent is impeccable, and his skills and talents are enough to make Jiang Ting's territory more efficient in governance and development. especially Li Bai's talent, Poet Immortal, which increases the chances of all residents to comprehend skills and the chances of talents emerging, is simply a perfect supplement. Sir, you are so talented. Jiang has long admired you very much, and now I am very happy to have your help. Jiang Ting said sincerely. My lord, thank you for your kind words. Sharing your worries is my duty, Li Bai replied modestly. Despite his humble words, his confidence and demeanor were undeniable. Haha, okay, from now on, my territory will rely entirely on your talents, sir. Jiang Ting smiled as he led Li Bai out of the tavern. During their conversation, Li Bai offered Jiang Ting numerous suggestions for governing the territory. True to his reputation, Jiang Ting greatly admired his strategies and thinking, and with just a few words, he managed to neatly manage key issues within the territory. My lord, we need to intensify our efforts in gold mining. After all, it's our only source of revenue. But, do you plan to expand your territory rapidly or steadily? Li Bai asked a crucial question. Is there any difference between the two? Jiang Ting asked, puzzled. Of course. If the Lord is determined to expand, we must focus on military development, build more barracks, convert soldiers, enforce strict military discipline, purchase military equipment, and stockpile food and fodder. We need to deploy spies to understand the enemy's situation, so that we can know ourselves and the enemy, and win every battle. If you, my lord, wish to win by playing it safe, then we must vigorously build city walls, develop roads, promote trade, gather talents, and act when the time is right. Sir, your words really opened my eyes. Jiang Ting showed a delighted expression. The Li Bai in front of him was not only able to govern the country, but also able to give far-sighted strategic directions. However, as a man, I have never been timid. As long as I try my best, I can live a glorious life. Jiang Ting's eyes flashed with determination. I understand, Li Bai replied with a smile. His personality was as bold and uninhibited as his poetry. With Li Bai's arrival, Jiang Ting's territory experienced rapid progress in a short period of time. Li Bai handled the affairs of the territory with ease, and Jiang Ting no longer needed to do anything himself, and he became idle counting gold mines all day long. His only concern was the special building blueprints that brought the heavy sword cavalry. As Jiang Ting's newly acquired special unit, the heavy sword cavalry possessed formidable combat power. Jiang Ting unlocked the special barracks through the blueprints, which enabled him to transform these powerful cavalry. These heavy sword cavalry are highly powerful, equipped with heavy swords and heavy armor, and have powerful critical damage and armor-breaking skills. However, the resources required to train these cavalrymen are not cheap. A full set of equipment for a heavy sword cavalryman costs as much as 300 gold. In order to train these cavalrymen, Jiang Ting directly spent 5,000 gold to buy a super blacksmith and a horse trainer. Fortunately, Jiang Ting has the gold mine as a support, so this expense is not too big for him. Moreover, through the special bonus of the military camp, Jiang Ting's heavy sword cavalry is very advantageous in battle. Even facing a 5-star army, they can fight a battle. However, Jiang Ting also knew that the special barracks' maximum capacity was 3,000 soldiers. Once these troops reached their limit, the barracks would be scrapped, forcing him to train them to their maximum capacity as quickly as possible. These heavy swords and cavalry aren't enough. My gold mine can only last a month at most. Jiang Ting calculated the resource consumption in his mind, feeling a little anxious. It seems that within this month, I must do my utmost to make the snowball even bigger and ensure that I am fully prepared before resources are exhausted. Just as he was fretting over this, Jiang Ting decided to log off temporarily. When he picked up his phone, he received dozens of voice messages from a girl named Anran. Jiang Ting knew that she was Li Qingchan's good friend, and he wasn't familiar with the girl. He clicked on a random message and heard the content of the voice message, feeling a bit complicated. Jiang, don't think I can do nothing about you just because you don't reply? Are you even a man? How much has Qingchan sacrificed for you over the years? Don't you have any idea? When Jiang Ting heard Li Qingchan's name, he finally started to take it seriously. He flipped to the top of the page and clicked on other voice messages. Jiang Tianqing, why are you bullying my Qingchan? Her eyes are swollen from crying. I can't comfort her anymore. What the hell did you two do? Jiang Ting listened to the conversation with a frown on his face, finally figuring out what had happened. Something seemed to have happened to Li Qingchan, and Anran mistakenly believed it was him. Could it be because of that confession at the hot pot? Jiang Ting pondered, but regardless, he decided to rush to the hospital to check on Li Qingchan. Chapter 8. Jiang Ting got in a taxi, anxiously picked up his phone, and quickly dialed Anran's number. After a burst of cursing, he finally found out where Li Qingchan was in the ward, and learned that she was in Ward 7 of the city central hospital. He rushed to the hospital, and as soon as he entered the ward, he saw Li Qingshan lying on the bed, pale and haggard. Jiang Ting's heart suddenly tightened, and he felt distressed. He turned to look at Ran and asked anxiously, "What is going on? You are such a heartless person. You still come to ask me? The last time you went out with Qingshan, she became like this after she came back. I haven't settled the score with you yet. What did you two do that day?" Although Ran was petite, she had a bad temper and her tone was full of anger. Jiang Ting felt somewhat helpless. He didn't understand how someone as gentle as Li Qingshan could have been friends with someone as hot-tempered as Ran for so many years. Ran, stop talking. It has nothing to do with him. Li Qingshan finally spoke, her voice choked with sobs, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Ting hurried over and sat at the head of Li Qingshan's bed, speaking as softly as possible. "Don't cry first. Can you tell me what happened?" Li Qingshan hugged Jiang Ting's arm and suddenly burst out, I'm getting married." She seemed to have found someone to confide in and began to cry loudly. "My family arranged a marriage for me. As you know, my father is a senior executive of Ping'an Group. For his job, he wants me to marry the chairman's son. He said that if I don't marry him, he will lose his job. We haven't paid off our mortgage and car loan yet. If he loses his job, all my dad's years of hard work will be wasted. I really don't know what to do." Li Qingshan's emotions were becoming increasingly agitated, and her tone was starting to sound hysterical. "I had already accepted my fate, and it's all your fault. Why did you say those things to me? You clearly knew everything. You've been avoiding me the whole time, so why are you saying it now? I don't owe you anything." Li Qingshan angrily began to slap Jiang Ting's chest, punching it nonstop, as if trying to vent all the grievances of the past few years. Jiang Ting did not avoid it, but looked at Li Qingshan quietly, his eyes gradually colder. He could understand Li Qingshan's feelings at the moment. On the one hand, it was her family, and on the other hand, it was the person she had loved since childhood. He understood that the pressure of reality often forced people to make sacrifices. Jiang Ting knew that if he were in Li Qingshan's shoes, he would probably make the same choice. Faced with family responsibility and love, who could remain indifferent? "I'm sorry, I was incompetent before." Jiang Ting finally spoke, with a sincere apology in his eyes. "I never blamed you, it's just..." Li Qingshan's tone was gentle, but still full of helplessness. Jiang Ting interrupted her, and his tone became firm. "Do you believe me? If you believe me, let me handle this matter, okay?" Li Qingshan looked at Jiang Ting blankly. The familiar look in his eyes made her feel as if she had returned to her childhood, back to the figure who always brought her comfort. "I believe you." Li Qingshan nodded firmly, her heart filled with trust and reliance. "Don't worry, I'm capable now. I'll definitely solve whatever I couldn't do before." Jiang Ting smiled gently, his tone full of determination. Li Qingshan finally relaxed a little. Seeing Jiang Ting's determination, she didn't say anything more. She knew he could do it. "Don't worry, my parents are on their way here, Jiang Ting. You. Don't worry, didn't I tell you last time? I have money now. How could you not tell me?" "Yes, I think you did, but you suddenly changed, and my head is in a mess now." Li Qingshan was a little dazed. Jiang Ting laughed and teased, "What a fool." He gently scratched Li Qingshan's nose, and then hugged her tightly in his arms. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Li Qingshan's parents arrived. Li Shui saw Jiang Ting holding Li Qingshan. His face immediately became serious, and his eyes were cold. "Jiang boy, what are you doing here?" Jiang Ting took a deep breath and maintained a calm tone. "Uncle, Qingshan has already told me about your family's affairs. Uncle should also know about Qingshan and me. Now that I am here, I am sure I can satisfy you." Li Shui sneered. "You're a bit of a man, but courage alone is useless. Do you really think I don't know your situation these years? You're just a loser who relies on Qingshan for a living. How can you satisfy me?" Jiang Ting's eyes were firm. "Uncle, tell me, what is the price you need to agree to Qingshan and me being together?" A hint of coldness flashed in Li Shui's eyes. "You know the housing prices in City C, right? We still have a mortgage of 300,000 yuan, a car loan of 200,000 yuan, and my annual salary is 500,000 yuan. If Qingshan marries into the Liu family, they are willing to pay a 1 million yuan betrothal gift, and my annual salary will increase to 800,000 yuan. I am not a vicious parent. If you truly love each other, I will give you a chance. But what can you give my daughter?" Jiang Ting answered without hesitation. "Uncle, since you are willing to give me a chance, let's make a deal today. Within 3 days, I will come to propose marriage with a gift of 2 million. If I fail to do so, from now on, I will disappear from Qingshan's sight forever. Okay, since you have this confidence, I will give you 3 days. If you can't do it, I will arrange for Qingchan to go to the Liu family. Although the kid from the Liu family is a little impulsive, he is still capable. I won't push you into the fire pit, Li Shui said calmly. Li Qingchan looked at Jiang Ting firmly and said without hesitation, I believe him. Since he said it, he can definitely do it. I have no objection. Li Shui nodded. Since you are so confident, then eat well and don't do stupid things again. Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. After I am discharged from the hospital, I will take good care of myself. Li Qingchan responded with a smile. Okay, I'm still busy with company matters, so I'll leave first. Jiang boy, get out of here right now. I hope you can be a man and do what you say. Jiang Ting gently let go of Li Qingchan and smiled. Well, don't worry, I will do it. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Ting returned to his residence, mulling over how to raise 2 million within 3 days. While his territory was highly valuable, raising the funds in such a short time was clearly not easy. If I try another way, this might not be as difficult as I thought. Jiang Ting suddenly had an idea and immediately opened the game's official forum. The top 10 players on the power rankings had already been promoted to small cities, but the majority remained at the village or town level, desperately in need of high-level troops. Jiang Ting thought of his 3,000 heavy sword cavalry, which were crucial for most players, and which he could exchange for cash. He quickly wrote the post, 3-star soldiers for sale, Iron Spear warriors, Eagle Eye longbowmen, Sword and Shield warriors, Super Scouts, 3,000 of any of the 4 types of soldiers, priced at 5 million cash. Contact me if you need it. As soon as the post was sent out, Jiang Ting knew that his strategy this time would attract the attention of a large number of wealthy people. Fuck. You bastards pretending to be Tianqing boss, change your names now. The real boss has finally surfaced. When Tianqing boss makes a move, it's truly earth-shattering. 3,000 3-star troops, I'm freaking numb. Jiang Ting couldn't help but smile as he read these comments. I'm not short of money. Am I so powerful that I need to sell off my soldiers to survive? That's bullshit. I'm not. I'm just a poor bastard with nothing. Chapter 9. In just 2 hours, the post's popularity soared, and Jiang Ting was bombarded with thousands of private messages. Among them, a private message from the account, Yijian Zongheng, caught Jiang Ting's attention. This player is one of the top 10 super rich people in the recharge list. Although he is not in the top 10 in the power list, Jiang Ting still recognized him. Yijian Zongheng offered to purchase all the troops, specifically 300 super scouts, and directly promised to pay him 5 million in cash immediately. Okay, send me your game ID, and we'll trade directly on the market. Just transfer the money to this account, Jiang Ting replied quickly. A few minutes later, a reply came from Yijian Zongheng, indicating that the money had been transferred and the ID had been sent. Jiang Ting joked, Aren't you afraid I'll steal your 5 million? Yijian Zongheng replied unfazed, 5 million is nothing to me. How could someone like you break your promise? Jiang Ting sighed. This is the real deal. After Jiang Ting came online, he quickly sought out Guan Yu and asked him about his current military strength. Guan Yu explained that he had already trained 800 heavy sword cavalry, and that the other 3-star units totaled 5,000 to 6,000. Jiang Ting decided to transfer 3,000 units and instructed Guan Yu to continue training, aiming to complete a 10,000-man army as soon as possible. Just as Jiang Ting was conducting a military transaction, Yijian Zongheng asked a question. How come the strength of these 3,000 soldiers is higher than that of ordinary 3-star soldiers? Jiang Ting smiled and explained, I give it to you as a benefit. He immediately realized that due to the bonus of Guan Yu's famous general effect, the strength of these soldiers was much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Yijian Zongheng praised him profusely, and Jiang Ting felt that he and this generous player really got along. Being friends was definitely a win-win situation. With the 5 million, Jiang Ting began to consider how to improve his living conditions. The future betrothal money naturally needed to be properly arranged, so he decided to find a more suitable residence for himself and Li Qingchan. He bought a new house with a pleasant view, spent some time at the mall to buy daily necessities, and also improved his image. After everything was ready, Jiang Ting spent about 200,000 yuan to buy a car, loaded it with daily necessities, and drove to Li Qingchan's house. When they arrived at the Li family's house, Li Qingchan's mother, Yang Xian, was busy preparing dinner. When they saw Jiang Ting, everyone had different expressions. Li Qingchan was immediately surprised to see Jiang Ting, while Li Shui frowned slightly. Yang Qing immediately tried to smooth things over. It's Jiang Ting. Come in and sit down. Have you eaten? Yet I'll get you some bowls and chopsticks. Aunt, I'm here to propose marriage, Jiang Ting said with a smile, placing the large and small gifts at the door. Then she took out a bank card from her wallet and placed it in front of Li Shui, saying with a smile, Uncle, this is 2 million. Li Shui glanced at the bank card and asked in confusion, "Where did you get so much money?" Jiang Ting nodded and replied, "Uncle, you should know Age of the Gods, right? I'm doing pretty well in the game, and I won't let Qinchan suffer any grievances. Yesterday, I bought a house in Jinxiu Jiangnan community, and I have the confidence to make more money in the future." Li Shui frowned. Although he had heard of this game, he was not very clear about the actual situation behind it. Li Qinchan also explained softly, "Dad, Age of the Gods is not just a game. There are many precious resources in it that others can't buy even if they want to." Jiang Ting must have paid a huge price. Li Qinchan looked at Jiang Ting with a little worry, fearing that he would give up his future because of this. Jiang Ting smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, I didn't pay too much for this money. I will seize the opportunity and will never let Qinchan suffer." Li Shui still had some doubts after hearing this, but he finally agreed. "Since you have the ability, seize the opportunity. If you can't do it, I won't let Qinchan continue to be with you." Jiang Ting nodded. "I know, uncle. Don't worry. I will do my best to take care of Qinchan in the days to come." Li Qinchan looked at Jiang Ting with trust in her eyes. "I believe him." Li Shui saw his daughter's determination and sighed. "Since you have confidence, then eat well and don't do anything stupid again." During dinner, Li Qinchan and Jiang Ting hardly spoke anymore. Jiang Ting sat silently, secretly making plans in his heart. After dinner, Jiang Ting and Li Qinchan exchanged glances, and Li Qinchan stood up without hesitation to get her luggage. Li Qinchan joked, "Dad, hurry up and let me go. I didn't wait for your consent." Li Shui looked at this scene, feeling somewhat helpless, but he finally sighed. "Okay, as long as you two are happy." Jiang Ting and Li Qinchan drove away from the Li family and headed for their new home. Jiang Ting said with a smile on his face, "This is our new home. How is it?" Li Qinchan smiled with satisfaction. "It's pretty good. I like it very much." Jiang Ting smiled and took her upstairs. "The house is decorated, and I also bought a lot of daily necessities, all here." Li Qinchan smiled mischievously. "You are suddenly so considerate. I'm really a little uncomfortable." The two sat on the sofa, and Jiang Ting asked, "My territory is already on track, and it will be expanding in a few days. Didn't you study management? Why don't you quit your job and help me manage the territory?" Li Qinchan smiled and agreed. "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Jiang Ting pondered for a moment, and then said, "Oh, by the way, I have over 1,000,000 yuan left, and I plan to send it back to my parents. What do you think?" Li Qinchan nodded. "Okay, it's up to you. How you'll listen to me and everything." Jiang Ting smiled mischievously. "Well, then, hurry up and give me a big fat boy, okay?" Li Qinchan smiled and said, "Yes, I'll do as you say." Jiang Ting couldn't help but smile and immediately pressed Li Qinchan gently under him. Li Qinchan struggled and said, "Wait a minute, I'm not ready yet." Jiang Ting was still immersed in the happy atmosphere until Li Qinchan hurriedly fled to the bathroom. Jiang Ting suddenly wondered, do all girls say no peeking when they're with boys? He was curious, and at the same time, he began to feel a little confused. But in the end, Jiang Ting decided to put these trivial matters aside, prepare to rest for a while, and then continue his game world. Chapter 10. The next morning, Jiang Ting woke up from his sleep and felt a warm body in his arms. Li Qinchan was fast asleep, nestled against him like a soft octopus. This kind of life is so beautiful. Jiang Ting sighed softly, his heart filled with happiness. He carefully carried Li Qinchan away, quickly washed up, and then put on his helmet and entered the game. System, check the territory attributes. Ding. Territory name, Jiangxing level, primary small city, subordinate territories, Anping city, Chowching population, 23, 960/24,000 basic resources, food, 128,600 units wood, 118,200 units stone, 108,100 units gold, 39,765 gold, 85 silver, 6 bronze. Basic buildings, City Lord's Mansion, Primary Meeting Hall, Super Residence times 65, Super Barracks times 12, Super Farmland times 86, Super Lumberyard times 15, Super Quarry times 15, Super Blacksmith Shop times 3, Super Tailor Shop times 3, Super Tavern times 3, Super Brothel times 3, Super Trading Market times 3. Special Building, Heavy Sword Barracks, unique. Current building list, City Wall, Super. Altar, unique. Upgrade conditions, sufficient population. Unlock all basic buildings. Own 5 high-level small cities, and the reputation value reaches 10,000 points. TSK. These conditions are really becoming more and more harsh. Jiang Ting shook his head slightly. Although the city wall can be built with resources, The special building of the altar is more complicated, especially the required statues, souls of sacred beasts, and super priests. Jiang Ting checked the market mall and found that a basic statue cost 5,000 gold, and it was impossible to upgrade the high-level altar without a large amount of gold. Fortunately, Jiang Ting had a lucky break. He had already obtained the Holy Beast Soul early on, and the 3-star Beast Soul dropped by the White Tiger was enough to give him an advantage in a resource-constrained situation. System. Open the military panel. Ding. Territory, Jiangchang, Haiyan Town, Lord, Jiang Tianxing Generals, Guan Yu, Chu Zhuang Total Soldiers, 13,000 Iron Spear Armorers, 2,500 Eagle Eye Longbowmen, 2,500 Sword and Shield Warriors, 2,000 Super Scouts, 500 Heavy Sword Cavalry, Special 3,000 total 1 and 2-star troops, 2,500. A 10,000-man army has finally taken shape. Jiang Ting looked at the army dashboard, feeling a surge of pride. His territory was now developing steadily, almost reaching a bottleneck. His next goal was to continue plundering resources, building city walls and altars, and ultimately becoming a mid-level county. Send Li Bai and Guan Yu to the main hall for a meeting. Jiang Ting ordered a scout. Soon, Li Bai and Guan Yu arrived together. I didn't expect you, Yin Shang, to actually subdue this guy, Jiang Ting said with a smile, looking at Chu Zhuang standing behind Guan Yu. I was initially unconvinced, but after 2 exchanges, I'm convinced, Guan Yu said calmly, glancing at Chu Zhuang. I, the guilty General Chu Zhuang, pay my respects to my lord. Chu Zhuang looked slightly embarrassed, but still bowed to Jiang Ting. Yun Chang is a formidable general of his time. You won't suffer any loss by following him, Jiang Ting said with a smile. I understand. Chu Zhuang returned the greeting respectfully. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he was in awe of Guan Yu's strength. As a military commander, who wouldn't want to follow a heroic general and achieve great things? I'm sure you all know why I summoned you here today, Jiang Ting asked, and Li Bai first bowed, then smiled and said, since the Lord has been away for a few days, I have sent out scouts to explore the forces within 100 miles. In the direction of Anping, 6 forces have been detected. They are all small cities, and they have exchanges with each other. They are strong and powerful, and have built city walls. They are the greatest enemies of the Lord at the moment. The other places are just insignificant villages and towns. General Chu has already led troops to suppress them. Jiang Ting frowned. If these forces of 6 small cities unite, they will indeed be a considerable threat. Even if I have heavy swords and iron cavalry, this battle may not be easy to fight. If we can lure them to take the initiative to fight, General Guan and the heavy swords and iron cavalry may win in one battle. Li Bai put forward his own idea. I don't think it's necessary to go to such lengths. If you, my lord, are willing to hand over 3,000 heavy sword cavalry to me, I will definitely be able to defeat them, Guan Yu said firmly, unwilling to be outdone. Jiang Ting nodded, knowing full well that if Guan Yu let Mang go, it would be no problem to capture a few small cities. After all, this fierce general was not afraid of any challenge. However, Jiang Ting knew that his resources were limited and his gold mine was almost depleted. He couldn't rely on these soldiers to continue fighting for long. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea struck him. Li Bai's proposal caught his attention. My lord, I've just been thinking about how to lure those forces out of the city, and suddenly I came up with a good idea. Li Bai's eyes flashed a glint, and he said mysteriously. Jiang Ting immediately focused his attention. Oh, what's your plan, sir? It's actually very simple. What can we have in our territory that can attract the attention of these forces? Jiang Ting suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up. You mean the gold mine? That's right, my lord. The gold mine has always been under our strict protection and has never been exposed. Mining is nearing completion, but other forces are unaware of this. Once we leak this information, won't they leave the city on their own initiative? Li Bai explained with a smile. Jiang Ting's eyes flashed with approval. Sir, this plan is really brilliant. But what reason should we give to reveal this information to them? Li Bai smiled calmly. Hasn't General Chu's territory been occupied by our lord? This hatred is enough to attract their attention. Jiang Ting slapped his thigh and laughed. Haha, this reason is perfect. Then, in the name of Chu Manor, tell them the location of the gold mine. Guan Yu frowned and said, while this strategy is brilliant, if the news leaks out, they might tell other factions. Wouldn't that make us enemies on all sides? Li Bai took over and said, put yourself in their shoes. If you heard the news about the gold mine, would you easily tell others? Guan Yu suddenly understood and nodded. So that's how it is. If they knew about the existence of the gold mine, they would definitely send people to verify the news. Jiang Ting smiled with satisfaction. That's right. We should let them send people to confirm it. Once they find the gold mine, they will definitely come in large numbers. After making the arrangements, Jiang Ting turned to Li Bai and said, Sir, come with me and figure out how to cast your net. The two of them opened a 3D map and began to map out the terrain, discussing their next move. As the night deepened, they finally concluded their discussion. Along the way, Jiang Ting and Li Bai discussed the battle plan as they traveled north along the Anping official road. However, the next morning, Jiang Ting received a letter secretly sent by Chu Zhuang, which revealed a shocking news. His territory had been conquered by foreigners, and he himself had been taken prisoner. The letter also mentioned that the secret of the gold mine was hidden in the alien territory, and Chu Zhuang hoped to get support to eliminate the alien forces. Jiang Ting looked at the letter, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He knew that his plan was successful and the enemy had taken the bait. Following Chu Zhuang's letter, several city lords also began to take action. They sent scouts to investigate the existence of the gold mine and eventually decided to join forces to first flatten the alien territory and then divide the gold mine. However, they were unaware that Jiang Ting had already monitored their every move through super scouts. Chapter 11. Jiang Ting sat in the city lord's mansion, carefully studying the intelligence recently sent back by scouts. The 6 major city lords had united and assembled 60,000 troops, and these forces had already entered Anping. Jiang Ting couldn't help but sigh. They're truly NPC forces. A few small cities can actually muster so many troops. He threw down the secret report in his hand and said with a heroic smile, However, although the enemy has 60,000 troops, their 3-star troops are only 20,000. I have Yunchang and the heavy sword and iron cavalry. This battle will definitely be victorious. Li Bai smiled and bowed, then said seriously, My lord, you are very right. Please give your orders. Jiang Ting nodded. Guan Yu, listen to my orders. I am here. I order you to lead 3,000 cavalry and ambush at the Dongjialing of Anping official road. When my army retreats to the city of Anping, we will launch a charge from the rear. Yes, sir, you and Chu Zhuang will each lead 3,000 soldiers and act according to our plan last night. Li Bai suddenly said with some concern, My lord, this feigned defeat is extremely dangerous. How about you let me do it? Jiang Ting waved his hand slightly, his eyes firm. No problem. I'm an alien. Only by taking on the battlefield myself can they let down their guard. Besides, aliens have 9 lives. So what if I die once? Li Bai wanted to say something but stopped himself, but Jiang Ting had already made up his mind and said, No need to say any more. Everyone just do your part. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and left the hall. At the same time, 60,000 enemy troops had stopped 5 miles outside Anping City. A general in the army raised his whip, pointed in the direction of the city, and sneered. That strange man is quite capable. Not only did he defeat Chu Zhuang, he also developed Anping town into a small city. At this moment, Jiang Ting led 4,000 men and horses and slowly arrived in front of the enemy. My lords, I have always kept my distance from you. I wonder what brings you here so suddenly. Jiang Ting said calmly. Young stranger, you should know why we are here. Don't think you can defeat a strong opponent with a weak opponent. Once the 60,000 strong army starts fighting, your soldiers will surely suffer heavy casualties. The enemy general said with a sneer. You have attacked me without any reason and want to destroy my hard work. Do you want me to surrender? A cold light flashed in Jiang Ting's eyes, and his tone was firm. Even if I die in battle today, I will never compromise with you. How dare you? I will kill you right now. The city lord on the far left rode his horse forward and stabbed Jiang Ting in the chest with his gun, intending to kill the commander. Jiang Ting quickly opened his attribute panel. Seeing his basic attributes, he immediately felt emboldened. He pretended to be angry and swung his fine iron halberd fiercely, engaging the city lord in a fierce battle. Although Jiang Ting's martial arts strength had reached 47 points, it was still somewhat inferior to the city lord's strength. After several rounds of fighting, he was already feeling exhausted. This game had no level setting. Players could improve their military strength by either changing their generals or by upgrading their territories. Although Jiang Ting had been promoted to a small city, the improvement in his military strength was very limited. In less than 5 rounds, Jiang Ting was pierced through the left arm by the city lord's spear. In agony, he decisively ordered a retreat. Retreat. Return to the territory. However, the enemy city lord did not let him go easily. With a sneer, he led a city lord and charged into Jiang Ting's army alone. Each shot could easily take the life of a soldier, and Jiang Ting's army was instantly thrown into chaos. These strange people are indeed vulnerable. Several city lords chuckled in the background, not taking Jiang Ting seriously at all. Soldiers, charge. The outcome is decided. Quickly conquer this alien's territory. The gold mine is most important. Kill, kill, kill. The 60,000-man army pursued the enemy, slaughtering many of Jiang Ting's soldiers along the way. By the time Jiang Ting retreated to the gates of Anping City, more than half of his 4,000 soldiers had been killed. How can a small city without walls withstand our 60,000-man army? The enemy general laughed. Follow me and conquer this city. However, several city lords who entered Anping City soon realized something was wrong. Something's not right. Why are there no civilians in the city? Oh no, we've been ambushed. Just as the city lords reacted, thousands of eagle-eyed longbowmen emerged from the buildings on both sides. At Li Bai's command, a hail of arrows poured down like a storm. The enemy army was instantly thrown into chaos, suffering countless casualties. Quick, leave the city. Several city lords shouted orders, but under the hail of arrows, the soldiers fled in all directions. Quick, there's an ambush behind the enemy. What? There's an ambush. It's heavy cavalry. 3,000 heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry, how is that possible? The eyes of several city lords were full of fear. They knew very well what the existence of heavy cavalry meant, especially on such a flat ground. 3,000 heavy cavalry could almost wipe out their troops. So that stranger was just bait from the beginning, a city lord finally realized. They used the gold mine as bait to lure us out of the city. One thing led to another. The whole plan was for this victory. Chu Zhuang, another city lord, shouted angrily, as if wanting to tear the traitor apart. The gold mine I wrote about really exists. I've never lied to you, Chu Zhuang said expressionlessly. Winners take all, and I'm done. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. Although several city lords were extremely angry, faced with such a desperate situation, they quickly laid down their weapons and chose to surrender. Take them all back, Jiang Ting ordered, leading several heavy cavalrymen in front. Though outwardly calm, his heart was filled with joy. In this battle, Jiang Ting not only captured 6 small cities, but also seized troops and resources. This victory firmly established his foothold and made him a powerful force in the game. Li Bai quickly reported the results of the battle. My lord, in this battle, our army lost 3,672 soldiers, killed over 20,600 enemies, captured 34,164 prisoners, and acquired a number of military equipment. Jiang Ting smiled, very satisfied. Excellent. The entire army is united. Tonight, we will slaughter pigs and sheep to reward the troops. My lord, in order to avoid complications, let the soldiers occupy the 6 cities first and then reward them. Li Bai suggested gently. Jiang Ting pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Well, sir, what you said is absolutely right. Then I'll trouble Yunchang to make another trip. Jiang Ting touched his nose. He was a little bit proud of winning a great victory. This is actually the normal reaction of ordinary people. How can anyone adapt so quickly? Chapter 12, Integrating Territory. The 60,000 Allied troops were killed or surrendered, and only a few old, weak, and disabled soldiers were left to guard the city gate. How could they resist Guan Yu's army? However, within just a few hours, Jiang Ting heard several system prompts. Ding! Congratulations to your General Guan Yu for successfully controlling the NPC Lin Hai's meeting hall. You've obtained 15,466 low-level slaves, 261 star soldiers, 186 2-star soldiers, 59 high-level talents, and 18 super talents. You've also obtained 196,598 grain, 178,980 wood, and 168,745 stone. You've also obtained 18,560 gold, 80 silver, and 77 bronze coins. Please select your invasion mode, occupy or destroy. Ding! Congratulations to your General Guan Yu for successfully controlling the NPC Wang Cheng's meeting room. Ding! Congratulations to your General Guan Yu for successfully controlling the NPC Kong Yin's meeting room. After choosing to occupy them all, the total population of Jiang Ting's 9 territories has officially exceeded 100,000. The various resources also exceed 1 million. It can be said that he is now definitely the #1 player. Ding! World announcement. Jiang Tianxing, a player from the Huaxiao region, is good at fighting and becomes the first player in the entire server to break through the small city-level NPC forces. He receives system rewards, a random 5-star recruitment order. Obtained qualification breakthrough, pill ×1. Obtained reputation points ×30, 000. ×3. The long-awaited world announcement sounded again, and the originally quiet forum was once again stirred up by huge waves. Those of you who criticized Jiangshan last time, come out and fulfill your promises. Those who should eat shit live should do so live. And those who should wash their hair upside down should wash their hair upside down. Is this guy really cheating? I was almost brought to tears by a small town-level NPC force. How could he possibly capture a small town so quickly? Brother upstairs, big-time data, supercomputers. A game created by governments of various countries, and you're talking to me about cheating? This is outrageous. I seriously doubt we're playing the same game as Master Jiang. Don't be jealous, don't be jealous. Isn't this normal? They have 5-star generals, I can do it too. Another divine general. Aren't you curious about what kind of monsters God Jiang has recruited? Xiang Yu is mine. Li Tsunxiao is mine too. I have a feeling I'll be able to subjugate them sooner or later. Haha. Brother, go to bed quickly. You can dream about anything. Jiao Chan is mine. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao are mine too. I have a feeling that sooner or later I'll be able to make them bear my children. Friends, line up and come one by one. You scumbags, wait till I summon Qin Shi Huang, and you'll all kneel down and call me daddy. Haha, I'll just call out Qin Shi Huang's father. How are you going to handle this, son? I'm Qin Shi Huang. I've seen your comments. Please be careful with your words, or I'll shut the door down for nothing. I am the dragon robe worn by Qin Shi Huang. I can testify. I am the sword on Qin Shi Huang's waist, and I can testify to this. Putting aside the forum, whose style has gone seriously astray, all the top forces have also taken action at this moment. Yijian Zongheng, as the only player in the entire server who openly has Jiang Ting as a friend, was directly bombarded with several rounds of messages by the lords of those top forces. In the end, Yijian Zongheng, unable to bear it any longer, had to release Jiang Ting's ID. For a time, the overwhelming number of friend requests forced Jiang Ting to directly turn off the friend request function. Of course, he knew very well the purpose of these people. They just wanted to know how he broke through the small town. Jiang Ting was not a good man, so he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to them. Sir, the north side is close to the official road, which is the gateway to our territory. The 6 cities are crisscrossed and not very far apart. I have an idea. Do you think it can be implemented? Jiangcheng, the city lord's mansion. At this time, Jiang Ting was looking at the map very seriously, thinking about how to integrate his current territory. My lord, do you intend to build a road through the 6 cities and merge them together? The one who understands me is the master. Jiang Ting pointed at the map, his eyes sparkling as he said, Sir, look. Nyoto Mountain is narrow, with cliffs on both sides. It's a natural barrier to the north. If I merge the 6 cities to create a super important city, and then open up a key pass on Nyoto Mountain, who can break through our territory from the north without a 1,000,000-strong army? My lord, you have a unique vision. I also have the same idea. However, if you want to merge those 6 cities, the cost of rebuilding the city walls will be quite high. Let's take it one step at a time. First, build the pass. Then we can slowly build the city walls and roads. There's no threat to us within 100 miles. As long as we hand over those captives to Yunchong, he'll be able to build a strong army for me in no time. During this time, we must fully integrate our territory. Before we march north, we must make sure our territory is as solid as an iron wall. My lord, besides the Broken Eyebrow River in the north, we also need to build docks and train navy after the territory is promoted to a county. Firstly, the river leads directly to the East China Sea, which has countless resources. Secondly, it is also to prevent the navy of hostile forces from suddenly moving west and invading our borders. The rolling mountains to the west are our most stable rear base. There are many rare and precious animals in the mountains, and treasures are everywhere. My lord, you should start preparing to explore. The south is desolate and should lead to the depths of the desert. Therefore, Chowqing needs to be developed as a priority to prevent attacks from foreign tribes outside the Great Wall. When it comes to territory building, professionals like Li Bai are obviously much better than Jiang Ting, and they consider every aspect very carefully. Okay, let's follow the master's plan. Jiang Ting naturally had no objection. He slammed the table and made the decision without hesitation. Integrating territories is easier said than done, but it takes a lot of time and energy. Li Bai is so busy that he keeps his feet on the ground. Guan Yu stays in the barracks and trains his soldiers in a hurry. Jiang Ting, on the other hand, has nothing to do. After logging in every day, he has only one thing to do, which is to take his soldiers into the mountains for adventure. His life is not very leisurely. So you are Jiang Tianqing. About 10 days later, Li Qingchan finally arrived in Jiangqing, exhausted. Jiang Ting was afraid that she would have an accident on the road or encounter bandits, so he gave her a large sum of gold and asked her to follow the big caravans along the way. But this girl was not in a hurry and just came here now, as if she was on a tour. Hey, isn't that awesome? Jiang Ting smiled proudly, and the two of them walked hand in hand in the city, enjoying this rare tranquility. Awesome. You're a big celebrity now. Number one on the power rankings, number one player, China's God Jiang. You're so awesome. Haha. You must have unlocked quite a few maps along the way, right? Map? Damn. I disbanded my territory just to come find you, and switched to a lifestyle player. I don't even have the Lord's exclusive 3D map anymore. Oh my god, that's such a shame. I was hoping I could get to know more about the outside forces in advance. Jiang Ting felt quite regretful, but he didn't care too much. His scouts were exploring every day, and over time, they would naturally be able to unlock more maps. I forgot. Li Qingchan grumbled a little aggrievedly, but when she saw Jiang Ting's helpless yet doting look, she immediately smiled again. How come you're so awesome? I've worked so hard for so long to upgrade my territory to a village. Sigh, when I think about this, I feel so sorry for my dozen or so subjects. They were all so obedient, but now that I've disbanded the territory, they're left to wander around. Okay, you should just be content to be the city lord's wife. Being a lord really doesn't suit you. Jiang Ting rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, this girl is so kind. If she were to become a lord, she would cry for a long time just because 2 slaves died. Hey, why can't I be the lord? I treat them very well. Unlike you, you lead people to fight and kill all day long. A lot of people will die in a war. Li Qingchan said rather unconvinced. Okay, you're right. Let's go. Let's take a walk around and let you get familiar with our territory. Oh, by the way, let me take you to meet 2 people first. The two walked into the city lord's mansion. Jiang Ting pointed at the figure on the desk who was constantly reviewing various memorials and said with a faint smile, how about guessing who he is? Wow, is he the 5-star general you recruited? He's so cool. When Li Qingchan saw that figure, her eyes were immediately attracted to it. Well, Jiang Ting suddenly felt that he brought Li Qingchan to see Li Bai purely out of boredom. My lord has returned. This is the mistress, right? Seeing the two of them, Li Bai quickly put down what he was doing, walked straight over and bowed. That's right. If I'm not around in the future and there's something I can't decide, I'll let her decide. Yes, this subordinate, Li Bai, greets the mistress. After confirming the answer, Li Bai quickly bowed to Li Qingchan. After all, Li Qingchan's loyalty was full. In Li Bai's opinion, as long as Li Qingchan did not fall out of favor, she would be his second lord in the future. Wow, are you Li Bai? Li Qingchan's eyes were almost full of stars. Jiang Ting looked at this scene with a gloomy face, feeling helpless. There is no way. The name Li Bai is absolutely lethal to young girls. It is absolutely terrifying. 100% chance of triggering the nympho effect, which cannot be dispelled. Oh my god, I actually met the real person. I've read many of your poems. Kill 1 person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows the dew on the threshold, and the flowers are gorgeous. Stop. Sir, you're busy now, so we'll be leaving now. Jiang Ting couldn't bear it any longer, so he pulled Li Qingchan and walked out the door. Hey, I can recite a lot more later. If you really can't help me, you can just let me take a photo first. This is in the game. Big sister, it doesn't fit. Let's go. Li Bai watched the 2 men leave in bewilderment, then shook his head with amusement. Kill 1 person every 10 steps. Leave no trace in 1,000 miles. This poem is indeed well written, but it's a bit too murderous. From the mistress's tone, I wrote all these poems? When did I write them? Why don't I have any recollection of them? Li Bai, who was somewhat skeptical about life, muttered to himself for a few words, but in the end he still couldn't figure it out, so he had to go back to his desk and continue working. Chapter 13, The Arrival of the Counselor. After walking around with Li Qingchan, the two of them walked hand in hand to the door of the tavern. So Guangong really does have a red face. He just looks a little fierce. I'm afraid if I say something wrong, he'll just say you deserve to die. What then? With that long machete, aren't you afraid at all? Li Qingchan's thought process is always different from that of ordinary people. Jiang Ting has given up on treatment, so just let her go. Let's not talk about Yun Chang's machete for now. Didn't you insist that I wait for you to come back so we could recruit generals together? Let's go and see who we can recruit this time. Jiang Ting took out the random recruitment order that was awarded after he conquered the small town and chose to use it directly. Ding! Random recruitment order has been used successfully. The tavern has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following a flash of dazzling golden light, a middle-aged scholar in a black scholar's robe and a neatly tied black hair, with only a few scattered white hairs on his forehead, walked out of the tavern calmly with his hands folded. Jiang Ting, you seem to have hired a civil servant. However, this person doesn't look like a good person to me. Li Qingchan's light words made Jiang Ting and the scholar twitch their lips slightly at the same time, and then they chose to ignore it tacitly. Name, Jiasu Ziwenha. Occupation, historical strategist. When making plans, the chance of being seen through is reduced by 50%, and the execution efficiency of subordinates is increased by 50%. Qualification, 5-star. Loyalty, 100. Talent, poisonous scholar. Jiasu is quick-witted and ruthless. When he makes a plan, if it works, he has a 50% chance of killing the enemy. If it fails, he has a 50% chance of saving himself. Basic attributes. Force, 55. Intelligence, 98. Leadership, 80. Interior affairs, 90. Special attributes, strategist exclusive. Military discipline, improving soldiers' execution efficiency 20%. Military strategy, improve generals' execution efficiency 25%. Military governance, improving soldiers' morale 20%. Insight, reduces the negative effects of subordinate soldiers 25%. Bright strategy, enhance the benefit of subordinate soldiers 25%. Basic skills, advanced military strategy, increases strategic planning by 5%. Advanced strategy, increases insight by 5% when making plans. Special skills, poisonous plot 5-star. When Jiasu is plotting, he will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. The success rate of his plan increases by 50%. If his plan fails, his skill self-preservation is automatically triggered. 5-star skill for self-preservation, passive skill. When Jiasu's plan fails, military discipline, strategy, and insight are increased by 1% each second, up to a maximum of 120%. If in danger, intelligence is temporarily increased by 10 points. 3 armies chaos. God. Jiasu's ultimate skill, automatically unlocked when the general breaks through the 6-star title of God. Basic equipment, none. Exclusive equipment. Tai sword unlocked. Bipolar Tai crown unlocked. Bipolar Tai shirt unlocked. Bipolar Tai boots unlocked. Shadow horse unlocked. Comprehensive combat effectiveness rating 1350. Comprehensive dominance rating 1880 to 7480. I am Jiasu, your humble servant, and I pay my respects to you, my lord. It was not until Jiang Ting had read Jiasu's detailed attributes that the fellow bowed calmly. Your mistress really didn't wrong you. You're really not a good person. Jiang Ting smiled with a sigh. This subordinate pays homage to the mistress. The mistress has taught me the lesson. Hearing Jiang Ting's words, Jiasu turned around and bowed to Li Qingchan again. His respectful look was almost like he was prostrating himself. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ting was speechless. It is said that people are smart. Even if their loyalty is full, their cowardly character has not changed at all. Who caused chaos in the world with just one word? No wonder you look so sinister and cunning. Li Qingchan curled her lips slightly, obviously not very happy with Jiang Ting recruiting Jiasu. My mistress is right. How about I wear a mask when I return home? All right, I'm just kidding. Just assist your master. I'm just a mascot. Don't pay attention to what I say. Li Qingchan waved her hand and said with self-awareness, Yes, I will share your worries. I will die for you. Jiasu's face remained calm, his heart not beating fast. He just kept saying nice things. Jiang Ting couldn't help rolling his eyes. Come on, you're not going to refuse even if there's a chance of death? I really believed your nonsense. My lord, you have a keen eye. I cannot hide my little thoughts from you. Well, I am indeed afraid of death. Life is precious. It would be best if I could survive. Jiasu smiled and spoke frankly. Okay, let's talk as we walk. Does Wenha have any good ideas for expanding our territory? Jiang Ting suddenly remembered that when he watched TV dramas in the past, the lords would usually test their counselors, so he started to learn from them. Do you have a map? Yes. System, open the 3D map. Wenha, take a look. We have only unlocked the map for 100 miles at the moment. We still need to explore other places slowly. Less than 2 minutes later, Jiasu raised his head speechlessly. My lord, this area of 100 miles is completely under your control. What else do I have to plan? Yeah, that's true. Before the expansion, it seems we won't need you for anything. So, during this time, Wenha will help Li Bai first. Jiang Ting smiled brightly. He had been wondering whether Jiasu would give him a famous saying like, divide the world into 3 parts, like that old demon Zhuge Liang did. But who knew he would just say such a thing? Jia Wenha, do you know that your ruthlessness has destroyed my gentleness? I even thought of the lines for cheering in advance. After recruiting Jiasu, Jiang Ting returned to his leisurely days where he could only go to the mountains to beg for food every day when he went online. There are indeed many precious medicinal herbs and many birds and beasts in the mountains. After hunting them, one can earn a small fortune. Although it is a bit boring, Jiang Ting still enjoys it. About a month passed like this, and a sudden world announcement completely broke Jiang Ting's plain and boring life. Ding! World announcement. Since over 80% of players on all servers have reached the town level, the system will be shut down for updates after 10 p.m. tonight for 6 hours. At that time, the system will be forced offline. Please be advised. The update notice is as follows. 1. The Reputation Mall will be opened in the market soon, where rare treasures, special troops, and exclusive artifacts are all available. 2. The Epic Battlefield is officially open, recreating classic battles with generous rewards, so stay tuned. 3. The Huaxia area will officially launch a large-scale epic plot, the Chuhan Contention. Players will be randomly assigned to camps after going online and forced to enter the land of reincarnation to participate in it. There will be massive rewards, and you will get them all. 3 consecutive world announcements instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all players. Awesome! I finally have a dungeon to clear. Clearing the epic battlefield means I'll have a chance to recruit a divine general. Even a simple recruitment order costs a full 100 gold coins. Do you know how hard I've waited for this day? TSK. After the next version, 5-star generals will no longer be exclusive to God Jiang. This epic plot is incredible. If we were assigned to the Chu camp, would it be possible to recruit Xiang Yu? Chu will undoubtedly lose, right? If we get assigned to Chu, won't that mean we're doomed? I agree. Xiang Yu is a piece of shit. Do you look down on me, the great Zhang Liang? Or do you look down on me, the great Han Xian? Draw your sword. Zhang Liang is mine. Han Xian is mine too. Haha, look at how accomplished you are. I single-handedly killed Xiang Yu and snatched Yu Ji away. I envy you bastards to death. Is there anyone working in the psychiatric department? Please carry the upstairs away. Thank you. The various comments on the forum are rolling at an extremely terrifying speed. Fortunately, the terminal of this server is a supercomputer. If it were an ordinary game, I am afraid I don't know how many times it would crash. After receiving the news about the system update, Jiang Ting chose to log off directly and go to live his own world with Li Qingchan. In the warmly decorated room, Li Qingchan was busy cooking, while Jiang Ting was cleaning the room with a broom. The meal is ready. Let's eat. It was a rare opportunity that he didn't have to stay in the game for the whole day, so Li Qingchan happily prepared a large table of delicious food, and Jiang Ting naturally ate it voraciously with a look of satisfaction on his face. It's rare to be happy. How about we have a drink? Okay. Am I afraid of you? The two hit it off immediately, and after a few bottles of wine, they were both a little tipsy. So what are you staring at me for? As she drank, Li Qingchan finally realized that something was wrong, because she didn't know when Jiang Ting had sat next to her, with his head tilted and motionless. Looking at his aggressive eyes, Li Qingchan was completely scared. Don't mess around. I haven't even gotten married yet, you see, aunt. As the saying goes, alcohol makes a coward bold. At this moment, Jiang Ting no longer cared about so much. He started to move his hands up and down, taking advantage of the alcohol to plunder. I know. No wonder you said you wanted a drink. It turns out you had this idea from the beginning. After a passionate kiss, Li Qingchan punched Jiang Ting's chest and said breathlessly, "You know, too late." Jiang Ting smiled cunningly, and then, amid Li Qingchan's exclamation, he carried her into the room. The stars are twinkling and the lights are dim. In the bedroom, Jiang Ting lit a cigarette contentedly, while Li Qingchan covered her head tightly with the quilt and refused to show her face. We're an old married couple. Why are you so shy? Jiang Ting curled his lips slightly and said helplessly, Who's calling you an old married couple? We've clearly been together for less than a month, right? Li Qingchan's angry voice came from under the quilt. Come on, we've known each other for so many years, and I've watched you grow from an A to a king bomb. Oh, you stinky Jiang Ting, could you please stop being so filthy? Okay, the lights are off. I can't see you, so I won't feel bored. Put out the cigarette. Go to sleep. Finally, Li Qingchan pulled back the quilt and took a deep breath. A hint of shyness still hung on her rosy face. She glanced at Jiang Ting next to her and said unhappily, Okay. Knowing that the girl was shy, Jiang Ting had no choice but to put out the cigarette and quietly got into bed. Hey, where are you touching? Can you please stop messing around? I'm very sleepy. Okay, I'll turn over and sleep. Hey, aren't you sleepy? What's the matter with you pressing your whole body on me? I'm happy to. I can sleep well this way. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? No. Go to sleep. Amidst the noise and bustle, everything gradually returned to peace. Chapter 14. The Chuhan Contention. At noon the next day, Jiang Ting came back online. But this time, he was unable to enter his city lord's mansion directly, but came to a huge light gate with an ancient shape. Ding! The epic storyline Chuhan Contention is here. Your territory has been randomly assigned to the Chu faction. Death during the storyline will directly result in the quest reward being claimed, with no penalty incurred. Lord, please show your prowess. The system's prompt sounded at the right time, and above the huge light gate, large characters written in a flamboyant style gradually emerged. Live as a hero. Even in death, he is still a ghost hero. I still think of Xiangyu, refusing to cross the Yangtze River. Immediately afterwards, the font turned into golden light all over the sky, completely engulfing Jiang Ting's figure. For the players assigned to the Western Han camp, the defeng written by Liu Bang is written on their light gates. The wind rises and the clouds fly, returning home with great power throughout the country. How can I find brave men to guard the four directions? The others are basically the same as what Jiang Ting encountered. My lord, when Jiang Ting opened his eyes again, he found himself in a military tent, with Li Bai, Guan Yu, and others beside him. All the generals and soldiers in his territory have been replicated 100% by the system in this military camp. What's the situation now? Jiang Ting came online a little late, and many players had already entered the game on time after the update in the early morning. My lord, Liu Bang broke his promise and personally led his army to pursue the Overlord. The Overlord is furious and orders a decisive battle against Liu Bang at Gaixia today. The Battle of Gaixia? Holy crap! What the hell is this guy supposed to do? The commander is the military genius Han Xian. I surrender. Jiang Ting couldn't help but swear. It wasn't just him. In today's forum, any player assigned to the Chu camp was definitely more verbose than the other. What the hell? 100,000 against 500,000? Or are we fighting Zhang Liang and Han Xian? Be optimistic, brother. We still having Bu and Pengyu, and Zhoubo's reinforcements will arrive in a few days. Holy crap, the class representative is here. By the way, do you look down on me, the great Xiangyu? What's wrong with giving it to Xiangyu? What's wrong? You've already been with the Overlord of Western Chu, and you're still not satisfied? Oh, by the way, can I become a spy for Liu Bang? I'm sorry, brother, I can't keep my knife. Let's carry it upstairs. Don't panic, brothers. I have good news for you. I saw God Jiang on the list of factions in the 98th War Zone. Holy shit. I'm also in War Zone 98. What this guy said is true. And Xinyu is also here with us. Let's go. Brothers from District 98, hurry up and block the coalition camp. I must see Master Jiang today. At this moment, Jiang Ting was still in the military tent, discussing with Jia Su how to kill the enemy and maximize the benefits, completely unaware that the players in the Chu camp were already looking for him everywhere. The most terrifying thing about large-scale epic plots is that there are so many player forces. Everyone is participating in the war, and how many players are there in the Huaxia region? A full 300 million. With Gaixia as the center, almost the entire Huaxia area has become a battlefield, and the number of war zones alone has reached 999. There are hundreds of thousands of players in each war zone. My lord, many lords have suddenly arrived outside the military tent, blocking the door and clamoring to see you. What should we do? Chu Zhuang rushed into Jiang Ting's tent and said respectfully with a fist clasped, "Forget about these guys. Let's go out and take a look together." Jiang Ting was also a little speechless. He knew that he should be very famous now, but he still underestimated the players' gossip hearts. Holy crap, Boss Tianxing is out. Wow, is that Guan Yu next to him? Red face and green robe. Who else in history looks like Guan Yu? So strong. Who is that guy who is so handsome that he almost blinds me? I can't tell. Who's going to ask later? Amidst the murmurs of the lords, Jiang Ting strode to the front of the group and asked, "Brothers and sisters, what has roused such a large force?" Boss Tianxing, almost all the top lords in District 98 are here. We discussed this before we came here, and unanimously nominated you to be the leader of the coalition forces in District 98. We all believe that you can definitely lead us to defeat those gloating scumbags in the Western Han camp. That's right, let's form a team, Boss Tianxing. That Tianxing boss wouldn't want to go solo, right? Hey look, Goddess Chu Chu is here too. The players were so excited that they were talking to each other, and Jiang Ting couldn't get a word in for a while. Seeing the players suddenly look back, Jiang Ting also looked over subconsciously. A woman wearing tight clothes and a high ponytail, looking quite heroic, slowly walked over. Her eyes scanned the surroundings and finally fixed on Jiang Ting. Jiang Tianxing? Ah, I am. Sure, I'm Chu Yunqi. I've heard a lot about you. The woman clasped her fists in a serious manner, which gave people a casual and free-spirited feeling. Why did you all come to me? Jiang Ting really couldn't understand why these players came here to join in the fun instead of going back to discuss how to fight with their subordinates. Everyone wants to see what China's #1 player looks like. Chu Yunqi curled her lips slightly, then asked casually, "Are you about to be promoted to a county seat now?" That's about right. It was supposed to be these past 2 days, but who knew an epic storyline would suddenly start? Couldn't they wait a couple of days and let me get a 4-star unit before starting it? Speaking of this, Jiang Ting felt very uncomfortable. For more than a month, he had been racking his brains to make money every day. He was finally about to be promoted to a county town, but in the end he was still 2 days late. Otherwise, once his 4-star troops are released, coupled with heavy swords and cavalry, who among the players can compete with him? But when his words fell into the ears of other players, they didn't sound right. Look, is this human language? 3-star troops are still out of our reach, and this guy is actually waiting for him to come up with 4-star troops? What a pervert. Where did you get so much money to build the city wall? I also upgraded my small city. Not only can I not defeat the small city-level NPC forces, but I also recharged 30 million just to build the city wall. It's the same. I'm poor too. It's been over a month since I upgraded my small city, and my city walls have only just been repaired. Jiang Ting nodded in agreement, but he was thinking, what good is a mere 30 million? It can only be exchanged for 30,000 gold coins, not even enough for him to repair the city gate, let alone the city wall. After all, he owns 9 cities. Fortunately, the 6 cities in the north have their own city walls. I only need to build the city wall of the main city, Jiangcheng, to meet the promotion conditions. I don't have to spend money for the time being. Of course, if he wanted to merge the 6 cities in the north to build a super heavy city, then the 30,000 gold coins he had just thought of would not be enough for him to build the city gate. And that holy beast soul, not only is it unavailable in the market, but I even had people clear out all the wild monsters in the territory, and I still haven't seen a single one. That thing is indeed very rare, but if you hunt more high-level monsters, you will definitely find it. Okay, that's all I can do. Just add me as a friend. If you want to. Ding. Huaxia District Announcement. In December 202 BC, the overlord of Western Chu, Xiangyu, faced off against Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang. The Battle of Gaishao officially began. Now releasing story missions. 1. All players in the Huaxia region are requested to rush to Gaishao City as soon as possible. Those who enter the city will receive accumulated progress rewards and unlock the next part of the story mission. 2. Prevent players from the enemy camp from rushing to support Gaishao City. For each enemy eliminated, you will receive corresponding points and reputation rewards. The reward rules are as follows. Every time a player kills a 1-star enemy, he will get 10 points and 10 reputation. Every time a player eliminates a 2-star enemy, he will get 50 points and 50 reputation. Every time a player kills a 3-star enemy, he will get points times 100 and reputation times 100. Every time a player eliminates a 4-star enemy, he will get points times 500 and reputation times 500. Killing an NPC has a certain chance of dropping a 4-star special item. Every time a player kills a 5-star enemy, they will receive points x 1000 and reputation x 1000. Killing an NPC will give them a chance to drop a 5-star special item. X3. 3 consecutive system announcements suddenly rang in the ears of all players, interrupting the conversation between Jiang Ting and Chu Yunqi. The war has begun. Jiang Ting muttered to himself. Chu Yunqi, looking at him, spread her hands and said, with over 300 million lords, it would be incredibly difficult to break into Gaishao City. But if you're willing to lead, I wouldn't mind fighting alongside you. Yes, Boss Tianqing, you make the decision. Should we kill the enemy or rush to their aid? I'm fine with it. I'll do whatever the boss says. Only by following the boss can you get the meat. All right, everyone. Since you're so kind to me, I have no reason to refuse. The number of players is truly overwhelming. No matter how powerful one person is, it's difficult to achieve anything in this war. Jiang Ting weighed the pros and cons and felt that he might not be able to break into Gaishao City by himself. After all, there were 300 million players, and even if he just stood there and killed them, he would never be able to kill them all. Of course I want to enter Gaishao City. So, let me introduce it to you first. Su, who had been ignored by the players from the beginning, and smiled. Jia Su. Jia Wenhe, my military advisor. I think you've all heard of him, right? Holy crap. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He even revealed the poisonous scholar Jia Su. It's right to hang out with the big guys. They're so stable. You're truly worthy of being called God Jiang. a blessing to teammates and a nightmare to opponents. Everyone, let me be frank. Since you elected me as the leader, I have only one request. Obey your orders, including mine. Jiang Ting spoke again, looking at the lords with a calm smile, and said, you should all be aware of Jia Su's abilities. As long as everyone keeps quiet, then under his command, we still have a good chance of entering Gaisha City. What do you think? Don't say anything, Boss Tianxing. I'm just going to follow you in this plot. Whatever you say is what I'll do. Me too. With Jia Su's advice, those scumbags are going to be beaten by Boss Tianxing. Anyway, I have no objection. Then it's decided. Let's form teams and hand over the second-in-command of the troops to the boss. I'm fine. That's fine with me. The lords hit it off immediately and entered the team mode one after another, giving the second-command authority to Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting was not polite. After counting the number of allied forces, he handed over the command to Jia Su. An alliance army consisting of more than 300 lords and a total of 350,000 soldiers was born, and they marched towards Gaisha City in a mighty manner. Chapter 15 God, Killing Plan. An army of 350,000 made quite a commotion, so the players in the Western Han camp in District 98 naturally received the news very quickly. We just received intelligence that the player leading the Western Han camp is named Yu Sheng. You should have heard of him, right? He's the sole heir to the largest financial group in North China and ranks 16th on the power rankings. It's said that he spent 50 million in cash to win over 30% of the Western Han players in our zone. He even said that anyone who kills Jiang Tianxing will receive a $1 million cash reward from him. TSK, it's driven all those civilian players crazy. Almost every one of them is eyeing your head. So, your current situation seems to be very dangerous. In the military tent, Chu Yunxi crossed her long legs and spoke with a gloating air. East China Financial Group? Yu Sheng? I've never even heard of it. Why would they suddenly target me? Jiang Ting was puzzled. 1 million in cash for a complete stranger? What? Was he really too rich to do anything? For fame, what else could it be? Your fame now surpasses Long Cheng. That guy doesn't dare to provoke Long Cheng, but it's okay to test you. After all, in reality, apart from Long Cheng, there are not many people who can convince the first financial group in East China. Chu Yunxi closed her eyes and replied without thinking. So you want to use me as a stepping stone, okay? But I'm also the so-called #1 player after all. Isn't 1 million a little too little? Jiang Ting made a joke openly, but he remembered the name Yu Sheng in his heart. He was not a kind person. From childhood to adulthood, he would never suffer any loss and would always seek revenge. Perhaps it was precisely because of this uncompromising character that he had such an embarrassing life in reality. That guy has a lot of bad intentions. I think if you don't want to get into trouble, you'd better take him seriously. Thanks for the reminder. It seems you are well informed. Jiang Ting glanced at Chu Yunxi with a half-smile, and suddenly thought of this seemingly harmless girl, who is now ranked 4th on the Chinese power list. How could she be as simple as she seemed? That's right, I can't compare to you. I have to deal with those insidious and cunning guys every day. If I don't keep my eyes open, won't I be eaten alive by those bastards? Chu Yunxi's frank answer made Jiang Ting feel admiration for her. It turned out that being a top-rich second generation was not that easy. What's more, she's a woman. I'm not a big-brain person. I'll leave this to you. Su, who had been holding the map in his hand since they set out, and asked with a smile. Well, my lord, I've been thinking hard these past few days. If the commander of the Western Han camp is really the unparalleled commander you described, then we have almost no chance of winning this battle. Even you can't do anything? Jiang Ting was also a little surprised, and then said very firmly, since one has said there is no chance of winning, then our ultimate mission will definitely not be to defeat Liu Bang. I also think it's unrealistic. The players have been evenly distributed, and the major battle zones are now evenly matched. Even if some players break out of the same zone, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. Chu Yunxi paused, then pointed at the map and continued. The Huaxiao area is so large. After breaking out, we still have to break through the defenses of other war zones. Our war zone is a full 3,000 miles away from Gaisha City. Even if we go straight into the city, we have to pass through 6 war zones. Even though there are 350,000 coalition forces, let's not even talk about whether we can break through so many battle zones. Even if we manage to enter the city successfully, how many people will be left? It won't help the overall situation at all. City Lord Chu is truly insightful. My lord, what City Lord Chu said is absolutely correct. We cannot win this battle, but if we break out, we still have some chance. Jia Su glanced at Chu Yunxi with eyes full of admiration, then looked at Jiang Ting and bowed respectfully. Break out. I got it. Oh my god. I see. Jiang Ting and Chu Yunqi stood up almost at the same time, both of them looking as if they had suddenly understood something. It shouldn't be wrong. After all, the plot of the war is based on historical records. It's us who have fallen into a misconception. Chu Yunqi sat down again, swinging her long legs and speaking boredly. Since we're basically certain that the final mission is to break through, can we prepare in advance? Jiang Ting asked thoughtfully. We don't even know if we can break into the city. How can we prepare? Chu Yunqi rolled her eyes and poured cold water on Jiang Ting without any hesitation. Well, that's true. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. Chu Zhuang, go notify the city lords to come over for a meeting. The most urgent thing is to resolve the current trouble first. Jiang Ting's eyes were deep. 1 million for his own head. That was quite a big deal. Was he going to face off against these guys who were born to be the protagonists? Western Han Camp, the 98th War Zone Allied Forces Headquarters. Brothers, we are currently in Jingzhou. Jingzhou has a difficult terrain, and the most suitable tactics are guerrilla warfare. Jiang Cheng and Xin Yu have already joined forces. You should all be familiar with these two, right? One is currently ranked first on the power rankings, and the other is ranked fourth. According to our informants, they have gathered nearly 350,000 troops. Both the Divine Realm and Dragon City belong to our Western Han Camp. These two individuals are the biggest variables in this plot mission. At the top, a fat guy with a round figure and a kind smile on his face was talking loudly. If Jiang Ting was present, it would be hard for him to imagine that this person was Yu Sheng, who spent 1 million to buy his head. I might as well tell you that both Dragon City and Divine Realm have contacted me. We've reached a secret agreement. Any player who could threaten our victory must not be allowed to stay. At this point, the fat boy Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes with an inexplicable look, muttering to himself, "Number 1 player? What a coincidence. I like people who sound so awesome. Brother Yu Sheng, just tell me, what should we do?" It's simple. 10,000 people form a team and fight guerrilla warfare against them. I want them to be in a state of high tension all the time, day and night. Isn't Jiang Tianxing known as the god of China? Then let's call this operation the God-slaying plan. The little fat man looked at the map with a smile and said calmly, I understand, Brother Yu Sheng. I'll go down and organize some people right away. I'll make sure Jiang Tianxing can't leave our battle zone. The Chu State and the Han State have officially started the decisive battle in Gaixia City, and players from the two different camps also started fighting each other on this day. In 999 battle zones, shouts of killing echoed one after another, shaking the earth. The entire ancient China has become a slaughterhouse. The mountains and rivers were stained with blood, and even the clouds hanging high in the sky were emitting a terrifying blood-red color. Chapter 16. Taking advantage of the situation. Jingzhou, Qianzhong County. Qianzhong County is actually Wuling County, but Wuling was changed after Liu Bang became emperor. It is still called Qianzhong today. Jiang Ting's 350,000-strong coalition army was stationed at the border junction between Qianzhong and Changsha. In the past 2 days, the Western Han coalition army headed by Yu Sheng has almost brought guerrilla tactics to the extreme. They form a team of 10,000 people and launch sneak attacks from all directions, almost day and night. They fight and run away without any delay. Jiang Ting had to admit from the bottom of his heart that this tactic that had been tested countless times was indeed extremely powerful. If used well, even if it couldn't kill you, it would at least make you sick to death. Anyway, if he were to take command, the coalition forces would definitely be exhausted physically and mentally. Fortunately, he has Jia Su, who is considered by many players to be the #1 military advisor of the Three Kingdoms. Jia Su's response was also very simple. He directly arranged the coalition forces into a square formation with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The outer layer soldiers were responsible for surveillance. Once the enemy attacked, the middle layer soldiers would rush over to support, while the people in the inner layer would do what they should do and would not be affected too much. And every few hours, the outer layer will replace the middle layer, and the middle layer will replace the inner layer, taking turns to rest. If the number of enemies is too large and the outer and middle layers cannot defeat them, the people in the inner layers can send a signal so that they can provide timely support. This response method effectively reduces casualties and the soldiers will not be dragged down. The only drawback is that the speed of travel will become very slow. So now, after 2 full days, they have only just reached the outskirts of the 98th War Zone. Fortunately, there is no time limit for the story mission, so Jiang Ting is not too anxious. Jiang Tianxing, don't you notice something is wrong? In the military tent, Chu Yunqi's bright eyes were staring at the map without blinking, and she spoke with a slightly frown. It seems that City Lord Chu has also noticed that the situation has changed. Jia Su chuckled. seemingly not surprised by Chu Yunqi's reaction. Instead, he nodded in appreciation. He really felt that this city lord Chu was quick-witted. If she was given enough time and opportunities to grow, she would definitely become an outstanding military genius. What's wrong? Jiang Ting, who was busy practicing command of a large army, popped his head out from among the piles of memorials and asked in confusion. To be honest, when he heard Han Xian's words, the more the better, when recruiting soldiers, he didn't feel much except that it was awesome. It was not until today that he truly understood how much value this sentence had. In the past 2 days, in order to adapt to the large-scale battle, Jiang Ting volunteered to serve as Jia Su's deputy, organizing troops, spying on the enemy, judging the battle situation, supervising actions, etc. At the beginning, he could still cope with it, but as various kinds of information came in one after another, his mind gradually became a mess. Even though Jia Su planned everything in an orderly manner, he was only responsible for sorting and executing it, but he was still in a state of buzzing for a long time. With an army of 350,000, if one person is in charge and can keep it from stagnating and causing chaos, he is considered a talented general, not to mention someone who can use the army so precisely like Jia Su. Wow, it seems like being an assistant isn't easy. Chu Yunqi also noticed Jiang Ting's embarrassing look and couldn't help but smile. Wait for me to think about it. Jiang Ting held his forehead, too lazy to argue with Chu Yunqi. After a while, he finally raised his head and said as if he had suddenly realized something. I understand. Their guerrilla tactics have effectively slowed down our march, but that's all they are. They can't deal a significant blow to us. If they keep going like this, we'll be able to break through the 98th war zone and enter the Changsha border by this afternoon. They've gone to so much trouble, there's no reason for them to let us go. But now we've reached the border, and their main force hasn't shown up yet. Besides, their tactics of wearing out the enemy are clearly somewhat effective. They'd rather waste this golden opportunity than launch an attack. This only proves there must be some conspiracy behind this. Am I right? Huh? Sure. Mr. Wenha, it seems your master hasn't read enough of this memorial. Chu Yunqi smiled sweetly, but a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. To be honest, after spending these 2 days together, she found that she really couldn't see through Jiang Ting. Most of the time, this guy was just like an ordinary person, and he would even ask some pretty idiotic questions occasionally, but at critical moments, he could always see through the essence of things. She thought to herself that she had seen countless people, but it was rare to find someone as ambiguous as Jiang Ting. My lord is wise. I believe there are only 2 reasons why they are hesitant to act. The first is that they have no intention of stopping us from breaking out. The second is that they are absolutely certain that they will completely defeat us at some point, so they are not in a hurry. Jia Su clasped his hands in his arms and spoke with confidence. If the first one is impossible, then what about the second one? With just the players from the 98th war zone, we are determined to break through. They can't stop us at all. So, Mr. Wenha, do you mean they have reinforcements? Chu Yunqi narrowed her beautiful eyes and instantly thought of the key point. It must be. And their reinforcements must be in Changsha. With such a pincer attack, it is possible that we will all be killed here. At this point, Chu Yunqi suddenly thought of something. A hint of bewilderment crossed her gaze as she looked at Jia Su. Mr. Wenha had already thought of this, but they still followed their plan and stationed the army on the border between the 2 counties. They were planning to capture all the reinforcements from Changsha in one fell swoop. It's not a brilliant plan. Didn't City Lord Chu see through it at a glance? Jia Su smiled faintly and replied very humbly. I can think of this because the gentleman didn't hide it from me. It seems that this time, they are destined to suffer a great loss. Take advantage of their own strategy? You're such a good guy, Jiao Wenha. You were actually already planning this when you were setting up the square formation. Jiang Ting also laughed, his eyes filled with amazement. You divided the player forces that you couldn't fully trust into the middle and outer layers to avoid their spies on our side, and kept Chu Yunqi and my troops in the core. It's obvious that you were waiting for this day, right? However, since Yu Sheng is so confident, it means they must have a lot of reinforcements. What evil are you planning? The Lord will know immediately. General Guan, you are a peerless warrior, but for the past 2 days, I have asked you to be in charge of the entire army's food and fodder escort. I am sorry to have wronged you, but this matter of food and fodder is of great importance, and I am really worried about the others. General, don't worry. This time, I will definitely give you the first credit. Military advisor, there's no need to be polite. Since the Lord has asked you to take command, even if it means facing mountains of swords and seas of fire, Guan will not refuse. It's just escorting some food and grass, a trivial matter, so please don't mention it again. Guan Yu stroked his long beard and said proudly. General Guan is truly a man of unparalleled loyalty and righteousness. Jia Su chuckled and bowed, then looked outside the tent and sighed. What beautiful weather. Staying in this barracks every day is really a bit suffocating. My lord, why don't we go out and bask in the sunshine together? Hearing this, Jiang Ting and Chu Yunxi looked at each other, both feeling a little helpless. They had been under Jia Su's nose from the very beginning. But even so, they racked their brains but couldn't figure out what Jia Su's winning strategy was, and when he had arranged it. Chapter 17. Attack from both sides. Jiang Ting breaks through. As dusk approached, the players of the Western Han camp, led by Yu Sheng, with a total of 600,000 soldiers and horses, finally took action and surrounded them in a semicircle from the rear. At the same time, a large number of enemies emerged at the border of Changsha State. The two armies attacked from the front and back, leaving no way for Jiang Ting to escape. Jiang Tianxing, God Jiang? I've truly heard of your great name for a long time. The fat guy Yu Sheng rode out and stood before the army. He said with a smile, 1,000,000 soldiers came for your head. Does that really give you, the number one player, enough respect? I didn't expect that people from the divine realm would also be here. My spies haven't received any news at all. It seems that Gai Shenshang has already wiped out all my spies. Chu Yunxi narrowed her eyes, and for the first time, a cold aura emanated from her whole body. It was obvious that the fact that Anshi had been uprooted made her really angry. Are you Yu Sheng? I thought you'd be a graceful, elegant young man, but you're actually a fat boy. Are you sure this million-strong army can keep me here? Jiang Ting smiled casually and rode forward, pointing his whip to the east. You and I are fighting to the death here. The human god realm and Dragon City are probably about to attack Gaisha City. I wonder what you will gain in the end by mobilizing such a large army. What does this have to do with you? After this battle, there will be no more gods in China. After that, Yu Sheng stopped talking and drew the sword from his waist. He shouted loudly, charge ahead. Destroy the enemy camp. Soldiers, follow me and kill. 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 7 or 8 NPC generals, with about 100,000 vanguards, took the lead in launching the attack. This guy is really rich. I remember that the cheapest ordinary recruitment order in the market costs 1,000 gold coins, right? Isn't it? But you have the nerve to say that about others? Don't you have several generals too? The worst of them are still high level. Don't talk nonsense. How can I have money? I'm very poor. These people were recruited when we captured the small town. Jiang Ting denied it 3 times before turning to look at Jia Su. There are 7 or 8 generals holding 3-meter-long swords, almost chopping me in the face, and you're still playing dumb with me? Lin Hai, Wang Cheng, Kong Yin, Zhao Feng, Meng Shan, listen to my orders. I will be here. I order you to lead 50,000 vanguard troops to fight the enemy's vanguard. Victory is not allowed. Jia Su finally raised his eyes and gave orders in a calm tone. Here. These generals were none other than the mayors of the 6 small cities. After being captured alive by Jiang Ting, they all chose to surrender. It wasn't because Jiang Ting was so charming, but because at the beginning, some of these people would rather die than surrender. It wasn't until Jia Su joined Jiang Cheng and took a stroll in the dungeon when he had nothing to do that they all became obedient. Now he even listens to Jia Su's words. Jiang Ting can't catch up with his ability to control people even if he flatters. System. Open Lin Hai's personal attributes. Byte. Name. Lin Hai, no name. Occupation. Senior General. When stationed in a military camp to train soldiers, the training effect is increased by 80%. Qualification. Samsung. Loyalty. 80. Talent. Spear Mastery. When learning spear skills, efficiency increases by 20%. Basic attributes. Force. 75. Intelligence. 70. Leadership. 65. Internal Affairs, 65. Special Attributes, exclusive to generals. Critical Damage, increased damage 15%. Agility, speed increase 15%. Armor Break, reduces defense 10%. Control, triggering negative effects 5%. Resilience, resistance to negative effects 10%. Basic Skills. Advanced Riding, when riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Advanced Gun Skills, when using guns, critical damage increases by 5%. Special Skills. Shooting 3 stars. Lin Hai swings his weapon quickly, increasing his agility by 20% and his critical damage by 20%, lasting 10 seconds. Skill CD. 60 seconds. Decisiveness 3 stars. Passive skill. Lin Hai is good at making decisions. When in trouble, all attributes are temporarily increased by 5%, which lasts until the crisis is resolved. Basic Equipment. Mithril Spear 2. increases critical damage by 5%. Mithril Helmet 2-star, control increased by 5%. Mithril Armor 2-star, toughness increased by 5%. Mithril Boots 2, agility increased by 5%. Exclusive equipment, not unlockable. Comprehensive combat effectiveness rating, 2750. Overall dominance rating, 1350. Not bad. Lin Hai is the strongest among these city lords, but he's still not qualified enough to stand alone. Jiang Ting shook his head, and after getting a general understanding of the attributes of several generals, he turned his attention back to the battlefield with a lack of interest. At this time, Lin Hai and others had already fought against Yu Sheng's vanguard army with soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. Due to Jia Su's instructions, they did not dare to use their full strength. As they were all high-level generals, they naturally fell into a disadvantage very quickly. When the time was almost right, they looked at each other and turned around and ran away tacitly. After all, they have experience and are very familiar with the script, so when they run it, they really feel at ease. Holy crap, are all the generals under Boss Tianqing so useless? Where's Guan Yu? Why don't you let Guan Yu go? I really don't understand this operation. That's right, you don't understand. One by one, maybe you forgot who was in charge. Fuck, now that you mention it, why do I feel like there's a trap? Where's the pit? I can't see it. If you can see it, can it still be called a trap? The Vanguard Army's defeat also caused controversial remarks from many players on Jiang Tingfang's side. There was chaos in the military camp. Lin Hai and the others have retreated. What should we do next? Jiang Ting was also helpless. These counselors were good in every way except that they loved to keep people in suspense. If Jiang Ting hadn't known that the person in front of him was Jia Su, he would never have dared to be so reckless. Losing a game to liven up the atmosphere before the war officially begins? I can't afford to play. I don't deserve it. What else can we do? Break through. Are we really waiting to be completely surrounded and wiped out? Jia Su stroked the short stubble on his chin and replied with a smile. Jiang Ting was furious. After waiting for so long, you tell me this? But then he thought, this guy must be up to no good. Otherwise he wouldn't have the calm demeanor of an old monk in meditation. So he could only shout loudly in agreement. The rest of my life, I, Jiang, will remember what I have been given today. The mountains remain unchanged, the water flows forever, and we will meet again in the future. All troops, listen up. Follow me to break through. After receiving this order, some of Jiang Tingfang's players became really anxious. What the hell? He's the #1 player. After all this is it? This is it. Huh. I waited so long for nothing. Okay, let's run for our lives. I thought he was so strong. He didn't ask you to join him. You're going to criticize him if you can't beat him? If you can do it, go ahead. That's right. This is a 1,000,000-strong army, not 1,000,000 carrots. How are we going to defeat them? Are we going to rely on your mouths? Stop arguing. It's your own choice. Win or lose, you have to accept it. Stand at attention when you get beaten. Run away with me now. Some people criticize without thinking, and naturally there are also rational people who come forward to defend. In short, although many people are dissatisfied, no one will act recklessly at this time. Want to run? Can you escape? The people in the divine realm are waiting for you to break through. Yu Sheng sneered, then raised his whip and shouted with great vigor. Charge! Brothers, these people are free points and reputation. Kill them all. Kill. 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 The players in the Western Han camp were also very motivated. Who wouldn't want to give the enemy a hard time? So, they all rubbed their hands and rushed forward one after another to kill. After all, in this situation, it is a sure win no matter how you look at it, and Jiang Ting's head is worth a full 1,000,000 in cash. Chapter 18, Backfire Battle. Throw away the food and supplies, maintain formation, and break through with light equipment. City lords, please control your soldiers and do not act recklessly. If the formation is disrupted, you will undoubtedly be defeated. Jia Su calmly issued one order after another, but unfortunately, the players had different thoughts and their morale was low. Reinforcements from Changsha State surrounded them again. The coalition forces fought for a long time, but the progress was still unsatisfactory. If this continues, it will be difficult to successfully break out. Su suspiciously, even though she was talented and intelligent, at this moment, she really couldn't think of how Jia Su could turn the tables. No, where's Li Bai? Although Jiang Ting was a little anxious, he soon discovered that Li Bai seemed to have not appeared in the past 2 days. The fish is hooked. Jia Su looked at Yu Sheng's 600,000-strong army, which rushed into their camp and killed people crazily, and finally showed a knowing smile. Ha! God Jiang, he was completely defeated by us. Those scumbags in the Chu camp actually have plenty of food and fodder. It's a pity this is just part of the plot. Otherwise, we would have been rich. Piles of points on these people's heads. Haha, don't fight with me. The 600,000-strong Western Han Coalition army easily occupied the camps of the Chu players. Each of them seemed to have taken stimulants, and those Chu player forces that fell behind the army were quickly chopped down by them. Were already going crazy with killing, continued to chase the large army of the Chu camp. However, just when they had just caught up with the tail of the large army and were ready to show their prowess, chaos suddenly broke out behind them. Suddenly, soldiers from the Chu camp appeared one after another from under the piles of grain and grass. Under the siege of hundreds of thousands of troops, they fearlessly lit the tinder that they had prepared in advance, and then threw them into the grain and grass. Ha! 800 Jiangxing soldiers can stop a million-strong army. Soldiers, you are all Jiangxing's most fearless warriors. The Lord will be proud of you. In the crowd, Li Bai stood on the grain cart with his hands behind his back, calmly dropped the fire starter in his hand, and then laughed out loud in the blazing fire. Jiangxing's sons and daughters, fight to the death. Jiangxing's sons and daughters, fight to the death. Jiangxing's sons and daughters, fight to the death. The 800 Jiangxing soldiers who were responsible for arson looked at the countless enemies on all sides and drew their swords. Fuck! Put out the fire. Put out the fire. How insidious. There's a lot of debris mixed in with the food, and the fire is unstoppable. Brother Yusheng, what should we do now? As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire, let alone millions of grains burning. Yusheng turned to look at his own soldiers howling in pain in the raging sea of fire. The contemptuous smile on his face froze instantly. Then he suddenly looked in the direction of the Chu coalition forces, trembling all over, and spit out a name through gritted teeth. Jiang Tian Xing. It's bad. Yusheng fell into Jiang Tianxing's trap. They can't stop this fire. Even the players in Changsha felt a chill in their hearts as they watched the raging fire grow increasingly fierce. 600,000 troops are about to be wiped out. Jiang Tianxing is so cruel. They haven't even managed to break out yet. It's clear they're going to fight us to the death. Jiang Tianxing, you are worthy of being called the #1 player. Compared to the shock of the Western Han players, Jiang Ting's side is actually not much better. What the hell? Why is there a fire out back there? Oh my god. With such a huge fire, I'm afraid those scum of the Western Han dynasty will really be burned to ashes. Be optimistic, brother. There won't be even a dreg left. That's awesome, brother. But don't you realize that this fire will soon spread to our side? Holy crap. Is God Jiang planning to perish together with those Sun Za of the Western Han dynasty? Just as everyone was shocked by the sudden fire, Jiang Ting also recovered. He looked at Jia Su and said with admiration, Good, good, good. You are worthy of being Jiao Wenha. Good tactics. Good plan. The strategist's first battle in this world was to burn a million-strong Western Han army. After this battle, Mr. Wenha's name will surely resound throughout China. Chu Yunqi's eyes were also complicated. They burned 600,000 pursuers with raging fire, and in the process, they cut off our retreat. No matter what we players are thinking, if we don't want to be burned to death by the raging fire, we have no choice but to fight to the death and break through. Han Xian's battle with his back to the water has been passed down through the ages. Mr. Wenha's is no less impressive. He fought with his back to the fire, leaving no room for maneuver, and risking his life to survive. There was only amazement in Chu Yunqi's eyes. He was indeed an unparalleled strategist. The battle situation, timing, people's hearts, everything was under his control. Brothers, our army of 600,000 men is about to be reduced to ashes. If we fight now, our retreat will be cut off. Although I, Jiang, am not a talented person, I know that a true man must die on the battlefield. Gentlemen, follow me in formation and kill the enemy. The situation reversed. Jiang Ting no longer hesitated, raised the halberd in his hand high, and shouted loudly. There's no other way. Either burn to death or fight to the death. Damn it, you're playing such a big game. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? I originally just wanted to be a bystander, but I didn't expect that monster Jia Su to be so cruel and brutal, not even sparing his own people. Everything has been arranged clearly for you. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here quickly, or you'll be buried with those unfortunate people from the Western Han dynasty. Kill, kill, kill. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The coalition forces went completely crazy. There was nothing they could do. Every second they stayed, there was a greater chance of being burned to death. So these people had no choice but to fight with all their might and fight to the death. The survival instinct unleashed by more than 300,000 soldiers who were forced into a desperate situation was absolutely terrifying. Even compared with the 400,000 reinforcements ahead, they have no advantage at all. But what do they have to be afraid of now? It's death anyway. Only by killing can you survive. If you don't let me fight my way out, I'll take you too with me even if I die. With this idea in mind, the 350,000 coalition troops, whose morale was originally low, seemed to transform into ferocious wolves in just a few breaths. The 400,000 Changsha reinforcements fought against them, but they were completely unable to resist. They were beaten back step by this group of madmen who had lost their minds. They suffered terribly. Come on, anyone brave enough to stop me? Weren't you all so arrogant just now? Why are you all acting like idiots now? Die! The shouts of killing and cursing continued and resounded through the sky. Jiang Ting, under the cover of Guan Yu, led the heavy sword cavalry and took the lead. This heavy cavalry was like a peerless sword, easily piercing a long gash in the enemy camp. Countless players and NPC soldiers followed closely behind, and finally, the Changsha national reinforcements, which had been barely resisting, completely collapsed. Fuck, I won't fight anymore. You're a bunch of animals. Alas, the situation is over. Let's get out of here. We can't afford to offend. Retreat. As the saying goes, a defeat is like a mountain collapsing. Players have no loyalty to speak of. If there is an advantage to be gained, then everyone is a brother who lives and dies together. When fighting, each one is more brutal than the other. But once we are in crisis, I'm sorry, are we very familiar with each other? Still want me to work for you? Hehe. This is the main reason why the 400,000-man army was defeated so quickly despite having an advantage in manpower. Chapter 19. The war ends. The first large-scale battle between players is coming to an end. The attention paid to this confrontation was second only to the Battle of Gaixia between Xiang Yu and Liu Bang. On the forum, countless players took the initiative to post and make the battle process public in detail. You are still God Jiang. The Master of Strategy's first battle in the world was to burn down 1,000,000 soldiers of the Western Han Dynasty. I really don't know where you Shang got the courage to confront Jia Su head-on. Look, your head is buzzing now, right? The greatest military strategist of the three kingdoms, no objection accepted. Planning for himself, others, and the entire world, Jia Su is the true strategist. Upstairs, your account has exploded. Guo Chui's army is coming. Upstairs, your account crashed. Zhuge's army is coming. One act of military prowess truly made him famous. Who can rival him in 1,000 years? Is Jia Su worthy of being the greatest military advisor of the three kingdoms? Do you think of that old demon Zhuge Liang as just a decoration? Ditto. I, the great sleeping dragon, haven't said anything yet. Who dares to claim to be the greatest military advisor of the three kingdoms? I'm so proud of myself. Zhuge Village Man is only good at domestic affairs. He can't even rank in the war, okay? You are so wise upstairs. You said the world should be divided into 3 parts. Did you borrow arrows from the straw boat? You set the fire that burned Xinya? Did you arrange the 8 formations? Did you capture Meng Hui 7 times? Did you make the Zhuge crossbow? Stay in formation. I only know that as long as Fulong is alive, Wulong will not come out. It's only because my great Guo Jia died early. Otherwise there wouldn't be any Zhuge Liang. You can brag all you want. There are so many Guo fans. Speaking of which, isn't this thread about Jia Su burning 1,000,000-man army? What does it have to do with Guo Jia or Zhuge Liang? Are you guys showing off here? Not to mention the endless stream of bizarre comments from players. Jia Su's popularity has indeed raised Jiang Ting's already ridiculously high popularity to a new level. From now on, his title of the #1 player will probably never be questioned again. Back to the battlefield. At this moment, the war has already ended. The earth is stained with blood, and the pungent smell of blood hits you in the face and lingers for a long time. Looking around, broken limbs can be seen everywhere, and there is no grass growing within 100 miles. All troops, set up camp and take inventory. Inside Changsha, Jiang Ting and Jia Su were busy resting the army. The victorious players from the Chu state gathered together. The thick, murderous aura on their bodies had not completely disappeared. They all looked tired, but there was laughter in their conversation. After all, this battle really made them gain face. They would be more confident when they went out to brag about it in the future, right? My lord, Mr. Taibai is outside seeking to see you. Outside the military tent, Chu Zhuang's report was heard. The gentleman has come out? Quick, let him in. Jiang Ting was stunned at first, then his face lit up with joy. He had forgotten that Li Bai was no weak scholar. His combat power could reach 90 points. much higher than that of ordinary generals. He definitely deserved the title of first class. As long as he is determined to leave, those players can't stop him. My lord, Li Bai has fulfilled his mission. The 600,000-man army has been completely annihilated. Of the 800 accompanying soldiers, only I escaped. Not long after, Li Bai, covered in blood and with disheveled hair, strode into the military tent and bowed deeply to Jiang Ting. Great. They are worthy of being the Jiangqing boys. They are all great. Jiang Ting also praised from the bottom of his heart, then lifted Li Bai up with both hands and said with a smile, "Sir, you should be credited with the first merit in this battle. Go down and have a good rest. It's just setting a fire. It's not a big achievement. The victory of this battle is all thanks to Wenhe's strategic planning. I am far inferior to him." Li Bai replied modestly, "You all have contributed, and I remember them all." Jiang Ting brushed the dust off Li Bai and turned to look at Jia Su. "Wenhe, I know you're scheming and unscrupulous, but next time, don't let me do something so dangerous. This is just like the plot. The gods will resurrect you. But if you encounter something like this again after you get out, you won't have any chance if something unexpected happens to you." Jiang Ting gave serious instructions. He was really afraid that Jia Su would scheme against all the important people under him. He believed that if necessary, Jia Su would definitely do it. That's why he said this, which can also be regarded as a wake-up call to Jia Su. "Well, I will keep it in mind." Jia Su bowed respectfully. Since Jiang Ting was considering his subordinates, he naturally had no reason to complain. "How have I done this to deserve such kindness from my lord?" Li Bai was also very moved and bowed again. "All right, sir, please go down and rest well. There are many things to do in the military camp, and we can't do without you in the future. I obey your orders." Li Bai did not refuse and retreated respectfully. "My lord, the battle situation has been summarized. In this battle, our 30,000-man army suffered a total of 6,321 casualties, while the Allied forces suffered over 68,000 casualties. We killed over 753,300 enemy troops and captured over 1.27 million tons of food and supplies." As soon as Li Bai left, Guan Yu rushed in and reported the result of the battle. What an amazing achievement. Jiang Ting was also quite excited. Jia Su burned down an army of 600,000 in one go. All this huge amount of reputation and points belonged to him alone. As a result, he currently tops the list with a terrifying score of 638,797 points, and the second place can't even catch up to a fraction of his score. The same is true for reputation, except there is no ranking. Not only did we successfully break through this battle, but the Western Han players in Changsha also suffered heavy losses. "Miss Yunxi, how about you go and gather those Chu players over?" Jiang Ting turned to look at Chu Yunxi and said with a smile, "With our current reputation, those players shouldn't refuse, right? Let's break through and recruit troops at the same time. I want to see if there are any other fools who dare to come here and die." "Okay, leave it to me." Chu Yunxi readily agreed to handle various matters between players. With Chu Yunxi's ability, she is probably far better than Jiang Ting. After all, Chu Yunxi is a goddess recognized by many players, and she is also the only female lord who has made it onto the power list. Her every word and action can cause a great response among the player community. This is her unique personal charm. Of course, Jiang Ting can also achieve this effect now, but he just doesn't want to have too much contact with the players from the bottom of his heart. It can also be said that he has never believed in players. This is a game of hegemony, where you fight to the death, and there are intrigues and deceptions. The players are ambitious and may stab you in the back at any time. He doesn't want to be on guard against the people around him all the time, because that would be too tiring. So he would rather give up the great advantage of recruiting players. After all, with his fame, as long as he spreads the word, it won't take long for him to create a top guild like Xinyu Divine Realm. This is the terrifying influence of being the #1 player. This is also the fundamental reason why people like Chu Yunxi care so much about him. Don't you see? Yu Sheng even spent tens of millions of cash in order to become famous by stepping on him. Jiang Ting could think of all these things, but he had his own ideas and plans. If possible, he didn't even want to be so high profile. He didn't care about those messy titles at all. But my strength doesn't allow it. His every move now was probably being secretly watched by countless pairs of eyes. There was no way around it. Once a person's strength reached a certain level, the result would be like this in the end. He had no choice but to be forced to accept it. Chapter 20. First meeting with Xiang Yu, Han Xian's plan. The battle in Xinzhong has brought Jiang Ting's reputation to its peak among the player community. Coupled with Chu Yunxi's appeal, the coalition forces, which originally had less than 300,000 troops, were now marching forward with great momentum. Every time they arrived at a war zone, countless responders followed. As for the players in the Western Han camp, when they saw Jiang Ting's troops, they basically hid and avoided whenever they could. Who would dare to stop them? As a result, the final result was that Jiang Ting broke through the remaining 4 war zones with almost no effort and came straight to the outside of Gaixia City. Even his coalition army grew larger and larger, and when they approached Gaixia City, they had reached a staggering number of 3 million. Today, Gaixia City is filled with a murderous atmosphere. The city walls have been dyed dark red by the blood of countless soldiers. Broken corpses can be seen everywhere outside the city, and even the air is filled with a disgusting stench of blood. It seems the battle was very brutal. Fortunately, we should have caught up. Jiang Ting looked at the soldiers standing upright on the city wall, then galloped forward and shouted, "The stranger Jiang Tianxing has brought an army of 3 million to aid the overlord. Please announce it." Not long after, a hanging basket that could accommodate 5 or 6 people was lowered onto the city wall. Jiang Ting was not polite and asked Guan Yu to lead the army to station 10 miles outside the city, and then he took Jia Su, Li Bai, and others into the city. Ding. System prompt. You have successfully entered Gaixia City. Story completion progress plus 30%, and a new mission has been unlocked. Besieged on all sides. Escort Xiang Yu out of the siege, and if Xiang Yu reaches Wujiang, the mission is completed. If Xiang Yu dies in battle, the mission fails. As soon as they entered the city, a system prompt sounded in the ears of Jiang Ting and Chu Yunxi at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. It turned out to be exactly as they had guessed. Following the leading soldier all the way to the city lord's mansion, Jiang Ting looked up and saw a 9-foot-tall, broad-shouldered and round-waisted man, who looked like a strong and powerful man. He was sitting on a high platform with a worried look on his face. The big man had black hair casually scattered behind him and a sharp look in his eyes, which truly and perfectly embodied the adjective of domineering. The stranger Jiang Tianxing, I have met the overlord. Jiang Ting clasped his hands together and greeted calmly. No need for courtesy, brave man. I received news not long ago that you burned Liu Bang's 1,000,000-strong army in Qinzhou. It was truly gratifying. Xiang Yu looked at Jiang Ting with admiration, then frowned again and sighed helplessly. However, Liu Bang's men have gathered many foreign forces, and they are frantically attacking the city every day. If it weren't for the foreign warriors who rushed in from all directions and fought desperately, I'm afraid this Gaixia City would be lost. Hearing this, Jiang Ting felt powerless. The players in the Western Han camp had too great an advantage. Although they had to repel Xiang Yu before entering the city, everyone knew that Xiang Yu's defeat was a matter of time, so they were not panicking at all. But the players in the Chu camp are not having it so easy. Not only is the first stage of the story mission difficult to complete, but even if they complete it, they still have to continue to fight hard to protect Xiang Yu. After all, once he dies, everything will be over. I wonder what Overlord's next plan is. Jiang Ting was helpless in the face of the current situation. If he was just resisting the players, he would have some confidence, but Liu Bang still had hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command. Moreover, their troops are much more powerful than those of today's players. In Liu Bang's eyes, Jiang Ting's heavy swords and cavalry are just younger brothers. After all, even Xiang Yu's overlord cavalry was beaten by Han Xian, so if he went up, he would probably die without knowing how. The world is so vast, and there is no place for me to stay. Where else can I go? I am tired. All of you should retreat. Xiang Yu waved his hand listlessly, then stood up and walked into the inner room. This? Jiang Ting looked at Chu Yunxi, and both of them had helpless expressions. Let's go? Gaixia is already an isolated city, and there's no way to recover. Chu Yunxi shook her head slightly, and then the two of them came to the city gate together. The sun was high in the sky at this time, but there was a strange and cold feeling in Gaixia City. Just when Jiang Ting was feeling overwhelmed with emotion, he vaguely heard bursts of shouts and screams. They've started attacking again. We have to get out of the city quickly and organize a counterattack. Jiang Ting instantly became alert and was about to turn around and leave the city. My lord, please stay. Su, who had been silent all this time, suddenly called out to Jiang Ting. What's wrong? Han Xian is truly an unrivaled commander. I was careless this time. My lord, please punish me. Jia Su bowed and said with a sigh. What does Wenhe mean by this? Jiang Ting was completely bewildered. How could the situation suddenly become so serious? Apologize directly? This didn't seem like Jia Su's cowardly style. If it's as I expected, General Guan is probably trapped in a situation where he's doomed to die. I was a little uneasy when I entered the city just now. It wasn't until now that I figured it all out. Gaixia City is simply not accessible. It's a place where death is inevitable. What Han Xian wants is to surround it and attack the reinforcements. Jia Su looked out of the city with a complicated expression. No wonder we had such a smooth journey. It's not that those players were afraid of us, but they let us in on purpose. I understand. What a great chain of tactics. At the cost of 1,000,000 soldiers, if they can destroy Jiang Tianxing, that would be great. If they fail in the end, they have already made plans. Chu Yunxi also realized, if Jiang Tianxing wins, his fame will reach its peak. He'll be surrounded by followers and unstoppable. It might seem innocent, but the person behind the plot has already anticipated this. They no longer try to stop us from entering the city, but instead hide in ambush, waiting for the moment when we are most relaxed, to launch a surprise attack and win in one fell swoop. Fuck. Is this Han Xian? He's quite the master. Even when he fell into his trap, without even realizing it. Jiang Ting felt a chill in his heart. 1,000,000 soldiers were going to die like that? Just to completely eliminate him, the biggest variable? When did you attract Han Xian's attention? Yes, someone from Longcheng or Divine Realm must have revealed something. Of course, they didn't look down on Jiang Ting. His use of 1,000,000 troops to destroy Jiang Ting was a conspiracy, and helping Jiang Ting become famous in one battle was also a conspiracy. After all, they are foreign forces. He doesn't care how many die. All he wants is to destroy the foreigners in one battle and make sure Xiang Yu has no chance of turning things around. Alas, I am convinced the situation is hopeless. Jiang Ting sighed to the sky. He estimated that the 3,000,000 troops outside the city would probably be slaughtered. Han Xian would definitely not leave him any chance. Maybe hundreds of thousands of Liu Bang's troops had also participated in this siege. The shouting and screaming became louder and louder. Everyone in the city felt sad, and the atmosphere was heavy. General, the enemy is everywhere, and there's no end in sight. The leading force is made up of tens of thousands of 5-star heavy cavalry. Our soldiers can't resist them at all. I'm afraid it won't be long before they reach us. Chu Zhuang, covered in blood, reported the battle situation to Guan Yu. It seems that Liu Bang took action personally. Has the Lord returned? Guan Yu lowered his eyes and asked calmly. The Lord has not left the city. He is watching us from the city wall right now. Good. Guan Yu, who was in a desperate situation, smiled. He stood up calmly, patted his green robe, and said calmly, "Give me my weapon." General, are you planning to break out? Chu Zhuang quickly took Guan Yu's sword and asked anxiously, "Who said someone is going to break out?" Guan Yu raised his head and looked towards Gaixia City, his eyes contemptuous as he said, "My lord, are you still watching from the city wall? That old thief Jia Su is his own mother. We promised to give him the first victory, but he stole all the limelight. Mr. Taibai also made a great contribution by setting fire to the enemy. If I go back in a panic now, won't my lord look down on me? But the enemy is coming with such force, we have no chance of winning. General, please don't act rashly. Let me cover your retreat and escort you away." Chu Zhuang became even more anxious. He was not afraid of death, but he valued Guan Yu's safety more than his own life. No more words. Gather the troops and prepare to meet the enemy. This, Chu Zhuang hesitated to speak, and finally could only clasp his fists in grief and indignation and say, "Yes." Not long after, 3,000 cavalrymen with heavy swords came upstream from the Central Army tent. Guan Yu took the lead. As he swung his sword, several enemy soldiers fell down, like cutting wheat. He was extremely fierce. Who was that man? The aliens are all fleeing, but this man is advancing instead of retreating. He is truly a fierce general. In Liu Bang's army, a general wearing silver armor and with a resolute face exclaimed, "I'm going to kill him." Beside this man, another 8-foot-tall, burly and majestic general in a white robe rode out on his horse, leading thousands of cavalrymen straight towards Guan Yu. "Ingbu is here. The thief will die." Seeing the white-robed general who called himself Ingbu rushing towards him, Guan Yu snorted coldly and actually went to meet him alone on horseback. What courage! Ingbu showed admiration in his eyes, but he thrust the spear in his hand straight into Guan Yu's chest without hesitation. "You, a piece of shit, dare to stop me?" Guan Yu glanced away with disdain. Clang! The broadsword and the spear collided violently, and Na Ingbu and his horse retreated several steps. What a strong thief! Ingbu's face instantly became solemn. After just their first fight, he already realized that he might not be this man's opponent. Ding! Guan Yu's talent, Martial Saint, has been activated. Ding! Guan Yu's skill going to a meeting alone has been triggered. Jiang Ting suddenly heard a system prompt sound in his ears, which made his heart tremble. Yunchang was indeed in a desperate situation. Qinglong kills 3 times in a row. Clang! 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 Guan Yu chopped Bu down to the ground with 3 consecutive blows, and then swung his sword horizontally, and a huge head suddenly flew into the sky. Kill. Guan Yu did not stop and continued to face the overwhelming enemy and charged straight towards the enemy's central military tent. The general is mighty. Kill. Chu Zhuang was so excited that he immediately raised his weapon and shouted loudly. Kill. 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 The morale of the heavy sword cavalry was also greatly boosted, and the advancement speed, which had originally slowed down, suddenly increased again. He is truly an unrivaled tiger general. Behind the Han army, a middle-aged scholar in flowing white robes, looking elegant and graceful, looked up and saw Guan Yu's amazing feat of beheading Bu in battle, and could not help but sigh. This is coming for us. On the right side of the scholar, a middle-aged man with a face like a dragon and an extraordinary bearing also spoke with a smile. This strange appearance could only be Liu Bang. After all, according to the legend, the term dragon face seemed to have come from Liu Bang's face. Chapter 21, Besieged on All Sides. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your General Guan Yu for successfully killing the 5-star General Bu in the epic plot. You have received a reward, a random 5-star special treasure chest. Reputation x 1000. Points x 1000. Another system notification sound interrupted Jiang Ting's contemplation. He looked outside the city and said in a daze, Yin Chong won't be coming back. Kill. 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 Guan Yu, surrounded by thousands of heavy cavalry, had a stern face and murderous intent. The green robe on his body and the big knife in his hand were all dyed dark red by the blood of the enemies. He looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Jiangqing's sons and daughters, fight to the death. The heavy swordsmen and cavalry also shouted and charged forward, but in the end, they were completely overwhelmed by the endless stream of enemies. Guan Yu was left alone in the sea of people, like a lone boat going upstream in the waves, on the verge of collapse. The sun sets and the battle ends. Moving forward stubbornly, he could no longer remember how many enemies he had killed. He looked exhausted and dazed. Even the warhorse under his crotch was foaming at the mouth and fell down staggeringly. Even so, no one from the enemy forces on all sides dared to step forward. Ahem. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Guan Yu climbed up from the dust with a cough, calmly adjusted his dark red and green robe, then stood upright and laughed towards the sky. Clang. The big knife was inserted deeply into the ground. Guan Yu held the knife in one hand and stroked his beard with the other, and finally closed his eyes slowly. Die of exhaustion, but never fall down. Ding. System prompt. Your General Chu Zhuang has withdrawn from this plot. Ding. System prompt. Your General Guan Yu has withdrawn from this plot. Well. Jiang Ting sighed. A great battle had been fought from the scorching sun to the setting sun. Even Guan Yu was killed in this battle, not to mention the others. Until nightfall, the stars are shining brightly. A faint singing suddenly came from all directions. Han troops have already conquered the land, and the sound of Chu songs can be heard everywhere. Jiang Ting closed his eyes and sighed. Honestly, it's not very good. As for singing, I graduated from a professional drama academy. How about I sing a piece for you? Chu Yunqi curled her lips slightly, then raised her head and spoke confidently. You still have that ability? Fine, then go ahead and perform a set. It would be best if you could beat those guys outside the city. Haha, fine. They want to use Chu songs to undermine the fighting spirit of these Chu soldiers in the city, but I won't let them do that. Ahem. After some preparation, the beautiful and melodious singing finally sounded. The play begins, the sleeves rise and fall. Sing about joy and sorrow, separation and reunion. It has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes, the gongs and drums sound, and then fall silent. Who can say the love in the play and the people outside the play? As soon as Chu Yunqi opened her mouth, she was worthy of being a graduate of a drama academy, and she instantly attracted the attention of the soldiers defending the city. Used to integrate joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness into the makeup. What if the old sayings are exposed? The bones and ashes are all mine. In troubled times, duckweed can't bear to watch the flames of war burn the mountains and rivers. Even though I am in a low position, I dare not forget my country, even if no one knows me. This song is an old opera from many years ago, but when sung by Chu Yunqi, it is still so appealing to the ear. The sad lyrics also alleviated the homesickness of the Chu soldiers. My bones and ashes are all mine, and although I am in a low position, I dare not forget my worries for the country. Even if I am not a hero, I will not be remembered by the world. The soldiers defending the city all had sad faces. Isn't this song sung for these little people? Great song. At some point, Xiang Yu suddenly walked up to the top of the city wall. His eyes fell on Chu Yunqi. He forced a smile and said lightly, "I've met the Overlord." The two of them greeted each other quickly and spoke respectfully. "Why should we be so polite to a dying person?" Xiang Yu waved his hand, then quietly listened to the Chu songs coming from outside the city. Suddenly, he laughed at himself and said, "I thought I had nowhere else to go." Later, when I heard the songs outside the city and the opera performed by this girl, I realized that I was wrong. At this point, Xiang Yu pointed to the many soldiers standing upright behind him and said, "It is not a pity for me, Xiang Yu, to die, but they must go home." These heartfelt words made the many soldiers behind him burst into tears. "I am willing to fight to the death with the king. I am willing to fight to the death with the king. I am willing to fight to the death with the king." The soldiers knelt down one after another, and the noise became louder and louder. "Ha ha, good." Xiang Yu smiled proudly, then pulled out the massive banner weighing 500 or 600 pounds from the city gate, raised it high, and said, "Pass on my order, break out. Kill, kill, kill." The morale of many soldiers was instantly boosted, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. What an iron-blooded military spirit, a division that has fought 100 battles. Chu Yunqi exclaimed in admiration. Not long after, the city gates were wide open. Xiang Yu, holding the Overlord halberd and riding the black horse, led tens of thousands of Overlord cavalry and silently galloped towards Jiangdong. That's their home. Da-da-da. There were tens of thousands of cavalrymen, but only the sound of neat horse hooves could be heard. The soldiers all had stern faces, and their eyes were only on the front. "I wish to serve as a personal soldier under the Overlord and go to Jiangdong together." Jiang Ting was also infected by the iron-blooded and loyal spirit of those soldiers, and he rode his horse to chase after them. Li Bai, Chu Yunqi, and others naturally followed closely behind. "I can't hold it back any longer. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your reign is sealed." Inside the Han army tent, a scholar in blue heard the earth-shaking sound of horse hooves outside Gaishao City and spoke with a smile. "As long as I have Zifong, why should I worry about not accomplishing my great undertaking?" Ha ha ha. Lu Bang stood up and left the camp, laughing uncontrollably. Kill, 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 kill. Besieged on all sides, ambushed on 10 sides. Countless Han troops swarmed in and launched the final battle with the Overlord's cavalry. Xiang Yu continued to advance in silence, while his personal guards behind him were desperately guarding a carriage. That should be his last act of tenderness. Blood spilled onto the ground again. The outcome of this battle was determined from the very beginning. The number of Overlord's iron cavalry kept decreasing, but no one showed any fear. They said nothing, and their eyes were only focused on the majestic figure in front of them. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully escorting Xiang Yu to Wujiang. Story completion progress, plus 30%. The final mission, Overlord Sorrow, has been unlocked. After a night of rushing, when Xiang Yu arrived at Wujiang River, there were only dozens of personal guards left by his side. Jiang Ting and Chu Yunqi, under the desperate cover of Li Bai, also followed the Overlord's cavalry to successfully break through Han Xion's encirclement, but Jia Su left the plot early due to exhaustion. Although the progress was increasing, Jiang Ting couldn't be happy at all. He had only seen the scene of Xiang Yu's defeat at the Wujiang River in books before, and he still felt a little sad at that time. Now that he experienced it personally, the feeling was naturally extraordinary. Moreover, this final task was somewhat unexpected. It was just a few simple words, with no requirements or directions. Even Jiang Ting didn't know how he should complete it. Chapter 22, The Hero's End. Once you cross the river, you will reach Jiangdong. All of you should go back. Xiang Yu dismounted and looked at the dozens of defeated soldiers left in front of him, his eyes full of sadness. Your Majesty, we won't leave. We won't leave. Your Majesty, we won't leave. We won't leave. Dozens of remaining soldiers knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, tears streaming down their faces. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. Everyone, go and run for your lives. Xiang Yu waved his hand listlessly. This is the last military order I will give you. King, are you prepared to disobey orders? Xiang Yu glared at them fiercely, and the remaining soldiers looked at each other, and finally chose to scatter, looking back every few steps. Aren't you guys going to run for your lives? Xiang Yu looked at Jiang Ting and the other two again, but Jiang Ting just chuckled and spread his hands. We are just like the Overlord. We have nowhere to go. If the king dies, we can't survive. Well, go ahead. Xiang Yu ignored her words and walked over to the carriage, saying softly, Madam, I'll go grab a fishing boat and take you back to Jiangdong. You must wait for me. No need. A gentle and pleasant voice came from the carriage, but this voice was filled with determination. How could I not know what the king is thinking? Madam Yu, the Han army has already conquered the land, and the sound of Chu songs can be heard everywhere. Your Majesty has lost all his energy, so how can I, a humble concubine, live? Clang. The voice in the carriage was gentle yet sad, and then there was the sharp sound of a sword being unsheathed, and then a stream of hot blood sprayed on the curtain in front of the carriage. No. Xiangyu took a few steps back in pain, then sat down on the ground with tears in his eyes. Well, Chu Yunshi turned her head away reluctantly. Think of me, Xiangyu, who fought all my life and was invincible. Did I ever imagine that one day I would end up with a tragic fate, with my family and my people destroyed? The 9-foot-tall man smiled cruelly, then looked towards Jiangdong and closed his eyes quietly, as if he was recalling something. After a long while, he said without turning his head, Lady Chu sang a song on the city wall last night. Thinking about it carefully, it is really unforgettable. Although the stranger is weak, he also has many good qualities. I wonder if Lady Chu would be willing to sing another song. After these words were spoken, Chu Yunshi turned to look at Jiang Ting. Seeing that he remained silent, she had no choice but to step forward and said in a heavy tone, If the Overlord wants to hear a song, there's no harm in singing. I wonder if Madam Yu has any musical instruments in her carriage. My wife, the pipa is a masterpiece of the time and is always with her. Go get it yourself. Yes. Chu Yunshi bowed slightly and then walked into the carriage. After a while, she came out holding the blood-stained pipa, her eyes red. It seemed that the tragic end of the eternal beauty must have deeply touched her heart. The prelude sounded, sad and long. Chu Yunshi lowered her eyes and played the pipa with an expression more serious than ever before. Da-da-da. The sound of hurried horse hooves rang out from all directions, but it did not affect Chu Yunshi's playing at all. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was gentle and pleasant. The sands of the Chu River gather and disperse. The vicissitudes of life. In troubled times, many beauties are exchanged for a long sigh. Quick, don't let Xiangyu leave. We are ambushing him from all sides. He can't escape even if he has wings. Catch up. Countless figures moved around, and the Han army surrounded them again, but this time, Xiangyu and others were too lazy to pay attention. Who once broke through the Qin Pass with Jiulu? Thousands of miles of blood-stained warfare. In the end, it's just a breeze and light clouds. Ha 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 ha. Xiangyu seemed to be half laughing and half crying, his voice trembling slightly. My strength may move mountains, my courage may conquer the world, but the time is against me and my horse will not move. What can I do if my horse will not move? Yushi, what can I do? Long spear and horse to conquer the world. This farewell is difficult. A cry of Yushi has already brought tears to my eyes. Drink this cup with you to experience the warmth and coldness. The west wind blows all night long with endless memories. I watch my sword concubine dancing under a lamp while drunk. The sound of the pipa is heartbreaking, and the singing changes from subtle to mournful. There's singing over there. It's an alien. Quick, kill them. The Han army and players who arrived naturally heard the noise and rushed towards the direction where the few people were. A song of separation and chaos at Gaixia. Chu songs are heard everywhere. With sorrow, I bid you farewell. I drink your sword, and your blood falls, turning into frost. It's hard to let go of the past. What's the harm if the relationship ends? Where my soul returns with you is the vastness. The song ends. The pursuing Han army was already close at hand. Throughout my life, I've traveled the world and gained fame, but in the end, I ended up with nothing. Although I don't know where you two came from, I hope that you two can survive well in this chaotic world. Xiangyu finally opened his eyes, took out a golden dragon talisman from his bosom, and threw it to Jiang Ting, saying, Don't be like me. I lost the world and betrayed the beauty. Ding. System prompt. You have obtained a special treasure, Tyrannosaurus Rex talisman, 5-star and 1-star. Unique. Xiangyu inheritance token. After use, you can obtain Xiangyu inheritance. This dragon talisman is actually the inheritance of the Overlord. It's still a 6-star treasure. Jiang Ting was completely stunned. You know, he didn't do anything from beginning to end. My inheritance is domineering and masculine, and women cannot cultivate it. Madam Chu and my wife have many similarities. Since you have inherited my inheritance, you are my successor. I have only one request of you, which is that you can protect her in this chaotic world. Xiangyu glanced at Jiang Ting, seemed to see what he was thinking, and explained calmly. Jiang Tianxing, I will definitely live up to my mentor's trust. Jiang Ting knelt down and bowed solemnly. After all, The grace of preaching was like a reborn parent. I am invincible in the world. Even if I die, how can I let Liu Bang, a little kid, laugh at me? After saying this, Xiang Yu drew his sword, opened the carriage with one sword, picked up Yu Ji and jumped into the vast river. Not long after, a large mass of blood red appeared on the surface of the river and followed the river directly to the east of the river. Perhaps their souls have already returned home. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The epic storyline Chu Han contention has concluded. The Western Han faction has achieved the final victory. All players in this faction receive 5,000 points and 5,000 reputation. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Tianxing for participating in the ultimate hidden storyline in the epic storyline. He completed 100% of the storyline mission and received a progress reward. A 5-star blueprint for the Overlord Iron Cavalry transformation, 8,000. Ding! Congratulations to player Chu Chu for participating in the final hidden story in the epic storyline. Completed 100% of the storyline mission and received a progress reward. True UG Heroic Spirit, Unique, 5-star 1. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Longhun for completing the hidden side quest in the epic storyline. You've reached 90% of the storyline and received a progress reward, a random 5-star recruitment order. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Gods of Sorrow for completing the hidden side quest in the epic storyline. 90% of the storyline quest has been completed, and you've received a progress reward, a random 5-star special building. A series of system announcements caused the entire Huaxiao region to boil. Everyone on the power rankings this time has received valuable rewards. Damn, I won't say anymore. It hurts. Oh, I can't envy you enough. 5-star special unit Overlord Cavalry? Is God Jiang going to be invincible? You're overthinking it. There are only 8,000 men. If one dies, there's one less, and there's no way to replenish them. But it's said that Xiang Yu started his career with only 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers. That's right. The Overlord Iron Cavalry isn't invincible. Which of these, the Xinjiang camp, the Beiwei army, or the Xuanjiao army, is inferior? Don't be sour, don't be sour. You don't have anything. The heated discussion on the forum has not yet ended, and the official has immediately announced the points ranking list. In 01, Jiang Tianxing, total score, 677990. In 02, Dragon Soul, total score, 296709. In 03, Gods of War, total score, 287966. In 04, Qi Feng, total score, 148945. In 05, Yijian Zongheng, total score, 135,600. As expected, Jiang Ting's points took him first place with an absolute advantage. Points are a good thing and can be exchanged for various rare materials in the points store in the epic battlefield. All in all, this epic plot has greatly increased the strength of the players. At the end of the story, Jiang Ting returned to his territory in a dizzy state. This time, he is definitely the biggest winner. Although the final hidden plot does not have any requirements, just triggering it is actually extremely difficult. If it weren't for Li Bai, the greatest swordsman in the Tang dynasty, who risked his life to protect him, under Han Xian's ambush from all sides, which player could reach Wujiang at this stage? Don't you see that when Xiang Yu's 8,000 cavalrymen and tens of thousands of soldiers arrived at the Wujiang River, there were only dozens of defeated soldiers left? On the other hand, the main forces of Dragon City and Divine Realm have not been seen since the beginning of the plot, but these two top forces quietly completed the hidden tasks of the Western Han camp, and the rewards were second only to him. Many dark horses that were not well known before have also emerged on the leaderboard. This shows that among the hundreds of millions of players, there will never be a shortage of capable and smart people. How long Jiang Ting, the so-called number 1 player, can remain in this position is probably still an unknown. Finally, you're back. I've been following the forums. Jiang Ting, you're amazing. I'm your number 1 fan now. Do you want to sign an autograph for me? In the City Lord's mansion, Li Qingchan threw herself into Jiang Ting's arms and said with a smile as beautiful as a flower, "What do you mean by signing or not signing? Did our territory encounter any problems while I was away?" Jiang Ting smiled slightly. Life-type players cannot participate in epic plots, so Li Qingchan can only miss this war feast. However, given her personality, fighting and killing are unlikely to interest her at all. I heard about it. Jiang Ting, you are good enough. And Miss Chu Chu, is she pretty? Li Qingchan, who had been smiling originally, suddenly changed her attitude. She grabbed Jiang Ting's ears with her delicate hands and raised the corners of her mouth in an extremely dangerous manner. Fuck, it's unfair. This is absolutely a huge injustice. Jiang Ting's face suddenly turned bitter. I'm cooperating with her, and this time she really brought me great benefits. Let's just say Mr. Tai Bai is still here. Can you give me some face? Don't avoid the topic. Tell me the truth. Is she prettier, or am I? Li Qingchan didn't listen to Jiang Ting's explanation at all. She was already stuck on the question of who was more beautiful. You're beautiful. You're even prettier than Yu Ji. Jiang Ting said without hesitation and with great determination. Then you swear? Yes. I suddenly remembered that there's an important matter at the military camp that hasn't been dealt with yet. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Jiang Ting, who was unable to bear it, chose to run away in shame. Jiang, there's no point in running. If you don't explain this matter clearly, we're not done. Looking at Jiang Ting's embarrassed figure without even turning his head, Li Qingchan stomped her feet in anger and chased after him relentlessly. It's just a pity for Li Bai, who from beginning to end always had a look of looking at his nose with his eyes, looking at his heart with his nose, and a firm expression of I don't exist, I am just a decoration. Chapter 23. Recruiting a talented girl as a maid. Under Li Qingchan's relentless pursuit, Jiang Ting was finally defeated and both of them were offline. Noon the next day that Jiang Ting returned to the game refreshed. After the system update, he had not had time to check the changes. Jiang Ting first opened the Reputation Mall, and then he found that the supplies inside were indeed as rich as described during the update. The most valuable ones are special buildings, special equipment, and high-level living talents. Attic Construction Blueprint, special residential building, improves residents' morale by 20, increases rest efficiency by 100%, price, 10,000 reputation. Market Construction Blueprint, special trading market, improves residents' security by 20, reduces trading losses by 10%, price, 50,000 reputation. Dock Construction Blueprint 3 stars, special building, can build 3-star ships, price, 200000. School Construction Blueprint 3 stars, special building, can cultivate super talents, price, 300000. Medical Clinic Construction Blueprint, 3 stars and 1 star, special building, increases patient survival rate by 50%, price, 500,000. Good job. Jiang Ting originally thought that with nearly 700,000 reputation points, he should be able to be rich, but after a casual browse, he found that he could not afford to buy many of the things in the mall. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose to purchase the architectural blueprints of the clinic, attic, and market. Although there were many other blueprints that were very useful, he had no choice but to buy them because he was poor. These 3 things had basically consumed all of his hard-earned reputation. He used the remaining hundreds of thousands to purchase talents so that the idle high-level buildings in the territory could operate normally. After closing the Reputation Mall, Jiang Ting opened the Points Mall panel. If the Reputation Mall is applicable to the territory, then the Points Mall is applicable to the army. Most of the items here are military supplies and equipment. There are even exclusive sets for the gods. Qinglong Yanhua Treasure Chest 5-star, Guan Yu exclusive set, price, 250,000 points. 5-star Tai Treasure Chest, Jiasu exclusive set, price, 200,000 points. 7-star Blue Lotus Treasure Chest 5-star, Li Bai exclusive set, price, 200,000 points. Zhuge Crossbow Casting Blueprint 5-star, only for 5-star soldiers. After equipping, the soldier gains the secondary profession, crossbowman. Price, 1 million points. Tang Dynasty Mo Dao Casting Blueprint 5-star, only for 5-star soldiers. After equipping, the soldier gains the secondary profession, Mo Dao Iron Cavalry. Price, 1 million points. Well, this side seems to be more terrifying. His more than 600,000 points are just enough for him to unlock the exclusive equipment of his 5-star characters. He could only feast his eyes on war artifacts like Zhuge Liannu and Tang Dynasty Mo Dao. He can now transform 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry. You know, that is the top 5-star special force. It will definitely become a trump card in his hand. But the Overlord Iron Cavalry is only strong in personal strength. They don't have any exclusive equipment. After all, it is a type of military force from the Western Han Dynasty. The equipment of the soldiers in this period is not even comparable to that of the Three Kingdoms period, let alone the prosperous Tang Dynasty that followed. Of course, any 5-star special force has its strengths. For example, the Tang Dynasty's Black Armor Army is strong in equipment, while the Overlord Iron Cavalry is strong in personal strength. Once any 5-star special forces start fighting, the outcome is 50-50, and it mainly depends on the commander, strategy, and the right time, place, and people. What Jiang Ting is thinking now is that if his 8,000 Tyrant Iron Cavalry were equipped with the Tang Dynasty Mo Dao, then just thinking about it, Jiang Ting felt his heart surge. However, after seeing the terrifying 1 million points of the Tang Dynasty Mo Dao, Jiang Ting could only sigh in despair. And even if he successfully unlocked it, the huge amount of gold coins required for the 5-star equipment was beyond his ability to afford at the moment. I'm afraid you can't afford it even if you spend all your money. Forget it, I'd better unlock Yunchang and the others' exclusive equipment first. Only when they become stronger can they go to the epic battlefield to play stronger copies and bring me more points. Jiang Ting thought about it, and finally used his points to exchange for Guan Yu and the others' exclusive equipment. By the way, when Yunchang killed Ingbu, he seemed to have dropped a 5-star random special treasure chest for me. I wonder if I can get something good out of it. Jiang Ting slapped his head and realized that he had forgotten such an important thing. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the treasure chest and then chose to use it with great anticipation. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on using a 5-star random special treasure chest to obtain a 5-star designated talent recruitment order, special. Oh shit. Another divine general. Jiang Ting was overjoyed. His good character finally showed up again. However, even if the things that come out of the 5-star treasure chest are not the military general recruitment order, they must be other good things. At the very least, they should not be much worse than a 5-star general. A special divine general? He seems to be a special historical figure like Hua Tuo and Wang Yu, right? Wouldn't it be perfect if he could recruit Hua Tuo to work in the clinic he was about to open? Qingchan, come on, follow me to the tavern. Jiang Ting ran to the city lord's mansion, grabbed Li Qingchan, and ran to the tavern, saying as he ran, "We didn't get the character you liked last time. Let's try again this time." You got another 5-star recruitment order? That's great. Speaking of summoning historical figures, Li Qingchan also became interested. Communicating face-to-face with historical celebrities is one of her few hobbies. Oh, I'm really lucky this time. With my luck today, maybe I can actually attract a super awesome person. Jiang Ting stood happily in front of the tavern, and under Li Qingchan's expectant gaze, he used the special recruitment order. Ding. The special recruitment order has been used successfully. The tavern has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. Name: Kai Yan Ziwenji. Occupation: a historical beauty. When entering a territory, the territory's reputation increases by 20%, and the attraction to NPCs in the wild increases by 20%. Qualification: 5-star. Loyalty: 100. Talent: delicate. Kai Yan is thoughtful and knowledgeable, can distinguish the sound of the zither, and can see into people's hearts. As a subordinate, she can find out the gaps and fill them up. The leader's intelligence is temporarily increased by 10 points. Basic attributes: Force, 50. Intelligence, 97. Leadership, 50. Internal affairs, 80. Charm, beauties only 96. Special attributes, beauties only. Piano skills, 96. Chess skill, 90. Calligraphy and painting, 80. Literature, 99. Martial arts, 20. Basic skills. Advanced academics, increases Lord's knowledge by 5%. Advanced Qin technique, increases Lord's talent by 5%. Special skills. Scholarly 5-star. Kai Yan comes from a scholarly family, and her intelligence is temporarily increased by 10 points when creating. 5-star tragedy. Passive skill. Kai Yan has a tragic fate. When in crisis, all attributes are increased by 20% until the crisis is resolved. Farewell 5-star. Lock skill. Kai Yan sacrifices herself to designate one person to gain the lament skill. Currently available times: 1. Basic equipment, none. Exclusive equipment. Jiawaiken, unlocked. Comprehensive beauty rating, 7680 to 9216. Looking at the beautiful figure walking out of the tavern, Jiang Ting said that he was completely numb. It's over. Be cool. Hee. I was wondering why you were so happy to pull me over. You already knew it, didn't you? You just wanted me to follow you on purpose so that I wouldn't have a reason to get mad at you, right? Let me explain that to you. Jiang Ting took a deep breath, as if he wanted to make a last-ditch effort. You don't have to say it. Li Qingchan bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. I know you're powerful now. You have reasons for everything you do. It's my ignorance that has delayed your work. After saying all this in one breath, Li Qingchan ran out wiping her tears. No. Well, Miss Kai, if you go this way, you'll reach the city lord's mansion. Wait for me there. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you any longer. Jiang Ting forced a smile, and then chased after him dejectedly. Heaven and earth, conscience. I really didn't know that such a disaster would happen. Chu Yunxi hasn't explained everything clearly yet, and now there's a bigger trouble. What's going on? Of course, Jiang Ting could also understand Li Qingchan's mood at the moment. You know, a woman who falls in love doesn't have so many reasons to explain to you. If she really cares about you to a certain extent, then even if you just glance at another woman, it may make her feel a little emotional. It was almost evening when Jiang Ting returned to the city lord's mansion covered in dust and dirt. Li Qingchan puffed up her cheeks, and it was obvious that she was still angry. Hey Chu Zhuang, go call Yin Chang and the two gentlemen to the city lord's mansion to discuss this matter. Although Jiang Ting looked disheveled and had obviously suffered a lot, he still tried his best to maintain his dignity as a lord and gave an order to Chu Zhuang, who was almost turned into a wooden pole at the door. Here. Chu Zhuang clasped his fists respectfully, took 3 steps back, and then ran out of the city lord's mansion gate without looking back, as if he was chased by a ghost. Jiang Ting was so upset that he could only turn around and look at Kai Yan, who had always been generous and decent, standing beside him with gentleness and composure. Miss Kai, you should follow Qingchan from now on. You can help her with whatever she wants. How about that? Yes, this servant has met the mistress. Kai Yan was very smart. The moment she came out of the tavern, she had guessed her embarrassing situation. So after arriving at the city lord's mansion, she didn't move a step. She did whatever Jiang Ting said, meticulously. That's not good, right? Li Qingchan tugged at the corner of Jiang Ting's clothes and whispered, She's Kai Wenji, a renowned and talented woman. Isn't it obvious that you want her to be my maid? How dare I? In the final analysis, Li Qingchan was just an innocent and kind little girl. Except for getting angry and throwing a tantrum in front of Jiang Ting, she was very kind to everyone in the territory. Even the slaves with the most no human rights, she could happily chat with them for a long time. This is also the reason why Jiang Ting is so tolerant of her. He hopes to keep Li Qingchan's innocence forever. Recruiting a talented woman as a maid. It seems a bit too much, but do you really not want it? No. How embarrassing is that? Okay, then I can only let her stay with me as a Sister Kai Yan, let's go. I'll take you to see my secret base. I haven't even let Jiang Ting go there. Before Jiang Ting finished speaking, Li Qingchan had already stepped forward, pulled Kai Wenji, and walked out the door. Before leaving, she did not forget to glare at Jiang Ting fiercely. Chapter 24 Overall Improvement. Not long after, Li Bai and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion one after another. Jiang Ting, who was sitting at the head of the table, pointed to several large treasure chests of equipment redeemed from the Points Mall and said with a smile, Take a look. Inside are all your exclusive magical weapons. Several people looked at each other with surprise. When the treasure chest was opened, a whole set of fluorescent and translucent brand new equipment was lying quietly inside. Azure Dragon Crescent Set, Guan Yu's exclusive magic weapon. After equipping, Guan Yu's critical damage increases by 80%, armor penetration by 50%, control by 50%, agility by 50%, and toughness by 50%. It also activates the magic weapon's exclusive skill, Azure Dragon Fury, during combat, every 60 seconds. Guan Yu can trigger a gravity strike with a 50% chance to randomly cause dizziness, weakness, or severe injury to the enemy, which lasts for 3 seconds. Bipolar Tai Set, Jia Su's exclusive magic weapon. After equipping it, all of Jia Su's special attributes, including military discipline, military strategy, military governance, insight, and Y strategy, are increased by 30%, and the magic weapon's exclusive skill, Curtain. Every time Jia Su uses a strategy, there is a 10% chance to trigger invulnerability and undetectable. 7-star Green Lotus Set, Li Bai's exclusive magic weapon. After equipping it, Li Bai's all special attributes, including knowledge, strategy, dictatorship, talent, and preparation, are increased by 20%, and the magic weapon's exclusive skill is activated. Poet Sword Immortal. Temporarily increases basic military strength by 5 points during combat and basic intelligence by 10 points during creation. I have to say, the exclusive magic weapon is really powerful. Not only did they gain an exclusive skill, but their special attributes were also greatly improved, especially Guan Yu. Although his magic weapon skills were not as good as the other two, his added special attributes were more than doubled. After all, it was exchanged for 600,000 points. If I add another 400,000, I can buy the blueprint of the Mo Dao. This wave of money is worth it. It's truly a peerless divine weapon. I have a vague feeling that this precious sword seems to be a perfect match for me. Guan Yu picked up the Qinglong sword. His eyes narrowed slightly. His aura was overwhelming. His excitement was beyond words, and his red face seemed to be even more rosy. With this sharp sword, my strength will be able to reach 100 feet higher and reach a higher level. Li Bai also drew out the Qinglian sword and said in amazement. Then, several people turned around and bowed deeply, saying, "Your subordinates, lower generals. Thank you for your kindness, Lord." All right, I'll give it to you sooner or later. The most important thing right now is to transform the Overlord Iron Cavalry. With these 8,000 Iron Cavalry, we will have a real weapon to protect the city. Jiang Ting was now obsessed with his 8,000 cavalry, but Li Bai poured cold water on him mercilessly. "My lord, I also know the importance of the Overlord Cavalry, but we have no money." No money? So soon? Jiang Ting was speechless. Hadn't they just captured 6 small cities? How long had it been? How could so many resources just disappear like that? "My lord, you may not know that although we gained some money by conquering the 6 small cities, we still need to supply and equip the 30,000 surrendered soldiers, expand the training grounds, and the daily expenses of over 100,000 people are not small. Besides that, the development of the territory has never fallen behind. Building city walls and reclaiming wasteland are also huge expenses. Right now, the territory is waiting for the lord to be promoted to a county. After the promotion, the materials needed for many basic buildings must be prepared in advance. I really can't afford to spend extra money to transform the Overlord Cavalry." When talking about money, Li Bai, who was in charge of all the internal affairs, instantly became energetic and cried about being poor. His aggrieved look made Jiang Ting feel a little embarrassed. "Well, how about we all think about where to get the money?" Jiang Ting stretched out his fingers and scratched his cheek. He was too embarrassed to continue discussing with Li Bai. He felt that if he continued talking, Li Bai would probably sit down and throw a tantrum. When it comes to how to make money, Guan Yu is the one who reacts the fastest. However, he does not offer any ideas. Instead, he holds his long beard with his hands, narrows his eyes, and begins to rest. Jiang Ting looked at him with a frown, not expecting him to come up with any good ideas, so he turned to look at Jia Su. "My lord, if you ask me to make battlefield plans, I will do my best to do it. But when it comes to making money, I am poor and have nothing to lose." Stop. Seeing Jia Su's stubborn and hesitant attitude, Jiang Ting gave up. Jia Su was a strategist, not a businessman, and he really couldn't take on this job. "If I were to ask you, wouldn't it be better to just fight them once? If 6 cities aren't enough, then we can just take 10 or 8 more, and then we'll have everything, right?" Seeing several people flirting with each other and looking helpless, Guan Yu opened his tiger eyes and said proudly, "What the hissing cloud said. That seems to make sense." Jiang Ting thought about it and thought, "That's right. We don't know how to do business, so what else can we do if we have no money? Just rob. We don't have to occupy all the cities. Why don't we just capture a few small cities, rob them, and leave?" "General Guan, this is a brilliant plan." I second it. Jia Su also reacted. There is a saying that goes, "Too clever is half the brain." He was too smart, so he didn't think of such a simple solution. "I am willing to be the vanguard and help my lord capture the city and stronghold." Guan Yu took a step forward holding the Qinglong's sword, looking arrogant and glancing at Jia Su. He can finally feel proud now. Ever since the end of the story, Guan Yu has never given Jia Su a good look. This time he just said it casually, but he didn't expect that Jiang Ting would actually adopt it. Look at what kind of strategist this is. His brain is not even as good as our Guan's. "Okay, I agree." Jiang Ting readily agreed and then opened the map. After observing for a long time, he pointed to a few red dots outside Nyoto Valley in the north, frowned, and said, "Our scouts have already explored the entire 300 li radius outside Nyoto Mountain. The north is close to the official road, and the separatist factions have always been a major concern for us. These 4 small cities outside Nyoto Mountain all belong to a super NPC force, the Southern Frontier Kingdom. Besides that, there are only a few random people in other directions who are of no use to us. Let Chu Zhuang lead his men to make a round. The only problem now is that it is not difficult to capture these small cities, but if this attracts the main force of the Southern Xinjiang Kingdom, it will be a bit tricky." Jiang Ting looked worried and seemed to be indecisive. "With our current strength, there is absolutely no chance of winning a war with a country." Jia Su also shook his head. A country, even a small one, was not something Jiang Ting could contend with now. If he was crushed from all sides, no matter how good his strategy was, it would not be of much use. Besides, a country has everything it needs, so naturally it will not lack powerful strategists. If we have the Overlord Cavalry, what are one's chances of victory? Jiang Ting asked somewhat unwillingly. The chances of winning are less than 30%, but if we just defend the city, then we have a 70% chance of winning. Jia Su thought for a moment. Then he stroked his beard and replied, 70%? MD, do it. Jiang Ting gritted his teeth. He thought that they would have to fight sooner or later anyway. He would first break the city to get the money and then get the cavalry. As long as you can hold on, there will naturally be plenty of opportunities to take advantage of it in the future. Chapter 25, Prince Sun Yu. After the subsequent development plan was finalized, Jiangting's territory met all the conditions for promotion to a county town 2 days later. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Tianxing for his good governance. He became the first player in the server to be promoted to a county. He received a system reward, a designated 5-star recruitment order, capable minister, a random 3-star and 1-star special blueprint. Reputation times 50,000. Players, please keep up the good work. Times 3. The wonderful system announcement sounded again, and Jiang Ting rushed to the tavern as soon as possible. Although Li Bai's governance ability was not weak, he was not a purely capable minister after all. It would be best if he could be a scholar, educating the people, or a swordsman, taking pleasure in revenge. Therefore, his territory still needs a truly capable minister to lead the rear. Ding! The special recruitment order has been used successfully. The tavern has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. Name: Sun Yu Ziwenruo. Occupation: a historic minister. When governing a territory, efficiency increases by 200%, and residents in the territory benefit from the famous general's effect, with intelligence permanently increased by 10%. Qualification: 5-star. Loyalty: 100. Talent: King's Assistants. Sun Yu is a talented King's Assistant. After entering the territory, all residents' public sentiment will increase by 50, public security will increase by 50, learning efficiency will increase by 50%, and gathering efficiency will increase by 30%. Basic attributes: Force, 45. Intelligence, 96. Leadership, 85. Internal affairs, 98. Special attributes, exclusive to capable ministers. Knowledge, improve the learning efficiency of territory residents, 25%. Refined strategy, improve the gathering efficiency of territory residents, 25%. Dictatorship, improving territory security, 20%. Talent, improving the morale of the people in the territory, 20%. Preparation, reducing territory transaction losses, 20%. Basic skills. Advanced logistics. When managing a territory, preparation increases by 5%. Advanced talent, increases knowledge by 5% when managing a territory. Advanced administration, increases dictatorship by 5% when managing territories. Special skills. 5-star rank for Ming Yiju Xian. Sun Yu is good at selecting and appointing talented people. After settling in a territory, the chance of talented people appearing increases by 20%, and the efficiency of cultivating talented people increases by 50%. Moderate and gracious 5-star, passive skill. When Sun Yu governs a territory, for every additional 100 residents, he will increase his knowledge by 1%, his strategy by 1%, and his preparation by 1%, up to a maximum of 120%. When he is the final decision maker, his intelligence and internal affairs will be temporarily increased by 5 points and 5 points respectively. Wang Zui Ji Feng, God. Sun Yu's ultimate skill, automatically unlocked when the general breaks through the 6-star title of God. Basic equipment, none. Exclusive equipment. Tai Swallowing Cloud Fan, unlocked. Tai Swallowing Cloud Crown, unlocked. Tai Swallowing Cloud Robe, unlocked. Tai Swallowing Cloud Boots, unlocked. Dark Clouds on Snow, unlocked. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Rating, 1300. Comprehensive Dominance Rating, 1940 to 6850. Fuck. Prince Sun Yu. Even though he was prepared, Jiang Ting still screamed out in excitement. This is Sun Lingjun, who is known as the best internal affairs official of the 3 kingdoms. Cao Cao was able to unify the north and establish the hegemony of the Wei dynasty, and Sun Yu was definitely the undisputed first meritorious official. Jiasu and Guijia all have to step back a little. Without Sun Yu, Cao Cao would be fighting everywhere, so how could he ensure peace of mind in the rear? Without Sun Yu, Cao Cao would have been in a state of disarray and even suffered a complete loss in the Battle of Red Cliffs. How could he have recovered quickly? This is a truly capable minister of all ages. A golden light flashed, and the righteous and gentle Sun Yu finally walked out of the tavern. He bowed humbly to Jiang Ting and then said calmly, Sun Wenruo, I pay my respects to you, my lord. Wenruo, please stand up quickly. Let's skip all these tedious formalities. Jiang Ting happily pulled Sun Yu with him and walked towards the city lord's mansion. As they walked, he said, Wenruo should already know the current situation of our territory. I already understand it clearly. That's good, that's good. Wenruo, you came just in time. You don't know how poor I am. I'm so poor that I can barely make ends meet. But now that you're here, I'm relieved. You should be able to find some way to make money, right? Listening to Jiang Ting's crying, Sun Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. I don't. You are the Lord, and you come to ask me, a subordinate, for money when you have no money? Where's the face? Sun Yu couldn't say this. With a loyalty of 100%, he would leave no room for doubt and solve all the problems Jiang Ting encountered. So after thinking for a while, he replied with a wry smile. I understand your concerns, my lord. However, this matter cannot be rushed. I observe that our territory has over 100,000 inhabitants, but their labor force is not fully utilized. The army is ultimately just a sword, capable of killing enemies and defending territory, but these inhabitants are the foundation of your life. My lord, you still need to issue new policies to build more fertile farmland, plant trees, develop trade, and recruit more people. These people only want to live and work in peace and contentment, but what they can bring to my lord is far from self-sufficiency. Each of them can bring endless wealth to the lord, but the lord still needs to know how to maximize their value. Sun Yu opened his mouth. It was like a slap in the face, and Jiang Ting woke up instantly. Yes, I have always believed that the army is the foundation of troubled times, and my people, as long as they can be self-sufficient, don't need me to pay for them. Now it seems that my ideas are still too naive. My lord, it's good that you can think clearly. In troubled times, population is the foundation. If you want to achieve great things, population is the top priority. Only with a sufficient population can you recruit soldiers without scruples and expand your territory without restraint. Sun Yu smiled and pointed out the essence of a lord in just a few words. What is a lord? Anyone who has population and land is the lord. The larger the population and the larger the land, the greater the power of the lord will naturally be. I have one, Ruo, and great things are expected. Jiang Ting sighed sincerely. This is the talent of a king's assistant. Li Bai was already overwhelmed just by maintaining the stable development of his territory, but Sun Yu saw something much more long-term. He wanted not only stable development, but also the full development of the value of every resident, bringing endless wealth to the territory. Sun Yu naturally encountered no obstacles when he took over the internal affairs of Jiangqing. Li Bai, the former head of internal affairs, was so convinced after a long talk with Sun Yu that he immediately expressed his willingness to step down and willingly served as Sun Yu's deputy. After Sun Yu took charge of internal affairs, Jiang Ting's territory underwent a complete transformation in just a few days. The more than 100,000 residents no longer just farmed, cut down trees, and lived off the land. Instead, they began to reclaim wasteland in an orderly manner and build large-scale projects. The previously cut-down forests were all planted with saplings. All kinds of fruits and vegetables, as well as some common medicinal herbs, are also arranged. That Sun Yu gave to Jiang Ting was densely packed with all kinds of supplies and materials needed in the market. Trees are no longer sold simply in units, but are made into wooden chairs, wooden tables, etc. Stones are no longer just stones that can be found everywhere, but can also be made into stone bricks, stone tablets, stone troughs, and other items. In short, Sun Yu's endless variety of methods simply made Jiang Ting dazzled, and he called him an expert. Chapter 26, Special Monarch Occupation, Overlord. The territory has a brand new look, and Jiang Ting is more confident about launching an expedition to the southern Xinjiang kingdom. After being promoted to the county, he was already able to train 4-star ordinary soldiers and some basic equipment. As for the issue of expanding the 4-star soldiers, he didn't even have a plan for the Overlord Iron Cavalry, so naturally he wouldn't consider it. Took out the ladders and battering rams that were unlocked after he was promoted to a county seat. These two things are essential for breaking through small city-level NPC forces. Otherwise, the soldiers can only carry stones and wooden stakes and break into the city by brute force, which will cause many casualties in vain. Outside the city gate, 30,000 soldiers and 3,000 heavy cavalry were on full alert. Jiang Ting personally led the army, with Guan Yu as the vanguard general. They marched forward in a mighty force, one in front and one behind, and headed towards Nyoto Mountain. Now it's up to you. In front of Nyoto Mountain, Jiang Ting very naively handed over the command to Jia Su. After all, he was a useless guy who knew nothing about leading troops in battle. The reason why he followed the main force was mainly because Jiang Ting, after integrating the Tyrannosaurus Rex talisman, couldn't wait to test his own strength. Name, Jiang Tianxing. Occupation, Overlord Special Monarch Occupation. When in combat, improves all attributes of subordinates by 10. When governing territory, Execution efficiency increases by 200, and the rate of attracting NPC talents in the wild increases by 25. Qualification, Samsung. Talent, Overlord. Unlockable when qualification reaches 5 stars. Basic attributes. Force, 60. Intelligence, 46. Leadership, 60. Internal affairs, 47. Special attributes, exclusive to overlords. Dragon's might, exclusive to military commanders, 20%. Dragon power, strategist, only 20%. Dragon luck, exclusive to capable ministers, 20%. Basic skills. Insight, player only, can detect the detailed attributes of subordinates. Overlord heart technique, level 1, exclusive to overlord, increases dragon power by 3%. Special skills. Unstoppable, overlord exclusive, 5-star. When the overlord is in combat, its might is unstoppable. When the enemy's force is lower than its own, each attack adds 1% of its might. When the might reaches 100%, the next attack has a 100% chance to randomly kill, stun, seriously injure, or weaken the enemy. When the enemy's force is higher than its own, each attack adds 1% of its deterrent. When the deterrent reaches 100%, its force is temporarily increased by 20%, which lasts until the end of the battle. Invincible, exclusive to overlords, 5-star 1-star, unlocked when qualifications reach 6-star, titled God General. Overlord of the world, exclusive for overlords, God, 5 stars 2 stars, unlockable. Basic equipment. Fine Iron Halberd 2-star, increases explosive damage by 5%. Fine Iron Helmet 2 stars, control increased by 5%. Fine Iron Armor 2-star, toughness increased by 5%. Fine Iron Boots 2-star, agility increased by 5%. Exclusive equipment. Overlord's City Breaking Halberd, unlocked. Overlord City Breaker Helmet, unlocked. Overlord City Breaking Armor, unlocked. Overlord City Breaking Boots, unlocked. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, 1350 to 3434. Comprehensive Dominance Rating, 930-2930. Ever since he merged with the Tyrannosaurus Rex talisman, Jiang Ting liked to open his attribute panel from time to time to check it out, and then tell himself like a mantra, hold on. You must hold on. I will wait until I break through to 6 stars. Then, even if I face Lu Bu and Li Xuanxiao, I won't be afraid at all. The improvement brought by the Tyrannosaurus Rex talisman was so great that it could not be said to be a complete transformation. Not only did his force and command both increase to 60 points, he also unlocked the peerless skill of Unstoppable. Of course, the most important thing is his qualifications. Not only was it directly forced to be upgraded to the most basic 3 stars, but from now on, he no longer needs any qualification pills to improve his qualifications. Because of the Overlord's special profession, breaking through to 6 stars does not require any external objects. The only way for the Overlord to improve his qualifications is to improve his exclusive mental method. Every time he is promoted to 3 levels, his qualifications will increase by 1 star. After the 9th level, he will definitely be 6 stars. Moreover, the Overlord's attributes are more comprehensive than those of ordinary 6-star titled generals. Dragon Luck, Dragon Might, and Dragon Power respectively include all the special attributes of capable ministers, military generals, and counselors. In other words, a 6-star Overlord, except for not having exclusive skills, can theoretically grow into a super monster who combines capable ministers, military generals, and strategists. Of course, this is just a theory. After all, the Overlord profession has obvious advantages and disadvantages. Whether it is growth attributes or exclusive skills, it is more inclined towards military generals. Although the force and command will increase by 20 points with each star increase in talent, and can even reach the limit of 120 when breaking through 6 stars, there is no effective way to improve intelligence and internal affairs. In other words, if Jiang Ting cannot find a way to improve his intelligence and internal affairs, then his dragon luck and dragon power will actually be just a decoration. No wonder Xiang Yu, who was so strong, still lost to Liu Bang. He estimated that although Liu Bang was not good at martial arts, his intelligence and internal affairs were probably more than 10 streets ahead of Xiang Yu. But a 6-star divine object is a 6-star divine object, with such high martial power and command, as well as outrageously powerful skills. It can be said that Jiang Ting has been so happy that he hasn't stopped smiling these past few days. Let's proceed according to the previous plan. Jiasu took a step forward and spoke calmly. All right. Jiang Ting nodded slightly, then raised his halberd and shouted loudly. All troops, listen up. Distribute. Swish. The 30,000-strong army quickly split into two. Jiang Ting then held his halberd in his hand and rode forward, saying, "Left wing, listen up. Target Qingshan City. Quick. Da-da-da-da." Strictly speaking, this was actually Jiang Ting's first time to officially lead an army. Looking at Jiang Ting's straight figure leading the way, Li Bai in the back couldn't help but stroke his long beard and said with a smile, "Since my lord inherited the overlord's legacy, he has already shown the aura of a great general." Yes, Jiangxing is booming. Jia Su also smiled, then waved his hand and said, "Let's act on our own. Southern Xinjiang is our first barrier to the north. If we conquer southern Xinjiang, we can achieve great things." Good. Qingshan City is the most remote town on the border of southern Xinjiang. However, even such a remote town that the king of southern Xinjiang may look down upon is a place where Jiang Ting can have one dominant cavalry after another. Send the message. Jiang Ting rode forward and stopped on a high ground 5 miles away from Qingshan City. He pointed his halberd at the towering city wall and said calmly, "Surround." With his order, 15,000 soldiers instantly formed a semicircle and surrounded Qingshan City like a bloody mouth. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! On the city wall, soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs, and then a surge of people appeared. Archers appeared one after another, holding longbows and looking nervous, and confronted the Jiangxing soldiers outside the city in pairs. "Who are you? Do you know that this is southern Xinjiang territory? You have come to attack us without any reason. Are you afraid of our million-strong southern Xinjiang army?" A middle-aged general stood on the watchtower and spoke loudly. "Since I dare to come, what should I be afraid of?" Jiang Ting rode his horse to the front of the army and asked with a chuckle. "With only a few thousand soldiers, the southern Xinjiang army can be destroyed in a snap. Don't you think about the consequences?" The general had a cold face and a stern voice. "I don't know whether a million-strong army can come, and I don't know what the consequences will be for me in the end. But if you stubbornly resist, I can imagine the consequences for you." Jiang Ting pointed at the soldiers behind him and said calmly, "Before your so-called army arrives, do you think you can stop my attack?" "You?" The general's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. Finally, he sighed, bowed to Jiang Ting, and said, "I'm not a coward, but if war breaks out, countless lives will be lost. This matter is of grave importance. How about you allow me to think it over?" "All right. As the saying goes, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Since you care about the people, I will give you 1 day. If you don't open the city and surrender tomorrow, don't blame me, Jiang, for being cruel and ruthless." Jiang Ting's eyes flashed, and he rode back to the army formation. "Pass my order, the entire army will set up camp." Snort. Seeing Jiang Ting leave, the corner of the general's mouth finally raised a subtle sneer. The reason why he said that was nothing more than to delay time. The 3 nearby small cities would soon receive the news, and then attack from both sides. These more than 10,000 soldiers would surely be defeated. Chapter 27. Showing off his talent. "My lord, Qingshan City has over 10,000 soldiers and horses. We are attacking the city, and they are defending it. If the city lord holds his ground, our limited force will not have any advantage at all. Why would he surrender? I have a feeling there is something fishy going on here." Chu Zhuang frowned and said worriedly, "You can actually consider these issues?" Jiang Ting looked at Chu Zhuang in surprise. This guy had been following Guan Yu for a long time and often served as his bodyguard. Under the influence of Guan Yu, he seemed to have grown a lot and was no longer the strong, simple-minded, and reckless man he used to be. Every time Mr. Wenha offered advice, I heard it clearly from the doorway. So now, no one looks like a good person to me. Chu Zhuang smiled brightly, scratched the back of his head, and replied rather embarrassedly, "Have to." Jiang Ting rolled his eyes. Sure enough, he was thinking too much. Chu Zhuang's qualifications had already determined his upper limit. "Don't worry, everything is under control. As the saying goes, if you have 10 of them, surround them. If you have 5, attack them. If you have twice as many, divide them. I'm besieging a city with an almost equal number of troops, which is a cardinal sin in military strategy. He only needs to break through 1 gate and leave without any problems." Jiang Ting paused, then continued with a smile. "Besides, my tent is empty. If he were bolder and led his men to attack the camp at night, it is not impossible for him to kill me." "So dangerous? Then why, my lord? Why do you still do this?" Jiang Ting smiled and looked towards the city gate. "I'm just waiting for him to break through or attack the camp. Have you forgotten our heavy swords and iron cavalry? If he doesn't come, then forget it. But if he really dares to come, then he will never return." No words were spoken that night. It's a pity that Jiang Ting's wishful thinking obviously failed, and the city lord did not rashly attack the camp. "Jiang Ting, who hadn't slept all night, also walked out of the military tent. He looked at Qingshan City and shook his head. It's cautious, but even if you don't come out, the outcome will still be the same. My lord, you used me as bait, but the city lord didn't even leave the city. He's really patient. Pass the order down. Let the soldiers put on their armor and rest. 5 miles behind Jiang Ting's tent, 3,000 heavy sword cavalrymen were lying in ambush at the foot of a forest. Guan Yu, who had also been waiting all night, opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Jiang Ting dared to besiege the city unscrupulously, so he must have been prepared. If the city lord really dared to attack the camp, the 3,000 heavy cavalry would definitely become his nightmare. Unfortunately, the other party was not fooled, and Guan Yu could only squat alone that night. Near noon, shouts of killing suddenly rang out from all directions. Jiang Ting walked out of the military tent holding a spear and saw dense reinforcements surrounding him from all directions. It's finally here. Jiang Ting was not surprised but delighted. He immediately jumped on his horse and shouted loudly, "All troops, listen to my order. Unite. Close, close, close." The messengers ran around waving flags to announce the news, and more than 10,000 soldiers and horses immediately retreated like a tide, gathering together to form a large circular formation. "Ha! Our reinforcements are here. Soldiers, follow me out of the city and kill the enemy." On the city wall, the lord of Qingshan City laughed loudly. Not long after, the city gates opened with a bang. More than 10,000 soldiers and horses swarmed out, and, together with the 3 reinforcements, surrounded and killed Jiang Ting. For a moment, Jiang Ting was attacked from both sides, and his situation was extremely dangerous. Finally, Guan Yu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, jumped onto his horse, picked up the Qinglong sword, and rushed directly towards where Jiang Ting was. "Heavy swords and iron cavalry, follow me to kill the enemy. Kill, kill, kill." 3,000 heavy cavalry rushed to the battlefield, and the situation suddenly reversed 180 degrees. On the flat ground, the cavalry was invincible. What's more, they are fully armed heavy cavalry. Unless it is a county town with 4-star heavy cavalry, any small town force that dares to go out of the city when confronting Jiang Ting will definitely be beaten by the heavy swords and iron cavalry to the point of doubting life. Not good. The enemy has heavy cavalry. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The lord of Qingshan City, who was in the midst of a killing spree, suddenly heard the deafening sound of horse hooves. He was instantly frightened to death and shouted loudly without hesitation, "I waited all night for you to come, and now you want to leave? How can it be that easy?" Jiang Ting casually chopped down several enemy soldiers. Seeing that the lord of Qingshan City was about to retreat, he immediately rode his horse and chased after him without any hesitation. Humph, how arrogant. When the lord of Qingshan City saw that Jiang Ting dared to chase him alone, he immediately became angry. "Judging from your momentum, you seem to be weaker than me. Who gave you the courage to chase me? You want to fight? Then fight." The Qingshan City lord's eyes flickered, and he was in no hurry to run away. After all, the guy chasing him was the enemy's main general. If he could kill him, the enemy army would be in chaos. At that time, there might even be a chance to turn defeat into victory. Kill. Jiang Ting didn't waste any words and swept his halberd across, fighting with the lord of Qingshan City. Clang. After a fierce fight, Jiang Ting instantly felt a pain in his palm. It was obvious that the Qingshan City lord's martial arts must be superior to his. Come again. Jiang Ting was not afraid at all, and still chose to confront the lord of Qingshan City head-on. Unstoppable and timely launch. Ding. Deterrence increased by 1%. Ding. Deterrence increased by 1%. Ding. Deterrence increased by 1%. Jiang Ting became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and his deterrence continued to increase. His knuckles were already bleeding, and the severe pain made his hand holding the weapon tremble slightly. But he never thought of retreating, because if he retreated, it would inevitably cause a huge blow to the morale of the soldiers, resulting in many unnecessary casualties. This madman, why is his momentum getting stronger and stronger? In a blink of an eye, the two had already fought for dozens of rounds. At this time, the lord of Qingshan City was really frustrated and had no words to grievance. It was obvious that his opponent's martial arts were not as good as his, but his halberd skills were extremely exquisite and he could always turn danger into safety. Seeing the heavy cavalry killing people in all directions, the situation was irreversible. The lord of Qingshan City no longer had the will to fight and only thought about how to escape. Are you kidding? The Overlord's Heart method is a top-level exclusive skill that can directly improve a person's aptitude. It is a method of fighting to support fighting and born for fighting. It means that one must hone oneself in constant battles and thus improve one's realm. Of the halberd technique is naturally unique in the world. Even if it is only the first level, it is not comparable to ordinary skills. Die. Finally, Jiang Ting's deterrence reached 100%, his force instantly soared by 20%, and his aura also reached its current limit at this moment. Clang. The Lord of Qingshan City was caught off guard, and the long sword in his hand was swept away by Jiang Ting's halberd. Jiang Ting, who had been bloodthirsty, naturally would not be polite. Taking this opportunity, he raised the long halberd again and instantly cut off the head of the Lord of Qingshan City. My lord is mighty. My lord is mighty. The morale of the Jiangxing soldiers was greatly boosted. Guan Yu, who had hurried over, happened to witness Jiang Ting beheading the Lord of Qingshan City. He immediately smiled with satisfaction, dragging his Qinglong sword, and said, "With such exquisite halberd skills, my lord's future achievements will definitely surpass mine." He was definitely envious. He vaguely felt that his own strength had not yet reached its limit. If he could also obtain a book of exquisite martial arts, then his strength would definitely be able to be improved. Back to the point, Jiang Ting showed his prowess for the first time, beheading the main general in the midst of thousands of troops. After the main general was beheaded, the soldiers of southern Xinjiang, who had already been killed by the 3,000 heavy cavalry, naturally had no desire to fight again. In the end, they could only throw down their weapons amid the overwhelming shouts of surrender. Chapter 28: The Powerful Overlord Cavalry. In this battle, Qingshan City and the three reinforcements, totaling 30,000 soldiers and horses, suffered more than half of them casualties, of which more than 5,000 chose to surrender, and thousands more took advantage of the chaos to flee the battlefield. There was no other way. Jiang Ting only had more than 10,000 soldiers. When the enemy was twice as many as his own, he was able to win the battle because he relied on his 3,000 heavy cavalry. If others were determined to escape, how could he keep them all? Based on past experience, a small-town NPC force can only afford to support over 10,000 soldiers. The other small towns should have sent half of their troops to support us. I think it won't be long before we hear good news from Wenhe. Looking at his own soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Ting smiled knowingly. With a counselor by his side making plans, it was really easy for him as a lord. Everything happened just as he had imagined. Before the battlefield was cleaned up, a series of beautiful system prompts sounded in Jiang Ting's ears. Ding! Congratulations to your advisor Jia Su for successfully taking control of NPC Lu Li's meeting hall. Gained 11,960 low-level slaves, 8,466 high-level slaves, 865 one-star soldiers, 1,899 two-star soldiers, 68 high-level talents, 22 super talents, 186,697 grains, 198,972 woods, 176,746 stones, and 20,567 gold, 36 silver, and 7 bronze coins. Please select the invasion mode, occupy, or destroy. Ding! Congratulations to your strategist Jia Su for successfully controlling NPC Lu Yu's meeting room and obtaining. Ding! Congratulations to your strategist Jia Su for successfully controlling NPC Zhang Yaoyang's meeting room and obtaining. For small cities, all taken. When they attacked the territory of Lin Hai and others before, Jiang Ting and Li Bai racked their brains to trick them out, but once Jia Su made a move, he used one move after another, one link after another, and from beginning to end, he defeated the enemy. This battle seems simple, but in fact every link is under Jia Su's control. Jiang Ting divided his troops to besiege the city, deliberately leaving flaws, and ambushed the heavy cavalry on the side. If the Lord of Qingshan City took the initiative to attack, Jiang Ting's heavy cavalry could directly kill him before the enemy reinforcements arrived. Of course, the Lord of Qingshan City finally chose to wait for reinforcements and then attack Jiang Ting together. But it was obvious that the heavy swords and iron cavalry were not afraid of the reinforcements from other cities. Even if they were all dispatched, the final result would be the same. After all, wasn't Lin Hai's army of 60,000 strong also defeated by the heavy cavalry and left without any chance to fight back? Jia Su ordered Jiang Ting to lay siege to the city. He had already anticipated the opponent's reaction. Besieging without attacking was just to lure the enemy out of its hole. The 4 small cities brought Jiang Ting a total of more than 800,000 gold coins, which was considered a windfall. It should be noted here that the reason why he was able to obtain so many gold coins was mainly because he chose to destroy. Once a city is destroyed, all the buildings inside will be recycled by the system at half price. Otherwise, who would be crazy enough to destroy a city? Jiangting had a gold mine that mined nearly 1 million gold coins, but it only developed Jiangcheng into a small city. Even the city wall was built later. Although half of the 1 million gold coins was spent on the army, a small city with all the buildings added up is definitely worth 400,000 or 500,000 gold coins. Exchanging a small city for a mere 200,000 gold coins is a huge loss no matter how you look at it. But Jiangting had no choice. Lack of money was one thing, and whether he could hold on to the city after occupying it was another. After receiving the news, the southern Xinjiang kingdom would definitely take action. If he didn't quickly send out the overlord iron cavalry, then by then, let alone these cities, it would be a problem whether he could even keep his home base. How terrifying is the cost of 5-star special troops? Just converting them costs 200 gold. You know, this is just a conversion. Weapons, armor, warhorses, but nothing else. 800,000 gold coins only transformed half of the overlord iron cavalry. Looking at the 4,000 freshly baked, burly men in front of him who didn't even have a stick in their hands, Jiangting sighed and felt like crying but had no tears. Name, Wang San. Occupation, Overlord Iron Cavalry 5-star, Special. Force, 70 to 80. Armor, 65 to 75. Basic skills. Martial Arts Mastery, exclusive to Overlord Iron Cavalry, Level 1. When using swords, spears, halberds, and bows, armor penetration increases by 3% and critical damage increases by 3%. Advanced Riding, when riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Special skills. Finwu 5-star. The Overlord Iron Cavalry becomes more courageous with each attack. Each attack stacks 1% agility, 1% critical damage, and 1% armor break in sequence, up to a maximum of 50%. When the stacks are full, they are reset to 0, triggering Overlord Slash, temporarily increasing force by 20% for 180 seconds. After the stacks are over, they can be stacked again. 5-star Glory, passive skill, automatically triggered when fighting with the Overlord, temporarily increases morale by 100% and doubles the efficiency of fighting. Good job. After looking at the attribute panel of one of the Overlord Iron Cavalry, Jiangting's depressed mood finally improved a lot. It is worthy of being a 5-star special force. This terrifying force value is actually on par with high-level generals. Take Lin Hai, the strongest senior general under Jiangting. For example, his martial arts strength is only 75 points. Although soldiers do not have 4-dimensional attributes, only strength and armor, and pure strength cannot compete with real high-level generals, but Jiangting estimates that 3 or 5 fully armed Overlord Iron Cavalry can definitely pin Lin Hai to the ground. This is the horror of 5-star troops. A true elite warrior who has fought hundreds of battles. Invincible. 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry. Throughout history, there are only a handful of armies that can fight them head-on. Any great general, even Xiang Yu Reborn, would not be able to escape once surrounded by such an army. After all, the power of one person is ultimately limited. Only when a group of strong men who can rival high-level generals gather together can they become the real battlefield harvesters. The reason why Xiang Yu was able to dominate the world was not because of his own military strength, but because of the unparalleled cavalry under his command. How about we demolish those 6 small towns in the north as well? Jiangting really couldn't think of how to make money. But when he said this, Sun Yu jumped out in shock. My lord, please don't do such a thing that will only benefit you. Hey, I was just joking, but the southern Xinjiang army should get the news soon and start an attack. I can't really let them go to war with sticks, can I? My lord, please allow me to think of a solution. Sun Yu also knew that time was running out, but making money was a long-term process. If he wanted to make a fortune, it would be difficult unless he went to war. So he was a little helpless for the time being. I do have a plan, but it depends on whether you are willing to do it, my lord. Jia Su spoke lightly, his eyes full of depth. What's his plan? Jiangting's eyes lit up. Look, this is the strategist. At the critical moment, our military advisor must be reliable. Chapter 29, Silver Tongue, Deal Done. My lord, you conquered 4 cities and obtained nearly 100,000 slaves, didn't you? If you are willing to hand these people over to me, I am willing to sign a military order here. Within 5 days, I will bring you 1,000,000 gold. Jia Su's expression was calm, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. However, considering this guy's fear of death, he actually dared to solemnly swear to issue a military order, which means that he must have made up his mind. How can 100,000 slaves be exchanged for 1,000,000 gold? One-huh, are you sure it's okay? Su suspiciously, but seeing how calm and mysterious he was, he finally chose to believe him. 100,000 slaves for 1,000,000 gold. This deal is a steal. Fine, I'll give it to you. Jiang Ting naturally would not refuse such a good thing. 100,000 slaves in exchange for 1,000,000 gold. According to the market price, he could earn more than double. If he did not know that Jia Su was not a person who talked nonsense, Jiang Ting would not believe a word of such a seriously unequal transaction. But since Jia Su said so, he naturally would not refuse. There were only 5 days left, and he didn't know if it was too late. Handing over the 100,000 slaves to Jia Su, he took his men to Nyoto Mountain. Jiang Ting was very familiar with Nyoto Mountain. To put it simply, it was 2 peaks, towering like ox horns, with a narrow valley in the middle and cliffs on both sides. Jiang Ting firmly believed that it was a natural barrier, but he would never believe that Nyoto Mountain could bring him millions of gold. However, after Jia Su went to Nyoto Mountain, he had people digging in the mountain all day long. Although Jiang Ting was puzzled, he knew that Jia Su was not a person who would do anything wrong, so he ignored it. It is worth mentioning that the reaction of the southern Xinjiang kingdom was much faster than Jiang Ting had imagined. In just 3 days, it had gathered 300,000 soldiers and horses and marched towards the 4 small cities that had been destroyed. This news was like adding insult to injury for Jiang Ting. His overlord iron cavalry had not yet taken shape, and he didn't know whether the 1,000,000 gold that Jia Su had promised could really be realized. If Jia Su couldn't do it, then everything he had now would probably be wasted. One-huh, please don't let me down at this time. Although Jiang Ting was extremely anxious, he still resolutely chose to believe Jia Su. Report, my lord, something terrible has happened. Chu Zhuang suddenly rushed in, frightening Jiang Ting so much that he stood up immediately. Could it be that something has happened in Nyoto Mountain and the southern Xinjiang army has launched an attack? No, it's Mr. Wenha. Chu Zhuang half knelt on the ground, panting, and pointed his thumb towards Nyoto Mountain. Mr. Wenha has gone to the southern border military camp alone. What? Went to the southern Xinjiang military camp? Jiang Ting was completely stunned, perhaps because he was too anxious. After a while, he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and figured everything out in an instant. He then sat down again, his eyes flashing as he said, "This Jiao Wenha, I finally know what he wants to do. You're still a smart guy, but how can a mere 1,000,000 gold be worth such a risk?" Su in his memory, he would definitely not make such a risky move. But at this moment, Jiang Ting suddenly realized that Jia Su was summoned by him and was 100% loyal to him. Now that the territory is at the critical moment of life and death, Jia Su no longer chooses to protect himself. He would even rather risk his own life to solve all the problems for Jiang Ting. Outside Nyoto Mountain, the southern Xinjiang military camp. Are you saying that the person who invaded my southern border and destroyed my southern border city was your master? At the head of the big tent, a general in silver armor had an expressionless face and stared at Jia Su with an icy cold gaze, as if he would suddenly attack and kill him in the next moment. Yes, General, you may not know that my lord has conquered 4 small towns on the southern border and captured nearly 100,000 slaves. They are all in Nyoto Mountain now. If you want to conquer my lord, I'm afraid it's impossible now. Jia Su spoke calmly and confidently, because there is a long and narrow valley in Nyoto Mountain, which the general must pass through on this journey. When I heard that the general's army was approaching, I was terrified and had them work day and night to seal the 2 entrances to the valley and pile huge rocks on the cliffs on both sides. General, you are wise and brave. If you want to attack by force, I think even a mere Nyoto Mountain cannot stop you. However, heavy casualties are inevitable. Besides, if the general launches an attack, the 100,000 people of southern Xinjiang will also be buried with him. I'm not saying this to threaten the general, but to clarify the situation with him. For the king of southern Xinjiang, conquering my lord is a necessary move, but for the general, it is a disaster. Ha! You poor scholar are quite interesting, eloquent, and able to confuse right and wrong. I am following orders to fight the bandits and recapture the border, which is 100 benefits with no harm at all. How can there be any talk of disaster? The general laughed out loud, but a hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Although he hit it well, Jia Su still caught it accurately. He immediately felt relieved. He was not afraid of smart people. On the contrary, he was afraid that the general from southern Xinjiang was not smart enough. General, in your efforts to recapture the border, you have led to the death of 100,000 people from southern Xinjiang. How do you think the people of southern Xinjiang will view you? And how will the king of southern Xinjiang treat you in his quest to appease the people's anger? Jiasu was not at all panicked because he had already confirmed his idea that this general from southern Xinjiang was a smart man, and a smart man would definitely not make himself the target of public criticism. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Just tell me straight away, what do you want me to do in exchange for letting him go? The general's eyes flickered. It was obvious that Jiasu's words had indeed touched upon what worried him the most. My master said that one slave would be 10 pieces of gold, and 100,000 slaves would be 1,000,000 pieces of gold. He will release them when the general arrives. Jiasu smiled calmly, as if he couldn't see the murderous look in the general's eyes. 1,000,000 gold. Huh, what a huge appetite. Isn't your master afraid that he might live to take it, but not to spend it? The general suppressed his anger and said with a sneer, Don't worry about that, General. 1,000,000 gold in exchange for 100,000 southern Xinjiang civilians. What do you think of this deal, General? Jiasu still had a calm expression. He always believed that no matter whether it was the general of southern Xinjiang or the king of southern Xinjiang behind him, as long as they were smart enough, they would not refuse his seemingly unreasonable request. Because he knew that in the eyes of the southern border kingdom, Jiangsheng was just a tiny place. What difference would it make if he gave Jiang Ting 1,000,000 gold? He could destroy it in a snap of a finger and take it back at any time. But they can use this 1,000,000 gold to show their attitude to the people of southern Xinjiang and thus gain a good reputation. Compared to simply burying the slaves with them and earning a title of tyranny, what would a smart person choose? Needless to say, what would they choose? Yes, I will send a message to His Majesty. 1,000,000 gold coins will be delivered soon. As expected, the general agreed without hesitation. Of course, he had his own considerations. He wanted to use 1,000,000 gold coins to gain a good reputation for His Majesty and himself to love the people like their own children. He thought that the person at home would also be very happy to do so. As for whether the other party would release the person after giving him the gold, who would care about that? Not releasing him would just give him a reason to send troops directly. It's not that I didn't want to save those people. The money had already been given. It was the other party who went back on their word. I was purely worried about the safety of the people, so I started a rebellion in anger. In this case, are you still afraid that you won't be able to stop people from talking? In short, regardless of whether the hostages are released or not, once the 1,000,000 gold is given, not only will the reputation be gained, but also 300,000 troops will rise up to attack, and the money can be recovered quickly. How could this person be asking for money? This person is clearly here to offer fame. Even when death is imminent, he is still thinking about useless money. It's really ridiculous. In that case, I will wait for good news from the general on Nyoto Mountain. Having achieved his goal, Jiasu bowed with a smile and then left calmly. Jia Wenhe, a vicious scholar who can cause chaos in the world with just one word. His speculation about human hearts has already reached the pinnacle. Even when he is in danger, he still solves the urgent problem for Jiang Ting with a nonchalant attitude. Chapter 30, Setting Fire to the Mountain. After all, it was a small country-level NPC force. In just 2 days, carriages loaded with gold arrived in front of Nyoto Mountain. 100 carriages, 10,000 gold each, in exchange for 10,000 men. Send your soldiers, take our men, and come and take them. The silver-armored general rode his horse and stood in front of the carriage, holding a long whip with a calm expression. However, his sharp eyes were looking into the valley intentionally or unintentionally, taking the opportunity to observe the deployment of troops in Nyoto Mountain. The general is so kind-hearted. I deeply admire him. At the narrow entrance, there were a lot of huge rocks piled up, leaving just enough space for a carriage to pass through. Su, standing at the side of the entrance, greeted with a smile, then turned to Chu Zhuang and the thousands of Jiangxing soldiers behind him and said calmly, Divide the soldiers into 10 teams, each escorting 10,000 prisoners. Once the gold is obtained, send it to the Lord as quickly as possible for disposal. Here. Chu Zhuang clasped his fist solemnly, then raised his hand and waved, striding out with the swift steps of a dragon and a tiger. The 1st Battalion, follow me. The rest of you, stay where you are. Although there was some tension between the two sides, the entire exchange process was quite smooth. Not long after, the last batch of prisoners were all sent back to the southern border military camp. It's really unexpected that such intelligent people exist in this barbaric land. The silver-armored general looked at the empty entrance to Nyoto Mountain and smiled slightly. Talking about was naturally Jiasu. After explaining everything, this guy left Nyoto Mountain early. He knew that the 1,000,000 gold was not so easy to get, and the next moment would be the most critical one. If you can hold on to it, everything will be fine. If you can't, it will be like carrying water in a bamboo basket, and everything will be in vain. With this 1,000,000 gold and 4,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, we can finally be fully armed. However, The enemy is far superior to us. Do you really have a 70% chance of winning? Jiang Ting looked towards Nyoto Mountain, feeling incredibly heavy. That was an army of 300,000, and how many did he have? At most, there were only a little over 30,000 soldiers and horses. Others are 10 times as good as him. Even if the Overlord's Iron Cavalry could defeat 10 with 1, that was only relative. The battlefield was ever-changing, with endless conspiracies and schemes. Even the most invincible troops could still capsize if they weren't careful. How could he not be nervous? How could he not be worried? I dare not deceive you, my lord. Please do not worry. Jia Su spoke calmly, as if he was not facing a 300,000-man army, but 300,000 lambs to be slaughtered. Can freely mobilize all the resources and population of the 9 territories, including me. Jiang Ting bowed solemnly to Jia Su and said solemnly, the future of Jiangxing is now entirely in the hands of the military advisor. How can this be done? Jia Su was startled and quickly supported Jiang Ting, saying righteously, don't worry, my lord. I will definitely live up to your trust. While Jiang Ting was busy organizing his troops for defense, the army in southern Xinjiang was naturally not idle either. In front of the army, huge catapults were neatly arranged. The silver-armored general looked up at Nyoto Mountain and said with a disdainful smile, a mere dangerous mountain is enough to stop our southern border troops? It seems that barbarians are just barbarians after all. They really don't know their place. Set off a fireball. I want this Nyoto Mountain to be completely wiped out within a day. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireballs streaked across the sky like meteors, carrying a long trail of smoke, and slammed into Nyoto Mountain. This is the power of a small country. Siege equipment, 5-star troops, everything is available. Before Nyoto Mountain is developed into an important pass, it is indeed unrealistic to use it to stop the enemy. The southern Xinjiang army has begun its attack. Looking at the thick smoke rising into the sky from Nyoto Mountain, Jiang Ting's eyes were solemn. For Jiang Ting at this stage, the catapult was definitely a terrifying weapon. The bluestone city wall is nothing compared to the 5-star catapult. It will probably be blown into pieces in 3 to 5 days at most. Not only that, even if the Overlord's cavalry was dispatched, they would still suffer heavy losses under the bombardment of the catapults. Of course, if you want to escape, a mere catapult will be of no use to you against an army as disciplined as the Overlord's cavalry. But the bad thing is that Jiang Ting can't escape. If his territory is destroyed, he will lose everything he has. If he cannot get rid of these catapults, his situation will become very passive. Jia Su should be very clear about this, which is why he said that there is only a 70% chance of winning. After all, the southern Xinjiang kingdom will definitely strictly protect this kind of powerful weapon. Even Jia Su may not be 100% sure that he can solve it under the surveillance of countless pairs of eyes of the enemy. At this rate, within a day at most, Nyoto Mountain will be completely barren. Jiang Ting sighed and said, although he was very anxious, he was also a bachelor. He knew that if he couldn't even stop Jia Su, then no matter how much he worried, it would be in vain. It would be better to calm down and treat it with a normal mind. He has to go through this stage sooner or later anyway. He has no background and no power. If he doesn't fight hard, how can he hold on to everything he is now? How could he leave behind all the powerful figures in Dragon City Divine Realm? Mr. Wenrua, have all the people in the 6 small towns been relocated to the mountains? Jia Su was not panicked at all. He ignored the loud noises coming from Nyoto Mountain and the growing fire, and asked calmly, everything has been arranged. Sun Yu bowed slightly, his eyes occasionally falling on the blazing Nyoto Mountain, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and it was unknown what he was thinking. To be honest, Sun Yu's strategy was actually not bad. His plan of driving the tiger to devour the wolf caused Liu Bei to suffer a great loss. And by the way, he also sent Lu Bu on a road of no return. That's good. If the city is lost, it's lost. We can fight it back at any time. But if the population is lost, then the foundation will be shaken. Jia Su nodded slightly and was about to say something, but Guan Yu on the side seemed a little unhappy. After all, he and his heavy cavalry had taken down the 6 small cities one by one. Military advisor, are you trying to hand over these 6 cities to someone else? If Yun Chang can find a way to stop those catapults, we can defend it. Jia Su turned his head calmly, looked at Guan Yu, and said with a smile. Snort. Hearing this, Guan Yu could only helplessly take a deep breath, close his eyes, and stop talking. If the 6 small cities give up, Anping will be the only one left in the north. Then, won't we still have to face those catapults? Jiang Ting also expressed his concerns. Don't worry, my lord. It won't be that easy for them to enter the city. Jia Su replied with confidence. He had been busy running around in Nyoto Mountain these past few days. Nyoto Mountain was in a dangerous terrain, and there was no better way except setting fire to the mountain. How could he not have thought of this? The southern frontier state has presented our lord with a generous gift of 1 million gold. If I do not prepare a gift for them, wouldn't that be a lack of hospitality? The slightly raised arc at the corner of Jiasu's mouth, Jiang Ting suddenly had an idea. He knew Jiasu quite well. Once this guy showed such an expression, it meant that someone was probably going to be in trouble again. Thinking of this, he actually looked forward to what the generous gift that Jiasu prepared for the southern Xinjiang kingdom was. Chapter 31 Lin Hai's highlight moment. However, after the southern Xinjiang army used the catapults, they smashed Nyoto Mountain beyond recognition in less than a day. When the fire gradually died down, the 300,000-strong army rushed into the valley at the first opportunity. Countless soldiers followed one after another, like a long dragon. The passage was quickly cleared. This long and narrow valley was probably 3 to 5 miles long. If he didn't have a catapult and Jiang Ting was not defending the dangerous place, his 300,000-strong army might not be able to break out of this deadly valley. That barbarian scholar hadn't lied to him about this. If he had insisted on attacking by force, he would have suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, with the fire he set on the mountain, the barbarians had no time to organize people to guard the mountain. Once they left the valley, what could they use to resist the charge of 300,000 troops? After a safe journey, when the silver-armored general led his army out of Nyoto Mountain, what came into view was a vast plain and a lonely official road. General, 20 miles along the official road is the city where those barbarians are. The scout reported the news respectfully. Upon hearing it, the silver-armored general didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and was about to lead the army to charge. But before he could give the order, bursts of shouting and killing suddenly came from outside Nyoto Mountain. Nyoto Mountain is completely under my control. Where does this shouting and killing sound come from? The silver-armored general frowned slightly. Then his face suddenly changed color. Oh no, we've been tricked by that barbarian thief. Quick, the heavy cavalry, charge back and rescue them. The cries of killing came from the camp where the silver-armored general had been. Knowing that the southern Xinjiang army would set the mountain on fire, why did Jiasu still let the captives carry stones on Nyoto Mountain? Why was he doing such useless work? Actually, it seems that he did something unnecessary. But in fact, this guy had already quietly mixed the 3,000 heavy sword cavalrymen into the 100,000 prisoners. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, he even let the 3,000 heavy sword cavalrymen work with the prisoners for 3 days, eat and sleep together. There are so many prisoners, and not all of them know each other. Working together every day, they become familiar with each other. Who would suspect that these guys like them are enemy spies? So the 3,000 heavy sword cavalry were silently taken as prisoners and transferred to the southern border military camp. The order they received was also very simple. Once the fire on Nyoto Mountain was extinguished, the southern Xinjiang army would definitely launch an attack and occupy Nyoto Mountain. But the valley is narrow, so they certainly won't let the catapults and prisoners pass first. The main army must go first. As soon as the main force passes by, they can launch a surprise attack, create chaos, and then set fire to the enemy's food supplies. Ha! Bury them all with me. The 3,000 heavy cavalry were wearing tattered clothes. After they burst out one by one, their strength and bloodiness as 3-star special troops and as soldiers were still clearly visible. They shuttled among countless captives who were fleeing in panic. Having no weapons, they picked up stones on the ground. When their hands and feet were chopped off, they bit them with their teeth and rammed their heads against them, engaging in a bloody battle with the soldiers who were guarding and chasing them. Don't fight any longer. Don't fight any longer. Set fire to the food. Burn everything that can be burned. Don't let our brothers die in vain, and let these bastards get away with it. No one could have imagined that the leader would be Lin Hai, a surrendered general. He is the most powerful among the 6 senior generals under Jiang Ting. When he went to war with Jiang Ting, he was also the first to give up resistance. Even in the plot mission, Jiang Ting once thought that he was not qualified to stand on his own. But today, he has become a death warrior and the leader of 3,000 heavy cavalry. He was setting fire desperately and looked crazy. Catapults. Destroy the catapults. Don't leave any of them behind. Lin Hai's eyes were red. Taking advantage of the chaos, he led dozens of heavy sword cavalrymen who had snatched weapons and rushed straight into the camp where the catapults were stored. Smash it. Quick. The pursuers are coming soon. Lin Hai roared loudly, picked up the big knife, and chopped at the catapults frantically. In just a few breaths, nearly 30 catapults were destroyed by him. Ha 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 ha. Mission accomplished. Lin Hai sat tiredly on a pile of broken catapults, laughing loudly. How dare you? The silver-armored general who came hurriedly saw his own granary on fire and the catapults broken into pieces on the ground. His eyes were bulging with anger, and he hacked at Lin Hai frantically. You're the bastard. Listen up, grandson. I'll always keep my name and surname. Tongliao Lin Hai. Die. The silver-armored general was so angry when he heard this that he was like a Buddha leaving his body and ascending to heaven. He threw the spear in his hand directly at the opponent from several meters away. Puff! The spear, carrying a powerful momentum, instantly pierced Lin Hai's chest. Then, with the remaining force, it dragged his body back 2 or 3 meters before pinning him to a broken catapult. Puff! Lin Hai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes gradually became empty. He recalled the Chuhan contention when he was ordered to fight and was allowed to lose, but not win. He had clearly completed the mission smoothly, but when he returned, he was faced with the contemptuous gazes of those foreigners. What the hell? Are all the generals under Boss Tianqing so useless? Where's Guan Yu? Why don't you let Guan Yu go? Those words really hurt him. He was also a military general. But he also knew that Guan Yu was indeed 100 times stronger than him. After hearing the rumor that General Guan killed enemy generals in the army of millions and never fell down even when he was exhausted, he admired Guan Yu even more. This is what a military general like me should do. Guan Yu, did Lin Hai's life constitute a great achievement? But is it even remotely comparable to yours? On his deathbed, Lin Hai roared to the sky and died with his eyes open. General, dozens of heavy sword cavalrymen saw Lin Hai die in battle, all with tears in their eyes, and they actually stood in front of him. Children of Jiangqing, fight to the death. Children of Jiangqing, fight to the death. Facing the entire 10,000 five-star heavy cavalrymen before them, these dozens of 7-foot-tall men in tattered clothes still raised their swords brazenly. Kill. What an elite division. The silver-armored general's eyes flashed, and his raging anger was dispelled by the desolate aura of these soldiers. He closed his eyes and sighed. This round, I didn't lose unfairly. But then he raised his head again, his expression stern, and he gritted his teeth and said, Quickly put out the fire. Anyone who causes trouble will not be spared. Jiangqing, the city lord's mansion. My lord, scouts report that Lin Hai and his 3,000 heavy sword cavalry have successfully burned the enemy's granary and destroyed all of their catapults. At the bottom, Jia Su handed over the letter and said respectfully, He's dead. Jiang Ting read the letter in silence, then closed it and asked expressionlessly. According to a scout who reached the top of Nyoto Mountain, he personally witnessed Lin Hai being stabbed to death by the enemy commander and impaled on a broken catapult. 3,000 heavy sword cavalrymen. Are they gone too? My lord, just in case, I can only send the heavy swords and iron cavalry. Although the southern Xinjiang army has temporarily left, they will be able to rush back soon if they detect any changes. To get rid of the guarding soldiers and cause chaos in such a short time, no one in our territory can do it except the heavy swords and the overlord iron cavalry. Jia Su bowed deeply and said helplessly, Wenhe, do you think I'm too anxious? If I don't provoke southern Xinjiang, then they... My lord, in this war, there will definitely be casualties. Whether it's the heavy swords and cavalry or all of us present here, once the battle begins, who can guarantee that they will not die? I understand. Wenhe, you take care of the arrangements. I'm a little tired. Yes, I will take my leave. After watching Jia Su leave, Jiang Ting turned his gaze back to the letter, and then he was lost in thought for a while. Yes, in war, there are always casualties. The so-called lossless war is something that only the protagonists in the money-making novels can achieve. Chapter 32, Southern Xinjiang City Breaks. Jia Su designed to burn the enemy's food and destroyed their catapults. This move naturally aroused the anger of the people in southern Xinjiang. After stabilizing the rear, the silver-armored general directly launched a strong attack. Of course, he had no choice. With his food supplies destroyed, he had to fight quickly. Otherwise, his 300,000 soldiers would have to fight on an empty stomach. Unfortunately, they had not even run halfway when they were forced to stop. The reason was simply that this vast plain was covered with densely packed horse traps. At this point, no matter how angry the silver-armored general was, he had no choice but to send people to fill up those holes first. Although the horse trap did not cause any actual damage to the army, the 300,000-strong army had to waste most of the day on this short plain of only 20 miles. By the time he arrived at the 6 small cities, it was almost evening. The soldiers had not eaten for a day, and a small number of people in the army had begun to feel dissatisfied. Normally, he should have rested for a night before launching an attack on the city, But now he had no food. If he waited another night, the soldiers would probably be even hungrier. How could they have the strength to continue the attack? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "My men, take the city and plunder everything in it. Kill." The meaning of this sentence is very simple. In simple terms, as long as you can break the city, you can do whatever you want. In ancient wars, in order to boost morale, many generals would allow their soldiers to burn, kill, and loot after breaking into the city. After all, nothing could excite the soldiers more than this. When they join the army and fight, aren't they aiming for promotion, wealth, and beautiful wives? Otherwise, why would I put my head on my belt and fight for life and death every day? Kill, kill, kill. Many soldiers from southern Xinjiang became jealous when they thought that after breaking the city, they would have a good meal, rob whoever they wanted, drag away any beautiful woman they liked, and do whatever they wanted without being punished. So they lifted the ladders, pushed the battering rams, and climbed up the city wall one after another. The war is about to break out. Shoot! On the city wall, Wang Chung stood high up, looking solemnly at the overwhelming number of enemies below the city. Among their 6 city lords, one was killed by Guan Yu with a single sword strike. Lin Hai also died in battle outside Nyoto Mountain, and the remaining ones were sent to guard their former cities. He knew that the possibility of him holding on to the city in this battle was zero, but there was no other way. Military orders were as strong as mountains, and the order he received was to defend the city for one night. But he only had 5,000 soldiers under his command. How could 5,000 people compete with an army of hundreds of thousands? Release the rolling stones. Quick! Sprinkle the golden soup. Sprinkle the golden soup. The city walls were surrounded on all sides, and the battle broke out on all fronts. The fighting situation was extremely brutal. Broken limbs and arms can be seen everywhere. Under the city gate, there were broken corpses everywhere, red and white, scattered all over the ground. Although Wang Chung has tried his best, the battle situation is still precarious. There is no way. 5,000 soldiers may be able to hold on for an hour or two, but after a long time, their physical strength will be seriously insufficient. Add to that the endless enemies, who would not collapse. Therefore, this siege battle with a doomed outcome came and ended quickly. It ended in just 3 hours. All 5,000 soldiers were killed in the battle, and no one survived. General, this is an empty city, without a single grain of food. My soldiers are already complaining. If this continues, I'm afraid it will cause a mutiny. The southern Xinjiang army that captured the city was all dumbfounded. Not to mention beautiful brides, they couldn't even find a mouse. Except for the 5,000 defenders, the city had long been deserted, becoming a completely isolated city. Ride as fast as you can and pass this news to His Majesty. Be sure to bring the food here within 2 days. The silver-armored general had a blank expression on his face. He ignored the deputy's complaint and gave him an order instead. He felt ashamed of the food supplies being burned, so he did not ask the king of southern Xinjiang for food immediately. However, after capturing an empty city, he understood Jia Su's plan. The same was probably true for the other cities. The soldiers worked hard to capture the cities, but they couldn't even get a full meal. After repeating this several times, who would still fight with all their strength? This was destroying the fighting spirit of his southern border army. At this point, he can no longer care about his so-called face. Only after getting food and calming the soldiers' emotions can he continue to fight. What a calculation! What a decision! The silver-armored general stroked his forehead and sighed. Without his catapults, continuing the attack would not only cost the lives of many soldiers in vain, but would also waste a lot of physical strength. In this way, within 1 or 2 days at most, as long as he could not destroy the enemy, his 300,000-strong army, without supplies, would definitely revolt. From exchanging prisoners, to setting horse pits, to his storming of the city, it seemed as if everything was under the control of his opponent. This is a master. The silver-armored general suddenly thought of the gentle and refined guy who had entered the camp alone, chatting and laughing. Not only did he take away the $1 million, but he also tricked him. Perhaps, from that moment on, I have already entered the game? It's ridiculous that he doesn't realize it himself and thinks that this tiny country can be conquered at any time. Now what if he wins in the end? It was clear that he had been plotted against, and his reputation in the southern frontier kingdom would definitely be affected by it. While the silver-armored generals were full of worries, Jiang Ting was naturally not idle either. After getting 1 million gold, he had armed the 4,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry to the teeth. 3,000 of them changed into the equipment left by the heavy sword cavalry, and the remaining 1,000 changed into 5-star suits worth thousands of gold. The 5-star suit is not much worse than the Tang Dynasty's Mo Dao. This overlord iron cavalry that he spent millions on, with only the eyes exposed, will definitely become a killing god on the battlefield. When will we have the final battle? Jiang Ting is now somewhat confident. The personal fighting power of the overlord iron cavalry is unrivaled in the world. With the 5-star suit, it is even more powerful. He even has an illusion that such overlord iron cavalry can kill through an army of millions. Back then, Zhang Liao's 800 men were able to defeat Sun Quan's army of 100,000. From then on, Sun Quan was given the nickname Sun Shirwan and has been laughed at ever since. With his 4,000 overlord iron cavalry and Guan Yu, the peerless warrior whom even Zhang Liao admired, he might be able to defeat the 300,000-strong army from southern Xinjiang. Wait a little longer. Jia Su calculated the time and said with a smile, "The enemy's food and grass have been completely destroyed. I predict that within 3 days, they will inevitably change their ways. Now that the general from southern Xinjiang wants to continue the campaign, he can only ask for food from the rear to stabilize the morale of the army." It took them 3 days to transport the gold back then. Even if they travel day and night this time, it will still take 2 days to go back and forth. We just need to conserve our energy. In 2 days, as long as the enemy's food and supplies arrive, that will be our chance to win. Hearing this, Jiang Ting had to temporarily suppress the murderous intent in his heart. The heavy swords and iron cavalry, the 5,000 soldiers, as well as Lin Hai and Wang Cheng, were willing to die for Jiang Cheng. How could he not avenge such a great hatred? He has been living in guilt these past few days. If he hadn't been greedy and hadn't provoked southern Xinjiang, none of them would have died. As their lord, it was his own mistake in decision-making that cost them their lives. But at the same time, he also figured out some things. If he wanted to climb up, he would have to pay a price. As the saying goes, one general's success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. In this world, there is no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Even a benevolent and righteous monarch like Liu Bei had to be ruthless in the struggle for power. Otherwise, how could Emperor Zhaolai of Han, who said before his death, "Do not do evil, no matter how small, and do good, no matter how small," be described by later generations as a hypocrite and falsely righteous? There has never been any humanity or righteousness in the struggle for power. Liu Xuande simply did something that most monarchs in ancient and modern times could not do. As a child, he idolized Liu Bei, and as an adult, he admired Cao Cao. But when Jiang Ting truly became a lord, he realized that in a chaotic world where human lives are worthless and bones are exposed in the wild, people who can still maintain benevolence and righteousness in their hearts and turn their hearts towards the light are themselves remarkable. Such people are called heroes. So Liu Bei is still Liu Bei, and Cao Cao is still Cao Cao. It's just that the person I admire has changed. In the process of living together, I have faced the reality and lost my original innocent heart. Jiang Ting will keep climbing up, but he will not choose Cao Cao's path, nor does he want to be a hero. Now he has no way to retreat, but he will do his best to protect the people around him and the trace of kindness in his heart that countless people sneer at. Chapter 33: The Power of the Iron Cavalry. These 2 days seemed to be very long, both for Jiang Ting and the army in southern Xinjiang. When the grain carts sent by the king of southern Xinjiang just appeared in the territory of the 4 small cities, Jiang Ting's overlord cavalry finally took action. Jiang Ting personally led the army, and Guan Yu and Li Bai served as deputy generals, accompanying him and protecting him. The 4,000 cavalrymen made no sound except the uniform sound of their horses' hooves. They galloped all the way to Nyoto Mountain. Attacking the city is naturally impossible, but they can cut off the enemy's retreat, guard the entrance to Nyoto Mountain, and prevent the enemy from escorting food and supplies in. The passage of these 4,000 cavalry naturally attracted the attention of the silver-armored general. He was a smart man and instantly understood what these cavalry that suddenly appeared wanted to do. So he quickly sent 50,000 vanguard troops out of the city to stop them. But he soon discovered that the 50,000 vanguard troops could not stop the advance of this iron cavalry. Each of them was like a demon crawling out of hell, and every strike of their sword could easily kill their own soldiers. It turns out that this heavy cavalry is their last trump card. The silver-armored general's eyes flashed. He had never seen such elite warriors. In their hands, the young men from southern Xinjiang were as easy to deal with as chopping melons and vegetables. The 50,000-strong army was defeated without any resistance, and the enemy couldn't even stop for a moment. So he could only watch from the top of the city wall as Jiang Ting's cavalry marched away towards Nyoto Mountain. He began to feel uneasy. He originally thought that after occupying Nyoto Mountain, The enemy would no longer be able to resist the offensive of the southern border troops. But now he had to think of a possibility. That is, Nyoto Mountain was deliberately given up by the enemy. They may never have thought of holding on. Their original plan was to let them in, and then use this unparalleled cavalry to block their retreat. In front of Nyoto Mountain, there is a vast plain. On flat ground, who can defeat this cavalry? Even a sharp arrow would probably find it difficult to penetrate that heavy armor that is shining with cold light, right? The soldiers have been hungry for 3 days and 2 nights, and their fighting capacity has already dropped significantly. It turns out that he had already calculated that I would not withdraw. He had already calculated that I would hold the city and wait for food and supplies. He also calculated that I would not withdraw from Nyoto Mountain easily. He understood my thoughts clearly. The silver-armored general was in a state of disarray, looking like a madman. If he had withdrawn from Nyoto Mountain early when he found that the city he had captured was empty, he would not be in such a passive position now. But he was careless after all. He thought that the enemy could not put up any decent resistance. He thought that even if the army was cut off from food, the enemy would not dare to launch an attack, because he had a full 300,000 troops at his disposal. With so many soldiers, he could capture even a heavy city, let alone such a remote small town. But the reality dealt him a heavy blow. The other party took advantage of his contempt and delayed taking action. His goal was to leave all his 300,000 troops here. Otherwise, he only needs to let this cavalry guard the plain. Even if he has 1,000,000 troops, how can he easily attack unless he flattens Nyoto Mountain? Of course, he would never have thought that when Jiasu said at the beginning that there was a 70% chance of winning and defending the city, it was actually the same as what he thought. As long as the Overlord cavalry guarded the plains, the southern Xinjiang army would definitely be killed in large numbers, and there would be so many troubles later. But who knew that the Lord's cavalry cost so much money? So he had to take a risky move and enter the enemy camp alone. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. From the moment he left the Nanjiang military camp safely, Nanjiang had actually lost. It's just that this guy always likes to kill everyone when he makes plans, so he only revealed his final killer move now. Pass on my military order. Break out with all your forces. The silver-armored general closed his eyes and said rather dejectedly. He knew that he had been defeated, but he was still unwilling to accept it. After all, he had an army of 300,000. If he fought to the death to break out, he might have a chance to eliminate this cavalry. My lord, they might be ready to fight to the death. Guan Yu's face was solemn. The Overlord's cavalry was indeed brave and unparalleled, but if the 300,000 troops in southern Xinjiang insisted on fighting to the death, even if they could win, it would probably be a miserable victory in the end. It's okay. Wenhe said he has a way to subdue the southern Xinjiang army. We just need to hold on for an hour. Jiang Ting clenched the halberd in his hand, his heart feeling as heavy as if a huge rock was pressing on it. Every one of the Overlord's iron cavalry was his lifeblood. If one died, it would be one less. If he suffered heavy losses before even leaving the mountain, it would definitely be more painful than killing him. Kill, kill, kill. Although the army from southern Xinjiang had been hungry for 2 or 3 days, they all knew that they would have food after crossing Nyoto Mountain. So they were completely crazy and rushed towards the Overlord iron cavalry guarding the plain without caring about their lives. Disease. Jiang Ting didn't waste any words and directly ordered the cavalry to launch a charge. He himself led 1,000 cavalry to guard the entrance. Before leaving, Jiasu repeatedly reminded him that he must not let a single enemy go and must make them feel complete despair. Jiang Ting naturally would not ignore it. Under the leadership of Guan Yu, the 3,000 Overlord iron cavalry rushed into the dense enemy army like a wolf into a flock of sheep. They swung their swords silently, and every strike could take away a life. Soon, they had cut through the battlefield. Stop! Turn! Fast! The 3,000 cavalrymen were covered in blood, but with Guan Yu's order, they did not hesitate at all, reeled in their horses, turned around, and charged again. The whole process was smooth and without any delay, and orders were truly followed and absolutely obeyed. After 3 or 2 rounds of fighting, the southern Xinjiang army finally collapsed. These people are simply monsters. A murderous monster. Let me out. Let me out. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Some soldiers from southern Xinjiang who were in a worse mood had already started waving their weapons and crying. After being hungry for so many days, they still had to fight these monsters. Their psychological defenses finally collapsed completely at this moment. Jiang Ting was also a little dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. Although he knew that the Overlord Iron Cavalry should be considered one of the top troops in this game, He never expected that 3,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry could actually defeat an army of 300,000 people. Beaten to tears? We are not kidding. Aren't these people crying for their parents because they were beaten? Fortunately, Jiang Ting's absurd idea did not last long. Thousands of Jiangqing soldiers who hurried over from the rear had successfully diverted his attention. Put down your weapons, eat meat, and drink soup. Put down your weapons, eat meat, and drink soup. Put down your weapons, eat meat, and drink soup. The soldiers of Jiangqing shouted in unison, pushing large pots of stewed broth that filled the air with fragrance. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to eat meat. CNM, I'm not going to fight anymore. Eat meat. At this moment, the soldiers from southern Xinjiang, who were already very close to collapse, offered almost no resistance. They threw away their weapons and crawled towards the big pots. What a Jiawenha! He is simply killing people and destroying their hearts. Jiang Ting sighed. This is the horror of a counselor. They can play with people's hearts in the palm of their hands while chatting and laughing. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. Pick up your weapons. The silver-armored general who was fighting bravely against the enemy saw that his soldiers no longer obeyed his orders and deserted one after another. He was so anxious that he killed more than 10 soldiers in a row. Unfortunately, his killing spree could not stop the mutiny at all. Helplessly, he could only look up to the sky and sigh, then sat down on the ground, saying in despair, "It's all over. It's all over." Chapter 34. Sister Choo Choo, your dad called. "General, let us escort you out." When he was at the end of his rope, the silver-armored general was still guarded by 10,000 five-star heavy cavalrymen. Although they were also very hungry, they ignored the meat soup brought by Jia Su and always held their weapons tightly. "General, we meet again." Jia Su led the last 20,000 soldiers of Jiangqing and slowly walked to the front of the army. "Did you plan all this?" Upon seeing Jia Su, the silver-armored general stood up again and his expression returned to calm. "Yes, General, the situation is hopeless. Why not surrender early?" Jia Su spoke straight to the point. "A loyal minister never serves two masters. Now that I'm defeated, all I can do is die. I only ask that you treat these southern border soldiers well." The silver-armored general stood with a sword in his hand. Seeing the soldiers from southern Xinjiang being tied up and controlled by Jiang Ting's men, he gritted his teeth, half knelt down, and clasped his fists heavily. "General." Him all had sad and angry expressions on their faces. It seemed that this guy's status in the army was not low. "General, why do you have such a death wish? How about this? If the heavy cavalry behind you is willing to surrender, I will ask the Lord to let you go." Jia Su smiled, his eyes deep. It was obvious that he was interested in the 5-star heavy cavalry led by the silver-armored general. Such an elite army. I believe the general would not want to see them destroyed here. If you are willing to dismount and surrender, I promise to let your general leave safely. Jiang Ting heard Jia Su's words. His eyes lit up, and he expressed his opinion directly. "This general." The soldiers looked at each other and were a little undecided for a moment. "Surrender now, everyone. You are no match for that cavalry. It is my incompetence that has brought you down." The silver-armored general closed his eyes. Since he was determined to die, he naturally did not let the heavy cavalry surrender because he was afraid of death. As Jia Su said, he just didn't want to see this elite army that accompanied him in his battles be destroyed. "We are willing to fight to the death with the general. We are willing to fight to the death with the general." The heavy cavalrymen prostrated themselves on the ground one after another. Even when they were on the verge of despair, they remained loyal. No wonder Jia Su would rather let the silver-armored general go and take him into his possession. "Are you going to disobey military orders?" The silver-armored general glared, and even though the heavy cavalry were extremely conflicted, they subconsciously dropped their weapons. This is what it means when a military order is as heavy as a mountain. The more elite the troops are, the more they respect military orders. It's worthy of being a 5-star heavy cavalry. Jiang Ting was secretly delighted. Subduing this heavy cavalry would definitely give him more power. However, their loyalty was a little low and would need to be improved in the future. "Since you have surrendered, Jiang will naturally keep his word. Please, General." Jiang Ting waved his hand, and the thousands of Overlord cavalry behind him immediately made way for a path in just a few breaths. "May I have your name?" The silver-armored general calmly mounted his horse, then looked at Jia Su and asked coldly. "My name is Jia Su, courtesy name Wenha." "Jia Wenha? Okay. Ning Yuansa, will remember this. We'll meet again someday, even though the mountains are high and the waters are deep." After saying this, the silver-armored general said no more and rode his horse away from the plain. "Look at the situation. It seems like someone is targeting you, Wenha." Jiang Ting watched the southern Xinjiang general, who called himself Ning Yuanso, walking away, and the haze in his heart was finally swept away. He couldn't help but say jokingly, "This battle finally came to an end with Ning Yuanso's departure." Although the whole process was safe and sound, it still prevented him from getting a good night's sleep. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Li Bai and Guan Yu, who were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, also reported their victory results as soon as possible. The 300,000-strong army in southern Xinjiang suffered a total of more than 70,000 casualties. More than 10,000 were killed in a siege. Then, when the 50,000 vanguard troops went out of the city to block the enemy, they were killed and laid waste by the cavalry. More than half of the troops were killed or wounded, and the rest all died in the back-and-forth charges of the overlord's cavalry. There are nearly 230,000 prisoners, most of whom are 3-star soldiers. In addition, he also surrendered 10,000 5-star heavy cavalry. It can be said that if the results of this battle are completely digested, the overall strength of Jiangsheng will definitely more than double. My lord, these southern border soldiers must not be used. Using them will only bring disaster. Unfortunately, before Jiang Ting had time to be happy, Jia Su poured cold water on him. Why is that? Jiang Ting was quite puzzled. If it couldn't be used, then what difference would it make whether the war was fought or not? My lord, how many people are there in our territory? Including the civilians, there are only a little over 100,000. Although the soldiers in southern Xinjiang have surrendered, their families are still in southern Xinjiang. If we insist on going ahead and forcefully annex it, the southern border will rise up again one day, and there will be countless rebels. By then, with wars raging outside and rebellions within, even gods will be unable to save us. I see. Jiang Ting instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He only thought that his own strength would surely increase dramatically after annexing more than 20 armies in southern Xinjiang. But he forgot that the total population of his own territory was less than half of these people. If they really dare to do such a foolish thing as greedily swallowing an elephant, the morale and public security in the territory will inevitably plummet. I don't know how long it will take to recover. By then, when southern Xinjiang takes the opportunity to invade, it will be effortless to make these people turn against us. If they don't need it, do we have to keep these people locked up forever? This is a population of over 200,000. How can we afford such a huge expense? Guan Yu frowned. Even though he was a military general, he could think of more than 200,000 idle people, which was simply not something Jiang Ting could afford to support. My lord, are you unable to think of what to do with these soldiers? Looking at Jia Su's smiling face, Jiang Ting instantly understood. Good of you, Jiao Wenhe. You must have thought of this a long time ago, so you're willing to spare these people's lives, right? Jiang Ting figured out the key and breathed a sigh of relief. With Jia Su's strategy, if these 230,000 captives were really so troublesome, he would have found a way to bury them all long ago. How could he leave such a huge hidden danger? I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Ting did what he thought. He directly opened the official forum and quickly wrote his second post. Lots of 3-star soldiers for sale, priced at 200 gold each, fully equipped, affordable, fair, first come, first served. Given Jiang Ting's influence among the players, this post naturally quickly became a hot topic. For players at this stage, 3-star troops have become their main combat force, and most lords have begun to train them. Jiang Ting's post can be said to be quite timely. 200 gold coins can buy a fully equipped 3-star soldier. The price is not much different from training one by oneself, but it saves time and effort. Time is money. Who doesn't understand the principle of one step ahead, many steps ahead? So Jiang Ting is not worried about the lack of market. But his calm expression didn't last long, as a series of bizarre comments made him completely confused. I won't buy it. Scumbag. Boss, you are such a disappointment. I have always regarded you as my idol. But who would have thought that you would be this kind of person? Bah, die scumbag. My Jiang Shun is not a scumbag. He just wants to give every girl a little more love. What's wrong with him? Doghead save life. I really feel sorry for Goddess Chu Chu. What? What is going on? How did I become a scumbag? Who the hell am I? Everyone, stop scolding me. This is just my wishful thinking. It has nothing to do with him. Not long after, an ID named Chu Chu, who had the excellent player mark, posted a comment, and then it quickly rushed to the top of the comment list. Chu Yunqi, are you so free? Jiang Ting understood everything instantly. After returning from the plot mission, he was busy running around and had long forgotten about Chu Yunqi. He didn't expect that this girl would be making trouble behind his back. Hee. You want to ruin my reputation, right? Very good. Very powerful. Then let's hurt each other. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting replied directly. You know what you did when I was drunk that night. Now you are pestering me. What do you want? Fuck. Eat melon. Eat melon. Is there something else going on here? Boss Tianxing, if you feel threatened, just blink. Chu Yunxi, who was far away in Xinyu, saw Jiang Ting's reply, and her pretty face flushed with anger. She jumped up and said, Jiang, Tian, Xing, you bastard. Sister Chu Chu, your dad is calling. Do you want to get off the line and answer it? Call. Chu Yunxi closed her eyes and took several deep breaths before she calmed down. She then held her forehead and said with a look of despair, I know. There are so many things happening every day. Chapter 35 Jiang Ting's Sudden Wealth. Although the players seem to criticize Jiang Ting to pieces, the speed of sending private messages is faster than one another. After all, no matter how much they criticize, they still have to buy what they need. Anyone who is not a fool naturally knows the importance of 3-star troops. The sooner you obtain them, the more chances you have to be one step ahead of others. Those who are capable will naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. Jiang Ting was not polite either. As long as there was interest, he would basically accept it. During this time, he also saw dozens of private messages from Chu Yunxi. After clicking on them, Jiang Ting finally understood why he had suddenly become a scumbag. Jiang Tianxing, did you turn off the friend request? Hey, have you forgotten what you said in front of Xiangyu? You're not replying to me on purpose, are you? Fine. Don't think I can't do anything to you just like that. Are you still pretending to be dead? You're already famous, don't you know? Looking at the private messages, Jiang Ting was suddenly at a loss for words. Didn't Chu Yunxi just want to be a friend? Why did she have to go through all this trouble? Shaking his head, he had no choice but to send a friend request to Chu Yunxi, and then got down to business. 230,000 captives. This is a huge project. Jiang Ting was busy all night just to count the number of people involved in the transaction. The next day, at dawn, Li Qingshan also brought Kai Wenji to the city lord's mansion. Qingshan, you came just in time. I didn't sleep last night, and have already counted all the people who traded. You're the only one in the territory who can help me with this kind of thing. How about you come with me to the trading market and help out for the next 2 days? Jiang Ting yawned and said with a tired look. What night was that? What are you talking about this night and that night? What are you doing so early in the morning? Jiang Ting, who had been somewhat nonchalant at first, caught Li Qingshan's extremely hostile look and shuddered, his spirits also brightening considerably. Chu Yunxi deliberately ruined my reputation, and I was just taking a small revenge on her. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Seeing that Li Qingshan didn't say anything, but just pursed her lips and looked at him quietly, Jiang Ting suddenly frowned. How about I swear again? Snort. Li Qingshan didn't make any unreasonable demands. She just pulled Kai Wenji up and turned to walk out of the city lord's mansion. Hey, where are you going? Jiang Ting hurriedly chased after him. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the trading market? Li Qingshan pouted, looking rather unhappy. The small disturbance was overcome without any danger, and Jiang Ting did not dare to provoke this little ancestor any further. In fact, he was not afraid of Li Qingshan. It was just that when he was at his lowest and most helpless, Li Qingshan was the only one who stayed by his side. So even if he became the emperor, he would still be infinitely tolerant of Li Qingshan's temper. 230,000 prisoners may sound like a lot, but once it spreads to the entire player community, it is actually just an insignificant ripple. Many players have managed to scrape together thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins by gritting their teeth. Some by dozens, others by hundreds. In the end, there are actually less than 1,000 players who can actually trade with Jiang Ting. Therefore, in less than 2 days, the 230,000 captives in his hands were taken to the trading market one after another and exchanged for pure gold. This time, Jiang Ting really made a fortune. In addition to the 10,000 5-star heavy cavalry, there were a total of 220,000 captives left, each worth 200 gold. With this wave of operations, he directly exchanged them for a terrifying 44 million gold. It can be said that the warehouses in his 9 territories are all filled with countless gold. 44 million gold. Jiang Ting had never seen so much money in his life. It turns out that war is the fastest way to get rich. Gold mines and the like are simply vulnerable in the face of the value of more than 200,000 soldiers. If I tell Jiang Ting now that another gold mine has been discovered, he will never be as excited as the first time. In fact, such news will not cause him much excitement. This is the improvement of vision. Having suddenly become a nouveau riche, Jiang Ting naturally converted all the remaining Overlord Iron Cavalry as soon as possible, spending a total of 800,000 gold. Then he dressed all the cavalrymen in the same suits worth thousands of gold, spending a total of 7 million gold. For cavalry, war horses are naturally the top priority, So Jiang Ting gritted his teeth and directly arranged for them to have the best Arabian horses in the market, each worth 1,000 gold. And he came according to the standard of one person riding 2 horses. In this way, a full 14 million gold was spent. Seeing that Jiang Ting had spent nearly half of the treasury in just a few days, the financial officer Sun Yu was so anxious that he sat down in front of the city lord's mansion and refused to leave. I won't spend any more. Wen Ruo, I really won't spend any more. Jiang Ting looked at Sun Yu, who was sitting on the doorstep and refused to get up, scratched his eyes embarrassedly, and made repeated promises. Very happy these past 2 days, but he made Sun Yu so angry that he even lost his literary integrity. This shows how much he likes to spend money. My lord, this gold really cannot be spent. With this money, we can build roads to the 6 small cities and gradually merge them into a large city. You know, just building official roads and city walls will cost a fortune. Besides that, the other territories still need to be developed. As for the Broken Eyebrow River to the east, we can already build a dock. The sooner we prepare for this, the better. Building a dock, crafting ships, and forming a navy all cost money. In addition, we must build a pass on Nyoto Mountain as soon as possible. This way, we can attack when advancing and defend when retreating, ensuring that there is no worry in the north. Sun Yu knew everything like the back of his hand and gave earnest advice. After hearing these words, Jiang Ting suddenly felt that tens of millions of gold really felt like a drop in the bucket. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but think of taking the Overlord Iron Cavalry out to rob money. After all, he had tasted the sweetness of the battle with southern Xinjiang this time. There was really nothing that could make money faster than fighting a war. Of course, his idea is actually very dangerous. To put it bluntly, war is no different from gambling, and it's an all-in every time. If you win, you will naturally make a lot of money. If you lose, you will lose everything and have nothing. So Jiang Ting could only think about it in his mind. The Overlord Iron Cavalry was the strongest ace force in his hands. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he naturally did not want to make any mistakes. Ever since the Chuhan War ended, he had been fighting with southern Xinjiang. Now that the war was over, Jiang Ting also focused his attention on the epic battlefield updated by the system. This epic battlefield is quite interesting. From the spring and autumn period and the warring states period to the prosperous Tang dynasty, basically all the famous battles are included. Players need to pay a certain amount of gold before they can enter. The price is clearly marked and there is no deception. The higher the level of the story, the more gold you need to pay. Of course, even if you pay the gold, you may not necessarily gain anything. If you are not strong enough and cannot complete the story mission, then no matter how much gold you pay, it will be in vain. In addition, points can also be accumulated in this battlefield plot. In fact, to put it bluntly, this thing is nothing more than a smaller version of a large epic plot. After all, large-scale epic plots are opened by the system at irregular intervals, and everyone is forced to participate. But there are only so many epic plots, so the system must have considered that such plots are too monotonous, so it created an epic battlefield to give players more gaming experience and room for advancement. Chapter 36: A Dream. The epic battlefield, like the land of reincarnation, is an independent space opened up by the system. After Jiang Ting chose to enter, he arrived at the starting point of the mission, Chang'an City, in a burst of strong light. Chang'an City is one of the top-level imperial cities in the game Age of the Gods. It is magnificent and majestic, and is several times larger than Chang'an in ancient China. All the buildings in the city, including special buildings, are of 5-star quality, exuding prosperity and luxury. There are basically no NPCs in this city. It is a paradise for players. Many guilds and individual players spontaneously set up stalls on the streets outside the palace, selling all the rare items they brought back from the epic battlefield. Look, a glass bottle. A top-quality 3-star glass bottle. Only 50 gold. Only 50 gold. Bronze tripod. Spring and autumn bronze tripod. Price is 100 gold. Only 10 left. First come, first served. Players imitated the ancient peoples shouting in a very realistic way. The special items brought out from the epic battlefield could not only be brought back to the territory, but also recycled into points. However, compared to points, players preferred to sell them for gold coins. Up to now, many lords who couldn't make it in the game have switched to other professions. There are also a small number of players who just wanted to make a little money in the game from the beginning. They no longer have territories, and Chang'an City is where they stay most often. Here, not only do they not have to worry about being killed when they go out, but they can also steadily enter some small dungeons to earn some gold coins, so points are far less real to them than gold coins. Even some small and medium-sized guilds have chosen this as their main development direction. Jiang Ting's appearance did not attract any attention. After all, he has always been relatively low-key, and there are actually not many players who have actually seen him. He walked all the way into the depths of the palace. In the palace hall, there was only a golden portal and a lonely general in golden armor. This person was the only quest NPC in Chang'an City. Players needed to pay gold to him before they could enter the plot copy. This guy is quite popular. The stories that players have made up about him could fill a whole novel. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind Jiang Ting, interrupting his original thoughts. Jiang Ting turned his head and saw a slim and pretty woman who was tilting her head and looking at him with interest. What kind of story can a quest NPC have? The most popular version is that he guards a city alone, actually waiting for someone, but that person will never show up. You're such a good writer. It's a waste if you don't write novels. Jiang Ting was furious, but the woman opened her big, watery eyes and said with a half-smile, "How do you know that this story isn't true, or that it won't become true?" Jiang Ting was suddenly startled, his expression dazed. A breeze brushed the woman's hair, and then she disappeared in the wind like yellow sand, as if she had never appeared. When he came to his senses again, the huge palace was already filled with players coming and going. It was obvious that the palace at this moment was the real palace. Is it just a dream? Jiang Ting looked at the task NPC wearing golden armor again, his eyes full of surprise and suspicion. Could it be that she was hinting to herself that one day she would also become the protagonist of this story? Is this a hidden setting deliberately left behind in Age of the Gods? What exactly did that scene just now want to express? Jiang Ting secretly took note of the strange illusion just now, and then strode to the side of the golden-armored general. Dear player, would you like to open the epic battlefield story panel? The golden-armored general spoke in a cold tone, as if he were an emotionless robot. This was particularly out of place in Age of the Gods, a game as realistic as it is. Unless the system deliberately erased all his emotions and turned him into a task machine without any emotions. Isn't this game about 100% realism? Then isn't the appearance of this golden-armored general a bit contradictory? Jiang Ting frowned. He had a hunch that this so-called Chang'an City must be hiding some secrets, but he was far from being able to reach that level at the moment. Open. Jiang Ting didn't want to dwell too much on things he couldn't figure out. Age of Gods itself was a very complicated game. If he wanted to get closer to the truth, he could only keep getting stronger and stronger until he became an existence that could not be ignored in this game. A densely packed task list appeared in front of Jiang Ting, including the Battle of Chongping, the bloody Battle of Changbanpo, the defeat at Huarong Road, the Xuanwu Gate incident, and so on, all big and small plots. Each task has a detailed introduction, and the corresponding task rewards and the startup funds required are also marked at the end. Jiang Ting flipped through it carefully for a long time, and finally stopped his attention on the plot mission of defeat at Maiqing. Plot: defeat at Maiqing. Time: 24th year of Jinan. Background: Jingzhou was destroyed, and Guan Yu fled to Maiqing. Opening conditions: 1,000 gold coins. Mission rewards: you may drop red hair, Guan Yu's exclusive mount, spring and autumn swordsmanship, Guan Yu's exclusive mind method, Lu Meng's 5-star heroic soul, Guan Ping's 3-star and 1-star heroic soul, Lu Feng's 3-star heroic soul, etc. Limited number of players, 300. Military officers cannot participate in the battle. This scenario is not very cost-effective for other players, as they can only lead 300 people, but have to face more than 5,000 ambush troops from Eastern Wu. This is too difficult. The possibility of getting Lu Meng's heroic spirit is extremely low, but Jiang Ting has to do it. It doesn't matter whether he can get Lu Meng's heroic spirit or not. What is important is the spring and autumn swordsmanship and the red hair. Only by getting these two things can Guan Yu's strength reach the peak. When he thought of this, he did not hesitate at all. After leaving Chang'an City, he randomly selected 300 Overlord Iron Cavalry in the territory and rushed back with the gold. This time, his appearance was not so calm. Holy crap! Where the hell did this heavy cavalry come from? Why do they look so similar to the Overlord's Iron Cavalry? It's the Overlord Iron Cavalry. That man is God Jiang. Holy crap! The boss showed up. This is big news. I've even thought of a headline for you. Chinese God Jiang appears on an epic battlefield, and the Overlord's Iron Cavalry stuns everyone. 6. It's a shame you don't become a blogger, brother. Jiang Ting, who was already accustomed to the player's whispers, turned a blind eye. There was no other way. Once the Overlord Iron Cavalry appeared, he was doomed to not be able to keep a low profile. It was not an easy journey, as many brave players even came to ask for favors and autographs. What's worse, some female players, in particular, made all kinds of jokes, talked about having children, and added each other as friends, making the whole Chang'an city feel a bit chaotic. The terrifying influence of the number one player was also fully demonstrated at this moment. Of course, Jiang Ting naturally chose to ignore all these players who looked like monkeys. At the same time, he also deeply understood the bitterness and helplessness of those stars in reality. Chapter 37, Guan Yu breaks out. After finally escaping from the players' encirclement, Jiang Ting did not dare to stay for a moment. After quickly paying the gold, he walked straight into the portal at the signal of the golden-armored general. A golden light flashed, and when Jiang Ting opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the foot of Maiqing. Looking up, I saw an elderly Guan Yu wearing armor and with a white beard standing on the top of the city wall, holding a sword and looking quietly into the distance. General Yingguan, the extraordinary Jiang Tianxing has come to surrender with 300 cavalrymen. We are willing to protect you and return you to Shuhan. Jiang Ting clasped his fist slightly. The Guan Yu in front of him was so different from the Guan Yu he summoned that Jiang Ting didn't know which one was real and which one was fake. Why would a brave man come to a desperate person? It's better to leave early. Guan Yu glanced at Jiang Ting and replied calmly. How can we give up so easily until the last moment? Jiang Tianxing, I am willing to fight to the death with you, General. Please, General Guan, take me in. General? Jiang Ting requested again and again, but no matter what he said, Guan Yu never paid any attention to him. This completely confused Jiang Ting. What was going on? Where was the mission? Guan Yu didn't even bring his own, and he didn't explain how to complete the mission. Where else could he go? This plot is a bit weird. Totally free mode. Jiang Ting pondered over it, but didn't know what he should do to change Guan Yu's historical trajectory. After being defeated in Maiqing, the next thing should have been the invasion of Eastern Wu. Guan Yu broke out and insisted on taking a small path. As a result, he was caught in Lu Meng's tripwire and was captured alive, right? Fine, if you don't want to accept it, then don't. I have 300 Overlord Iron Cavalrymen, and we will kill anyone we see. It doesn't matter if there is no task prompt. As long as we ensure that Guan Yu does not die, there will always be progress, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Ting was no longer in a hurry and simply ordered his cavalry to ambush outside the city. Anyway, he had made up his mind that he would go wherever Guan Yu went. Even if the 300 fully armed Overlord cavalry could not kill Lu Meng, it should be easy for them to rescue Guan Yu. After waiting for a long time, the Eastern Wu army really attacked. Jiang Ting did not rush to take action because he knew that these people could not capture Maiqing in a short time. The reason why Guan Yu finally chose to break out was purely because Lu Feng and Meng did not come to his rescue. Theoretically speaking, Jiang Ting's best option now is to find Lu Feng and persuade him to send troops to help. But then he thought, the ambush troops sent by the Eastern Wu are only more than 5,000 people. If his 300 Overlord Iron Cavalry can operate better, it seems that they can still fight. He had personally witnessed the terror of the Overlord's Iron Cavalry. An army of 300,000 men was beaten to tears by 3,000 Iron Cavalrymen. With only 5,000 men, what reinforcements could he possibly seek? He didn't take action, but just waited for Guan Yu to break through, and then followed him to see if he could find an opportunity to beat Lu Meng and Zhu Ran to death. Among the players at this stage, Jiang Ting is probably the only one who dares to be so willful. It would be best if I beat him to death. If not, I will pay another 1,000 gold, learn from the lesson, and beat him again. Everything was just as recorded in history. Lu Feng and Meng De refused to send troops, and Maiqing was also in danger. They fought on 3 fronts, deliberately leaving the north for Guan Yu to break through. Zhuge Jin entered the city to persuade them to surrender, but to no avail, and was driven out by Guan Yu. Because there was no food in the city, after Zhuge Jin left, Guan Yu had no choice but to break out. What was Jiang Ting doing at this time? After Zhuge Jin left the city, he led his cavalry to chase him all the way. This was Zhuge Liang's brother. How could he let go of the heroic soul that was sent to them? The soldiers of Eastern Wu did not expect that at this time, a fully armed heavy cavalry would suddenly appear from the middle of the road. For a moment, their formation was in chaos. Of course, even if it was not in chaos, they could not stop Jiang Ting's heavy cavalry. Therefore, Zhuge Jin, who was in a state of bewilderment, did not even have time to speak before he was trampled into a pulp by 300 cavalrymen under Jiang Ting's charge. Ding. System prompt. You killed Zhuge Jin in the story mission, changing the course of history. Mission progress plus 10%, and you received 1 Zhuge Jin heroic soul, 3 stars, and 1 star. Please keep up the good work. Huh? Killing a famous general can increase the mission progress. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Ting's eyes lit up instantly. If he beat Lu Meng to death, he wondered how much more he could gain. While he was thinking, Guan Yu had already taken the opportunity to break through. Jiang Ting didn't think anymore and led the cavalry to attack again. Shoot! Following Jiang Ting's loud shout, the 300 cavalrymen took out their bows and arrows without hesitation and fired several rounds of shots in the direction of Maiqing. Swish, swish, swish. The Overlord Iron Cavalry were all-around warriors proficient in swords, spears, halberds, and bows. After several bursts of shooting, the Eastern Wu siege troops were thrown into chaos. Seeing this, Jiang Ting laughed out loud, full of heroic spirit. He picked up his halberd again and led the way, shouting, "Hurry! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 300 cavalrymen were filled with murderous aura, and thousands of besieging troops were beaten and fled in all directions. Ding! You rescued Zhou Tsang in the story mission, changing the course of history. Mission progress plus 10%, and you were rewarded with a 3-star, 1-star ring-headed sword. Please keep up the good work. Another hint made Jiang Ting suddenly realize that he could not influence Guan Yu's decision, but he could rely on himself to change the course of history and thus increase the progress of the task. In the plot, the attacking Eastern Wu army would have successfully broken into the city, and Zhou Tsang would have died in Maiqing. But because of Jiang Ting's repeated attacks, these people were directly defeated and scattered, and the plot naturally developed in a good direction. Catch up. Seeing that Guan Yu had successfully broken through, Jiang Ting did not dare to delay too much and followed him from a distance. After returning, I must temper Yunchang's arrogant temper, otherwise he will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Seeing that Guan Yu had indeed chosen the small path, Jiang Ting was speechless. Wang Fu clearly told you that there was an ambush on the small path, but you still insisted on going in. Tell me, are you being rude? However, at this time, Guan Yu was so powerful that all heroes in the world were frightened by his name. It was inevitable that he would be arrogant. Jiang Ting understood very well, so after returning, he immediately asked Yunchang to raise a horse for me. Kill him. Don't let Guan Yu go. Kill. The shouts and cries of killing shook the earth. Countless figures suddenly rushed out from the dense forests on both sides. Guan Yu said nothing, but swung his Qinglong sword repeatedly and cut a bloody path. Isn't it said that people have the capital to be arrogant? If the tripwire hadn't tripped Red Hair, it's hard to say whether Guan Yu could have broken through the encirclement. Oh no, why is there such elite heavy cavalry behind Guan Yu? Zhu Ran, who was standing on a high ground, saw Jiang Ting approaching from a distance. His face immediately changed and he hurriedly ordered, "Shoot! Shoot quickly! We must stop them!" Unmatched in both momentum and equipment. Anyone who sees it will be terrified. Such an ace force, even if it only has a few hundred people, is enough to rewrite a war. Zhu Ran even felt that even the world-famous White Horse volunteers could not compare to the might of the cavalry before him. Chapter 38 Guan Yu vs. Zhu Ran. Arrows rained down from the sky, but Jiang Ting was not panicked at all. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Run and shoot. Following his order, the 300 Overlord Iron Cavalrymen accelerated instantly. During the charge, they put away their swords and switched to bows in one go. Not only did they effectively dodge a large number of arrows, they were also able to counterattack with ease. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The enemy's small amount of arrows fell on the Overlord Iron Cavalry, causing almost no actual damage, but the arrows shot by the Overlord Iron Cavalry instantly knocked down a large number of ambushes. Damn it! Zhu Ran was very angry, but also felt powerless. This was simply a crushing defeat. How could he fight against him? Oh no, Yunchang has fallen off his horse. Quick, charge and save him. Jiang Ting originally planned to deal with Zhu Ran's archers first, but when he looked up, he saw that Guan Yu had been caught in a lasso, and his adopted son Guan Ping was leading dozens of soldiers in a desperate resistance. The situation was precarious. The 300 cavalrymen had strict military discipline. As soon as Jiang Ting finished speaking, they put away their bows and replaced them with swords without hesitation and rushed straight to the ambush troops who were besieging Guan Yu. We must not let him rescue Guan Yu. Follow me and kill him. Seeing Jiang Ting launching a charge, Zhu Ran's eyes changed instantly, and he led hundreds of people to attack Jiang Ting from the side, trying to stop Jiang Ting's charge. The fighting power of the Overlord's Iron Cavalry was too terrifying. If left unchecked, the soldiers of the Eastern Wu would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. This was something he could not accept. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to capture and kill the enemy commander, this cavalry will be in chaos, and then we may be able to resolve the crisis. Zhu Ran. Jiang Ting looked solemn. He knew his own strength very well. Zhu Ran was a famous general after all, and his qualifications must be very high. Now that he was charging towards him, he could only pull in his horse and fight him. Leave 100 of you with me to meet the enemy. and the rest of you continue the charge. Be sure to rescue those people for me. Jiang Ting's eyes flashed. He wanted to save Guan Yu and also kill Zhu Ran. Kill. 100 cavalrymen instantly engaged in a melee with hundreds of ambushes. Zhu Ran took the lead and charged straight towards Jiang Ting. He knew that his mere hundreds of men could not defeat the 100 heavy cavalrymen, but as long as he could delay them and kill the enemy commander, even if the entire army was wiped out, victory would still belong to Dongwu. Come and fight. Although he knew that he was no match for Zhu Ran, Jiang Ting was still full of fighting spirit. After he became an overlord, it was destined that he would have to charge into battle and lead the troops in his future career. Kill. The two men collided violently, and Jiang Ting was directly chopped back 5 or 6 steps by Zhu Ran. So strong. Jiang Ting felt extremely powerless. He was indeed a super tough guy who was appointed as General of Chariots and Cavalry and left Grand Marshal by the Eastern Wu. This Zhu Ran is definitely a 5-star general. Die. Zhu Ran took the opportunity to swing his sword several times, leaving Jiang Ting with no power to fight back. He was hit by several swords in an instant and was seriously injured. Ding. Unstoppable momentum. Deterrence increased by 1%. Deterrence increased by 1%. Although the skill Unstoppable is very powerful, Jiang Ting's 4-dimensional attributes are too low. It's good enough that he was not killed instantly by Zhu Ran. Protect the Lord. Protect the Lord. The heavy cavalry beside him saw that Jiang Ting was injured, and their eyes became red as they rushed forward one after another to block him. Get out of my way. Zhu Ran also fought with true rage. Although the Overlord Iron Cavalry was powerful, they were still little brothers in front of the 5-star God General. How many rounds could they hold out if their martial arts skills completely crushed them? Seeing the heavy cavalry falling one after another, Jiang Ting was also angry, but he knew that he was no match for Zhu Ran at all, and could only watch the heavy cavalry die one after another. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the 2nd level of the Overlord's Heart technique. Your martial arts power has increased by 5 points, and your command has increased by 5 points. Please keep up the good work. Although he had made a breakthrough in the battle, Jiang Ting still had to retreat in a panic. He couldn't win. He knew from the beginning that to deal with a 5-star general like Zhu Ran, he could only risk the lives of his soldiers. Fortunately, this is in the plot, so Jiang Ting was willing to make such a decision. I want to see how many people you can kill. Jiang Ting couldn't beat Zhu Ran, so he could only rush around under the cover of heavy cavalry and kill some of the Eastern Wu ambushes to vent his anger. Jiang Ting was in crisis, but Guan Yu managed to escape with the help of 200 heavy cavalry. This time he did not ignore Jiang Ting, but rushed back with Guan Ping, Zhao Lei, and the Overlord Iron Cavalry. Obviously, the heroic performance of Jiang Ting and the Overlord Iron Cavalry was also fully recognized by him. Zhu Ran, you bastard. Die now. Guan Yu had a cold face, and the red rabbit under his crotch ran as fast as the wind. In a few breaths, he had already arrived in front of Zhu Ran. Guan Yu. Zhu Ran's eyes narrowed. Guan Yu at this time was indeed the nightmare of many generals. But Zhu Ran was not a coward. Even in a desperate situation, he was unwilling to lose his integrity. Instead, he swung his sword wildly and fought with Guan Yu. Kill. Zhu Ran's momentum suddenly increased, and the sword in his hand seemed to be a little faster, but among the 5-star generals, there are strong and weak ones after all, and Guan Yu is the kind of monster who can kill the same level in seconds. The martial saint activates. The force instantly broke through 103 points. Qinglong's 3-kill streak is activated. With the first strike, the force exceeded 105, and Zhu Ran could barely resist, his face flushed. With the second strike, the force exceeded 108, and Zhu Ran took several steps back, becoming shaky. With the third strike, the force broke through 113, the attributes of the Azure Dragon suit were activated, and the burst damage increased to 165%. Clang! This shocking blow came down fiercely, and even though Zhu Ran had raised his sword to block it, he was still knocked to the ground with his horse by Guan Yu's overwhelming power. Die! Guan Yu roared, and Zhu Ran, who was in a weak state, could no longer resist, and his huge head flew off in an instant. Ding! System prompt. You rescued Guan Yu, surrounded and killed Zhu Ran, and changed the course of history in the story mission. Mission progress, plus 30%. Rewards. Zhu Ran's heroic spirit X1 5-star, Crescent Blade, Zhu Ran exclusive, X1 5-star. Please keep up the good work. Luckily, this is my teammate. Otherwise, I would never be able to experience the terror of Yun Chang. Jiang Ting pulled the corner of his mouth and thought secretly, is the warrior all right? After beheading the main General Zhu Ran, the Eastern Wu ambush troops naturally fled in panic. Guan Yu, who had escaped from the crisis, gave Jiang Ting a kind smile and asked with concern. Theoretically, Guan Yu has escaped danger at this time, and the plot of his defeat in Maiqing should have ended, but Jiang Ting's mission progress is only half completed. Could it be that the Eastern Wu still has an ambush? If the fight continued, Jiang Ting would have no chance of winning. After all, more than 60 of the 300 cavalrymen were killed in this battle, and the next opponent they would face was Lu Meng, who was definitely much more powerful than Zhu Ran. What could he and Guan Yu do with just a few remaining defeated troops? At the beginning, he was indeed full of ambition, but Zhu Ran taught him a solid lesson. The 5-star generals are the 5-star generals, and each of them is not easy to deal with. That is to say, he has the Overlord Iron Cavalry. If it were someone else, wouldn't he be pinned to the ground by Zhu Ran? Jiang Ting could even say with confidence that even for superpowers like Divine Realm and Dragon City, it would probably be extremely difficult to complete this plot. After all, they can't put together an elite force like the Overlord Iron Cavalry. Chapter 39 Hidden Plot. Mr. Jiang is fine. I wonder where the general intends to go next. Jiang Ting didn't think too much about it. At this point, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. I intend to go to Shanyong City, capture Lu Feng, kill Meng Da, regroup, and retake Jingzhou. Good job. Jiang Ting was speechless. Lu Meng crossed the river in white clothes and attacked the south of Jingzhou. He had more than 30,000 soldiers and horses under his command. At this time, the Shu army was either dead or fled. Lu Feng and Meng Da only had 7 or 8,000 people. It would be extremely difficult to recapture Jingzhou with such a small number of troops. Besides, who was Lu Meng? He was a renowned general. If he holds his ground, Guan Yu will not be able to recapture Jingzhou, and he may even lose Shanyong City. But he could not fight. Wasn't the reason Jiang Ting chose to complete this plot just for Guan Yu's exclusive mental method and mount? Now that he hadn't even seen his shadow, he certainly couldn't give up easily. I am willing to fight with the general. Jiang Ting was secretly complaining, but on the surface, he still chose to follow with righteous words. The two men joined forces, including Zhou Tsang from Maiqing, and barely gathered more than 500 people. Zhu Ran died, and the journey was relatively smooth. Lu Meng had just taken over the southern Jingzhou area, and the people were unstable, so naturally he did not continue to send troops to intercept them. It's General Guan. General Guan has broken out of the encirclement. Go and inform them. On the top of Shanyong City, some soldiers saw Guan Yu arriving at the city in a dusty state, and they immediately smiled with joy, and their morale was in turmoil. It can be seen that Guan Yu's position in the Shu Han army was absolutely worthy of being the top leader. Second uncle. Not long after, the city gates were wide open and Lu Feng rushed out in a hurry. It was one thing for him not to send troops to rescue Guan Yu, but since Guan Yu had come here, it would be impossible for him to refuse Guan Yu entry unless he rebelled immediately. Why not send troops? Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. My nephew is guilty. I simply can't spare any extra troops. I haven't been able to eat or sleep these past 2 days. I just hope my uncle returns safely. Please punish me. Lu Feng half knelt on the ground in an instant, crying with tears and snot. Sure enough, none of the people who can leave their names in history are simple. Whether you are guilty or not, I will report it to my elder brother and he will decide. Come, take him away and keep him under guard. Guan Yu attacked directly. After all, Lu Feng was Liu Bei's adopted son. No matter what, Guan Yu could not really kill him with a single blow. Clang. As the second generation of an official in Liu Bei's group, Lu Feng naturally had many followers under his command. Upon hearing Guan Yu's words, they all drew their weapons. Do you still want to kill me? Guan Yu's calm expression suddenly turned cold, and the sword in his hand was ready to move. Nephew, I wouldn't dare. What do you want to do? What do you all want to do? Put the knife away. Lu Feng was startled and expressed his stance hastily, as if he was ready to surrender. To be honest, although Lu Feng did not send troops to rescue Guan Yu, he definitely did not think of betraying Shu. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely returned to Qingdu after Meng Da rebelled and Su Huang broke the city. He probably didn't expect that Liu Bei would really kill him. Of course, the reason why he was sentenced to death was mainly because the old demon Zhuge Liang wanted to take the opportunity to quell the hidden dangers of the royal dispute. What kind of person is Liu Bei? After his second brother died, he did severely reprimand Lu Feng, but he did not really intend to kill him. However, Zhuge Liang said, I am worried that Feng is too strong and fierce and will be difficult to control after the change of dynasties. I advise the First Lord to get rid of him. Liu Bei agreed. From this we can see that Liu Bei's kindness was not a woman's kindness. It was true that he had a kind and righteous heart, but he was also a ruthless person when it came to major issues of right and wrong. Therefore, it was understandable that he was called a hypocrite and a fake benevolent and righteous person. If one is not ruthless, one cannot stand firm. Those who can become emperors are naturally far beyond the reach of ordinary people. If ordinary people could interpret Liu Bei, then he would not be worthy of being an emperor. Lu Feng pleaded guilty and was willing to be captured, but Meng Da, who was in Fangling County, was afraid that Guan Yu would question him, so he chose to strike first. Meng Da had as many as 4,000 families of followers in Fangling County. If each family could gather 1 or 2 people, they could gather a force of 7 or 8,000. So when he waved the flag, the entire Shangyong fell into chaos. Guan Yu rushed to meet the enemy and was unable to quell the rebellion in a short time. At this time, Su Huang led his troops to attack again. Faced with enemies on both sides, even though Guan Yu was extremely powerful, he was still unable to cope with everything at this moment. He had no choice but to choose to defend Shangyong City to the death. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the hidden plot, Judgment of the Martial Saint. Please escort Guan Yu away from Shangyong. The sudden system prompt stunned Jiang Ting, who was originally a little worried. If I can handle this hidden plot, I should be able to complete the mission successfully, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Ting was greatly relieved. Fortunately, he was only escorting Guan Yu to break through. If he really had to follow Guan Yu to recapture Jingzhou to complete the mission, then the difficulty of this copy would probably be comparable to an epic plot. Meng Da rebelled, and Su Huang took the opportunity to attack with the Chao Wei army. With unstoppable force, Shangyong City soon became an isolated city. Father, this is impossible. Let me stay behind and help you break through. On the top of the city wall, Guan Ping knelt on one knee and said with a determined look on his face, "Alas, having lost Jingzhou, how can I face my brother?" Guan Yu sighed deeply, his expression desolate. Retaking Shangyong and reorganizing his troops was his last chance. Now that Meng Da had surrendered to the enemy and Shangyong had fallen, his last hope of a comeback was completely shattered. "Would you dare to accompany me to Nanjing again?" Guan Yu calmed down and turned to look at Jiang Ting. "It is my duty to fight against all odds." Jiang Ting bowed with a smile. Anyway, as long as he got out of Shangyong, his mission would be accomplished. He had the Overlord's iron cavalry, and Guan Yu himself was also ridiculously strong. If it came to breaking through, he was still very confident. "Ha ha, great. You little bastard Lu Meng, you stole Jingzhou from me. If I don't avenge you, I'll be filled with hatred in my grave." Guan Yu laughed out loud, mounted his red hair, and rushed out of the city. Jiang Ting naturally followed closely with his cavalry. "General, Guan Yu has broken through. Let him go. No need to chase him. Just take Shangyong City. Let's leave this hot potato of Guan Yu to the Eastern Wu to deal with." Su Huang, who was besieging the city, watched coldly and said lightly. Since Chao Wei did not stop him, it was naturally very easy for Guan Yu to break through, and he quickly entered the territory of southern Jingzhou. At this point, Lu Meng, who was guarding the south of Jingzhou, could no longer sit still. "You said you ran away, so you ran away, but you dare to come back now? Do you really think that I, Lu Ziming, can't kill you?" So this guy decided to lead the troops himself, set up many ambushes outside the city, and waited for Guan Yu to sneak in. It is said that Lu Meng was a talented general rather than a commander. In terms of the overall view, Lu Meng was indeed not qualified. His killing of Guan Yu was definitely a major failure in his life, and even led to his own death. Whether he wanted to repay Zhou Yu's kindness or to prevent the tiger from returning to the mountain, killing Guan Yu at this time was indeed a very unwise choice. His decision eventually laid an irreversible root cause for the demise of Wu and Shu. Chapter 40, Martial Saint's Judgment. However, Guan Yu and Jiang Ting rushed all the way, and soon after entering southern Jingzhou, they encountered numerous ambushes. When breaking out of Shangyong, Su Huang held back, and the 4,000 or 5,000 troops that Guan Yu had gathered with great difficulty were all killed or wounded in Lu Meng's repeated ambushes. Only a few hundred remnants and Jiang Ting's 200 Overlord Iron Cavalry were left to protect him. "General, please leave quickly. Zhou Tsang is willing to cover your retreat." Along the way, they encountered at least 7 or 8 ambushes from the Dongwu army, and by now, they were at the end of their rope. "Take care, Dad. I'll go first." Zhou Tsang, Guan Ping, Zhao Lei, and Wang Fu chose to stay one after another. Under their desperate cover, Guan Yu advanced deep into the enemy's territory alone, and finally met Lu Meng as he wished. This was the last wave of ambush, and also the burial place prepared by Lu Meng for Guan Yu. "Guan Yu, you are so arrogant and conceited that you have repeatedly humiliated my lord. Have you ever thought that you would end up like this?" More than 10,000 soldiers from the Eastern Wu army surrounded Guan Yu and Jiang Ting. Lu Meng also appeared on the battlefield under the strict protection of hundreds of personal guards and spoke calmly. When Sun Quan wanted to form a marriage alliance with Guan Yu, this guy just said, "How can a tiger's daughter marry a dog's son?" Which offended everyone in the Eastern Wu. No wonder they disliked him. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. I have nothing to say. I came here today just to take your head. Give my brother an explanation. Guan Yu was very calm from beginning to end. Zhou Tsang died, and Guan Ping also died. They created such an opportunity for him at the cost of their own lives. Thinking of this, Guan Yu rode out on his horse, and the red rabbit under his crotch ran as fast as the wind. With every step he took, his power became stronger. Anyone who comes close is no match for him. The red hair was getting faster and faster, and in the end it even left a long afterimage. Jiang Ting led his cavalry in a desperate fight, but he was completely unable to keep up with Guan Yu's pace. Looking at Guan Yu's almost invincible momentum, Lu Meng opened his eyes wide. Not only him, but at this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Guan Yu's overwhelming momentum. Throughout my life, what I read is loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. I read about morality and integrity. What I read is the Confucian truth. What I am reading is the inheritance of saints. This is the spring and autumn sword technique. The great way is in me. I can become a saint. This knife, it is the judgment of the saint. You little bastard from Wu. Die now. Red hair leaped up, spanning more than 10 meters. The setting sun hung high in the sky, shining on the man and the horse. In a trance, they looked like immortals descending to earth, so insolent. It seemed as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was Guan Yu's stunning sword strike. Buzz. The Qinglong sword let out a loud dragon roar, and the divine weapon descended from the sky, looking down from above, and directly cut the stunned Lu Meng in half, like cutting tofu. This is a knife that sacrifices life. This is judgment of the martial saint. Looking at this scene, Jiang Ting had a complicated expression. He thought of Guan Yu's life. Defeat the Yellow Turbans, defeat Dong Zhuo, and the three heroes fight Lu Bu at Hulao Pass. He passed 5 gates, killed 6 generals, and rode alone for 1,000 miles out of Chao's camp. This is loyalty and righteousness. He besieged Xiangfan, trapped Chao Ren, captured Eugene, killed Pang De, flooded 7 armies, and shocked the whole of China. Cao Cao was beaten so badly that he wanted to move the capital. This is wisdom and courage. So what if we are defeated and flee to Maiqing? Guan Yu deserves the title of martial saint. General, Jiang Ting arrived late, covered in blood. Looking at Guan Yu standing there with his sword in hand, he could not say anything. If you accompany me on this journey, I'll give you this spring and autumn heart sutra and the red hair. Guan Yu was bleeding from all 7 orifices, but he remained calm. He looked up at the direction of Qingdu, finally revealed a knowing smile, and murmured to himself, "Brother, third brother, the flowers in Taoyuan seem to be blooming." As soon as he finished speaking, the world shattered, and Jiang Ting returned to the Chang'an Palace in a dizzy state. Ding. System prompt. You have successfully completed the hidden storyline, Judgment of the Martial Saint. The mission progress has reached 100%. The storyline has ended. You have received the ultimate reward, 1 5-star Spring and Autumn Sword skill, 1 5-star Lu Meng's heroic spirit, and 1 5-star red hair summoning card, Guan Yu's exclusive mount. You have earned 100,000 points. This storyline will no longer be open to the public. Jiang Ting had just opened his eyes when he heard the system prompt sound. Then he had an idea and opened the plot panel. Sure enough, he saw that the plot of defeat at Maiqing had become inaccessible. It only showed an open mini treasure chest with Plot Terminator, Jiang Tianxing, written on the back. After completing 100% of the story, it will no longer be open. The system is still like this. Even playing a dungeon is full of competition. However, Jiang Ting was not in a hurry to conquer other dungeons. After all, even he had such a hard time completing them. At this stage, it was estimated that there were very few players who could complete those important plots 100%. The heroic soul thing can only be summoned after the territory is promoted to a major city and the heroic soul hall is unlocked, but this is not absolute. For example, the true heroic spirit of Yuji that Chu Yunxi obtained can be directly merged with a designated person, and then all the attributes of the heroic spirit during its lifetime can be obtained. This is really good stuff. It's a pity that the heroic spirits of Guan Ping, Zhou Tsang, and others didn't drop. It seems that in the plot, it's not 100% certain that a general will drop a heroic spirit after his death. When Jiang Ting thought about the fact that he had obtained Zhu Ran's heroic spirit, he suddenly felt that he was a pretty good person. When the territory was promoted to a major city, he would have a few more generals under his command. He left happily, but other players in Chang'an City soon discovered Jiang Ting's feat. This guy's every move is now being secretly watched by countless players. Someone even posted the news of Jiang Ting's perfect completion of the plot on the forum, which instantly caused a heated discussion among the players. God Jiang appears on the epic battlefield, completing a perfect clearance. Is he a blessing to us? Or a cancer to China? To the top of the hot list within just a few hours, but the person who posted it was obviously a black fan of Jiang Ting. On the surface, he said some compliments to Jiang Ting, but between the lines, he clearly revealed an important message. That is, among the players at this stage, only Jiang Ting can complete the plot perfectly. If he completes most of the plot, wouldn't the interests of the players be greatly damaged? Such a contradiction has indeed caused dissatisfaction among many players. The system's own son, no explanation needed. He's taken all the benefits, and I haven't seen him make any contribution to China. If this continues, the overall strength of China will be dragged down by him alone. That's true. What's the point of someone being so strong? He's completely destroyed the dungeon, making it inaccessible. What's left for us common players to do? Ditto. I suggest the government take action. He can't eat the meat without leaving us any soup. The hot comments were all trying to stir up trouble, and for a while, they actually set the tone. Many players who were looking for fun also joined the army of trolls, and they were all filled with righteous indignation, as if Jiang Ting had caused some indelible damage to China by completing a dungeon. If a man is poor, blame the foundation of his house. If a house leaks, blame the tiles. The originally one-sided situation gradually stabilized because of this comment, and eventually the players were divided into two groups. Because this comment was posted by Chu Yunxi, naturally, her statement attracted many supporters. The dragon doesn't roar, the tiger doesn't roar, you little troll, how ridiculous. Yijian Zongheng, who had once asked Jiang Ting to buy soldiers, also jumped out at this time, and his words were obviously defending Jiang Ting. Just like that, two groups of players with different opinions officially started a grand war of words on the forum. However, Jiang Ting, the main character, knew nothing about this matter and returned to his territory early. Chapter 41 Guan Yu's Ultimate Form. Jiang Ting called Guan Yu and handed the two things to him. With red hair and the Spring and Autumn Heart Sutra, Guan Yu's strength has truly reached its peak. After he integrated the Spring and Autumn Heart method, his own attribute panel also underwent tremendous changes. Name: Guan Yu, the Martial Saint. Occupation: titled Divine General. When training soldiers in a military camp, the training effect is increased by 300%. The soldiers benefit from the famous general, and their military strength is permanently increased by 15%. Qualification: 5 stars and 1 star. Loyalty: 100. Talent: True Martial Saint. In combat, increases force by 10 points, leadership by 10 points, and critical damage by 60%. Basic attributes: Force, 98. Intelligence, 90. Domination, 96. Internal affairs, 60. Special attributes, exclusive to generals. Critical damage, increased damage 35%. Agility, speed increase 30%. Armor break, reduces defense 35%. Control, triggering negative effects 30%. Resilience, resistance to negative effects 30%. Basic skills: Advanced riding, when riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Advanced sword skills, when using sword weapons, critical damage increases by 5%. Spring and Autumn Heart Method, exclusive, 5-star, increases critical damage by 20%, agility by 20%, control by 20%. Special skills: Qinglong Triple Kill 5-star, Guan Yu quickly performs a triple kill, stacking 2, 3, and 5 points of force in sequence, with a 20% armor penetration effect and a 25% critical damage effect. If it causes an instant kill, the skill is refreshed. If it fails to kill instantly, there is a 50% chance to weaken or stun the enemy for 3 seconds. After use, the force is temporarily reduced by 3 points for 60 seconds. Skill CD, 60 seconds. Single-handedly going to a meeting, 5-star passive skill. When Guan Yu is fighting alone, for every additional 100 enemies, he will increase his critical damage by 1%, his agility by 1%, and his armor penetration by 1%, up to a maximum of 120%. When all 3 attributes are fully stacked, he will passively trigger his ultimate skill, Martial Saint's Judgment. Martial Saint's Judgment, God, Guan Yu's ultimate skill. When passively triggered, he temporarily loses all skills and talents, gains the power of judgment, and temporarily increases his strength by 20 points. Each attack has a 100% armor penetration effect, a 300% critical damage effect, and a 200% agility increase. Lasts for 300 seconds. After the end, all attributes are reduced by 30% for 3 days. When actively triggered, he can sacrifice his own lifespan to designate a person to initiate the holy judgment, forcing them into a sealed state, temporarily losing all skills for 30 seconds. The power cannot be dispelled. Exclusive equipment. Azure Dragon Crescent Set increases explosive damage by 80%, armor penetration by 50%, control by 50%, agility by 50%, and toughness by 50%. Activates the exclusive skill of the magic weapon, Azure Dragon Fury, during combat. Every 60 seconds, Guan Yu can trigger a gravity strike with a 50% chance to randomly cause dizziness, weakness, or severe injury to the enemy, lasting for 3 seconds. Red Hair. When charging, Guan Yu's agility increases by 20%, critical damage increases by 20%, and the effect of Azure Dragon's Fury increases by 20%. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, 1950 to 9999, limit. Comprehensive Dominance Rating, 1500. In one word, strong. After seeing Guan Yu's new attributes, Jiang Ting had only this thought in his mind. Guan Yu in his ultimate form is simply a killing god on the battlefield. Passive Judgment. Directly enter the rampage state. Within 300 seconds, the force is always maintained at the terrifying level of 118 points. An active judgment is even more abnormal, forcing a 1-for-1 exchange. I guess only someone of Xiang Yu's level can survive Guan Yu's 30-second holy judgment. After all, even if the peak Xiang Yu had no skills, his basic military strength could reach the limit of 120 points. It was obviously unrealistic for Guan Yu to force a 50-50 split. This is the Great China. For 5,000 years, there have been many talented people and heroes. Isn't Xiang Yu invincible enough? Even if I can't beat you, I can still plot to kill you. Just ask who dares to claim invincibility? Who can say invincible? Ding. World announcement. Player Jiang Tianxing has a good command of his subordinates and becomes the first player in the entire set to have the title of God General. He receives system rewards. Artifact Treasure Box. Luck. 5-star times 1. Reputation times 100,000. Players, please keep up the good work. Times 3. Have to. This needs to be announced as well. Jiang Ting was speechless for a while, but the artifact treasure chest rewarded by the system still successfully attracted his attention. In the game age of the gods, anything that has something to do with God is definitely one of the best. Here it comes again. Can you please stop? Alas, this bastard has taken all the benefits. Are we still going to survive? I also suspect that Jiang Tianxing is just a shill for the gods. Even super large guilds like the Human Dragon City, Divine Realm haven't done as well as he has. Furthermore, this guy hasn't even made it onto the top-up rankings. That's totally unacceptable, isn't it? Brothers, please file a complaint. This guy has already affected the balance of the game, okay? Don't the gods care? A bunch of jealous people. Can't stand seeing others doing well. That's right, if you can't do it yourself, why don't you let others do it? You can criticize me all you want, but if you stop following me, I lose. Ever since that post went viral, players' opinions on Jiang Ting have been polarized. Some people are simply unhappy with him, while others silently support him, feeling that Jiang Ting's appearance has brought honor to Chinese players. In fact, Jiang Ting doesn't care what the players think of him, and he has never thought about having too much contact with the players. When you are much better than others, you will naturally attract a lot of jealousy and criticism. Those who have accomplished nothing want to tell you that you will never achieve anything great. System. Open the artifact treasure chest. Ding. The artifact treasure chest was used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the lucky weapon, Xianyuan Sword. Xianyuan Sword. Qiyun. 5 stars. Qiyun's most precious treasure, a national treasure, and a must-have for offering sacrifices to the heavens. Jiang Ting knew this thing. In the age of gods, if one wanted to establish a country and achieve the throne, one had to prepare objects of luck to offer sacrifices to heaven, so as to gain the recognition of heaven and earth and become a true emperor. Otherwise, he would not be recognized by the system. This is normal. If there were no conditions for becoming an emperor, all the players would probably be emperors. It is a necessary item for building a country, and it is very important, so Jiang Ting also collected it solemnly. As a lord, becoming an emperor is naturally everyone's pursuit and yearning. Jiang Ting is no exception. Just as Jiang Ting was thinking about whether he should find a way to get the exclusive mental skills of Jia Su and Li Bai first, Sun Yu suddenly broke into the city lord's mansion with a serious look on his face. My lord, news has come from Chowching that many desert cavalry have been spotted in the south and are heading towards our territory. Desert cavalry? Jiang Ting frowned, obviously realizing the seriousness of the problem. It had only been a short time since they defeated the southern Xinjiang forces, and the desert forces suddenly attacked? Obviously, this matter is probably related to southern Xinjiang. If the two parties really join forces in secret, then Jiang Ting's current situation will be very dangerous. Chu Zhuang, quickly call Wen He over to discuss this matter. Jiang Ting did not dare to delay. He knew nothing about the desert, so he did not dare to be careless and underestimate the enemy. Moreover, there was the southern Xinjiang who was eyeing him covetously. If he did not handle it properly, he would be in danger of destruction. Chapter 42, Southern Xinjiang's Calculations. Not long after, Jia Su hurried to the city lord's mansion. Seeing his dreamy expression, one could tell that this guy had received the news of the desert attack. Jiang Ting didn't waste any words. He opened the map directly, pointed to the desert in the south, and explained seriously. Our scouts have been exploring deep into the desert, but they have only reached the edge so far. Going south from Chowching, you'll enter the Amara Desert. This horrible place spans 300 miles, with yellow sand filling the sky, making it difficult to pass through. Behind it is an endless expanse of desert grassland, where the desert aliens live. After listening to Jiang Ting's introduction, Jia Su nodded slightly and took over the conversation. These mere foreign tribes are nothing to worry about. On the grasslands, the overlord's cavalry is invincible. However, there are frequent storms in this desert. The foreign tribes are very familiar with these and can easily avoid them, but we know nothing about them. Is there no choice but to let them come and passively fight them? I'm afraid things won't go peacefully in southern Xinjiang. Jiang Ting tapped the table lightly. If southern Xinjiang did not move, he would not take these alien races seriously. If it were not for the desert, he would even want to kill them in their lairs. Don't worry, my lord. If southern Xinjiang can unite with other ethnic groups, we can naturally unite with others. Jia Su's words instantly perked Jiang Ting up. Wen He is talking about the Nanyang dynasty? That's right. Nanyue, Nanli, and Nanjiang, three major kingdoms, form a three-legged force and dominate the southern region. Jia Su pointed to several large red dots on the map that had been unlocked and said calmly, they are allies, jointly resisting the Nanyang dynasty, a vassal state. If Nanyang wants to unify the entire southern region, it must destroy these three small countries. If my lord wishes to march north, a battle with these three small countries will inevitably ensue. In this case, why don't we use the Nanyang dynasty to seek benefits for our lord? Joining forces with Nanyang is like seeking the skin of a tiger. If he really destroys the three small countries, won't we be doomed as well? Jiang Ting was a little worried. This was a vassal state, the strongest NPC force in the Age of Gods. It had many powerful generals and counselors. With his current background, he was afraid that it would not be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. No, my lord, we only need to spread the news of our alliance with Nanyang. Whether they send troops or not, or whether we really want to help Nanyang, is not important. Jia Su shook his head slightly and said with a smile, I understand. As long as the news of the alliance is released, then regardless of whether it is true or false, Nanjiang will be cautious. Similarly, if Nanyang and the three small countries go to war, the three small countries will also have to consider our presence. Jiang Ting quickly reacted, his eyes glaring as he said, this is a win-win situation for both us and Nanyang. There's no way Nanyang would come forward to explain, and they might even be happy to see it happen. That's right and wrong. This is an open conspiracy. After Nanjiang got the news, whether they believed it or not, they had to be on guard against Nanyang and would never attack with all their strength. Seeing Jia Su's confident expression, Jiang Ting also revealed a hint of enlightenment. I understand. Your conspiracy has even included Nanyang. Even if they come forward to explain, the people in southern Xinjiang will not believe them. Instead, they will become more suspicious. A strategist is a strategist after all. He resolved the crisis in the midst of laughter and conversation. Once the news was released, the Nanyang dynasty was forced into the game. If you don't explain, it's tantamount to acquiescence. We have to be on guard in southern Xinjiang. Even if you explain it to me, Nanjiang won't believe it. Instead, he will think that you are saying this just to trick me into using my full strength and then stab me in the back. Just as Jia Su said, Nanyang's attitude is not important at all. This news is actually a signal, clearly telling Nanjiang that if you attack Nanyang, I will take action. Believe it or not. You don't believe me? Then come at me with all your might. Anyway, once the news of the alliance gets out, Nanyang will know you're planning to attack me. If you dare come, I'll fight you to the death. Do you think Nanyang will let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? So, when it comes to playing with people's hearts, Jia Su is indeed a professional. So, can we focus on dealing with the desert aliens? After figuring out the key, Jiang Ting breathed a sigh of relief and said eagerly, "They are of a different race from mine, so their hearts must be different. Which man doesn't want to conquer them? Of course. However, just in case, we need to have Mr. Tai Bai lead 3,000 Tyrant Iron Cavalry to guard the Nyoto mountain plain." Jia Su nodded with a smile. Since this guy said it was okay, Jiang Ting was naturally relieved. He rubbed his hands and said, "It seems that the plan of Nanjiang this time is doomed to fail." No, my lord. You only saw one thing, but not the other." Jia Su chuckled and shook his head, obviously not agreeing with Jiang Ting's statement. "How do you say that?" Jiang Ting also became interested. He was very self-aware and knew that his IQ was no match for a monster like Jia Su, so he never had the final say. In front of Jia Su, he always acted like a good boy who obeyed his orders and humbly sought advice. Southern Xinjiang persuaded the foreign races to invade, but they actually had two purposes. The first one, my lord, has already thought of it. That is to cooperate with the foreign races and give us a fatal blow at the critical moment. The second one is nothing more than wanting the alien race to fight us until both sides are defeated, so that they can sit back and reap the benefits. This is a really good plan. Not only can they avenge their great hatred, but they may also be able to recapture the alien race and use it for their own benefit. Fuck. If that's the case, then Nanjiang isn't such a pushover either. He's not losing out anyway. Jiang Ting's eyes widened. Is this a damn game for hegemony? It's filled with sinister schemes. If you're not careful, you'll probably end up losing everything. But they did take this move for granted. Ultimately, they underestimated our Lord's strength. The Overlord's Iron Cavalry is more than enough to crush the alien race. After hearing Jia Su's last words, Jiang Ting's depressed mood was relieved a little. Yes, Nanjiang might not know that more than 200,000 of its own soldiers were all sold out by him. Only those who have seen the Overlord Iron Cavalry, which cost more than 20 million gold coins, know how terrifying this cavalry is. Since they've already made their move, we naturally have to follow. If these foreigners had just stayed quietly hiding on the grassland, I wouldn't bother paying any attention to them. But now that they want to make a move, we can take this opportunity to put an end to them once and for all. Jiang Ting's eyes were sharp. The most profound lesson learned from China's 5,000 years of history was that we were too kind to other races. The Five Barbarians' invasion of China was the darkest period in Chinese history. It is a shame that China has been unable to wash away for thousands of years. The Han people at that time were called two-legged sheep. Worse than animals. The Chinese people who know that period of history are absolutely full of hatred towards other races. Unfortunately, Jiang Ting is one of them. Even in the game, Jiang Ting's attitude towards other races can only be expressed by a line of poetry by Yu Fei. With great ambition, I eat the flesh of barbarians when I am hungry, and drink the blood of Huns when I am thirsty. Aliens must be killed, destroyed, exterminated. Chapter 43, Bloodstained Yellow Sand. That night, Jiang Ting sent hundreds of scouts into the southern border. Their only mission was to spread the news of the alliance between the Nanyang dynasty and Jiangxing. At the same time, he also assembled the troops. 5,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry were led by Jiang Ting himself, and 10,000 15-star heavy cavalry were led by Guan Yu. They acted as the vanguard and entered Chowching overnight. Have you found out how many people from those alien tribes have come? Hearing Jiang Ting's words, Li Bai, who was guarding Chowching, hurriedly bowed and said, "About 70,000 light cavalry have already crossed the Amara Desert. Thank you for your hard work. Leave Chowching to me from now on. I've left you 3,000 cavalrymen in Jiangxing. Take them to guard Nyoto Mountain and prevent any invasion from the southern border." Here, Li Bai bowed respectfully and then left overnight. No words were spoken that night. In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Ting led his cavalry straight to the Amara Desert. There are 4 or 5 villages on the edge of the Amara Desert. These villages are very remote, close to the desert, and lack resources, but thousands of poor people still live there. Although Jiang Ting discovered it very early, he never dealt with it. You said to occupy it, but it is meaningless and it will cost a lot of manpower and material resources to develop it. If he destroys it, he will not get a few cents. Jiang Ting is so poor that he can't do it. It can also be said that this was the first time Jiang Ting appeared in front of these villages. He is not a pushover. He rarely does thankless tasks, and he has never cared whether the people in these villages live well or not. If it is not destroyed, it would be considered as showing mercy. However, When he saw with his own eyes the miserable end of these villages, for the first time in his life, he regretted why he was so ruthless. 5 villages, thousands of people, were all massacred, and the ground was littered with corpses. The worst-case scenario was the women and children who were lying on the streets, naked and with mutilated bodies. Some had their vital organs cut off, while others were pierced directly from bottom to top by sharp weapons. Without exception, these women were all tortured to death. It is hard to imagine what kind of humiliation they suffered before their death. Even though Jiang Ting's nerves were still strong, at this moment, he was so angry that his eyes turned red and his veins were throbbing. Are those beasts now? Jiang Ting's tone was terrifyingly calm. This was the first time Guan Yu saw Jiang Ting so angry. They were very alert and noticed our actions early on. By the time I arrived, it was too late. After massacring several villages, they quickly retreated into the desert. I suspect they might be trying to lure us into a battle. Although Guan Yu, as the vanguard, tried his best to suppress it, he could not hide the murderous aura on his body. It was obvious that he was really angry. Jiang Ting closed his eyes and calmed himself down. Then he looked at the 15,000 heavy cavalrymen behind him and said solemnly, I know that most of you were once citizens of southern Xinjiang. Serving me is not your original wish. Let's not talk about whether I, Jiang Tianxing, am qualified to lead you, but in this upcoming battle, you are not fighting for me. You are doing this for them. For the race. Jiang Ting pointed at the people who had died from torture and said passionately, Yes, you are from southern Xinjiang, but you must understand, you are Han Chinese first. Only then are you from southern Xinjiang. The blood flowing in your veins is that of the Han people. Now, those damned foreigners are killing my people and slaughtering my compatriots. This isn't an internal conflict. This is a racial war. Tell me, are you willing to join me in a battle to kill all the foreigners and protect our Han people? Kill, kill, kill. 15,000 heavy cavalrymen, their voices like thunder, their murderous aura filling the sky. One of the most important reasons why China has been able to continue its internal strife to this day is that when facing foreign races, they will become extremely united and fearless of death. This is the will of China, descendants of the dragon. Anyone who violates our mountains and rivers will be punished, no matter how far away they are. All right, gentlemen, please follow me into the desert and crush the alien race. All troops, listen to my command. Quick, hurry, hurry, hurry. Jiang Ting took the lead, and at this moment, the 10,000 heavy cavalry were completely integrated with the overlord's iron cavalry. Because they have a common pursuit. It seemed as if the only sound between heaven and earth was the sound of hurried horse hooves. They actually dare to come? All troops, listen. Fire back. The strength of 70,000 light cavalry lies in their high mobility. Normally speaking, heavy cavalry cannot catch up with light cavalry, let alone in the soft desert. This is the main reason why those alien races lured Jiang Ting into the desert. Here, they can maximize the advantages of light cavalry. What about heavy cavalry? If you can't catch up with me, I'll kite you to death. Unfortunately, they underestimated this heavy cavalry. Not only did the rain of arrows fail to cause any actual damage to the fully armed heavy cavalry in the front, but under such soft yellow sand, the black-armored heavy cavalry of about 5,000 people in the front could actually move as if they were walking on flat ground, and their speed was even faster than that of the light cavalry? It's really off the mark. They may never imagine that this cavalry is full of Fergana horses, or the kind that's worth 1,000 gold. Kill. Guan Yu rode his red hare, a horse that could chase the wind, and had long since left Jiang Ting and the overlord's cavalry behind. He was the first to catch up with the enemy, and he picked up the green dragon sword and started killing indiscriminately. He single-handedly cut a long hole in the foreign cavalry. The overlord's iron cavalry followed closely behind. The heavy cavalry was faster than the light cavalry, which had completely overturned the 3 views of these foreign races and completely eliminated their fighting spirit. How to play this NM? Fear began to spread in the hearts of the foreign cavalry. They couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. Not only could they not fight back, they couldn't even run away. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy heavy cavalry continued to reap the lives of their companions. Pass on my military order. Leave no one behind. Jiang Ting was covered in blood and said coldly. This battle lasted for a whole day, until corpses were everywhere and the sun was setting in the west. The shouts and cries of killing and crying gradually disappeared, and in the end, only more than 10,000 cavalrymen were left riding horses and waving swords. Under their feet were corpses of aliens lying in all directions, stretching as far as the eye could see. All 70,000 alien cavalry had been wiped out. The blood dyed the 300 miles of yellow sand. Clean up the battlefield quickly. Keep moving forward. Jiang Ting casually took the dry food and water bottle left by the aliens from a dead horse and shouted loudly. More than 10,000 heavy cavalrymen began to fetch water and food in silence. Jiang Ting did not give any orders, and even though they were hungry and thirsty, no one drank a drop of water without permission. These are the elite of the army. My lord, this man is the leader of this alien cavalry. I have captured him. What should I do with him? Guan Yu rode his horse forward, with a foreign general trapped on his back. Take it with you. I'll ask him something later. The sun is setting soon. Let's get out of the desert first. Jiang Ting jumped on his horse and just waved his weapon, and more than 10,000 cavalrymen began to gather consciously. In just a few breaths, they were lined up in an orderly manner. Set off. Jiang Ting rode his horse forward, and the evening light reflected on the bodies of more than 10,000 cavalrymen, stretching their shadows longer and longer. This should have been a beautiful sunset picture, but because of the countless broken limbs and arms behind them, it added a bit of sinisterness and desolation. Chapter 44. Torture. Walking out of the desert, Jiang Ting did not encounter the desert storm that was rumored to be so terrifying. If you encounter this thing in the desert, you won't lose your life if you dodge it in time, but the yellow sand will be enough to make you lose your way and unable to move. If you are really unlucky and the storm lasts too long, there is a great possibility that you will be trapped to death in it. Although Jiang Ting didn't know when the storm would occur, those alien races had been living here for many years and must be well aware of it. They chose to lure Jiang Ting into the desert at this time, which meant that the desert must be safer during this period of time. This is also the main reason why Jiang Ting dared to take the risk to enter the desert for a battle. All troops dismount and rest in armor. Standing on the vast desert grassland, Jiang Ting's heart, which had been hanging in the air, was finally relieved. The soldiers had been fighting for a whole day and were already physically and mentally exhausted, hungry and thirsty. Now that they had successfully walked out of the desert, he naturally wanted to let them replenish their energy as soon as possible. Yinchang, please work harder and take charge of the night watch tonight. Looking at the soldiers lying on the ground and falling asleep, Jiang Ting did not dare to relax his vigilance. In case those foreign tribes came to kill him at this time, he would need to organize a counterattack as soon as possible. I will obey your orders. Guan Yu clasped his fists respectfully, then pointed at the alien leader next to him whose mouth was gagged with a cloth strip. This man must be very familiar with the alien tribes. How about I take him away for a thorough interrogation? No need, I'll ask him myself. Jiang Ting walked forward and pulled the cloth out of the alien leader's mouth. He then leaned over and patted him twice on the face. He said with a forced smile, I hope you're smart. If you do, you won't suffer so much. TSK. Yuhan dogs will not die well. Uma Erlang, sooner or later I will crush you to the ground. The alien leader suddenly struggled and cursed with a red face. After all, he is the leader of a foreign race, so he is naturally brave. If he is really afraid of death and sells out his master for fame and fortune, he is not qualified to be the leader of an army of 70,000. In order to give players a better gaming experience in Age of Gods, the NPCs in each zone use a unified language. For example, the NPCs in the Huaxia zone, even those of different races, all speak Huaxia. It seems you are still not smart enough. Jiang Ting calmly stood up and ignored the foreign leader. Instead, he turned to Guan Yu and said, Go and keep watch. The soldiers need to rest. We can discuss everything after tonight. Yes. A peaceful night. Obviously, the aliens did not know that their 70,000-strong army had been completely wiped out by Jiang Tingquan. The next morning, Jiang Ting had already prepared a pile of firewood. He then brought the alien leader to the firewood and said calmly, You're lucky. The real tortures used by the Han people can't be carried out here. But I've thought that there's no need to use those tortures on you. After saying that, Jiang Ting stretched out the alien leader's right hand and placed it on the campfire in front of more than 10,000 cavalrymen. Puff, puff, puff. The flames burned, and the stench of burnt human skin instantly hit me in the face. Ah! Watching his palm being singed in the flames, the alien leader struggled violently, his eyes bulging, and his screams were extremely shrill. Only after the palm was roasted did Jiang Ting draw the sword from his waist and cut off a section of the alien leader's long hair with one sword. Then he tied his wrists tightly to prevent excessive bleeding. I heard that alien races eat people without leaving any bones. I wonder if you can eat yourself completely. After making all the preparations, Jiang Ting chopped off the alien leader's roasted palm with a sword, held it in front of him, and said with a smile, Palm, forearm, arm, sole, calf, thigh, eyeball, ear, and nose. If you keep silent, I will keep roasting you. When you have eaten yourself almost to death, I will make you into a human stick and let you watch me conquer your tribe." After saying that, Jiang Ting stuffed the roasted palm directly into the alien leader's mouth. "Ooh, I say. The alien leader widened his eyes, and his psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. Watching your own hands and feet being roasted and then having to eat them. There are only a handful of people throughout history who can truly endure this double torture of body and soul. I ask you answer. If you make it clear, I'll give you a quick death." Jiang Ting had already expected this, and his expression remained calm. Not everyone is the hero who was burned to death by the flames without making the slightest sound. Besides, if everyone could tolerate it, his deeds would not be passed down through the ages. How many tribes are there in the desert grassland? 18. Our Uma tribe is the largest one. Are there any conflicts between your tribes? We are very united, but the Ison tribe respects Han culture and has always been at odds with us. The alien leader recognized the reality and finally stopped struggling. He answered every question, just asking to stop suffering the inhuman torture. How many people are there in all these tribes, and how many soldiers do they have? 18 tribes, a total of 650,000 people. There are no soldiers among our tribe. Everyone is a natural-born warrior. Everyone is a soldier? Jiang Ting smiled casually, then waved at Guan Yu. Take him away and give him a quick death. Without looking at the alien leader who had been dragged away by Guan Yu, Jiang Ting set his eyes on the endless desert grassland. After a long while, he finally mounted his horse, pointed his halberd into the distance, and shouted in a loud voice, "Soldiers, follow me to fight and crush the alien race. Kill! Kill! Kill!" More than 10,000 cavalrymen shouted in unison. Their momentum was as high as a rainbow. In the desert battle, there were 15,000 heavy cavalry, but only a few hundred were killed or wounded, 90% of whom were 5-star heavy cavalry. It's not that these alien races are not strong enough. On the contrary, these alien races have grown up on horseback since childhood, and each of them is a natural-born horseman. The reason why Jiang Ting was able to achieve such a record was not only because the Overlord Iron Cavalry itself was a first-class special force in the world, but also because of the equipment gap, which was a huge factor. If these alien races also possessed equipment like the Overlord Iron Cavalry, it would not be so easy for him to defeat them in one battle. Unfortunately, there is no if in reality. Now he has overwhelming force and equipment, and even this endless desert grassland is the perfect battlefield for the Overlord's Iron Cavalry to display their full strength. With all these factors combined, his cavalry is absolutely invincible on this desert plain. After all, these foreign races don't even have the most basic city, and all the tribes rely on grazing for a living. What can they use to stop Jiang Ting's heavily armed cavalry? Even their greatest guerrilla advantage was completely useless in front of the Overlord's Iron Cavalry. No wonder even the shrewd Jia Su could confidently let Jiang Ting lead the troops in person. Perhaps he had already known that these foreign races could not pose any fatal threat to Jiang Ting. It's not that the alien race is too weak, but Jiang Ting's cavalry is naturally resistant to the alien cavalry. Chapter 45, Sweeping the Desert. The sun rises in the east, red like fire. Jiang Ting led the heavy cavalry and galloped for dozens of miles, and finally discovered the first alien tribe on the desert grassland. This tribe was very large, with at least tens of thousands of tents built around it, spanning hundreds of miles and crisscrossing each other. On the top of each tent was a flag with a strange-looking golden wolf totem carved on it. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4, with herds of cattle and sheep in front of them. It's the Han people. Those are the Han cavalry. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Mount up and meet the enemy. Mount up and meet the enemy. How did they get here? Did the Uma tribe fail? Woo! As the horns sounded, many tall foreign men rushed out of the tent. They hurriedly climbed onto their horses. Obviously, the sudden appearance of this Han cavalry really caught them off guard. Kill! Jiang Ting didn't waste any words and directly led the heavy cavalry to charge forward. In a moment, a large number of cattle and sheep fled in all directions, and the blood soon dyed countless white tents red. Only after the actual fight did these alien races realize how terrifying this fully armed heavy cavalry was. The mighty and majestic men of the desert were like lambs to be slaughtered in their hands. Almost no ability to fight back. Die, you bastard. Not long after, a tall man with a scimitar, long hair, and a leader-level face, half-naked upper body, rushed towards Jiang Ting in anger. Don't hurt my master, you clown. Guan Yu, who was in the mood for killing, was instantly shocked when he saw a big fish coming. How could he let it get close to Jiang Ting? He just swept the big knife in his hand and broke through the encirclement of several foreign soldiers and rushed towards the tall leader as fast as the wind. The two men fought together. After breaking through the 6-star level, Guan Yu's strength had reached the peak of his life. Every time he swung his sword, it carried with it a majestic and astonishing power. The tall leader barely held out for 5 or 6 rounds before he was already on the verge of collapse. His face flushed red, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of black blood. It was obvious that Guan Yu's powerful attack had caused him internal injuries. You do have some skills. If it were before, it would take a lot of effort to kill you. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and looked down on me. But now, killing you is as easy as butchering a dog. After saying that, Guan Yu no longer held back. The red hair under his crotch was in tune with his mind, and he jumped forward directly, launching the Qinglong 3-kill combo. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. The tall leader fought desperately, but was still chopped into 2 pieces by Guan Yu from shoulder to waist, along with his horse. Give up resistance. You can avoid death. Jiang Ting, who was charging in the battle, saw that his commander was dead, and immediately raised his sword and shouted, "Give up resistance. You can avoid death. Give up resistance. You can avoid death." When the commander was beheaded, the morale of the cavalrymen was naturally boosted, and they shouted in cooperation. If possible, Jiang Ting wanted to wipe out the alien race once and for all. But then he thought again, it would be impossible to kill them all. If you force them into a corner, they will simply not play with you. With such a large grassland, as long as they scatter and flee, there will always be some who slip through the net. So there is a saying that if you want to destroy a clan, you must first destroy its species. Jiang Ting was questioning the alien leader. He had already thought of a better solution. When it comes to life and death, there are always more people who are afraid, and aliens are no exception. As long as a small number of people drop their weapons, more and more people will naturally give up resistance. Even in the vast country of China, isn't it because of the inaction of some people that many bloody black histories are left behind? People all have a herd mentality. Order the soldiers, slaughter the cattle and sheep, and have plenty of meat. I have only one request, and that is no drinking. I promise you, when we crush the foreigners, each of you will receive a foreign woman, and you can enjoy her as you please. After completely controlling the tribe, Jiang Ting spoke openly in front of the tens of thousands of tied-up foreign men. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! More than 10,000 heavy cavalrymen shouted excitedly, but when these words fell into the ears of those foreign men, it sounded completely different. Han dog, I see an M. Let me go? Let me go? I'll fight you. Asshole. You will die. The eyes of many foreign men were red, and they obviously understood that Jiang Ting had no intention of letting them go. Unfortunately, no matter how angry they were, they no longer had any ability to resist. My lord, why are you? Why do you say this in front of a man of another race? Seeing Guan Yu's puzzled look, Jiang Ting smiled slightly, then said seriously, "Soldiers, you should have seen it all, right? These foreign men are very angry. They finally understand that if they give up resistance, their wives, mothers, and daughters will become playthings for others. But their anger is useless." Jiang Ting's face was cold and his voice was as loud as a bell. "I want you to always remember this. As a man, when facing aliens, no matter what time, never lay down your weapons. Even if what you have to face is a sea of fire and a mountain of swords. Even if you are torn to pieces. Even if you are doomed to eternal damnation. Never lay down your weapons. Never give up resistance. Because those who give up resistance will only be trampled upon. Their entire clan will be exterminated." Every word Jiang Ting said was so hard, wrenching that the tens of thousands of foreign men all lowered their heads silently. The moment they gave up resistance, they lost their bargaining rights. Never pin your hopes on the kindness of your enemy. This is Jiang Ting's real purpose. He wanted to use these foreign races to teach his soldiers a lesson. Of course, sending foreign women was also true. Intermarrying with foreign races, completely assimilating them into Chinese, and directly cutting off the foreign race's inheritance was the way Jiang Ting thought of. This is also the best method that China has summed up after countless experiments over thousands of years. The soldiers cooked cattle and slaughtered sheep, laughing and talking happily. The aliens, however, looked sad and worried about their future fate. There are even many women of other races who, in addition to despair and hatred, also have deep disappointment towards those men of other races in their eyes, and they only hate that they are not men. After a hearty meal, Jiang Ting and his heavy cavalry continued their journey. In less than a month, 17 alien tribes were successively destroyed by Jiang Ting, and only the Isan tribe was intentionally left by him to the end. During this period, Jiang Ting also forced the aliens to tell him how to avoid the desert storm, and then he notified Sun Yu and asked him to send people to escort these aliens back to the city. During this month, countless men and women of other races were taken back one after another by the soldiers sent by Sun Yu. After destroying the 17 major tribes, Jiang Ting took his heavy cavalry and lived directly in the territory of the Isan tribe. The Isan tribe was willing to submit, and their attitude was very sincere, so Jiang Ting finally decided to leave a trace of blood inheritance to the foreign tribes in this desert plain. The main reason is that such a large grassland is a natural pasture, and he has to find people to come here to breed horses, cattle, and sheep for him. Naturally, the Han people are not as good at this kind of thing as the foreigners who grew up here, so Jiang Ting came up with the idea of conquering the Isan tribe. What Jiang Ting never expected was that the leader of the Isan tribe would be a woman. Chapter 46. 8 Generals. Master Jiang, on behalf of the Isan tribe, I would like to express my full cooperation in the matter of intermarriage. The female leader of the Isan tribe, named Yehendwoa, was tall and plump, with delicate features and distinct contours. She was full of exotic charm, especially her pair of long legs. Jiang Ting even wondered if he had been influenced by Chao Zhe. What he really likes is actually mature women. Grown-ups. Seeing that Jiang Ting remained silent and only stared at her thighs, Yehendua's brows revealed a hint of shyness. In order to express the sincerity of the Isan tribe, Dua is also willing to serve you. Ahem. Jiang Ting came to his senses instantly and coughed twice, trying to hide his embarrassment. Good job. Listen to what you were saying. Naked temptation? Who can stand this? Since you have no objection, then let's make it like this. Isan men, marry my Jiangxing women. Isan women, marry my Jiangxing men. Jiang Ting decisively changed the subject. As a man who doesn't want to wake up and take power over the world, or sleep drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman. But a game is just a game after all. No matter how real it is just a game. Jiang Ting can still tell this clearly. Who makes me a person with a bottom line? We will die outside. And I will never be that despicable scumbag. I, Jiang Tianxing, said that. Until the end of the world. Until this game becomes reality. But is this possible? No way. Unless it's like in the movies, with some super civilization and alien black technology. Wait. Alien black technology? Oh shit. Jiang Ting's heart suddenly jumped, and he remembered the original origin of the game Age of the Gods. No way. No way. It seemed like he had accidentally discovered something remarkable. Everything is up to you, sir. Dua bowed with a smile on her face. She has always respected Han culture since she was a child, and Jiang Ting's lone army advancing deep into the enemy's territory, riding his horse across the desert, his national confidence that he would conquer every attack and win every battle, and his brave and invincible iron-blooded army, were almost exactly the same as the heroes in her imagination. That's why she ignored everyone's objections and chose to surrender. Even if Jiang Ting wanted to intermarry, she decided to cooperate fully. She knew that only by becoming a true Han Chinese would her people not stay in this desert forever and struggle to survive. They can have a broader sky. In that case, this desert plain will become my Jiangxing territory from now on. I will build a city for you and change its name to Isan City. You will be the lord of this Isan City. Jiang Ting thought about it and decided to give the Isan tribe some practical benefits, adhering to the attitude of don't employ people if you don't trust them, and trust people if you employ them. Otherwise, why would they work so hard for you? It's just a city. He has enough confidence that if the Isan tribe really rebels in the future, he can build this city now and he will definitely be able to flatten it in the future. Dua thanks you for your kindness. The Isan tribe will always be loyal to you. Looking at the graceful and well-behaved exotic beauty in front of him, who was obedient and submissive, Jiang Ting felt that if he stayed any longer, his integrity would be in jeopardy, so he could only stand up and say goodbye. In that case, I won't stay any longer. I'll send someone after I get back. After saying that, Jiang Ting turned around and prepared to go home. Are you leaving, my lord? Yehendua suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Ting, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Sir, please stay a few more days. Dua will definitely prepare the highest treatment for you in the Isan tribe. It is the hardest to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. Jiang Ting tried his best to keep a clear mind, and kept repeating in his mind, this is a game, this is a game. Then his eyes brightened and he smiled, saying, we'll see each other again in the future. If you're bored, you can go to Jiangxing and learn how to manage a city from Wenrua. I'm going now. Please be sure to bring Duo with you. Have to. Seeing Ihandova's pitiful eyes, Jiang Ting could only agree helplessly. Well, let's go. With Ihandova leading the way, we would be safer when crossing the desert. Ding. World announcement. Jiang Tianxing, a player from the Huaxiao region, is good at fighting and has become the first player in the entire server to conquer an alien force. He has received a system reward, a 5-star special recruitment order, 8 generals to suppress bandits. He has received reputation times 100,000. Players, please keep up the good work. Times 3. Special recruitment order, 8 great generals to suppress bandits. After using it, you can randomly recruit 1 great general to suppress bandits. To defeat bandits, including Li Mu, Meng Tian, Wei Qing, Hu Xiubing, Ran Min, Li Jing, Yu Fei, and Shui Rengui. Oh shit. Jiang Ting, who hadn't even walked out of the tent, was shocked. For pacifying the alien race, the reward was so generous? No. System. You can't be so cruel. These 8 great generals are all extremely powerful figures. How do you want me to choose? I want them all. It would be fine if he didn't know, but now that he knows, Jiang Ting's mentality is a little broken. No matter which one you recruit, it means missing out on the other 7 super talents. Jiang Ting was worried about gains and losses, but other players felt completely different. Go to hell, dog. No, this is not true. My Yu Fei, my Hu Xiubing, my military godly Mu. I'm so jealous. The 8 bandit-slaying heroes, each one more awesome than the last. You are still God Jiang. Those of you who said that God Jiang had made no contribution to China last time, come out and have a chat. God Jiang has already wiped out all the alien races. I wonder what your contribution is. Nonsense. How come they didn't contribute anything? Didn't they just contribute their mouths? You guys are really smart. This is a game. Even if we wipe out all the alien races, what will happen? Yo. Now you know it's a game? Since you know it's a game, that guy Jiang Xin is awesome. Why are you guys always bashing him? Whenever there is discussion about Jiang Ting, the forum is almost always heated, and the 2 factions have always been criticizing each other, and this time is obviously no exception. Unfortunately, Jiang Ting could not see their argument. After knowing that he would soon recruit a super talented person, he became more and more eager to rush back to Jiangxing. More than 10,000 cavalrymen galloped across the desert smoothly under the leadership of Ihandova and headed straight for Jiangxing. You're back. Li Qingchan, who received the news, was waiting outside the city gate early. When she saw Jiang Ting going out, and there was a super beauty beside him, she was not angry this time. Instead, she gently patted the dust off Jiang Ting's body. Well, let me introduce you. This is a tribal leader I conquered during my expedition against foreign tribes. I plan to have her manage the desert for me, so? Jiang Ting began to explain himself, but before he could finish, Li Qingchan smiled absent-mindedly. Are you tired? Can you log off early today? You haven't been with me properly for a long time. Okay, I'll do as you say. Jiang Ting touched Li Qingchan's head lovingly, feeling a little guilty. Indeed, during this period of time, except for logging off to eat, he was almost always busy in the game. They were clearly living together, but not only did they barely exchange a few words in the game, they were no different in real life. Chapter 47 Human Trafficker Jiang Tianxing. Since Li Qingchan had already made the request, Jiang Ting naturally chose to satisfy it. After the 2 of them logged off, they still did it themselves and had a sumptuous dinner together. Li Qingchan was particularly proactive tonight. Under her crazy demands, Jiang Ting was defeated step by step. In the end, he lost all his troops and armor and fell asleep exhausted. The early morning sunlight shines through the glass and illuminates Jiang Ting's sleeping face. He opened his eyes hazily, only to find the room empty. Considering Li Qingchan's abnormal behavior last night, he finally realized that something was wrong and quickly got up from the bed. Walking out of the bedroom, on the dining table in the living room was the breakfast that Li Qingchan had carefully prepared. Li Qingchan made great contributions to the fact that he was able to concentrate on playing games during this period. She silently handles 3 meals a day and household chores, although she never mentioned it. In addition to the exquisite breakfast, there was also a piece of letter on the table. Jiang Ting opened it silently, and what caught his eyes was Li Qingchan's beautiful handwriting. I'm leaving. There's something I want to tell you, but I didn't dare say it to your face because I was afraid you'd get angry. Now I've run away, so there's no point in you getting angry. I actually have always believed in you, and I know that you and Chu Yunxi have nothing to do with each other, but I couldn't control myself, so I still went to find her. You are truly outstanding. I have known this since childhood. I was the first to know it. I knew you would eventually become successful, and I'd been waiting for that day. But when it finally arrived, I realized I was worried and scared. It turns out you've already become the idol of countless people without me even realizing it. I'm so afraid that someone will snatch you away, so I can't bear to see you interacting with any woman, even an NPC in the game. I don't want to share you with anyone, no one. Chu Yunxi told me that one day, you'll be the one countless people look up to, and a woman like me isn't worthy of you. I admit, she's right. The girls around you will only get better and better. Maybe you don't even realize it, right? Being with you is so stressful. Although I'm stupid, I also want to be a woman worthy of you. So please don't come looking for me, okay? When it's time to come back, I will come back on my own. If I can't come back, I hope you will remember me forever. Somewhere in this world, there will always be someone who thinks of you and misses you. Qingchan's own writing. After reading Li Qingchan's farewell letter, Jiang Ting wolfed down his breakfast without saying a word. Then I went into the bathroom and took a cold shower for half an hour early in the morning. After re-entering the game, Jiang Ting discovered that Li Qingchan had indeed left Jiangqing overnight. Given her identity, the Jiangqing soldiers did not dare to ask any more questions. In this vast sea of people, and with others deliberately avoiding him, it would be useless to look for her. Moreover, the reason for leaving also made Jiang Ting furious. He had only heard that men would be abandoned if they had no prospects. But this guy would also be abandoned even if he had some prospects? What are you thinking? He really wanted to know what was going on in these women's heads all day long. My lord, you are finally back. Inside the city lord's mansion, Sun Yu grumbled. Those foreign men are very restless, making a lot of noise all day long. If we don't deal with them, I'm afraid they will cause dissatisfaction among the people. Has the head count been determined? Jiang Ting nodded slightly with a calm expression. To him now, these people were not aliens, but pure gold. We've already counted the foreigners. Over 250,000 young and strong, over 210,000 women. We've also captured over 800,000 cattle and sheep, and 100,000 strong and fine horses. What a great harvest. Hearing about such a huge harvest, Jiang Ting's depressed mood also improved a lot. In the next few days, you come to help me with the work. Sell all the foreigners, regardless of gender, to me. Kill all the cattle and sheep and pickle them into meat. After saying this, Jiang Ting directly posted a message on the forum. Still worried about cavalry? Jiangqing sells alien light cavalry. Not only are their horses fully equipped, but their combat power is far superior to that of 3-star troops. Price, 150 gold. Still worried about finding a beautiful woman? Jiangqing is selling exotic women with exotic charms and foreign allures. They can fight in battles and warm your bed. The price is 100 gold. The combat effectiveness of the alien race is indeed stronger than that of the 3-star troops. After all, they are all good at horse warfare. Although they lack the most expensive war horses, their price is lower than that of the fully equipped 3-star troops, which is very reasonable. Once this post was published, it instantly ignited the entire forum. Holy crap! China's #1 human trafficker, Boss Jiang. I spent all my money to buy a batch of 3-star troops from you, and now you tell me that 3-star troops are no longer effective? Foreign light cavalry completely defeats 3-star troops? Damn it. I finally understand why God Jiang is so awesome. He's constantly trafficking people, and they're high-ranking cavalrymen. I just want to ask, how can people still survive this? That's right. The point is that even if you sold everything you had, you couldn't resist this temptation. Isn't that infuriating? I didn't get it last time, so I'll buy it this time. Can I buy it now? Most of these players are ambitious people. The alien light cavalry is a huge temptation for them. After all, they are not Jiang Ting and do not have the invincible overlord iron cavalry. These alien cavalry are the most advanced troops for them now. After all, only after being promoted to a county town can they produce 4-star cavalry, but at this stage, only half of the players have been promoted to a small town. The importance of cavalry to them is naturally self-evident. Seeing the excellent response to the post, Jiang Ting knew that he was about to make a fortune again. With this injection of funds, he is really not far from building a heavy city. It took Jiang Ting 3 full days, with the help of Sun Yu and others, to sell all those foreign men and women. The alien man was sold for more than 37 million gold. Women of other races were also sold for over 21 million. That adds up to nearly 60 million gold coins. Moreover, he slaughtered more than 800,000 cattle and sheep, and the food he obtained directly caused all the warehouses in the territory to overflow. Add to that the 100,000 carefully selected horses, it can be said that this wave directly more than doubled Jiang Ting's financial resources. During the time I was away, has there been any movement in southern Xinjiang? Jiang Ting, who became rich again, did not get complacent. Instead, he walked towards the tavern and asked Sun Yu about serious matters. My lord, there is no need to worry. During this period, Mr. Li Bai and Mr. Jia Su have been guarding the 6 small cities. With them around, unless the entire country of southern Xinjiang attacks, there is no possibility of breaking through Nyoto Mountain. Sun Yu was following behind Jiang Ting. Upon hearing this, he immediately bowed respectfully in response. That's good. After we've thoroughly digested our gains this time, it's time to take a trip to the southern border kingdom. Jiang Ting nodded, his eyes as bright as a torch. The day we conquer southern Xinjiang will be the day when Jiangsheng will take off. Chapter 48, General Yu Fei. Approaching the tavern, Jiang Ting took out the order to recruit the 8 great generals. All of them were the most outstanding figures in Chinese history, so he was naturally very much looking forward to it. System, use the recruitment order. Ding. The special recruitment order, 8 bandit generals, has been used successfully. The tavern has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. Name, Yu Fei Zipingju. Occupation, historically famous general. When stationed in a military camp to train soldiers, the training effect is increased by 200%, and the soldiers benefit from the famous general, and their military strength is permanently increased by 10%. Qualification, 5-star. Loyalty, 100. Talent, Wu Mu. During combat, subordinates' execution efficiency increases by 80%, morale increases by 80%, and basic command temporarily increases by 10 points. Basic attributes. Force, 97. Intelligence, 96. Domination, 99. Internal affairs, 70. Special attributes, exclusive to generals. Critical damage, increased damage 20%. Agility, speed increase 25%. Armor break, reduces defense 25%. Control, triggering negative effects 20%. Resilience, resistance to negative effects 20%. Basic skills. Advanced riding, when riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Advanced gun skills, when using guns, armor penetration increases by 5%. Advanced military management, as a commander, the execution efficiency of subordinates under your command increases by 5%. Special skills. Strike the Yellow Dragon, 5-star. During combat, if Yu Fei is the commander, his own military strength will be temporarily increased by 5 points. His leadership will be temporarily increased by 5 points. His agility will be increased by 80%, and the agility of all his subordinates will be increased by 30%. Wu Mu's ambition, 5-star. When Yu Fei is in battle, he can continuously assimilate his soldiers every second, temporarily converting them into the 5-star special unit Yu family army, with a maximum of 8,000 soldiers. For every 80 soldiers converted, Yu Fei's agility increases by 1%, armor penetration increases by 1%, and toughness increases by 1%, with a maximum stacking of 100%. When the number of Yu family army soldiers reaches the upper limit, Yu Fei's basic force is temporarily increased by 20%, and basic command is temporarily increased by 20%. Loyalty to the country, God. Yu Fei's ultimate skill, automatically unlocked when the general breaks through the 6-star title of God. Basic equipment, none. Exclusive equipment. Palu Lichuan spear, unlocked. Palu Lichuan helmet, unlocked. Palu Lichuan armor, unlocked. Palu Lichuan boots, unlocked. White Dragon Horse, unlocked. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, 1950 to 5960. Comprehensive Dominance Rating, 1670 to 5680. Yu Family Army. Yu Fei's exclusive special unit, based on the original soldiers, force increased by 20%, armor increased by 20%, upper limit 80. Soldiers gain exclusive skills. Beiwei. Beiwei 5-star. When Yu Fei leads the Yu family army in battle, morale and execution efficiency increase by 100%, and the Beiwei battle is triggered every 60 seconds, increasing the next attack power by 20%. What is an all-round talent? This is what we call an all-round talent. All 3 basic attributes have exceeded 95 points, reaching the first-class level. Not only that, the skills are also more awesome than the other. You know, he is not just improving himself, but strengthening everyone. If Yu Fei and Guan Yu were to fight one-on-one, he might not be able to win, but if the two were given 8,000 soldiers, Guan Yu would obviously be beaten. If it were just that, then it would be fine. After all, the two people have different positionings. But the most terrifying thing is that Yu Fei is a super powerful person who has his own 5-star special troop. Jiang Ting doesn't need to spend any money at all. Just give him a 4-star ordinary troop, and he can make this troop become almost as good as the Overlord Iron Cavalry. It's a pity that his skill is temporary, and he can only lead the army. No wonder it is called Yu Family Army. But is Jiang Ting at a loss? He didn't lose out. Summon Yu Fei, and he will also bring with him 8,000 five-star special troops, the Yu family army. Where the hell can I find such a good thing? Yu Pengju, I pay my respects to the Lord. Pengju, there's no need for so much courtesy. I have Pengju, so what's there to be afraid of in just the southern border? Jiang Ting supported Yu Fei and finally showed a satisfied smile. This also alleviated a little the depression caused by Li Qingchan's departure without saying goodbye. I am willing to expand the territory for you, even if it means death. Yu Fei clasped his hands together and said solemnly, Of course I believe Pengju has this ability. Jiang Ting smiled, and then continued, From now on, all military deployments in the territory will be arranged by Pengju himself. Unless it is necessary, there is no need to ask for my instructions. Thank you, my lord. Yu Fei was deeply moved. What a trust. He had just arrived and had not accomplished anything, but Jiang Ting had handed over the highest command of the army to him. What Yu Fei is thinking now is that even if he devotes his life to the cause until his death, he cannot let his lord down. Congratulations, my lord, for gaining another great general. Looking at Yu Fei's heroic and extraordinary personal image, Sun Yu chuckled and bowed. That's right. Pengju is truly an unparalleled talent. Jiang Ting nodded with a smile and did not hide his admiration for Yu Fei at all. Joke. Aside from domestic affairs, Yu Fei had virtually no weaknesses. He possessed both strategic and military prowess, and commanding the three armies was his greatest strength. Even training soldiers and writing poetry are just as good. Such talents can be counted on one's fingers throughout history. Well, when Ruo, since Pengju is here, I naturally have to prepare a generous gift for him. Didn't we just make some money? Look at this. Jiang Ting's tone was so conciliatory that Sun Yu was speechless. Since my lord wishes to declare war on southern Xinjiang, the expansion of the army is of course urgent. I understand this. Great. When Ruo is truly worthy of being my Zifang. Jiang Ting also praised Sun Yu, saying, Don't think that just because he is the lord, he can do whatever he wants. A true wise ruler will take all aspects into consideration. As the territory develops to this point, the top leaders will gradually split into two factions, civil and military. Although they are 100% loyal, every decision Jiang Ting makes will affect everyone's way of thinking. For example, if he only focused on the army, then the civil officials headed by Sun Yu and Li Bai would have to prioritize how to increase tax revenue and how to make money to fill the gap, rather than how to build up the territory. If he was focused on developing his territory, what Yu Fei, Guan Yu and others would have to consider was how to reduce military expenses while avoiding problems, rather than expanding the territory. If you want to have the best of both worlds, you have to negotiate, and what Jiang Ting wants is obviously a third party. After the territory is promoted to a county, it can be converted into 4-star troops. 4-star troops can just meet the basic requirements of Yu family army to the greatest extent. If it is too low, it cannot exert its full strength, and if it is too high, it would be a waste. After all, the upper limit of Yu family army's military strength is only 80. Originally, Jiang Ting was planning to digest the situation for a while, but now that he has recruited Yu Fei and has a Yu family army that can rival the Overlord's Iron Cavalry, there is naturally no need to wait any longer to conquer southern Xinjiang. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting took Yu Fei directly to the military camp. The reason why he did not take Sun Yu with him was that he was worried about his next move. He was afraid that he would provoke this bullying bag again and run to the city lord's mansion to block him. Chapter 49 Preparing for War in Southern Xinjiang. After the territory was promoted to a county, for new types of troops had already been unlocked. However, Jiang Ting had been busy with battles, and only now did he have time to learn about them in detail. Name: Heavy Armored Halberd Warrior, 3 stars, 1 star. Force: 60. Armor: 45. Basic skills: Intermediate Halberd Technique. When using halberd weapons, critical damage increases by 3%. Conversion conditions: Ultimate Military Camp, Super Slaves. Name: Armor Piercing Archer, 3 stars, 1 star. Force: 65. Armor: 40. Basic skills: Intermediate Archery. When using a bow weapon, armor penetration increases by 3%. Conversion conditions: Ultimate Military Camp, Super Slaves. Name: Giant Shield Hercules, 3 star, 1 star. Force: 40. Armor: 65. Basic skills: Intermediate Physical Fitness. In combat, toughness increases by 3%. Conversion conditions: Ultimate Military Camp, Super Slaves. Name: Bow, Spear, Light Cavalry, 3 stars, 1 star. Force: 65. Armor: 55. Basic skills: Intermediate Riding Skills. When riding a mount, agility increases by 3%. Bow and gun mastery. Intermediate. When using bow and gun weapons, armor penetration increases by 3%. Conversion conditions. Ultimate military camp, super slaves. The four major branches of the military each have their own strengths. Of course, the overall strength of the cavalry is obviously higher than that of other arms. The basic attributes of the 4-star light cavalry are even stronger than Jiang Ting's previous 3-star special arm, the heavy sword cavalry. However, special troops have exclusive skills, so it's hard to say who will win or lose in a fight. Jiang Ting didn't delay too much. After all, he was a super rich man with nearly 100 million gold coins. With a wave of his hand, he directly purchased 30,000 super slaves from the market. Among them, Jiang Ting converted 20,000 into 4-star infantry, evenly distributed among the three major arms, and the remaining 10,000 were all converted into bows and light cavalry. During a siege, the role of infantry is far greater than that of cavalry. Jiang Ting is about to conquer southern Xinjiang, so he will not be too stingy. Therefore, he directly equipped 20,000 infantry with corresponding 4-star suits. This 4-star suit costs 600 gold. 20,000 fully armed people also directly cost Jiang Ting 12 million gold. I've already spent over 10 million, and when Ruo won't let me go anyway, so what the hell is there to be afraid of? Jiang Ting gritted his teeth and thought that since this family had already failed, he might as well fail even more completely. Then he waved his hand again, and the 8,000 light cavalry were directly equipped with the same 5-star suits as the Overlord Iron Cavalry. It's only 8 million. This cavalry is prepared for Pengju. As light cavalry, speed is their greatest advantage. The 100,000 horses we looted from the foreign tribes are great, but compared to the Fergana horses, they're still not up to par. Now that we have the Overlord's Iron Cavalry, we can't favor one over the other, right? After finding an excuse for himself, Jiang Ting became ruthless and once again produced 16,000 Fergana horses worth thousands of gold. Per person is the standard configuration. Jiang Ting comforted himself in this way, but when he thought about the 16 million missing from the treasury in an instant, he was still heartbroken and didn't dare to continue wasting money. Pengju, these soldiers will be your direct troops from now on. I believe they will shine brightly in your leadership. Jiang Ting pointed at the 30,000 freshly recruited 4-star soldiers and smiled at Yu Fei. I will definitely live up to your lord's expectations. Yu Fei knelt on one knee and clasped his fists heavily. He saw clearly from the side that all the equipment purchased by Jiang Ting for his direct army were the best. This shows how much the Lord values himself. Okay, I believe you. Well, I still have to go to the 6th small town for a few days to avoid the limelight, so I won't tell you any more for now. After handing over 30,000 fully armed soldiers to Yu Fei, Jiang Ting also hurriedly fled Jiangqing. If it was not as he expected, Sun Yu would definitely come to him to cry poor again. My lord, didn't you say you were going to expand the army by 30,000? How did you end up spending a full 36 million gold? How exactly was it spent? Outside the city lord's mansion, Sun Yu had not arrived yet, but his angry voice had already resounded throughout the mansion. Unfortunately, when he entered the room, he didn't even see the shadow of Jiang Ting. Only Kai Wenji and Ai Handova were looking at him in confusion. This servant, Duo Hua, greets Master Sun. The two women greeted him simultaneously, which calmed the anxious Sun Yu down a bit. He quickly returned the greeting and said, "Greetings to the two ladies. I wonder where the Lord has gone." This servant doesn't know that the master hasn't come back yet. Kai Wenji stood diligently by the side, her voice gentle and moving. Ever since she came to Jiangcheng, Jiang Ting handed her over to Li Qingchan and never paid any attention to her again. So she naturally positioned herself as a maid and was polite to everyone she met, not daring to overstep the line. He must have known I would come looking for him, so he left early. That's 36 million gold. How can someone be so wasteful with 36 million? Sigh. Sun Yu had no place to vent his complaints since he couldn't find anyone. After holding it in for a long time, he could only stretch out his hands tremblingly, then threw away his robe, sighed, and turned away. My lord, what did you do to make Lord Sun so angry? He doesn't even dare to go back to the city lord's mansion. Ai Handova stared blankly at Sun Yu leaving, then turned to ask Kai Wenji. This servant doesn't know either. Kai Wenji hurriedly bowed, but Yi Handwoa couldn't help rolling her eyes. Between the two of us, please stop calling me a slave. I'm just like you, a miserable person. Speaking of this, a hint of resentment flashed in Ai Handova's eyes. However, she quickly recovered and pulled Kai Wenji aside, asking excitedly, Hey, you said the mistress was the Lord's only wife, so why did she leave without a word? Didn't she tell you? Tell me about her and the Lord. Among women, they just chat about these trivial gossips. Jiang Ting didn't know all this. The most important reason he went to the 6 small cities, besides wanting to avoid the limelight, was to ask Jia Su what he thought about the expedition to southern Xinjiang. Southern Xinjiang occupies an entire state, a total of 46 cities, and has an army of 700,000 elite soldiers under its command. This is going to be a tough battle. Isn't it a bit too hasty? On the top of the city wall, Li Bai looked towards Nyoto Mountain and said with some concern, "Now that the Lord has acquired a talented general and an army comparable to the Overlord's Iron Cavalry, I believe that now is the perfect time for us to march north." Jia Su narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "The Nanyang dynasty has tacitly agreed to our alliance with them, so Nanjiang must be on guard. If we send troops now, not to mention whether Nanyang will miss this opportunity, Nanjiang will definitely not dare to fight with all its strength. Will the 2 nations of Nanyue and Nanli sit back and watch southern Xinjiang perish? They should also send reinforcements, right? If it was just southern Xinjiang, Jiang Ting would not be afraid. After all, he could attack or defend, and southern Xinjiang also had to guard against Nanyang, so it could not pose a fatal threat to him at all. But if Nanyue and Nanli also want to get involved, then things will become really troublesome. Don't worry, my lord. Nanyue and Nanli will not send any troops." Jia Su said confidently with a look of affirmation. A delicate balance has always been maintained between the 3 small countries and the Nanyang dynasty, and we are the key to breaking it. For Nanyue and Nanli, southern Xinjiang can be destroyed, as long as it is not destroyed by Nanyang. I understand. If we send troops, Nanyue and Nanli won't act rashly, because they also have to be on guard against Nanyang. But if Nanyang sends troops, the situation will be different. They will have to fight even if they don't want to. Jiang Ting's eyes lit up, and he immediately figured out the key. The reason why the 3 small countries formed an alliance was to counter Nanyang. The sudden rise of Jiang Ting was itself a variable. The Nanyang dynasty hoped that Jiang Ting would break the deadlock, and the same was true for Nanyue and Nanli. If southern Xinjiang wins, it will at least weaken the national strength of southern Xinjiang, and they will certainly be happy to see it happen. Nanjiang was defeated. For Nanyue and Nanli, it meant that Nanjiang was not doing well. It would be great to change to a stronger ally. It was impossible for Jiang Ting to continue to form an alliance with Nanyang, right? Aren't you afraid that after you destroy them, you will be destroyed by Nanyang too? As for Nanyang, he probably hopes that Jiang Ting and Nanjiang will fight to the death, and it would be best if both sides suffer losses. Nanyue and Nanli did not send troops to help southern Xinjiang, but if they really dared to do so, Nanyang would definitely not sit idly by. So Jia Su's affirmation is indeed not unreasonable. The best option for the other 3 kingdoms is to watch the show. Chapter 50 Yu Fei's dominance on the battlefield. Since even Jia Su advocated going to war, Jiang Ting naturally had no scruples. In the early morning of the next day, he gathered all his troops to the 6 small cities, preparing to formally launch military action against southern Xinjiang. In the city lord's mansion, Jia Su, Guan Yu, Li Bai, Yu Fei and others were all present. Southern Xinjiang is divided into 9 counties and 46 cities. Our target for this northern expedition is the neighboring counties of Khitan, Jiulu, and Hanyang. The garrison of these 3 southern counties is approximately 200,000 strong, while the troops of the 3 northern counties of southern Xinjiang are guarding Nanyang. The reinforcements we can send should be limited. How do you think we should fight this battle? Jiang Ting stood at the top, looked at the map in front of him, and spoke first. If we fight outside the city, these 3 counties can be destroyed in a snap. However, the Lord's Overlord cavalry has been exposed. The southern frontier will certainly hold the city and retreat, and each of these counties has a major city. If we storm, how can we win with our current strength? Li Bai was the first to express his opinion. His concerns were indeed not wrong. Apart from the 8,000 heavy cavalry, all Jiang Ting could show off now were Yu Fei's 30,000 4-star direct troops and the 30,000 3-star soldiers led by Guan Yu. This is less than 70,000 troops. If they dare to attack the city by force, regardless of whether they can capture it or not, the heavy price will be more than Jiang Ting can afford now. After all, siege warfare means exchanging lives for lives, and some powerful generals can even fight 10 enemies at once. What if we just surround them but don't attack them like we did last time, and wait for them to leave the city? Jiang Ting also knew that a strong attack was not feasible, so he asked tentatively. It won't work. Southern Xinjiang is well prepared, and the city must have sufficient food and grass. If we drag it out, both sides will suffer. Jia Su shook his head and smiled softly, saying, "Since I agree to go to war, I naturally have a way to lure them out of the city. If you trust me, why not follow my plan?" "Okay, You're playing charades again. Jiang Ting rolled his eyes, but since Jia Su said he had a way, he naturally believed it. So he took off the Xianyuan sword from his waist and said loudly, "This sword is a treasure of destiny. One day, I wanted to hang above the main hall of the southern Xinjiang Imperial Palace. I'll hand it over to Wenhe today. Anyone who sees this sword will see me. Do whatever Wenhe arranges. Do you understand?" "Yes." The generals clasped their fists in agreement, and then the 70,000-strong army was divided into two groups under Jia Su's arrangement. One group was led by Jiang Ting and Guan Yu and headed towards Khitan County, while the other group was led by Yu Fei and Jia Su and headed straight for Hanyang County. The southern frontier kingdom received the news of such momentum at the first time, and their reaction was just as Li Bai expected. They immediately began to withdraw troops from various cities and gathered in the important city of Hanyang, as if they were determined to defend the city to the death. "Your Majesty, Jiang City is growing stronger and stronger, and now they dare to openly send troops to invade the 3 counties of southern Xinjiang. I have come to challenge them to a battle. If you cannot keep them in southern Xinjiang, I will bring my head to you." Inside the southern Xinjiang palace, Ning Yuansa stood in the center of the hall with his fists clasped, speaking in a firm tone. Ever since he was defeated by Jia Su, this incident has become a pain that he can never let go of. Now that Jiang Cheng has taken the initiative to attack, how can he let go of this opportunity to avenge his previous shame? "General Ning, my 300,000-man army is gone. If you want to go to war, I will allow you to do so. But I don't want your head. Southern Xinjiang cannot afford to be defeated again, not even once. Do you understand?" On the dragon throne, the king of southern Xinjiang lay sideways with an expressionless face, his eyes closed, and he spoke calmly. "I, your majesty, will never betray your trust." Ning Yuansa quickly knelt on one knee and made a promise loudly. How could he not understand what the king of southern Xinjiang said? He didn't want his head, he just wanted his victory report. But if he really failed again and again, the king of southern Xinjiang would probably want more than just his head. On that day, Ning Yuansa brought 100,000 reinforcements from the 3 central counties and entered Julu overnight. Jiang Ting was naturally not idle either. Guan Yu and Yu Fei divided their troops into 2 groups, but their progress was completely different. Yu Fei advanced rapidly and captured 9 cities in Hanyang, including small towns and counties. However, Guan Yu and Jiang Ting advanced steadily under the arrangement of Jia Su. Every day they took their cavalry to the outside of the city gate to shout and curse, but did not attack the city. The Khitan governor was a little depressed. How could these guys come to attack the city? They were clearly here to show off his unparalleled cavalry. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Yu Fei was able to win battles one after another, in addition to his own ability, was also largely due to the fact that the governor of Hanyang County chose to gather his troops in one place. Except for a few thousand soldiers defending the cities, the 9 cities were basically empty cities, which was almost exactly the same as Jia Su's previous plan. The soldiers of Jiangcheng were exhausted both physically and mentally after taking 9 cities in a row. Yu Fei had no choice but to temporarily suspend the offensive and set up camp in a small town closest to Hanyang City. 9 cities were captured in one day. Even though the prefect of Hanyang County was a veteran of the battlefield, he had never seen such a fierce general. And he still doesn't know that although it was abnormal for Yu Fei to capture 9 cities, what was even more abnormal was that the losses of his 30,000 direct troops were less than 3,000. You know, this is a siege. Normally the casualties are 1 to 2. But Yu Fei almost managed to attack the city without any losses. Why was he able to achieve such a brilliant record? The reason is actually very simple. It is mainly because Yu Fei's special skills played a huge role in this siege. After all, he can make 4-star troops as powerful as 5-star special troops. What are the 5-star special forces? It is the most powerful military force in the Age of Gods. And 8,000 soldiers who are comparable to 5-star special forces are attacking a city with only 5 or 6,000 defenders. Is there any need to imagine the outcome? Even an old scoundrel like Jia Su, who never shows his emotions, was stunned after witnessing Yu Fei's terrifying dominance on the battlefield, was climbing hard under the pressure of rolling stones and arrows. But after a while, he was like a chicken with blood and bullwhip. His eyes were red, and he walked briskly with a huge shield weighing more than 200 pounds, rushed directly to the city wall, and started smashing everything around. So what the Lord said, that he had a troop similar to the Overlord's iron cavalry, actually happened like this. Fortunately, it can only convert 8,000. If there is no upper limit, why would we bother thinking about it? With 30,000 people, Jia Su dared to directly rush into Hanyang. General Yu's talent is truly rare in the world. Jia Su stood on the top of the city wall, and said this with conviction. This is Yu Fei and Yu Pingju. Anyone who has never fought with him will never feel the fear of being dominated by him. No wonder so many people throughout history believe that Yu Fei is the true martial saint. This kind of magical method is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. No wonder even the Jurchens, a powerful foreign race with the Iron Pagoda, were beaten by Yu Fei without any temper. Chapter 51. Lure the snake out of its hole and catch the turtle in the jar. During the 2 days of rest, the news that Yu Fei had captured 9 cities in a row quickly spread, but this rumor was quite interesting. Nanjiang knew that Yu Fei had captured 9 cities, but the intelligence they received was completely opposite. Some scouts received news that Yu Fei had captured 9 cities in a row, but had only lost a few thousand soldiers. Other scouts received news that Yu Fei had suffered heavy casualties and had sent a letter for help to Jiangting in Khitan County. In this regard, the Hanyang County magistrate, who had no idea of the situation, could only send a carrier pigeon to tell Ning Yuansa the news and let him make the decision. Ning Yuansa's answer was very simple. He just wanted to ask the Khitan County governor to find out the truth about Jiangting. The Khitan side did indeed send a secret report via carrier pigeon, informing the governor of Hanyang County that Jiangting's troops had indeed made some unusual movements during the night. Ning Yuansa's idea was very simple. If Jiangting left Khitan County, it would mean that Yu Fei was indeed strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If this was an enemy strategy, then he would at most lose a few thousand soldiers. The bet was right. Before Jiangting arrived at Hanyang County, which was 100 miles away, the 60,000 troops of the Hanyang County governor would definitely be able to capture the general who had captured 9 cities in a row. If the bet is wrong, then let the 2 of them sit firmly in the city and not come out. Even if thousands of soldiers are lost, there will be no problem. The result is obvious. They bet right. When 10,000 soldiers from southern Xinjiang rushed into Jiangting's camp, they only saw scarecrows. Jiangting had indeed left quietly. The Khitan County magistrate immediately informed Ning Yuansa and Hanyang County magistrate of the news. After they discussed it, they all felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiangqing only sent out 70,000 troops in total and did not conceal it. They had already found out the truth long ago and divided them into 2 teams. Each team had no more than 30,000 soldiers at most. With more than 30,000 soldiers and horses conquering 9 cities in a row, how many men would be left, no matter how strong the generals were? Ning Yuansa was also a man who made decisions quickly. What he was worried about was only Jiangting's overlord cavalry. As for the unknown general who suddenly appeared, although he had captured 9 cities in a row, he would never believe that this man had lost only a few thousand soldiers out of his 30,000 troops. This is obviously a smokescreen deliberately released by the enemy, hoping to prevent the governor of Hanyang from making any rash moves and thus miss the opportunity. Once the overlord's cavalry arrives, these 9 cities will be impossible to take back. So he directly ordered the governor of Hanyang County to send troops to attack the city. It was just a small city, and 60,000 troops were enough to take it. Since Ning Yuansa had given the order, the prefect of Hanyang County naturally would not hesitate any longer and immediately led his army to attack the city where Yu Fei was. What's going on? The city gate is wide open. Is there an ambush? When the prefect of Hanyang County arrived, what caught his eyes was a quiet city. Not only were the city gates wide open, but on top of the city wall, only Yu Fei and Jia Su were sitting alone, leisurely drinking tea and playing chess. Military advisor, you're being so deceptive. What if they don't fall for you? Yu Fei said this while playing chess. Ning Yuansa is a smart man. Smart people trust their own judgment. Since they chose to send troops, it means that our intelligence has been successful. Ning Yuansa, you believe that we are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Jia Su took a leisurely sip of tea before continuing. It's precisely because he believed me that I came up with this empty city plan. Although it seems a bit unnecessary now, it will be of great benefit to our upcoming expedition to Jiulu. You'll understand then. All right. The military advisor is good at planning and strategizing. Pengju is far inferior to him. Yu Fei smiled. When it came to leading troops in battle, deploying troops, and responding to battlefield situations, he was confident that he wasn't afraid of anyone. But when it came to those twists and turns, conspiracies, and tricks, only a professional like Jia Su could do it. Everything happened just as Jia Su had predicted. The governor of Hanyang County did not dare to attack the city rashly. However, Ning Yuansa, upon hearing the news, burst into laughter. You're actually trying to use the empty city plan to stall for time? You're clever, but I won't be fooled this time. After saying that, he confidently gave the order, telling the governor of Hanyang County to ignore the orders and attack directly. The leader had spoken, and the Hanyang County magistrate certainly didn't dare disobey. After his 60,000-man army marched into the city, Yu Fei bowed to Jia Su with deep conviction and said, "This trick of catching the tortoise in the jar is truly powerful. It seems the military advisor knows the enemy generals very well. We only fought once. This guy has some skills, but he's quite conceited. And this conceit will eventually ruin him." Jia Su gently placed a piece down, then said with a smile, "The game is already decided. Why don't you hurry down and get some military merit, Pungju?" "Haha, no more, no more. To be honest, I can't wait any longer." Yu Fei laughed heartily, then picked up the spear beside him and walked straight down the city wall. "Oh no, there really is an ambush in this city. General Ning has done me a disservice. Quick, get out of the city." When the prefect of Hanyang County saw countless soldiers suddenly emerging from the houses in the city, he knew that something was wrong and wanted to leave the city in a hurry. It would have been better if he hadn't given this order. Once he gave the order, the 60,000-strong army instantly fell into chaos and was directly killed by the ambushed Jiangqing soldiers. They were left without any armor and weapons and couldn't even put up a decent resistance. After finally escaping, the Hanyang County magistrate had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. Not far outside the city, Li Bai was already waiting there with 8,000 four-star light cavalry. "All troops charge." Following Li Bai's order, the prefect of Hanyang County sighed and closed his eyes. Being attacked from both sides, he was obviously at the end of his rope and unable to turn the situation around. From then on, the 60,000-strong army was either killed or surrendered. Before long, the entire Hanyang County fell into Jiang Ting's hands. The only pity is that even after conquering the county town and the important city, Jiang Ting failed to get the system reward. You know, at least they have to be 2 divine generals. Why not give a notice? Is it because these cities all belong to southern Xinjiang, and southern Xinjiang has not yet been destroyed, so he cannot be considered to have completely occupied these cities? Jiang Ting thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only possibility. This is a bit too much. There are no counties or major cities belonging to independent forces near his territory. If someone else gets there first, won't he be at a huge loss? Obviously, I am the first player to capture the county town and the heavy city. Jiang Ting was filled with grief and indignation. Of course, this was actually an extremely normal setting. Age of the Gods was a completely free game, and sometimes, luck was really important. Isn't it because he discovered a gold mine that he gradually developed to his current level? And luck obviously won't always be on his side. If he can discover gold mines, others may also discover silver mines or copper mines. This is the charm of this game. It is possible that an ordinary person who was originally doing nothing, because of a fortuitous encounter, suddenly becomes a giant. Chapter 52 Ning Yuance's Plan. It is said that after Ning Yuance learned that Hanyang County had fallen, he was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. The king of southern Xinjiang was also furious. He issued an imperial decree at full speed, ordering the dismissal of Ning Yuance from his post as general, and sent people to escort him back to Beijing to be punished. Changing generals during a battle is a major military taboo. It seems the king of southern Xinjiang is truly panicking. When the news reached Jiang Ting's ears, he was somewhat surprised as he was lying in ambush near Khitan County. He had not left Khitan at all in the past few days. Jiasu's order to him was to lie in ambush. If Ning Yuance was completely fooled and ordered the Khitan County to send troops to pursue Jiang Ting and prevent him from supporting Yu Fei, then the 2 counties would be taken over. However, Ning Yuance was very confident and felt that 60,000 troops were enough to defeat Yu Fei before Jiang Ting arrived, so he did not let the Khitan County troops pursue him. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that this wrong idea would save the Khitan people by accident. My lord, the latest news from the scouts is that Ning Yuance has been dismissed. The new commander is the Crown Prince of southern Xinjiang. He is extremely arrogant. He has directly led 100,000 reinforcements from the 3 central counties and 50,000 local troops from Jilu County to the Khitan side. I believe he wants to gather all his troops in one place and directly engage in a decisive battle with us. Guan Yu presented a secret report and said respectfully, "In that case, isn't this a great opportunity? That guy must have thought we went to Hanyang, so he dared to bring his men directly here to fight outside the city, let alone 150,000 soldiers and horses. Even if they were 300,000, we wouldn't be afraid." Jiang Ting smiled cheerfully, then calmed down again. "They won't cheat, will they? No. I should ask when he first. The situation on this battlefield is changing rapidly. Isn't the Lord being too cautious?" Guan Yu wanted to say something, but Jiang Ting waved his hand firmly and said, With our intelligence, it's better for us to be honest. If we're not careful, we might end up in trouble. Asking won't waste much time. Since Jiang Ting insisted, Guan Yu said no more. It was not until Jia Su sent a letter informing Jiang Ting that he could go to battle that he was completely relieved. He took the Overlord Iron Cavalry and rushed towards Julu, ready to snipe the young prince of southern Xinjiang. One day later, Jiang Ting finally met Nanjiang in a place called Niangzalin. The Lady Forest are endless maple forests. In autumn, the red maple leaves on both sides look like the shy cheeks of the young lady, hence the name. When Jiang Ting arrived, Nanjiang had already set up camp in front of Niangzalin. This is a very good choice. If an enemy attacks, the soldiers of southern Xinjiang have their backs against the maple forest, and if they cannot defeat the enemy, they can retreat into the forest. This shows that the prince of southern Xinjiang has some marching skills. Follow me and kill. Jiang Ting didn't hesitate and started to break into the camp. Fight. Even if they escape into the forest, southern Xinjiang will suffer heavy losses after this round of charge. It seems that the prince of southern Xinjiang still doesn't know how terrifying the combat effectiveness of the Overlord Iron Cavalry is. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. According to the plan. According to the plan. When Jiang Ting rushed into the enemy camp, he discovered that there were far fewer than 150,000 soldiers in the camp, but only 10,000 or 20,000 at most. A horse trap? Damn, we've been tricked. Jiang Ting was leading the way. When he saw some Overlord's cavalrymen stepping into a horse trap and falling off their horses in an instant, he realized that something was wrong. The prince of southern Xinjiang was deliberately luring him to attack. Their real purpose is to destroy their own dominant cavalry. Stop. Fortunately, the Overlord Iron Cavalry obeyed orders, and at Jiang Ting's command, they stopped their charge. Even so, several hundred of the 8,000 cavalry were lost. This made Jiang Ting very distressed. Turn around. Retreat. Jiang Ting made a prompt decision, thanks to his decisiveness, and the Overlord's cavalry was also elite. They were clearly in a charging state, but they pulled back their horses, turned around, and retreated. This series of extremely difficult operations did not cause much chaos. Surround them. Surround them. A general from southern Xinjiang shouted loudly, and 20,000 soldiers rushed forward fearlessly, trying to stop Jiang Ting from evacuating. I've been planning for so long, and I finally got fooled. In the maple forests on both sides, 100,000 southern Xinjiang troops lay dormant in silence. The leader was no longer the southern Xinjiang crown prince, but Ning Yuanse himself. Behind Ning Yuanse were dozens of war weapons, catapults. They had actually already opened up a passage and ambushed the powerful weapon, the catapult, in the maple forest. The 20,000 soldiers are just bait. They are death squads. It is specially used to entangle the Overlord Iron Cavalry that attacks the camp. Ning Yuanse's purpose was to use these 20,000 death warriors from southern Xinjiang to die together with the Overlord's Iron Cavalry. He pretended to be sick and leaked the news deliberately. Even the king of southern Xinjiang was cooperating with him and acting out the show, just to lure Jiang Ting. He was waiting for this moment. Did Lian Wenhe also get fooled? Jiang Ting was heartbroken and unwilling to accept this. The Overlord's Iron Cavalry has not yet become famous throughout the world. How could they be defeated here? Put. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of huge rocks shot up into the sky and smashed heavily into the two armies. No matter whether they were soldiers from southern Xinjiang or Overlord's cavalry, anyone who was hit was instantly turned into meat paste. In one wave, the Overlord Iron Cavalry lost nearly 100 people. This was the first time that the Overlord Iron Cavalry suffered such a heavy loss. Kill them. Kill. Jiang Ting's eyes were red, but unfortunately, those southern Xinjiang warriors were fearless and would hold the horse's legs or pull the horse's tail if they couldn't win. They would rather die than let Jiang Ting break through. This is a country. Even if it is just a small country, it can burst out such energy. My lord, please leave quickly. I will be the last one to leave. Guan Yu fought desperately to get to Jiang Ting, protecting him and shouting loudly. No, you can't let anything happen to you. If you want to leave, let's leave together. Jiang Ting kept waving his halberd, but unfortunately these southern Xinjiang warriors were like leeches, and the Overlord Iron Cavalry had no way of breaking through the encirclement in a short time. Are you going to lose? Watching another huge rock falling down, even though Jiang Ting felt extremely unwilling, he could only let out a long sigh. He had been very cautious, but he still fell for it. Was it Jia Su's fault? No, he relied too much on Jia Su, so when he saw the maple forest, he didn't pay much attention to it. As the commander of an army, it was his own mistake not to notice the potential danger in the dense forest. Don't blame anyone. My lord, don't panic. Yu Fei is here. Just when Jiang Ting was about to despair, a voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Ting looked up in panic and saw Yu Fei's 8,000 light cavalry appearing out of nowhere like a divine army descending from the sky. Jiang Ting swore that this voice was definitely the most beautiful voice he had ever heard in his life. Ha ha ha, Nanjiang brat, do you really think you're going to win? Yu Fei laughed loudly and galloped on his horse. The 8,000 light cavalry rushed into the battlefield like a torrent in an instant. Chapter 53, 3 Ins and 3 Outs, Southern Xinjiang Defeat. Bypass. Following Yu Fei's order, 8,000 light cavalry instantly controlled their horses and moved around the edge of the battlefield. Ignition. As the light cavalry ran, they took out the arrows that had been coated with grease long ago and took out the tinder to light them. Put. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless rockets shot up into the sky, lighting up the entire sky red. Turn. Release again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 8,000 light cavalry quickly turned around and fired several rounds of arrows around Yangtze Forest. Soon, a raging fire engulfed the maple forest. Don't mess around. Quick. Charge forward. Destroy that cavalry. Yu Fei's sudden appearance also caught Ning Yuansa off guard, but he was also a decisive man. He originally wanted to let 20,000 soldiers hold Jiang Ting back and severely damage him with catapults, and then his 100,000 troops would rush over. Even if this cavalry was a god, they would all be destroyed here. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Who knew that a cavalry would suddenly appear from the opposite side and interrupt all his plans? Now that the forest is burning fiercely, he is forced to fight to the death. The heavy cavalry is trapped and unable to charge. Its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Ning Yuansa actually hit 100,000 troops in the dense forest. Fortunately, Peng Jiu is here, otherwise my overlord Iron Cavalry would definitely be doomed. Although Jiang Ting was panicking, he figured everything out. Jia Su asked him to send troops, probably because he had already seen through the conspiracy of southern Xinjiang. Perhaps he wanted to use himself and the overlord Iron Cavalry as bait to force Ning Yuansa to fight him. Damn Jiawana, he's plotting against me again. Jiang Ting was furious, but he also knew that it was not so easy to conquer a country. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. No one is a fool. How could others take the bait easily without paying a price? Change guns and charge. Rescue the Lord. Gave orders calmly. Although the 8,000 light cavalry were not as powerful as the heavy cavalry in charging, don't forget that Yu Fei's 8,000 light cavalry could be transformed into the Yu family army. 5-star special forces, even light cavalry, are also very fierce when charging. In the wilderness, cavalry is invincible. This is not just talk. Once the cavalry charges, it will be a nightmare for the infantry. Without chevaux de frise, horse traps, tripwires, or a powerful formation, there was no way to stop them. Even if some strategists who are proficient in battle formations want to defeat cavalry on flat ground, they have to put in a lot of effort, make careful plans, and sacrifice the lives of a large number of soldiers. Because the only way for them to defeat the cavalry is to slow down their charge. Once the cavalry loses the ability to charge, their combat effectiveness will plummet. At that time, they will send out heavy infantry to cut off the horse's legs with sharp weapons, so that they can win the battle in one go. However, special troops like the Overlord Iron Cavalry cannot be viewed with common sense. Because even if they lost the ability to charge, their super strong personal strength and the excellent equipment that Jiang Ting spent a lot of money to provide them were enough for them to continue fighting. It's just that the efficiency of killing the enemy will be greatly reduced and the damage will be more serious. Cavalry has always been the key to decisive battles among various warlords. Of course, no type of military force is absolutely invincible. Although the cavalry's field combat capabilities are very abnormal, their role is also very simple. Not to mention that they are just a decoration in siege warfare. Various terrains will also directly affect the performance of the cavalry. At this moment, Ning Yuansa, the commander-in-chief of southern Xinjiang, was also very aggrieved. It was obvious that the heavy cavalry had fallen into a desperate situation, but this general who suddenly appeared gave up the great advantage of guerrilla warfare and would rather risk being surrounded and killed than rescue the heavy cavalry. He could only sigh helplessly. Follow me and kill. Seeing that 8,000 light cavalry were fighting against an army of 100,000 and splitting the battlefield into two, Jiang Ting did not dare to waste time. Without the bombardment of catapults in southern Xinjiang, the heavy cavalry could no longer cause too many casualties. Relying on their strong personal strength and excellent equipment, the heavy cavalry naturally got rid of the desperate situation quickly. My lord, we have broken out. but General Yu is still trapped inside. Guan Yu was covered in blood. He looked at the 8,000 light cavalry whose momentum had eased and were being attacked by countless soldiers from southern Xinjiang, and couldn't help but speak. Kill them back. Jiang Ting didn't waste any words. He had just escaped and immediately led the heavy cavalry to charge again. Grasp. Even though Ning Yuansa had a very good heart, he couldn't help but swear at this moment. This group of animals, they even brought wheels? My men, we have no escape route. Follow me and fight our way out. Ning Yuansa raised his weapon and shouted loudly. The maple forest was being burned by flames. Although he rushed out in time, his retreat was indeed cut off. So his words completely aroused the desire to survive of the soldiers in southern Xinjiang. The Overlord Iron Cavalry rushed into the battlefield in a charging state, and it was much easier to cut through the enemy than the light cavalry. They directly killed their way to the camp set up in the southern border, and only then did they stop. If it weren't for the horse traps in the camp, the Overlord's cavalry could easily kill 100,000 soldiers. Unfortunately, there is no if. If he rescued Yu Fei, he would be in danger again. Ha. Since ancient times, a subject has died for his king. How can a king die for his subject? Kill it back. Kill it 3 times in and 3 times out. Yu Fei, who had left the battlefield, laughed out loud and made the same choice as Jiang Ting. Ning Yuansa. What the hell? Yes, Ning Yuansa was stunned when he saw the 2 cavalry units taking turns cutting through the battlefield, cooperating with each other to break through, and then continuing to charge. Can war be fought like this? As long as one is a human being, there will be fear. Even if the southern Xinjiang army is surrounded by flames behind them, they can fight back in desperation, but that is just blood and passion. Once or twice, they could still hold on, but after Jiang Ting and Yu Fei's consecutive charges, the faith in their hearts also collapsed like a broken dam, leaving only a thick fear. Watching the soldiers desperately fleeing in all directions, chasing each other, and even dying under their own blades and trampling, Ning Yuansa swung his sword wildly, like a madman. You can't retreat. You can't retreat. If you retreat, you will be defeated. You will all die without a burial place. Come back here. Even though he shouted at the top of his lungs, the collapse of the southern Xinjiang soldiers was irreversible. Even the personal guards around him pulled him and began to break out by force. Let me go? Let me go? I won't retreat. Even if I die here, I will destroy this cavalry for your majesty. Ning Yuansa struggled and refused to leave, but the guards around him held him tightly and persuaded him as they evacuated. General, the situation is hopeless. Let us escort you to retreat. Yes, General. Morale is lost. We can't fight anymore. The personal guards are the most loyal people. They don't consider the overall situation or winning or losing. In the eyes of the personal guards, the safety of the master is above everything else. This is the personal guard. Throughout history, almost all successful princes have had such people guarding them. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Seeing that the southern Xinjiang army had completely collapsed, Jiang Ting took the opportunity to raise his halberd and shouted loudly. In an instant, followers flocked like clouds, and this battle that concerned the life and death of Jiangxing and southern Xinjiang finally came to an end. Although he won the victory without any danger, Jiang Ting still had many doubts in his heart, so after the war, he immediately went to find Yu Fei. Chapter 54. Conquering the 3 counties. Isn't Pengzhou in Hanyang? From Hanyang City to the border of Julu is hundreds of miles away. How did you get here so quickly? Seeing Jiang Ting's puzzled look, Yu Fei also explained with a smile. When the Lord sent the letter to the military advisor, he guessed that Ning Yuansa was deliberately feigning illness in order to devour the Lord's overlord cavalry. From Julu to Khitan, only this Nyangzi forest is the perfect ambush site, so the military advisor simply used a trick against us. When he replied to the Lord, he had actually already asked me to secretly set off with the light cavalry. I see. Jiang Ting nodded slightly, then glanced at Yu Fei and continued. That's not right. Even if they were marching quickly, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly, right? Otherwise, how could Ning Yuansa be so lax and unprepared? Seeing Yu Fei smiling without saying anything, Jiang Ting suddenly had an idea and said, I forgot that you do have this ability. Thinking of Yu Fei's skill of attacking Huanglong directly, Jiang Ting finally understood. When it came to Yu Fei's abilities, he had always focused on his magical skill of the 5-star special soldiers, but overlooked that the skill of attacking Huanglong directly was actually just as powerful. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence in war, and attacking Huanglong directly can directly increase the marching speed of all soldiers by 30%. If this skill is used well, it will definitely produce miraculous effects in the ever-changing battlefield. Wasn't it because of Yu Fei's sudden appearance that Ning Yuansa was able to turn the tide in his desperate situation with Jiang Ting? At first, the military advisor wanted the Lord to hold his troops still. Later, after I repeatedly assured him that I could arrive in time, he made this decision. Therefore, the loss of the Overlord's iron cavalry is entirely my fault. I hope the Lord will punish me. Yu Fei knelt on one knee and apologized honestly. To be honest, as ministers, Jia Su and Yu Fei were definitely very courageous to make such a decision. After all, no matter whether they win or lose, they are all calculating against their own Lord. They even put the Lord in danger. This kind of thing has always been a taboo in officialdom. Jiang Ting may not say it, but will he dare to use them in the future? Even if their loyalty is full, who knows what Jiang Ting is thinking? Perhaps, it is precisely because of their 100% loyalty that Jia Su, who has always been good at protecting himself, would do anything for victory and is not even afraid of arousing Jiang Ting's suspicion. All right. I'm not as smart as you, but I can still tell right from wrong. You did a great job on this matter. This one battle determined the fate of southern Xinjiang. From now on, the 3 southern counties are mine. This is a great achievement. What crime have you committed? Jiang Ting smiled nonchalantly. He actually knew very well that Jia Su was a person who understood his temper very well. He knew that he would not really blame him, so he was fearless. And what Jiang Ting wants is a group of subordinates who are not subject to many restrictions and can give full play to their talents. Besides, this is not a calculation at all. War is all about intrigue and deception. Being a bait is the most normal thing. If you don't even have this little bit of magnanimity, then what great cause can you talk about? Ning Yuansa was defeated and fled. Jiang Ting naturally took his own army of more than 30,000 and captured Julu without any effort. When he sniped southern Xinjiang, he did not bring the infantry with him, but temporarily handed it over to several senior military generals, such as Chu Zhuang, to prevent the Khitan County governor from sending troops to attack. Even the 10,000 5-star heavy cavalry were not brought with them by Jiang Ting because the expedition was to southern Xinjiang. Instead, they were placed in Chongqing and guarded by Sun Yu. These 10,000 people followed Jiang Ting to conquer the desert and have already established a preliminary relationship with Jiang Ting. As long as Jiang Ting is not so stubborn as to force them to attack their hometown, there will be no mutiny. After Ning Yuansa was defeated and fled, Jiang Ting also casually left Khitan County aside. The 30,000-strong army quickly captured Julu, facing Hanyang guarded by Jia Su to the north and south, completely isolating Khitan County. Everyone knows that southern Xinjiang has been severely damaged in this battle, and Jiang Ting's troops will head straight for the 3 central counties and the southern Xinjiang palace. They now have wolves in front and tigers behind, and will never come to rescue Khitan County easily, so Khitan is already an isolated city. Jia Su did not let Jiang Ting continue to attack the city, but ordered Yu Fei to lead light cavalry and shoot letters of persuasion into the Khitan city. The letter told the Khitan soldiers that the king of southern Xinjiang would not come to rescue them, and the destruction of southern Xinjiang was a foregone conclusion. If they surrendered now, they could save their lives. Otherwise, the day the city was broken would be the day when the Khitan people would be destroyed and their families would be killed. The Khitan County governor knew that this was an open conspiracy, but he was helpless in dealing with the growing fear in the hearts of his subordinates. How could the soldiers understand these twists and turns? They only know that southern Xinjiang was defeated. The 150,000-strong army was slaughtered and left without armor or weapons. Some died, some surrendered. Even General Ning, who they believed was invincible, fled back to the capital in a panic. For days and days, His Majesty hadn't sent anyone. Was this not abandonment? How could they muster the resolve to continue fighting? Seeing the listless look of the soldiers in the city, the Khitan County governor finally had no choice but to open the city gate with tears in his eyes and kneel down to beg Jiang Ting to treat the Khitan people well. Seeing that this man cared about the people and was quite popular among them, Jiang Ting also took him with him. When southern Xinjiang was completely destroyed, this man might be of use. The 3 counties were all in his possession. Although there was no system reward, the supplies in the warehouses of the 3 counties greatly improved Jiang Ting's strength. It was no exaggeration to say that it was like upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. You know, that's 46 cities. And there are 3 important cities. A small city basically has 10,000 or 20,000 golds on hand, while county towns and major cities have more than 10 times that amount. After Li Bai's inventory, the warehouses of the 46 cities have nearly 10 million golds. There are countless other supplies, and the territory's population has directly exceeded 1 million. With his power increasing rapidly, Jiang Ting temporarily stopped his conquest. This huge harvest was enough for him to digest for a while, and he couldn't continue fighting. The demise of southern Xinjiang is a foregone conclusion, but southern Xinjiang is facing the Nanyang dynasty directly. If Jiang Ting dares to send troops to attack the southern Xinjiang palace, he will definitely force the king of southern Xinjiang to recall the 200,000 troops from the 3 northern counties to fight him to the death. In this way, regardless of whether they can win or not, this operation is simply handing over the 3 northern counties to Nanyang. Moreover, it is still unclear whether Nanyuan Nanli will take advantage of the opportunity when Nanyang conquers the 3 northern counties to cut off his retreat and directly pick the peaches of the 3 southern counties. So he had to quit while he was ahead. Now it just depended on who would lose patience first, or perhaps wait for people from the other 3 countries to come to negotiate with him. Southern Xinjiang must be destroyed, but how to destroy it is not decided by Jiang Ting. It depends on the plans and methods of the 4 forces. Anyway, it is southern Xinjiang that is unlucky. Everyone can benefit, and it will not affect the balance, so there is room for negotiation. Otherwise, no one would take action easily. Chapter 55. Linchong Lu Gongche, the godly general Zhou Gongjing. After taking over the 3 southern counties, Jiang Ting gathered the manpower and material resources of the 3 counties and began to develop them on a large scale. Yu Fei was stationed in Julu, Guan Yu was stationed in Hanyang, and Li Bai and Jia Su were stationed in Khitan. 1 million people, paving roads and building walls. The first is Jiangqing. As Jiang Ting's base camp, it has met all the conditions for promotion to a major city in just half a month. Next are the 6 small cities. As the northern gateway, the 6 small cities have never stopped merging. Now they have successfully become a super important city, standing in front of Nyoto Mountain, and were officially renamed Tongliao by Jiang Ting. This name was actually to commemorate Lin Hai, because the city he used to live in was called Tongliao City. On the Duanmei River in the east, Jiang Ting also officially began to build the Meihe Wharf, preparing to vigorously develop the navy. After everything was ready, Jiang Ting upgraded the main city and opened the attribute panel of the territory. Territory name, Jiangsheng. Level, Ultimate Heavy City. Subordinate territories, Tongliao City, Heavy City, Chaocheng, County City, Isan City, Small Town, Hanyang County, 10 subordinate cities, Chidan County, 17 subordinate cities, Julu County, 19 subordinate cities. Population, 1096, 506/1-200,000. Basic resources. Food, 3,168,500 shur, 100 units equals 1 shur. Wood, 420,6790 stone. Stone, 389,9060 stones. Gold, 219,65600 gold, 81 silver, 16 bronze. Basic buildings. City Lord's Mansion, Advanced Council Hall, Ultimate Residence times 3,865, Ultimate Barracks times 850, Ultimate Farmland times 5580, Ultimate Lumberyard times 760, Ultimate Quarry times 779, Ultimate Blacksmith Shop times 150, Ultimate Tailor Shop times 150, Ultimate Tavern times 50, Ultimate Brothel times 50, Ultimate Trading Market times 50, Ultimate City Wall times 5, Advanced City Wall times 10, Primary City Wall times 35. Special Buildings, Attic times 325, Market times 85, Clinic times 120, School times 150, Ultimate Altar, only 1. Current buildable list. Imperial Palace, only 1. Altar for Heaven, only 1. Upgrade conditions, sufficient population, unlock all basic buildings, own 10 major cities, items for offering sacrifices to heaven, luck, and reputation reaches 1 million points. Finally, we have a foundation. After looking at the attribute panel of the territory, Jiang Ting was also quite emotional. Who would have thought that he played this game just to respond to the government's call and make a living? But it has only been half a year, and he has already developed to this point. Enough to build an imperial city and ascend the throne as emperor. Of course, he also understood that the promotion of the territory to a small country and the so-called ascension to the throne as emperor were only the real beginning of the game. Heroes compete and nations fight for supremacy. This is the real core of the game. Ding. World announcement. Jiang Tianxing, a player from the Huaxiao region, has good governance and becomes the first player in the entire server to be promoted to a major city. He receives system rewards, a random 5-star talent recruitment order, a random 5-star special building blueprint. Reputation times 100,000. Players, please keep up the good work. Times 3. As Jiang Ting was promoted to a higher position, the system's announcement followed. In an instant, the forum exploded. Holy shit, is this guy even a human? Awesome. I just got promoted to a small city, and you've already got promoted to a major city? You're going to be emperor now. Congratulations to China on the birth of its first player emperor, Emperor Tianxing. Holy crap, that's such a cool name. Emperor Tianxing, the eternal god. Oh my, this is like lighting a firecracker on a cow's butt. It's so awesome. Oh my, this is really like sprinkling peppercorns on a cow's butt. It's so awesome. Oh my, this is like hanging a sky lantern on a cow's butt. It's so awesome. Fuck. 6. But I'm uneducated, so I can only say fuck. This time, the players were overwhelmingly amazed. Jiang Ting has completely left them behind. Just as Chu Yunxi said, he has really begun to grow into someone that the players can only look up to. However, Jiang Ting has never been a frequent visitor to forums. Whether players praise or insult him, it cannot affect his mood. System, open the special building blueprint. Ding. Congratulations on using a random special building blueprint to obtain a special building. A 5-star building in Linchongfang. Linchongfang 5-star can create special siege equipment Linchong Lu Gongche. Fuck. Lu Gongche. Jiang Ting was instantly overjoyed. Anyone familiar with history knows that this thing is an excellent siege weapon. During the Ming Dynasty, giant siege chariots like Lu Gongche were widely used. Its body is equipped with 8 wheels, and on top of it is a 5-story siege tower. The bottom layer is pushed forward by soldiers, while the other 4 layers can be filled with siege soldiers. This giant chariot is about 12 meters high, 6 meters wide, and 8 meters long. Basically the same height as the city wall. Soldiers can shoot directly into the city from the car, or get close to destroy the parapet, or rush over from the ladder inside the car and directly attack the defenders on the city wall. In addition, Lu Gongche can also be equipped with spears, halberds, crossbows, and even heavy-duty weapons such as stone cannons. It's really damn strong. But when Jiang Ting saw the cost, his face instantly turned dark. A chariot like this actually costs millions of gold. Not counting the manpower and material resources, what's the difference between this and robbery? Forget it. Building a workshop will take months, and crafting a chariot will also take a lot of time. It's still too early to get it done. Let's go to the tavern first and see which big boss we can recruit this time. Jiang Ting put away the Linchongfang blueprint and walked into the tavern full of anticipation. Ding. Random recruitment order has been used successfully. The tavern has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. Name, Zhouyu Zigongjing. Occupation, historical strategist. When making plans, the chance of being seen through is reduced by 50%, and the execution efficiency of subordinates is increased by 50%. Qualification, 5-star. Loyalty, 100. Talent, heroic. As a commander, the execution efficiency of subordinates is increased by 100%, morale is increased by 80%, and basic command is temporarily increased by 10 points. Basic attributes. Force, 85. Intelligence, 97. Domination, 99. Interior affairs, 90. Special attributes, strategist exclusive. Military discipline, improving soldiers' execution efficiency, 25%. Military strategy, improve generals' execution efficiency, 20%. Military governance, improving soldiers' morale, 20%. Insight, reduces the negative effects of subordinate soldiers, 25%. Bright strategy, enhance the benefit of subordinate soldiers, 25%. Basic skills. Advanced riding, when riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Advanced strategy, increases insight by 5% when making plans. Advanced military management. As a commander, the execution efficiency of subordinates under your command increases by 5%. Special skills. Fire of War 5-star. Zhouyu is good at using fire. Using fire time, his intelligence is temporarily increased by 10 points. The success rate of his strategies is increased by 50%, and there is a 10% chance to trigger invulnerability, making him undetectable. Command the 3 armies, 5 stars. During combat, when Zhouyu is the final decision maker, military discipline, insight, and strategies are stacked up 1% per second, up to a maximum of 120%. When fully stacked, force is temporarily increased by 5 points, intelligence by 10 points, and command by 10 points. Heroic and valiant. God. Zhouyu's ultimate skill, automatically unlocked when the general reaches the 6-star title of God. Basic equipment, none. Exclusive equipment. Karma Fire Red Lotus Fan, unlocked. Karma Fire Red Lotus Crown, unlocked. Karma Fire Red Lotus Shirt, unlocked. Hellfire Red Lotus Boots, unlocked. Fire Horse, unlocked. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Rating, 1840. Comprehensive Dominance Rating, 1870 to 7680. Another all-round talent. Jiang Ting looked at the handsome figure slowly walking out of the tavern, and the historical records about Zhou Yu emerged in his mind. Chapter 56 for major copies, 2-in-1. Looking at Zhou Yu's life, people who study history can almost describe him as perfect. Wearing a feather fan and a blue silk scarf, he looked heroic and conscientious. While chatting and laughing, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes. One of the 64 famous generals in the Temple of Martial Arts. It can be said that Zhou Yu is definitely one of the characters who was most badly criticized in the novel. Since we have you, why do we need Liang? If these words reached Zhou Yu's ears, he would probably be so angry that he wouldn't be able to hold the lid of his coffin down. Brother Luo, are you polite? Are you making something up? Scheming secretly? Imagining it? Fabricating it? Mr. Zhou never said that, okay? I'm just like Guijia, just a little shorter life. Why do you say that Guijia is like Fulong who will not die and Wulong who will not come out? And that we Zhou are like if we have you? Why do we have Liang? As for the little property that old Lu's family had at that time, I didn't even take it seriously, okay? That is to say, I died early, otherwise what would be the point of Zhuge Liang? Of course, the above were just Jiang Ting's indignation on behalf of Zhou Yu. History books clearly record that Zhou Yu was a modest gentleman with a broad mind. Even if I really knew, I would just laugh it off. Not to mention, such a person would be angered to death by just a few words from the old demon Zhuge. It's really off the mark. In any case, in Jiang Ting's impression, Su Shi's poem is the best evaluation of Zhou Yu. The great river flows eastward. The waves wash away all the heroes of the ages. To the west of the old fortress, people say it is the Red Cliff of Zhou Lang in the Three Kingdoms period. This is the handsome and suave Zhou Lang. You, meet the Lord. Seeing Zhou Yu's tall and handsome figure bowing in greeting, Jiang Ting finally came to his senses. He quickly reached out and helped him up, smiling broadly as he said, I am so lucky to have you, Gongjing. Please don't be so polite. Thank you, my lord. Looking at Zhou Yu's humble, polite, gentle, and extraordinary demeanor, Jiang Ting couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Yu, Li Bai, Yu Fei, and Sun Yu. Jiang Ting once thought that these people could form a strongest boy group and debut directly, right? Even Guan Yiri, although he has a red face, is also full of true masculinity and has great charm. Being their lord, the pressure is really greater than a mountain. It turns out that the clown is actually me. My lord, why don't you let me take charge of the Meha Wharf? I have the confidence to train an elite navy for you. Seeing that Jiang Ting was absent-minded again, Zhou Yu simply recommended himself. Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. Jiang Ting nodded and replied without thinking. Zhou Yu was originally the commander-in-chief of the navy. Who else could the navy be handed over to if not him? Actually, he arrived just in time. He was worried about not being able to find a suitable naval commander. Does Gongjin have any countermeasures for the situation in southern Xinjiang? On the way back home, Jiang Ting also asked Zhou Yu about his views on southern Xinjiang. Since there was no news about the other three countries, he certainly did not dare to act rashly. Although you already control 3 counties, your territory still has many hidden dangers. The people are unstable and the military is insufficient. Even if you destroy southern Xinjiang, you will still be in a very passive situation. Zhou Yu remained calm and chuckled as he replied, In my opinion, my lord, you should temporarily halt your conquests. Internally, you should implement benevolent policies to rally the people's hearts. Externally, you should develop your military and strengthen yourself. Once the people of the 3 southern counties are convinced of your will, you can then conquer southern Xinjiang. This will quickly bring the people of southern Xinjiang back to their hearts. By then, even if the other 3 kingdoms have any plans, they won't be able to pose much of a threat to you. Well, Wenha also sent me a letter earlier, telling me not to be impatient and to take my time. I didn't expect that your views are similar. Jiang Ting nodded. Since neither of the 2 advisors advised him to continue the war, Jiang Ting naturally gave up the idea completely. After sending Zhou Yu away, Jiang Ting was not idle either. Instead, he prepared to clear all the exclusive copies of his senior subordinates. By the way, earn more points and get exclusive equipment and mounts for Zhou Yu, Yu Fei, and others. The gap between a general in his peak state and his initial state is extremely huge. For example, the current Guan Yu can definitely defeat most of the 5-star generals. Only the 5-star generals who have unlocked their titles can become the leaders of future wars. Moreover, more and more players are now being promoted to small cities. I believe that it won't be long before the system will usher in the second large-scale epic plot. This is a huge opportunity for all players, and they must go all out. Jiang Ting naturally does not dare to neglect it. He now urgently needs to complete the exclusive copies of several divine generals, as well as the Lord's exclusive copy unlocked after the territory is promoted to a major city, the Battle of Heroes Mountain. After clearing the Battle of Heroes Mountain, you can obtain the architectural drawings of the Hall of Heroes and resurrect several heroes in his hands. Jiang Ting entered Chang'an City in a low-key manner and successfully found exclusive copies of the 3 generals from the Golden Armored General. The reason why there are 3 is because capable ministers like Li Bai and Sun Yu do not have exclusive copies, and Jiang Ting does not know where to obtain their exclusive equipment for the time being. Plot: Trouble in Chang'an. Time: 192 AD. Background: Jiasu offered advice. Li urged Guisi to rebel, causing chaos in Chang'an. Players are requested to quell the chaos and capture Jiasu alive. Opening conditions: 3,000 gold coins. Mission rewards: May drop Juying Horse, Jiasu's exclusive mount, copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War, Jiasu's exclusive mind method, Wang Yun's Heroic Soul 3 stars and 1 star, Li Chui's Heroic Soul 3 stars and 1 star, Guisi's Heroic Soul 3 stars and 1 star, etc. Limited number of players: 1,000. Military officers cannot participate in the battle. Plot: Battle of Red Cliff. Time: 13th year of Jianan. Background: Cao Cao fought a decisive battle against Shu and Wu at Chibi, and Cao Cao was defeated. Players are requested to help Cao Cao defeat the Shu-Wu coalition and kill Zhou Yu. Opening conditions: 5,000 gold coins. Mission rewards: May drop Fire Horse, Zhou Yu's exclusive mount, Water Warfare Strategy, Zhou Yu's exclusive mind method, Zhou Tai's 5-star Heroic Soul, Gan Ning's 5-star Heroic Soul, Huanggai's 3-star and 1-star Heroic Soul, etc. Limited number of players: 3,000. Military officers cannot participate in the battle. Plot: Direct attack on Huanglong Mansion. Time: the 11th year of Shaoxing. Background: Yu Fei fought a decisive battle with Wanyan Wushu. Zhao Go issued 12 golden medals to recall Yu Fei, which resulted in Yu Fei's 10 years of hard work being wasted. Players are requested to assist Yu Fei in recapture Kaifeng and attack Huanglongfu. Opening conditions: 5,000 gold coins. Mission rewards: May drop White Dragon Horse, Yu Fei's exclusive mount, Wu Mu's Testament, Yu Fei's exclusive mind method, Yu Yun's 5-star Heroic Spirit, Wanyan Wushu's 3-star and 1-star Heroic Spirit, Xia Jinwu's 3-star Heroic Spirit, etc. Limited number of players: 3,000. Military officers cannot participate in the battle. Good job. Except for Jiasu's copy, which is relatively better, the difficulty of the other 2 is simply hell. How could Cao Cao, who had lost all his pants, help him turn defeat into victory? Not to mention that he had to kill Zhou Yu. Let's just take a shower and go to bed, okay? And Yu Fei, with his foolish loyalty, would definitely withdraw his troops. Did he have to use only 3,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry to fight against Wanyan Wushu's 100,000 troops? It was simply unrealistic. It seems that exclusive copies have no actual connection with the strength of generals. After all, Guan Yu is so strong, but his exclusive copies are not that outrageous. Jiang Ting felt that the strength of the dungeon should be randomly generated based on classic historical battles. The historical deeds of many generals were too abnormal, so the difficulty of their dungeons was directly increased by several levels. To put it simply, the difficulty of the dungeon depends entirely on your character and luck. Now that we're here, we can't just be scared away before the fight even begins, right? Even though Jiang Ting was secretly complaining in his heart, he still obediently accepted the first task, which was Jiasu's chaos in Chang'an. With 3,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, Jiang Ting once again entered the dungeon under the watchful eyes of all the players. When he was alone, it was no problem for him to hide himself, but once he brought his iconic Overlord Iron Cavalry, there was really nowhere to hide. Fortunately, he brought a lot of people this time, and the cavalry surrounded him in the center. Some players who wanted to make themselves known or had ulterior motives could not get close to him at all. The huge city of Chang'an was once again in an uproar because of Jiang Ting's appearance. Some guilds even openly set up gambling games in Chang'an City, betting on whether Jiang Ting could pass the level perfectly this time. In an instant, followers came like clouds. It is estimated that only Jiang Ting can cause such a sensation. In this regard, even Long Hun Xinshang, Chu Yunxi and others are far inferior to him. A dazzling golden light appeared again in the portal. When Jiang Ting opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the foot of the real Chang'an City in China. Since the war has not yet started, it means that Li Chui, Guisi and others should have fled to Liangzhou by now. Then there was Wang Yun, who was completely arrogant and had to force others into a desperate situation. In the end, in order to protect himself, Jia Su persuaded Li Chui and Guisi to counterattack Chang'an. Since the fighting hasn't started yet, it means there is still a chance. Although he is not fond of Wang Yun, at this point, he can only seek cooperation with Wang Yun first. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to defeat the 100,000 troops of Li Chui and Guisi and capture Jia Su alive. These people are not ordinary soldiers from southern Xinjiang, and the Western Liang army has a name. Jiang Ting estimated that even if they are not special troops, they must be at least 5-star ordinary troops. The Overlord Iron Cavalry is indeed very strong, but it is obviously a pipe dream to expect to directly defeat the 100,000 Western Liang army with only 1,000 people, or with Jia Su giving advice on the side. After all, he knew Jia Su, the old cunning bastard, very well. He had only one chance, because no matter how cunning Jia Su was, he couldn't possibly know of his existence now. If he fails this time, Jiang Ting can easily guess that Jia Su will definitely be able to arrange everything for him. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting had no choice but to enter Chang'an City alone and ask to see Wang Yun. Because he brought 1,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, Wang Yun finally met him. Jiang Ting didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, telling Wang Yun that Li Chui and Guisi would counterattack Chang'an, and said that he had come to surrender and was willing to help Wang Yun defeat the enemy. He also had a plan to win, which was to have the Overlord's cavalry ambush near the Imperial Palace. After Li Chui and Guisi attacked Chang'an, he would have Wang Yun pretend to surrender and lure them to the palace. Only in this way would they have a chance of winning. And Wang Yun was able to recapture the 100,000 Shiliang troops without bloodshed. As a result, Wang Deqingbi not only did not believe it, but directly sent Jiang Ting to the dungeon, and also took away the weapons of 1,000 cavalrymen and put them under custody. Of course, the only reason why the Overlord's Iron Cavalry gave up resistance was because Jiang Ting fell into Wang Yun's hands. You damned Wang Depu. If you have the guts, don't even bother coming to me. In the dungeon, Jiang Ting lay weakly on the ground, covered in blood, looking extremely miserable, but he still refused to accept it and kept cursing. He actually understood why Wang Yun wanted to put him in jail. After all, a guy whose background was completely unknown suddenly appeared and ambushed near the palace with 1,000 elite soldiers. No one would dare to believe this, right? However, even though he understood it, the whips and punishments in the dungeon still made Jiang Ting make a decision very happily. When Wang Yun came to beg him, let's not talk about whether he could catch that old bastard Jia Su, but he must twist off the head of this big bastard Wang and kick it like a ball. Within 2 days, Wang Yun began to panic, because everything was just as Jiang Ting said. Li Chui, Guisi, Zhang Ji and Fan Chou really gathered 100,000 Western Liang troops and attacked. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of atrocities along the way. Countless civilians died tragically along the way. The Han soldiers were unable to resist and were defeated again and again. News of the fall of cities continued to pour into Chang'an. At this time, Wang Yun finally realized how big a mistake he had made. He quickly summoned Lu Bu and asked him to leave the city to fight the enemy. After all, Wang Yun is now Lu Bu's father-in-law, so Lu Bu certainly would not refuse and agreed directly. Unfortunately, although Lu Bu was good at fighting, he was no match for 4 hands with 2 fists, and was quickly defeated by the army of Li Chui, Guisi and others, and fled back in embarrassment. At this point, Wang Yun was completely desperate. Chang'an was surrounded on all sides. Even if he was a god, he could only sigh in vain. That's right, the man who brought the news. The cavalry he has might actually have a chance of turning the tide. When he was at his wit's end, Wang Yun thought of Jiang Ting, who was still suffering in the dungeon, and quickly asked someone to drive him to the dungeon. Wang Yun has wronged me. I beg you to forgive me. This time he didn't dare to put on airs. Not only did he come in person to invite Jiang Ting, he also sincerely apologized to him. Release my men and return their equipment. Or, as planned, you feign surrender while I ambush you. This is your only chance. Jiang Ting lay on the ground and said calmly, it is indeed the only chance, but this only chance does not belong to you, Wang Yun, but to me, Jiang. As for you, Wang the big pitbull, I'm sorry. You will be the first one I will chop off. Do you really think I, your grandpa, have no temper? They tortured me with different methods every day, and the same few words kept coming back over and over again. Do you admit your guilt? Do you admit your guilt? No matter what the purpose was, they wouldn't even tell me what crime I was trying to confess. Damn you. Seeing that Jiang Ting did not refuse, a glimmer of hope flashed in Wang Yun's eyes, so he personally helped Jiang Ting leave and let him sit in his carriage. In his eyes, since I was so respectful to a commoner, he would definitely not be angry with me anymore, right? As long as he does well this time, it is not impossible for us to arrange a position for him in the future. After all, he is the one who has the final say in the court now. But what Jiang Ting is thinking now is that if everything develops according to the plot in his memory, then after Li Chui and Guisi enter Chang'an, Lu Bu will not be able to resist and will probably run away with Diao Chan. What if we take advantage of the chaos in Chang'an and secretly send dozens of his cavalrymen to sneak into Wang Yun's mansion and kill his entire family? Would it be possible to kill Diao Chan as well? This old man Wang Yun tortured me so badly. It's not too much for me to kill his entire family, right? Killing Diao Chan is just a matter of convenience. If she doesn't explode, you won't lose anything. But if she explodes, you will make a lot of money. It is impossible to beat Lu Bu to death, otherwise Jiang Ting would have to stab him. Chapter 57. The Poisonous Heart, 2 in 1. After leaving the dungeon, Jiang Ting was taken to Wang Yun's home and treated to fine wine and delicious food. Although the food in the game cannot solve real-life hunger, the taste of the food is no different from that in reality. As a result, the game Age of the Gods has become an undisputed food paradise in the minds of some girls who want to lose weight but can't control their appetite. While Jiang Ting was enjoying his meal, he did not forget to observe Wang Yun's mansion. In fact, he wanted to kill Diao Chan. He wanted to get Diao Chan's heroic spirit, not just her beauty. It is because Diao Chan, as one of the 4 great beauties in history, must be a very powerful and special talent. For him, having such a person settle in the territory will definitely be beneficial without any harm. Unfortunately, he didn't get any information about Diao Chan until the end of the banquet. It seemed that he could only wait until Li Ju and Guisi broke through Chang'an and then send someone to try his luck. That night, although Chang'an City seemed calm, undercurrents were actually surging, and countless people were completely unable to sleep. Since many of Dongzhu's former subordinates were still left in Chang'an City, Jiang Ting's actions naturally could not be too conspicuous, so as not to attract their attention. Chang'an City is so big that 1,000 people are actually just an insignificant splash. In addition, with the help of Wang Yun, the current actual ruler of Chang'an, Jiang Ting and his 1,000 cavalry finally took advantage of the night and arrived near the palace unnoticed. At dawn the next day, Li Ju, Guisi and others began to attack the city again. The Han soldiers who had long lost their fighting spirit were unable to resist at all. In addition, with the help of Dongzhu's former subordinates, the entire Chang'an fell completely in a short time. It's no wonder that Jiang Ting dislikes Wang Yun. The disaster in Chang'an was basically caused by this big bastard Wang. Who are Li Ju and Guisi? To put it bluntly, these 2 people are just gangsters and thugs. If they were allowed to attack Chang'an, the result would be predictable. Countless civilians died tragically under the butcher knives of the Shiliang army. Women were even dragged away in the street by their hair in broad daylight by the unrestrained Shiliang army, becoming playthings for the Shiliang army's indulgence and pleasure. Moreover, each person had to face the insults of at least a dozen Shiliang soldiers and was tortured to death. Looking at the devastation in the entire Chang'an city, Wang Yun burst into tears and kept muttering words like, "I'm sorry, Emperor of Han. I'm sorry, people of Han." However, his confession was no longer of any use. Those people who died tragically would not forgive him, and those women who suffered torture would not forgive him either. He is indeed a loyal minister, and his acting skills are also top-notch. He can stop crying at will, and his whole body is diligent and trembling, looking as if he is really scared. No wonder even Dongzhu, Li Ru, Lu Bu, and Diao Chan fell into his trap. He was very smart and knew that Li Ju and Guisi would not let him go. So when he saw Li Ju and Guisi, his first words were not to beg for mercy, but to tell them that he had hidden the emperor, but he was willing to cooperate and hand over the emperor personally, just to save his life. After all, it was Wang Yun who murdered Dongzhu's men right under the nose of Dongzhu's camp. Apart from anything else, Wang Yun's acting skills were really amazing. Even Jia Su, who had nothing to do with the matter and kept aloof, just frowned slightly, but did not say anything in the end. The men made their way towards the palace. The closer they got, the more uneasy Jia Su felt. Finally, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to Li Ju and Guisi, "Generals, we have just arrived in Chang'an. It is inevitable that we will be plotted against by those with ulterior motives. We should be cautious. Thank you for the reminder, sir. But among the 100,000 Shiliang men under my command, who else in Chang'an City is so blind as to dare to plot against us?" Li Ju waved his hand nonchalantly. Although he respected Jia Su, even Lu Bu, who was known to be invincible in the world, was killed by him and fled in panic. Who else in Chang'an City could pose a threat to him? Mr. Wenhe is smart, but his character is too cautious. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Seeing that Li Ju didn't care, Jia Su had no choice but to lower the curtain. He knew the situation in Chang'an very well. It was precisely because of this that he could not imagine that there was anyone in this huge city of Chang'an who could pose a threat to him. Kill. Behead Li Ju and Guisi. Capture Jia Su alive. Kill. 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 The sudden shouts of killing rang out, and Li Ju and Guisi were so frightened that they quickly collected their horses and prepared for the enemy. The 5,000 accompanying Shiliang soldiers drew their swords and watched Jiang Ting and his group suddenly rush out from the corner of the palace in full battle readiness. The general will be named, Li Ju shouted, but all he got in response was Jiang Ting's blunt disregard and command. Quick battle, quick decision. Except for the man on the carriage, leave no one alive. Damn it, kill him. Li Ju and Guisi were indeed worthy of being men of Shiliang. Even though they knew that there were about 1,000 heavy cavalrymen on the opposite side, they did not flee on the spot, but began to organize a counterattack. They were all Dongzhuo's generals and had some confidence in their own strength. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the terrifying lethality of the overlord's iron cavalry. The 5,000 Shiliang soldiers were like tofu. They were easily torn open in the huge corridor of the imperial palace by the nearly 1,000 heavy cavalry. If the aisle was not wide enough and the heavy cavalry could not charge together, I'm afraid his 5,000 soldiers would not be able to withstand even one round of the enemy's attack. Wang Yun, you old thief. How dare you harm me? Seeing Wang Yun taking advantage of the chaos to sneak towards Jiang Ting, Guisi was so angry that he started cursing and was about to rush over and chop off Wang Yun's head, relying on his bravery. Unfortunately, the two of them were surrounded by 1,000 heavy cavalrymen. No matter how they tried to attack from left to right, they were unable to break through the blockade. They were so angry that their eyes turned red, and their fighting power increased a bit. More and more overlord iron cavalrymen died at their hands. Usually, they are all fierce generals who can come and go freely in the midst of a huge army. But these less than 1,000 people stopped them. It can be said that Li Ju and Guisi had fought in their entire lives and had never seen such a powerful army. Excellent. This cavalry of yours is truly elite. Don't worry, if you can kill Li Ju and Guisi, I will commend you to His Majesty. Wang Yun was very happy. He did not expect that Jiang Ting's heavy cavalry would be so powerful. If he could subdue Jiang Ting, then this heavy cavalry would be in his pocket, right? It's a pity that Jiao Chan has already followed Lu Bu. Otherwise, he really wants to marry Jiao Chan to Jiang Ting, so that he and his heavy cavalry will work for him wholeheartedly. His plan was going smoothly, but he had no idea that Jiang Ting had already sent out 100 cavalrymen to rob his house. In the end, after suffering nearly half of their casualties, the overlord's cavalry still managed to defeat the exhausted Li Ju and Guisi. If this had happened in the wilderness, these two men would definitely not be able to withstand even a single charge from the overlord's iron cavalry. Unfortunately, this was in the imperial palace. Although it was spacious, there were many buildings around it. The iron cavalry could not charge freely, and their combat effectiveness was naturally greatly reduced. That's why so many of them were killed by Li Ju and Guisi. Ju and Guisi in the story mission, changing the course of history. Mission progress, plus 30%. Rewards. 1 Guisi heroic spirit, 3 stars, 1 star. 1 red cherry broadsword. Guisi exclusive, 3 stars, 1 star. Please keep up the good work. 1 popped up, I was lucky. You old bastard, I've been plotting against me every day. Now you've finally fallen into my hands, haven't you? Jiang Ting walked straight to the carriage and said with a smile, Mr. Wenhe, you might as well think about it carefully. How are you going to buy your life? General, we have no grudges against each other. Li Ju and Guisi held me hostage, and I was forced to serve them. Now that these two traitors are dead, I am willing to abandon the dark and join the light, serving you wholeheartedly. Jia Su walked out of the carriage slowly, folded his hands, and said helplessly, You? Abandoning the dark and joining the light? Forget it. Whoever becomes your lord will be damned unlucky. Don't ask. Too much will only bring tears. Jiang Ting blew his beard and glared. Stop your bullshit. Hand over all the good stuff you have. After I leave, you should just go and join Cao Cao. Don't follow Zhang Xiao and try to trick Cao Cao. He just made the same mistake that all men make. It's not easy. Yes, General, thank you for your guidance. I have nothing to do, so I wrote a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War when I was free. If you don't mind, please accept it. Jia Su responded respectfully and took out a book from his bosom. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. How could this person see his next plan at a glance? That's it. Where's Ju Yingma? Jiang Ting put his arm around Jia Su's shoulders and said with a playful look, This is quite unkind of you. I came all the way here to find you, and you're actually hiding something from me. Brave man. This man is also an accomplice of the rebellion. Brave man. Don't say anything more, quickly capture him. Wang Yun walked over with his hands behind his back and said to Jiang Ting, tear his head off. I told you to kick it like a ball, so you kick it like a ball. No one can stop you. It would have been fine if Wang Yun hadn't said anything, but as soon as he spoke, Jiang Ting got furious and turned around to give orders to a heavy cavalryman standing next to him. Here. Brave man. Brave man. What do you mean? Wang Yun was horrified and was about to say something, but the heavy cavalryman didn't give him a chance. With a swing of his sword, a huge head rolled to the ground. Then the heavy cavalryman quickly ran over to pick it up and presented it respectfully to Jiang Ting. Ding. System prompt. You killed Wang Yun in the story mission, changing the course of history. Mission progress plus 10. Reward, 7-star sword special 5-star X1. Please keep up the good work. Actually exploded? Jiang Ting was a little surprised. The 7-star sword was Wang Yun's heirloom, a legendary weapon that would live forever. But hadn't he given it to Cao Cao? How did it end up in Wang Yun's hands? Go. Although he was a little puzzled, Jiang Ting naturally would not dwell too much on such a good thing. He just took Wang Yun's head and kicked it several meters away. This was considered a good way to vent his anger. Then he turned around as if nothing had happened and said with a smile on his face, Do you remember where Jiyingma is now? Nah, I remember now. I remember now. I do have a good horse. A good horse deserves a hero. I'm willing to present it to the general. Jiasu nodded repeatedly and bowed. Ha, let's go. We can't stay here for long. Once you get the Juying horse, you can leave. Jiang Ting laughed out loud. He kicked Wang Yun's head away just to scare Jiasu. It was true that this guy was afraid of death, but as for fear, he was definitely pretending. However, even if it was pretended, Jiang Ting felt very relieved. Heaven has its own way of retribution, and no one can escape it. You, Jiao Wenhe, didn't expect that you would end up like this, right? Ding. System prompt. You killed Diao Chan in the story mission, changing the course of history. Mission progress, plus 10%. Reward, 1 Jiao Chan heroic spirit, 5-star. Please keep up the good work. Jiang Ting was stunned as he walked on the road, and then he was ecstatic. So much time had passed, and he actually had no hope. Who knew that he was so lucky that he actually got Diao Chan? These 3,000 gold are pure blood profit. Jiang Ting was so happy. He never expected that if he used the right method, this seemingly unsolvable copy would be similar to Guan Yu's copy, and the difficulty was not as outrageous as he had imagined. Where is my Jiao Chan? Oh, who is it? Who is it? I, Lu Fengxian, swear to heaven, no matter where I am, I will find you and kill your entire family. I will exterminate all 9 generations of your clan. At Wang Yun's house, Lu Bu, covered in blood, saw Wang Yun's entire family being slaughtered. He was so angry that his eyes were about to burst, and he shouted to the sky. Because they had to get the horses back to the base camp of Li Ju and Guisi, Jiang Ting did not dare to bring heavy cavalry with him along the way, but instead took Jia Su hostage with him. Along the way, what could be seen everywhere were the Shiliang army killing, burning, raping, and looting. Therefore, it is not without reason that Jia Su is called a poisonous scholar. His strategy directly harmed the people in the city. Looking at such a tragic scene, don't you feel anything? This is all caused by you. Jiang Ting turned to look at Jia Su and put away his nonchalant smile. In troubled times, we are all helpless. They are not wrong, and neither am I. Jia Su spoke calmly. How clever was he? Since Jiang Ting couldn't hide anything from him, it meant that this person knew him inside and out. There was no point in pretending any longer. I think you're wrong. This was the first time Jiang Ting was so serious, and it was also the first time he refuted Jia Su. In troubled times, it is true that we have no choice. But there is a saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You are better and smarter than those ordinary people, so even if you don't protect them, you shouldn't bully them. Jiang Ting spoke each word with a firm expression. The only way to end the chaotic world is not by killing people, but by people like you. When most people like you are solely concerned about the common people, troubled times will naturally cease to exist. I've been to far, far away places and witnessed times of peace and prosperity. Every citizen there is incredibly proud of being a descendant of the dragon. That country will never again experience chaos, because there are thousands and thousands of smart people like you who are carrying the burden for the people. Jia Su's eyes flickered. He didn't believe that there would be such a peaceful and prosperous era, but he knew that Jiang Ting had no reason to lie to him. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and we must shoulder the burden for the people of the world. At this moment, Jia Su's idea of, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, was hit by an unprecedented impact. He knew that these two plain and simple sentences were actually the only feasible way to create a prosperous dynasty and continue eternal peace. Sacrifice the self for the benefit of everyone. I've learned your lesson. Jia Su bowed solemnly. Perhaps at this moment, his thoughts had truly changed. Ding. System prompt. You have successfully completed the hidden storyline, The Poisonous Warrior's Heart. The mission progress has reached 100%. The storyline has ended, and you have received the ultimate reward. 1 5-star Sun Tzu's Art of War, 1 5-star Absolute Shadow Horse Summoning Card, Jia Su's exclusive mount. You have earned 100,000 points. This storyline will no longer be open to the public. Good job. Jiang Ting was completely stunned. After the system prompt sounded, he had actually figured it out. It turned out that there was no so-called Juying horse in Jia Su's military camp. Only by persuading Jia Su to change his mind could he complete the final hidden plot. If it wasn't Jiang Ting's sudden decision. Sure enough, Zhao Wenhe is still the same Zhao Wenhe after all. At any time, even if it seems that he is at the end of the road, as long as he is not completely dead, you must not let your guard down, otherwise you may fall into his trap. Chapter 58, The Jinkong Shame. After completing Jia Su's exclusive copy, Jiang Ting took on the second copy, Attack Huanglong Mansion. 10 years of hard work were wasted. It can be said that Yu Fei's unjust death has made countless people in later generations sigh, and countless literati shed tears. This is also one of the events that Jiang Ting finds most difficult to accept. Many people have only heard of the Jinkong Shame incident, but have little understanding of its specific process. In the second year of the Jinkong period, the Jin army, consisting of only tens of thousands of soldiers, advanced all the way to Bianjing and trapped the 200,000-strong Northern Song army in the city. Yes, the 200,000-strong Northern Song army was surrounded by a mere tens of thousands of people. Why is there no decent resistance? Because during the battle, Song Qinzong actually ordered that the Jin soldiers must not be offended. The people had already attacked, but he issued such a ridiculous military order, and there were many people in the court who were secretly communicating with the Jin army. There was a thunder gunner who, just because he fired a shot, did not die at the hands of the Jin soldiers, but was instead executed by his own people. In this way, the Jin army was at the gates of the city, and Song Qinzong ceded land and paid compensation. The amount of gold and silver he paid amounted to tens of millions, which was the income of the Northern Song dynasty for decades. The royal family could not raise enough money at the moment, so they mobilized the whole country to help, from the ministers at the frontier provinces to the common people. The funny thing is that this was the most efficient execution during the reign of Song Qinzong and those corrupt court officials. Faced with countless gold and silver, the ministers and common people of the Northern Song dynasty completely lost their dignity. They sold their wives and daughters to pay off their debts. Their lives were not even worth 1 or 2 ounces of gold. If a chaste woman refused to obey, she would be pierced with iron rods by the Jin soldiers and hung in front of the camp. It took several days for her to die. Even so, the appetite of the Jin soldiers was not satisfied. The emperor's family members, imperial concubines, princesses, royal concubines, etc. were all clearly priced. This damn Song Qinzong sold his wife and daughters, and his people, and finally fed the Jin soldiers. Of course, he was also honored to be taken north by the Jin soldiers. The Jin soldiers had a custom called the sheep leading ceremony, which was used to highlight the nobility of the victor. After the Northern Song dynasty was defeated, all the people from the 2 emperors to the princes, concubines, princesses, ministers, princes-in-law, women of the royal family, etc., a total of 1,300 people, had to wash their bodies, be naked, and only wear sheepskin. They were tied with a sheepskin rope for everyone to watch. At that time, Queen Zhu could not bear such humiliation and chose to commit suicide. The 2 emperors, one was named Duke Hunda, and the other was named Marquis Chonghan. There is also Princess Yanqing, who was known as the most beautiful princess of the Song dynasty. She first served the second prince of the Jin dynasty, Wanyan Zhonghan. After Wanyan Zhonghan's death, she was occupied by the prime minister of the Jin dynasty, Wanyan Xin. For a year, she suffered humiliation and finally died of anal fissure. History is always good at hiding darkness. Just a few words on the surface can make people's blood boil. It is hard to imagine what kind of humiliation these people have suffered. Finally, Yu Fei was born. It seemed as if he was chosen as the savior of this corrupt dynasty from the moment he was born. He carries the 4 words, "Serve the country with loyalty," on his back, and he also carries the backbone of this nation. He began a long struggle with the Jin dynasty. He dedicated his entire life to fighting for the dignity and bloodiness of the Han people. He frightened the Jin dynasty and made everyone in the Jin dynasty tremble with fear. They were afraid. They knew that sooner or later their country would be destroyed by Yu Fei. They were also afraid of being naked and being led around by onlookers. So they colluded with the treacherous minister Qin Hui when Yu Fei was about to destroy the Jin dynasty, about to welcome back the 2 saints, and about to fulfill his lifelong dream. Zhao Go issued 12 golden medals in a row to call him back. No one knew how he spent that day. All we knew was that he had spent his whole life in the military, and in such grief and anger that he picked up his pen and wrote the poem Man Jiang Hong. Every word and sentence is heart-wrenching. His hair stood on end with rage. He leaned against the railing. The rain stopped. He raised his eyes, looked up to the sky and howled, his heart filled with passion. 30 years of fame and glory are dust and dirt. 8,000 miles of journey are clouds and moon. Don't wait idly. Your youth will be wasted, and you will be filled with regret. The shame of Jinkong has not yet been avenged. When will the hatred of the ministers be eliminated? Drive a long car and break through the Helan Mountain Pass. With great ambition, I eat the flesh of barbarians when I am hungry, and drink the blood of Huns when I am thirsty. Wait until the beginning, rebuild the old mountains and rivers, and face the sky. A single piece of work surpasses the entire Tang dynasty, and a single word surpasses the 2 Song dynasties. This poem was like a bolt from the blue in that decadent dynasty that valued culture over military power. He just wanted to let those so-called court ministers and those so-called literati and scholars take a good look. What is the integrity of a nation? What is the backbone of a nation? Too bad he still died. He did not die under the butcher knife of the Jin soldiers, but died under the ridiculous, false accusation of the treacherous minister Qin Hui. False accusation means it may exist or it may not exist. Yes, Qin Hui could not find any evidence of Yu Fei's guilt, so he invented this word and killed Yu Fei. Before Yu Fei died, he only uttered 4 words. The sun is shining brightly. The sun is shining brightly. 4 words are worth more than 1,000 words. When accepting this copy, Jiang Ting was in a heavy mood. This time, completing the task was only secondary. He wanted more than just completing the task. But kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all until the great Jin is completely destroyed. Kill them until the great Jin is completely destroyed. So he prepared a full 3 million gold. I can't kill you once, and I can't kill you twice. Then I'll hit you 10 times. 100 times. I will know when you shit and fart if I beat you. I will beat you until your entire country is destroyed and your race is wiped out. This is Jiang Ting's decision. It's not an act of impulse, but to avenge the previous humiliation and take revenge. 3,000 men against 100,000 foreign cavalry. Who says we can't win? Who says we can't solve the problem? After entering the dungeon, Jiang Ting did not go looking for Yu Fei because he understood that Yu Fei would eventually choose to withdraw his troops because he still had expectations for the royal family. So he did not intend to do this useless work. What he wanted was to bury the Jin dynasty with his own hands. Zhuxian town is where Jiang Ting landed. It is only 40 or 50 miles away from Bianliang, the former capital of the northern Song dynasty. Wanyan Wushu had been defeated by Yu Fei and fled back to Bianliang city in a panic. At such a good opportunity, Zhao Go was afraid that Yu Fei would become too powerful and threaten the emperor with his achievements, so he did not dare to continue fighting. This was just like when Zhuge Liang was about to establish a great achievement in the northern expedition, but was suddenly recalled by Liu Chan. How ridiculous, sad, and lamentable. It is even worse than what Liu Chan did at that time. The city of Bianjing must be taken, and all officials of the Jin dynasty must die. This is the only belief in Jiang Ting's heart, even if this isn't a game. Even if the Jinkong shame has been over for 1,000 years. China has suffered humiliation in the past, and as long as he has the chance, he will wash it away one by one. The most hateful one is the dwarf Ko. However, he would not be of much use in fighting against the dwarf pirates, which was because the national war had not been unlocked yet. Otherwise, he could easily guess that if that day really came, all the players in the entire Chinese region would probably go crazy. Fight the dwarf bandits? Sorry, players in the Huaxiao region have a 100% rampage buff, which temporarily doubles their intelligence and strength. How can it be his turn? Chapter 59, Military Soul, Transformation. No matter how angry he was, Jiang Ting would not be stupid enough to lead 3,000 heavy cavalry to attack the city, so he just ambushed near Juxian town. He knew that as soon as Yufei retreated, the Jin soldiers would take over the cities that Yufei had recaptured with great difficulty without bloodshed. The ending was naturally the same as he expected. In less than 2 days, Yufei withdrew his troops. Jiang Ting knew that Yufei would not die for a while because his crime was not so easy to determine. Therefore, Jiang Ting was not worried that the mission would fail directly, and he still waited patiently for the Jin soldiers to leave the city. After Yufei's army went away, Wanyan Wushu's army finally began to move, but this time, they obviously would not be able to take back those cities so easily. All troops charge. Kill all the aliens. Jiang Ting took the lead and had a face-to-face, bloody battle with the Jin cavalry in Juxian town. The 3,000 heavy cavalry faced the army of tens of thousands without any fear. They kept swinging their swords, harvesting the lives of those foreign races like harvesting wheat. This time, Jiang Ting led 3,000 cavalrymen and killed more than 20,000 Jin soldiers, but was eventually besieged and killed, and his entire army was wiped out. The defeated Jiang Ting didn't even reorganize himself. He paid the gold again and re-entered the copy without saying a word, lying in ambush again. Still face-to-face, head-on confrontation. The 3,000 heavy cavalry seemed to understand Jiang Ting's plan. What he wanted was to defeat these alien races head-on. As one of the strongest 5-star special forces in this game, the heavy cavalry naturally has their own pride. So they are even crazier and work harder. Once, twice, 3 times. Keep failing, keep starting over. The evil spirit in Jiang Ting and the 3,000 cavalrymen was almost condensed into substance. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the 3rd level of the Overlord Heart technique. Your aptitude has broken through to 4 stars. Your martial arts power has increased by 10 points, and your command has increased by 10 points. Please keep up the good work. After one tough battle after another, Jiang Ting finally underwent a transformation. Wanyan bastard. Come and fight. Jiang Ting, who broke through to the 4-star level, almost leaped a level in overall strength and directly entered the second-rate realm. With his 80 points of military strength and command, coupled with the powerful special attributes and skills of the Overlord, he is almost fearless of any 4-star general. As the heavy cavalry fought again and again, the murderous aura became heavier and heavier. Indistinctly, a new military spirit seemed to be born. The Overlord's Iron Cavalry. Invincible. The Overlord's Iron Cavalry. Invincible. 3,000 heavy cavalrymen shouted spontaneously, swinging their swords faster and with stronger murderous intent. Ding. Congratulations to your Overlord Cavalry for achieving the military spirit, unparalleled strength. The strength of your troops has been greatly enhanced. Please keep up the good work. Unparalleled, exclusive soul for Overlord Cavalry when fighting alongside the Overlord and in dire straits. Morale increases by 200%, agility by 20%, and armor penetration by 20%. Kill all the foreigners. Trampling the Golden City. Jiang Ting was covered in blood and roared loudly. Kill, kill, kill. The veins of the 3,000 heavy cavalrymen bulged, and they shouted at the top of their lungs. The 100,000 Jin soldiers retreated again and again this time. Finally, some people began to be afraid. This is simply a group of monsters that are even more terrifying than Yu family army. The Jin soldiers' fighting spirit began to collapse, and resistance became increasingly difficult. Wanyan bastard, where are you going? Jiang Ting's eyes were red. Under the cover of 3,000 cavalry, he found Wanyan Wushu in the rear. Without saying a word, he swung his halberd heavily and swept it directly over. Who are you? Wanyan Wushu was also a little frustrated after being beaten. He thought back to the time when he had tens of thousands of Jin soldiers who could frighten the soldiers of the Song dynasty and force the emperor of the Song dynasty to sell his wife and daughters. The women of the Han family, from the emperor's concubines and princesses to the royal family, which one of them was not wantonly humiliated by his rich men and had to serve them humbly and flatteringly. But why did Yufei appear? Where did this heavy cavalry come from? Die. Jiang Ting didn't care and simply fought with his life for his life. Overlord's mindset was already exquisite, and now he was exchanging injuries for injuries and life for life. How could Wanyan Wushu be his opponent? Even though both of them were 4-star generals, Wanyan Wushu was still suppressed by Jiang Ting and had no power to fight back. Deterrence increased by 1%. Deterrence increased by 1%. The unstoppable force soon reached its upper limit, and the murderous aura on Jiang Ting's body, at this moment, was enough to scare some ordinary 5-star generals. Puff! The long halberd pierced Wanyan Wushu's defense and directly pierced his chest. Jiang Ting picked him up and shouted, "Which other golden dog wants to die? The general is dead. Run away. Monsters. They're all monsters." Wanyan Wushu's death in battle became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Jin soldiers. They were completely defeated and began to scatter. "Mighty! Mighty!" The heavy cavalry cheered and raised their weapons high. Chase! Jiang Ting obviously did not intend to let the Jin soldiers go so easily. Although the heavy cavalry were exhausted, they gritted their teeth and continued to follow Jiang Ting in pursuit of the victory. They killed their way to the city of Bianjing before they stopped. "Listen up, everyone in the city. Make sure all the women in your royal family wash themselves clean before me, and have your old emperor personally open the city walls and kneel to welcome us. Otherwise, the day the city falls, all the Jin people will be exterminated." Jiang Ting reeled in his horse and stood in front of the city of Bianjing and issued an ultimatum to the city of Bianjing with an expressionless face. In the end, Jiang Ting's heroic feat quickly spread throughout the Song dynasty. Generals like Han Shizhong applauded, and some generals even laughed and disobeyed military orders, bringing their soldiers from all directions to Bianliang. The Song dynasty was in complete chaos, and the imperial capital Linen was also in chaos. Even Yu Fei could not control his soldiers, because his son Yu Yun, who had always been obedient, would rather bear the crime of being beheaded than lead his troops to break through Bianjing and enter Huanglongfu. Zhao Guo's authority is worthless at this moment. No one wants to pay attention to him. In the face of family feuds and national hatred, no one can stop him. The Chinese are such a nation. As long as someone is willing to stand up, as long as someone can awaken their bloodiness, most people are actually willing to follow and are willing to follow to the death. When the city of Bianjing was filled with indignant Han men, the outcome was naturally already determined. The Jin dynasty opened the city to surrender, and Jiang Ting, holding the Xinyuan sword, cut the dragon throne in the palace into two halves with one sword. He did not order his soldiers to massacre the city, nor did he retaliate by letting them humiliate the defeated Jin royal family. Perhaps even Jiang Ting himself did not expect that he had really thought about how to retaliate after defeating the Jin dynasty, and even make them pay 10 times or 100 times the price. But when the day finally came, he still didn't do anything. As a human being, there must always be a bottom line. If others do things worse than beasts, and you retaliate, what's the difference between you and them? This is not magnanimity, nor is it saintliness. He just wants to be a human being, that's all. Of course, he was just restraining the overlord's iron cavalry, and he was just defending his bottom line. Since the Jin dynasty was defeated, the outcome was naturally predetermined. Thousands of Han people whose families were destroyed would not agree to it, and thousands of men whose wives and children were separated would not agree to it. Therefore, the screams in the great Jin palace lasted for several days before they ended. No one survived. Jiang Ting was not interested in knowing what kind of fear they felt before they died. If you do something wrong, it is only natural to pay the price. You can't blame anyone. Chapter 60, Defeat at Huarong Road. In this copy, although Jiang Ting successfully completed the plot mission, attacked Huanglong Mansion, destroyed the Jin dynasty, and obtained the Wu Mu's testament and the white dragon horse as rewards, he did not drop any heroic souls. Of course, Jiang Ting knew in his heart that his choice to defeat the Jin soldiers head-on was not the best approach. If the overlord's cavalry were not inferior to Yu's army, if they had not awakened their unparalleled military spirit in the fearless battles, if he had not broken through in the middle of the battle and killed the commander Wanyan Wushu, he would not have been able to defeat the Jin soldiers. But when he thought that the entire northern Song dynasty was shocked by his feat of defeating 100,000 Jin soldiers, and countless northern Song generals and common people even spontaneously rushed to the Jin capital to join him in besieging the city, he felt that all this was worth it and that what he did was perfect. The once mighty Jin dynasty finally lowered its self-proclaimed noble head under the overwhelming siege, and all the royal family members were torn to pieces alive by the angry people. Just like Yu Fei's words of grief and indignation, every word is tearful and blood-curdling. With great ambition, I eat the flesh of barbarians when I am hungry, and drink the blood of Huns when I am thirsty. At this moment, everything becomes clear. Now, among the three generals, only Zhou Yu's exclusive copy is left. Unfortunately, when Jiang Ting, who was in a good mood, chose to enter the dungeon, the smile on his face froze in an instant. Because the place where he landed was not Chibi, but Huarong Road. It was also one of the most miserable and embarrassing classic moments in Lao Chao's life. Ha! I'm not laughing at others, but at Zhou Yu's lack of strategy and Zhuge Liang's lack of wisdom. If I, Chao, were to lead an army, I would definitely set up an ambush in this forest. If that were the case, what would we do? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ting's face became even darker. Boss Chow, let me be frank. Although you are indeed one of the few idols of me, Jiang, you are about to lose all your pants. Is it really okay for you to be so confident? Don't run away, Chow thief. Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. Sure enough, just as Lao Chao finished speaking, a handsome young general with a white horse and a silver spear rushed out from the forest, with thousands of ambushes following behind him. Chow Chow. Jiang Ting. My lord, hurry up. I'll cover your retreat. Su Huang and Zhang He rode out together and fought with Zhao Yun. Chow, Prime Minister, please leave. I'll cover your retreat. Jiang Ting also shouted loudly and rushed forward with 3,000 heavy cavalry. However, he was very self-aware and hid from Zhao Yun as far as he could, fearing that he would be killed by an AoE. He believed that in this game that combined official history with novels, Zhao Zilong, who could go in and out of a million-man army 7 times, was definitely on the same level as Guan Yu and Lu Bu. If he really dares to go up, he will definitely be killed. Although he was extremely envious of Zhao Yun's heroic spirit, Jiang Ting also knew that he couldn't kill this guy. After all, Zhao Yun is not Zhu Ran. Even though they are both 5-star generals, Zhao Yun is one of the most outstanding among those generals. He can't fight, the other party can retreat in minutes, and he doesn't have Guan Yu to help him, so he has no chance at all. So strong. Seeing that Zhao Yun was still not at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2, Jiang Ting felt that this copy might be of the difficulty of the 9th Heavenly Tribulation, because such an awesome Zhao Zilong was only the first character to appear. To be honest, Jiang Ting was a little desperate. He once felt that wanting to kill Zhou Yu under such circumstances was simply a dream. Withdraw. Seeing that Lao Chao had escaped, Jiang Ting did not want to continue fighting and add to the casualties, so he simply led the heavy cavalry to break through the blockade and chased after Lao Chao. Thank you for your help, brave man. I never thought that when I, Chow Chow, was at my wit's end, a hero would risk his life to join me. If I survive this disaster, I will repay you tenfold after I return. Looking at Jiang Ting and the 3,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry catching up with him, Chow Chow's eyes lit up and he spoke heroically. Come on, already this fucking time, and you're still trying to win people's hearts. Jiang Ting secretly complained, but on the surface he still bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, Prime Minister. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ting began to have some ideas. It seems that this copy is very difficult to complete. Lao Chao is only 3 steps away from me. If I take action at this moment, he will be completely unprepared, and the possibility of success is very high. This is Lao Chao, a monarch-level figure, so it is reasonable that he will drop some good things, right? Of course, he only dared to think about it in his mind. Age of the Gods was a game jointly created by governments of various countries, and there was the shadow of alien technology behind it. How could there be such a big bug? If the mission cannot be completed, no matter how good the item is, you cannot take it out of the dungeon. Moreover, once a heroic spirit explodes, no more heroic spirits will be dropped in other copies even if the same general exists in the copy. This completely eliminates the possibility of players possessing the same heroic spirit at the same time. Ha. After walking for a while, Lao Chao suddenly laughed again, but before he could say anything, Jiang Ting rudely interrupted him. All troops, be on alert. Enemy attack. I didn't expect that not all the people in Chao's camp are just famous for nothing. Someone actually knew that the military advisor would set an ambush here. As expected, just as Jiang Ting finished speaking, a big black man with a full beard rode out on his horse and said with a hearty smile, Who else could it be if not the fierce Zhang Fei? Old Chao consciously chose to remain silent, and Jiang Ting also raised his eyebrows slightly. How could he have that ability? Anyone in the future would probably know that when Old Chao smiled, it was bound to be bad. Either he, the thief Chao, was ambushed, or you, the kid, was wearing a hat. Prime Minister, please leave quickly. I will cover your retreat. This time, Zhang Liao took the initiative to stand up. Jiang Ting was well aware of the course of history, so he naturally did not let the heavy cavalry attack and waste combat power. Anyway, Cao Cao could get away in the end, so why should he bother? If you have this much time, you might as well think about how to complete the task. As for now, don't say anything, just follow Lao Chao. Next, of course, is the most classic story of Guan Yu releasing Chao Mingda. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, reminiscing about the past, and then Lao Chao closed his eyes and said with deep emotion, Come on, Yinchong, cut off my head and use it to gain merit. I, Chao Mingda, will not be wronged if I die in your hands. Alas, Prime Minister, please leave. From now on, the grudge between you and me is written off. The next time we meet on the battlefield, Guan, will show no mercy." Guan Yu sighed and closed his eyes, while Cao Cao had tears in his eyes and refused to leave. But how smart were the capable ministers and generals around him? No one wasted any time. In no time, they pushed Lao Chao onto the horse's back and then drove the Claw Huang Feidian straight into the distance. "Yinchong, I can't leave." "Jiang Ting, go." "I can't leave." "Yinchong." "Jiang Ting, go." After escaping from the tiger's mouth, Jiang Ting was quite moved. It is said that our Yunchong is honest. Look at Chao Mingde. He was so affectionate and tearful just now. But now, he just fell asleep on the horse's back. He was sleeping so soundly. Chapter 61. Jiang Ting offers advice. Cao Cao borrows a general. After escaping all the way back to Jiangling, Lao Chao was completely safe. Jiang Ting pondered all the way and finally came up with the only feasible solution. So he found Lao Chao and told him his plan. "Borrow Zhang Liao and Su Chu? What are you borrowing them for?" Cao Cao quietly looked at Jiang Ting, a top second-rate general, who had an unparalleled cavalry under his command that even amazed him. This kid was definitely a talent, and he naturally wanted to subdue him. So after returning to Jiangling, he has always been quite enthusiastic about Jiang Ting. "Prime Minister, Zhou Yu burned down Red Cliff, causing you heavy losses. Don't you want revenge?" Jiang Ting narrowed his eyes. Because he had integrated the overlord profession, the aura he exuded was extraordinary. Even Lao Chao admired his domineering and heroic spirit. Otherwise, how could he think he was a talent? "The army's morale has been lost. There is absolutely no chance of victory if we continue fighting at this time." Lao Chao shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had thought Jiang Ting might have some brilliant ideas, but it turned out that he couldn't even see the basic situation on the battlefield clearly. "Prime Minister, I have a way to restore the morale of the soldiers and plunge Jiangdong into chaos." Jiang Ting was confident. After following Jiasu for so long, he had become more shrewd. "Prime Minister, you just suffered a crushing defeat and finally managed to escape back to Jiangling. No one could have imagined that you would continue to fight, right? You, Prime Minister, yourself, have no intention of continuing the war, have you? If you yourself don't have such plans, how could Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang, even if they were gods, have thought of this? If General Zhang Liao and I return along the same route, traveling at night and hiding during the day, we will be completely invisible. 3,000 cavalrymen wouldn't be a big threat. I can lead them straight to Jiangdong and launch a surprise attack while they're off guard, killing Zhou Yu. What then?" Jiang Ting's eyes gleamed with wisdom. "If this is accomplished, it can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Kill Zhou Yu and the Prime Minister will avenge his great vengeance. This is the first benefit. Once Zhou Yu dies, Jiangdong will inevitably be in chaos. This is the second benefit. While General Zhang Liao and I are on the march, the Prime Minister can gather the fleeing troops and regroup. Once Jiangdong is in chaos, we can seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. With internal and external troubles, how can Jiangdong not be defeated? This is the third benefit. Great. What a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone." Cao Cao clapped his hands in applause. Jiang Ting's strategy definitely touched the blind spots of all of them. As the saying goes, those who are involved in the matter are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. At this time, the morale of Chao's soldiers was basically lost. Cao was only thinking about how to withdraw his troops and rest. How could he possibly carry out such a risky plan? Besides, even if he thought of this plan, he couldn't carry it out, because to march thousands of miles and advance deep into the enemy's territory alone, what is needed is a strong army, an army that is full of vigor and fearless of death. What a coincidence. Jiang Ting just happened to have this powerful army. That's why he came up with this idea, and Cao Cao also gave it great praise. This is Lao Chao, one of the top military strategists in the Three Kingdoms period. Quite relieved to receive his affirmation. "I will send someone to find Wenyuan Zhongkong. If you can accomplish such a feat, Chao will definitely give you the first credit. You can ask for anything, I can satisfy you." Lao Chao is also a man of decisiveness and courage. Jiang Ting dared to take the risk himself and use 3,000 cavalry to fight for a chance for him. How could he be reluctant to give up his 2 beloved generals? The 2 hit it off immediately, and Jiang Ting didn't waste any time. That night, he took Zhang Liao and Su Chu and secretly left Jiangling. The reason why he wanted to borrow generals from Chao was mainly because although his heavy cavalry was powerful, he was still a rookie after all. Let alone powerful men like Gan Ning and Zhou Tai, he estimated that even if it was Zhou Yu, he would have a hard time beating him. After all, his martial arts strength is 85. Although Jiang Ting is almost invincible at the level of a second-rate general due to his special profession, Zhou Yu is not so easy to kill. So in order to ensure that everything would go smoothly, he asked Boss Chow to borrow Zhang Liao and Su Chu. Lao Chao is really straightforward. He is indeed a man who can accomplish great things. Two peerless generals, they can be borrowed at will. Just based on this courage, Jiang Ting cannot compare to them. Traveling at night and hiding during the day is not an easy task. In order to avoid the enemy's eyes, the 3,000 cavalry did not ride horses, nor did they dare to make a fire to cook. Instead, they dressed up as refugees and only hid a machete behind their waists. It took Jiang Ting 3 days and 3 nights to reach Chibi. At this time, Chibi was in a mess, and even the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Jiang Ting and others took advantage of the night to find some broken boats, dismantled the wooden boards on the boats, tied them into rafts, and floated down the river. There were still many charred corpses remaining in the water, now white and rotten, with hideous faces, open mouths, and wide-open eyes, floating quietly on the water. Even though Jiang Ting had already developed a strong courage and was accustomed to death, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. One general's success is the result of thousands of sacrifices. People only know that Zhou Yu burned down Cao Cao's army of hundreds of thousands with one fire. But who knows how tragic the death of these soldiers was. However, the struggle for the general trend has always been like this, and there is no question of who is right or wrong. After drifting all night, Jiang Ting and his group finally arrived in Jiangdong. He did not dare to act rashly, but instead led his men around the city, going to remote places and still traveling at night and hiding during the day. He even sent several heavy cavalrymen to steal some clothes from some farmhouses, put them on, and pretend to be Dongwu people, and go to the city to inquire about Zhou Yu's whereabouts. No, are you really capable? I've been eating dry food every day for 4 or 5 days. I'm almost vomiting. Now we don't even have any dry food left. If we don't take action now, we'll have to go to war on an empty stomach. Another night, Jiang Ting and others had approached Chaisang without anyone noticing. Su Chu, the rough man, could no longer bear it and began to complain. Although they avoided the city along the way, they were occasionally seen by some passers-by. Jiang Ting showed no mercy to them. All the people who saw them were killed by him. He is not a kind-hearted person. When it comes to major issues, he can even harm his own people. This is war. No one will talk to you about benevolence and righteousness. No one will talk to you about morality. Only when you win the war will you be qualified to talk and to do it. Although this is just a copy, it still reveals the cruelty and bloodiness of war everywhere. The heavy cavalry we sent out have sent back word that Zhou Yu will lead his men out of the city for training tomorrow morning. This is our chance, our only chance. So, General Su, be patient. Tomorrow will be up to you. Although Jiang Ting was a little tired, he was extremely excited at this moment. That was Zhou Yu, one of the 64 famous generals of China. For him, being able to kill Zhou Yu was enough to brag about for the rest of his life. How could he not be excited? After returning, he could put his hands behind his back and say to Zhou Yu calmly, "Gong Jin, my lord, I'm not saying this to you, but your vigilance is still a little lacking." What? Why? Well, it's nothing. I just killed you once in a dungeon. Hey, it's not that great. It's just like that. I don't mean anything else. I just wanted to remind you. Listen, isn't this fucking cool? Chapter 62. 2 Godly Generals. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. After waiting for a whole night, Zhou Yu finally walked out of Chaising City. Beside him were 2 powerful generals. Judging from their attire, they should be Gan Ning and Zhou Tai. Even though the Eastern Wu in the novel has almost no presence, in fact, the Eastern Wu is definitely full of talented people. Among the brave generals there are the 12 tiger ministers of Jiangbiao, and among the counselors and commanders there are the 4 commanders-in-chief, such great men as Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong. To put it bluntly, their team may not be as good as Chao's, but compared with Liu Bei, it is definitely not bad at all. Being able to defeat Cao Cao, who unified the North, was not just based on luck. Why are there so many refugees today? Frowned and asked as he looked at Jiang Ting and others who were approaching from a distance. Grand Commander, have you forgotten so quickly? We just won a battle. These people must be civilians who suffered in the war. Zhou Tai replied nonchalantly, but Zhou Yu became even more alert. We're fighting on the water. How could we possibly affect so many civilians? And look at the way they walk. They don't look like refugees fleeing, but rather like well-trained soldiers. All troops alert. Don't let them get close. Stop. Everyone stop. Don't move any further. Gan Ning also reacted, drew his sword, and shouted loudly at Jiang Ting and others. Exposed. Kill. Jiang Ting's eyes fixed, and he decisively chose to attack. This was at the foot of Chaising City. Once the city received the news, it would take at most a quarter of an hour for them to organize their troops and launch a counterattack. So his time was absolutely very tight. Protect the Grand Commander. Protect the Grand Commander. Gan Ning roared, holding his sword and standing in front of Zhou Yu with a fierce look in his eyes. Zhang Wenyuan is here. Zhou Yu, my little boy, die quickly. Zhang Liao drew the broadsword from his waist and went straight to meet Gan Ning. General, please hurry into the city. I'll cover your retreat. Zhou Tai also tried to block him, but Su Chu, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, went straight to him and said, Su Chu is here. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Just you. Zhou Tai also snorted coldly, not showing any fear at all, and started a bloody battle with Su Chu directly. This guy is a super powerful person who survived being shot by 12 arrows. Even if Su Chu is stronger than him, it is obviously impossible for him to kill him alone. Su Wenganjin is a man of both civil and military abilities. Today is a great day to test your martial arts skills. Jiang Ting ignored the others and went straight to kill Zhou Yu, Zhang Liao, Su Chu, and the 3,000 heavy cavalry. He had created opportunities for himself by fighting against each other soldier by soldier and general by general. Whether he could succeed or not depended on him. Clang! Zhou Yu silently drew his sword. The incident happened suddenly, and he was a little caught off guard, but it was only for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Ting had blocked his retreat, he calmed down and said calmly, Qiao Mingde truly deserves the title of a great hero. Even after such a crushing defeat, he was able to recover so quickly and rebuild his forces. What courage and strategy! Even if Zhou Yu died here, he would still be deeply impressed. This guy probably thought that this desperate counterattack plan was thought up by Qiao. However, even Zhou Yu was convinced, and Jiang Ting was really pleased with it. This is the highlight of life. However, although it felt great, he was still ruthless when he attacked, and every move was aimed at Zhou Yu's vital points. As a result, the fighting style between the two became a little weird. Can you imagine a man with a smile on his face, exuding domineering aura, and another man with an extraordinary temperament, like a fairy descending to the earth, chatting and laughing, admiring each other, and fighting calmly at the same time? This is simply an inhumane scene? You said with a smile. Gong Jin won the battle, but he has indeed slacked off in terms of martial arts. Then, you picked up your broadsword and slashed at Zhou Yu's crotch. He stuck his butt out and calmly replied, I'm so ashamed. If you had known this day would come, he would have trained day and night and rushed thousands of miles just to die with me. Such loyalty is truly admirable. Then he thrust his sword diagonally, piercing straight into Jiang Ting's eyes. So after a few rounds, the two of them fought like thugs. Su Chu and Zhou Tai, who were watching from the side, both had their eyes shining. Then they looked at each other and began to imitate him, fighting more aggressively. Goddamn, the man in green robe and holding a sword. Goddamn, it's so satisfying to take revenge. In the face of life and death, who the hell cares about image? On the other hand, Gan Ning and Zhang Liao, both of whom were brave and skilled in fighting, were much more serious in their fight. Every move of their sword and knife was exquisite, with slashing, stabbing, interfering, cutting and lifting, going back and forth so fast that it was hard to keep up. Although the heavy cavalry had no horses, their personal fighting power was still very strong. Zhou Yu's personal guards only numbered a few hundred people, and soon they were all chopped to the ground by the 3,000 heavy cavalry. 1,000 people will stop the reinforcements rushing out of the city, and the rest will quickly surround and kill them. Seeing that soldiers were already rushing towards the city gate, Jiang Ting quickly gave orders loudly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gan Ning and Zhou Tai, you will make a lot of money no matter which one you kill. However, although 1,000 heavy cavalrymen can temporarily block the city gate, they certainly cannot stop it for too long, and he must speed up the process. With this thought in mind, he fought even harder. Even if it meant exchanging injuries for injuries, he had to suppress Zhou Yu. On the other side of the battlefield, the heavy cavalry who had freed up their hands were launching sneak attacks on the side. Generals Gan Ning and Zhou Tai, who could originally fight Zhang Liao and Su Chu on equal terms, were instantly at a disadvantage. When masters fight, victory or defeat is sometimes decided in a split second. Moreover, the two men's martial arts skills are slightly inferior to each other. Now that they are distracted, how can they be a match for Zhang Liao and Su Chu? Not long after, both of them were stabbed. Ding. System prompt. You killed Gan Ning in the story mission, changing the course of history. Mission progress, plus 30%. Reward. Gan Ning's 5-star heroic spirit X1. Please keep up the good work. Kill. 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 Somewhat unexpectedly, Gan Ning died easily, but Zhou Tai, after being stabbed several times, became more and more courageous and even suppressed Su Chu in the end. Fortunately, Zhang Liao on the side had already decided the outcome. After the two of them surrounded him, they successfully killed him. Ding. System prompt. You killed Zhou Tai in the story mission, changing the course of history. Mission progress, plus 30%. Reward. Zhou Tai's 5-star heroic spirit X1. Please keep up the good work. 2 5-star generals exploded in a row, and these two were not ordinary generals. One is very fierce in naval battles, and the other is even more courageous despite being wounded. This kind of character is really unmatched. Deterrence increased by 1%. Deterrence increased by 1%. With the assistance of heavy cavalry on the side and the unstoppable momentum, Jiang Ting became stronger and stronger. When the deterrence reached 100%, Zhou Yu's fate was obviously already determined. Chapter 63, Battle of Heroic Spirit Mountain. The sword cut Zhou Yu's chest, and the world collapsed with Zhou Yu's fall. Ding. System prompt. You have successfully killed Zhou Yu and completed the story mission, Battle of Red Cliffs. The mission progress has reached 100%. The story ends and you have received the ultimate reward. Water Warfare Strategy. Zhou Yu's exclusive mental method. X1 5-star. Fire Horse Summoning Card. Zhou Yu's exclusive mount. X1 5-star. Earn points X100, 000. This story will no longer be open to the public. Just as the Eastern Wu army broke through the blockade and rushed to the battlefield, Jiang Ting finally succeeded in killing Zhou Yu. Even if it was half a quarter of an hour later, he would have failed. Fortunately, he succeeded. This was also the most successful plan he had completed alone, without relying on anyone. Even asking Lao Chao to borrow a general was his own idea. His growth is obvious to all. It can be said that this copy was definitely the one that Jiang Ting gained the most. He lay dormant for 4 or 5 days, rushed thousands of miles, and went deep into the enemy's territory alone. This courage and forbearance finally got the due reward. Generals Gan Ning and Zhou Tai died in battle and frustration, and even Zhou Yu was defeated by them. If this wasn't a copy but history, his name might be as widely known as Zhang Liao's might at Ziyajin. Many miracles are actually created unintentionally. It is impossible that all those who can create miracles are ancient people. Times create heroes. Jiang Ting knows that the game of Age of Gods is about to change drastically from this moment on. After he successfully cleared the 3 dungeons and obtained 2 divine generals, he had figured out some things. He is not the only one who is trying to conquer the dungeon. There are hundreds of millions of players, and countless smart people are racking their brains to conquer the God General dungeon, and the result is obvious. The 5-star general will definitely usher in a great revival. After all, the chance of getting a divine general in the dungeon is extremely high. Even if they don't have the Overlord Iron Cavalry, there are too many people among them who are smarter than Jiang Ting. Therefore, the spring of the players has officially arrived. In Chang'an City, Jiang Ting took a quick look at the epic battlefield. There were dozens of plots that had been perfectly completed. For example, top guilds such as Dragon City, Divine Realm, and Immortal Language are almost all on the list. There are also many players he has never heard of. Maybe they are unknown now, but after possessing the heroic spirits of the gods, they will eventually grow up. In the age of god-making, all nations compete for supremacy. This is the core of the game. Who can guarantee that they will have the last laugh? Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Jiang Ting entered the last copy, the Battle of Heroes Mountain. This copy was created by the system itself and has nothing to do with history. The place where Jiang Ting is located is outside the East China Sea, which is also the end of this world, the end of the world. This end of the world is the Mountain of Heroes. The cape is a bottomless whirlpool. The moment Jiang Ting arrived, he was completely stunned. He saw that in the center of the heroic Soul Mountain, there was a super heavy pass, spanning 1,000 miles. It was the largest pass he had ever seen. Written on it were 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style, Tianya City. And the 1,000-mile city wall was actually a terrifying dark red color. Jiang Ting, who had experienced many wars, could tell at a glance that it was not the original color of the city wall, but was dyed that way by countless blood. What kind of war was this? Jiang Ting walked into the city with his men in a heavy heart. There were no special requirements for the heroic Soul Mountain dungeon. Everything was like an epic plot. He directly copied the army from his territory. After entering the city, Jiang Ting discovered that the city was lonely, without a single person in sight, and there were no other buildings. There was only a huge palace, and in the palace stood 99 huge stone tablets. Each stone tablet is densely covered with names, and those on the list all have astonishing and incredible battle records. Name: Chun Changsheng. Affiliation, 100,000 Tiger Power Battalion. Enemies killed, 1.6 million. Name, Feng Buping. Affiliations, 300,000 Man Northern Defense Army. Enemies killed, 3.8 million. After a quick look, Jiang Ting suddenly looked into the whirlpool at the cape. Oh my god, are there really such so-called alien races from outer space? Jiang Ting suddenly thought of the origin of the Age of Gods, and his heart began to beat fast. Was he getting closer to the truth? There is probably no other possibility for such a record except a war of annihilation. Could it be that the planet was home to another civilization that was wiped out and therefore fled to the Blue Star? Just when Jiang Ting was still a little confused, many monsters suddenly emerged from the whirlpool at the cape. They were evolved from various unknown creatures. Some were covered with tentacles, and some were covered with scales. There are all kinds of creatures, including those that swim in the water, fly in the sky, and those that are strange and bizarre. In an instant, they were overwhelming and heading straight towards Tianya City. The counselors and generals around Jiang Ting all widened their eyes, and it was obvious that their world views were completely shattered by this scene. Prepare to meet the enemy. Jiang Ting was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses and shouted through gritted teeth. Gongjin Wenhe, you will be responsible for defending the city. Yinchang Pengjiu, you will take all the cavalry and follow me out of the city to fight. Although he had no idea what was going on, Jiang Ting still bravely prepared for battle. The requirement of this crappy dungeon was to withstand a round of attacks, but judging from the situation, this first batch of alien creatures might be as many as hundreds of thousands. And how many people does he have? You phase 30,000 direct troops, 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, 10,000 5-star Heavy Cavalry, and 30,000 3-star miscellaneous troops, totaling less than 80,000 people. After occupying the 3 counties in southern Xinjiang, Jiang Ting disbanded them on the spot to prevent them from causing any rebellion. 80,000 to beat someone with hundreds of thousands? Although the specific combat capabilities of these extraterrestrial creatures are still unknown, judging from their strange appearances, Jiang Ting guessed that they were not good people. As expected, although his cavalry were at least 5-star soldiers and their strength was obviously much higher, the monsters' methods were endless and hard to guard against. Some had 5 or 6 claws, some had sharp spikes on their tails, and some were covered with scales like turtle shells. Nearly 30,000 cavalrymen fought against these monsters for the first time and suffered a great loss in an instant. Fortunately, these monsters only look ferocious and terrifying, and their combat methods are quite strange. Their actual combat power is probably about the same as that of 3-star troops, so after a period of panic, the cavalry quickly stabilized the situation. Shoot. Similarly, Zhou Yu and others on the city wall were caught off guard. They had no experience in air combat, so the overwhelming swarms of birds caused considerable losses to the troops in the city. What the hell is this? Where's the battle for supremacy? Jiang Ting was so angry that he waved his halberd repeatedly. The battle was so brutal that he didn't even know how many times he had fought back and forth. It was not until the scorching sun in the sky gradually fell above the sea level that he completely destroyed this group of monsters. Everyone sat down on the ground exhausted. Even someone as strong as Guan Yu looked haggard. There was nothing they could do. These creatures' methods were truly hard to guard against. If one was highly concentrated for a long time, they could really drive people crazy. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting felt a little sympathetic towards other players. His elite troops had lost nearly 2/3 of their strength. What kind of suffering would other people have to face when they came to this dungeon? Of course, in addition to this, Jiang Ting also had a doubt in his mind. He knew that the game Age of the Gods was not simple. It was precisely because of this that he could not confirm whether this copy was fictionalized by the system to change the taste of the players, or whether these creatures really existed. In the end of the game, would they have to face these terrifying alien creatures? Chapter 64 5-Star Arms. No one knows what the future will be like, but Jiang Ting knows that the emergence of the Age of Gods will inevitably change the current situation in the real world, and the truth will gradually surface. This day will not be too far away. After successfully completing the Heroes Mountain dungeon, Jiang Ting also obtained the construction drawings of the Heroes Hall that he had long coveted. This copy doesn't have so many twists and turns. It's not difficult, but it's not that easy either. After all, it's an isolated city, and strategies are useless here. It's purely a matter of hard power, which is not good news for most players. It takes half a month to build the Hall of Heroes. During this half month, Jiang Ting has not been idle. After the territory was promoted to a major city, all ordinary troops have been unlocked. Once the Hall of Heroes is completed, he will have a group of generals under his command, So Jiang Ting must put the expansion of the army on the agenda as soon as possible. For powerful generals like Gan Ning and Zhou Tai, we can't just let them go out and become commanders without troops, right? Name: Sword and Shield Heavy Infantry 5-star. Force: 65. Armor: 75. Basic skills: Advanced sword skills. When using sword weapons, critical damage increases by 5%. Advanced physical fitness. In combat, toughness increases by 5%. Conversion conditions: Ultimate military camp, ultimate slaves. Name: Armor-piercing archer 5-star. Force: 75. Armor: 65. Basic skills: Bow and sword mastery, advanced. When using bow and sword weapons, armor penetration increases by 5%. Conversion conditions: Ultimate military camp, ultimate slaves. Name: Breaking halberd warrior 5-star. Force: 70. Armor: 70. Basic skills: Spear mastery, advanced. When using spear weapons, critical damage increases by 5%. Conversion conditions: Ultimate military camp, ultimate slaves. Name: Elite bow cavalry 5-star. Force: 75. Armor: 75. Basic skills: Advanced riding. When riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Bow and gun mastery, advanced. When using bow and gun weapons, armor penetration increases by 5%. Elite division, exclusive for elite cavalry. When fighting with light armor, temporarily increase force by 5 points and agility by 5%. When fighting with heavy armor, temporarily increase armor by 5 points and critical damage by 5%. Conversion conditions: Ultimate military camp, ultimate slaves. All 5-star troops. With these elite troops, Jiang Ting finally officially possessed the strength that a small country should have. Of course, he can now implement the elite troop strategy and strive to build 5-star troops. But once the territory increases, he will sooner or later have to rely on quantity, just like in southern Xinjiang. Southern Xinjiang boasts of having an army of 1 million, but during the battle with Jiang Ting, apart from 10,000 5-star heavy cavalry, where was the trace of other 5-star troops? Don't they have it? No. Jiang Ting estimated that they had at least 100,000 elite troops, but why didn't they send them out? It's very simple. We have to guard against the Nanyang dynasty, which is the biggest threat. So, the battle in southern Xinjiang was actually very frustrating. You were beaten to pieces by someone who was much worse than you, and you were powerless to do anything. Some people with a bad mentality will really get angry to the point of having a cerebral hemorrhage. The saying that quality is more important than quantity is true for all soldiers, and Jiang Ting has always believed in this. But its advantages and disadvantages are actually very obvious. The elite troop strategy is always only suitable for the attacker, not the defender. Elite troops to guard every city, right? With that price, unless the residents of your territory don't eat, you can't afford it without enough capital. It's unrealistic. That's why there is a saying that it is easy to conquer a country, but difficult to keep it. That's indeed his truth. But as a player, does defending the city have anything to do with me? It doesn't matter. This is the era of all nations. Whether I can fight my way out of the southern territory in my lifetime. Why the hell am I still defending Hammer City? Just do it. Be reckless. Either let this snowball roll to infinity, or the country will be destroyed. Why think so much? After figuring out the key, Jiang Ting instantly felt much clearer. He waved his hand and directly purchased 100,000 ultimate slaves. Slaves are not expensive. Even the ultimate slaves are only 10 gold each. 100,000 slaves only cost 1 million in total. Convert. Since we have decided to go the elite route, the equipment must naturally keep up, right? 5-star set, bye. Hey, wait a minute. Where's my gold? Just when Jiang Ting was about to make a big move, he discovered that there were only less than 10 million gold coins left in the territory. That's right. During this period, his territory has been developing rapidly. The daily income brought by a population of 1 million is definitely considerable. Even if one person only brings in 10 copper coins, a population of 1 million is 1 million copper coins. Converted into gold, it is a daily income of tens of thousands of gold. Unfortunately, even with an income of tens of thousands of gold every day, he still couldn't make ends meet. Even the tens of millions of gold that Jiang Ting had saved were now only less than 10 million. This is the effect that Sun Yu barely achieved by living frugally. Building roads, walls, docks, Lin Chongfang, upgrading territories, constructing ultimate buildings, etc., which one does not cost money. To save tens of millions of gold coins thanks to Sun Yu's careful calculations. Developing a territory burns money just as fast as building an army. Jiang Ting sighed helplessly, looking at the 100,000 freshly minted men who were almost left with only their underwear staring at him eagerly, and he instantly felt a kind of sadness. "My lord, are you worried about money?" At some point, Zhou Yu suddenly appeared behind Jiang Ting and greeted him calmly. "It's Gong Jin, the Hall of Heroes is almost finished, and I was thinking of expanding your army. But as you can see, my little treasury doesn't have much left." Jiang Ting smiled bitterly and shook his head, but Zhou Yu remained quite calm. He pointed at the 100,000 five-star soldiers before him and chuckled. "My lord, look at them. What do they look like? What do they look like? Without equipment, they are just a group of strong civilians. Can they make money for me?" "Fuck." Jiang Ting instantly thought of a possibility, and his eyes lit up. "You mean making a profit from the price difference?" Jiang Ting slapped his forehead excitedly. "Why the hell didn't I think of this earlier? Now, I am the only player who has been promoted to a major city. In other words, he is the only one in the market who can sell five-star soldiers. Even if they don't have equipment, they are still real five-star soldiers. He just raised the price, which is a huge profit, right? If one player has no money, what about 100,000 or 1 million players? Is this a bug? The system won't just block my account, right?" Jiang Ting was a little worried. After all, his action was purely disrupting the market. If he sold a five-star unit, even if it was a blank five-star unit, for 1 or 200 gold coins, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to buy it. This is simply a monopoly. In the entire player market, he is the only one who has five-star troops. If it really works, then if he doesn't get rich, who else can get rich? Chapter 65, Making a Fortune. Do it as soon as you think of it. Behind the Age of Gods is a supercomputer. The possibility of it making mistakes is infinitely close to zero. In other words, Jiang Ting selling five-star troops will not affect the balance of the game. At most, it will only speed up the development of players. So what if the price increases 10 or 20 times? For players, spending an extra 1 or 200 gold coins to create a five-star troop is definitely a sure win, because it will greatly accelerate their pace of development. With a nervous mood, Jiang Ting wrote a post. "You still worried about not having powerful troops to conquer the world? Are you still worried about the NPC forces being too powerful? Now's your chance. Jiangxing is selling a large number of five-star soldiers, without any equipment. You can customize them however you like. Price, 200 gold each. The #1 trending search at rocket speed. Holy crap, is Jiangshun going further and further down the path of human trafficking? Awesome. Five-star troops are out. 200 gold is too expensive, isn't it? How much is a slave worth? How dare you sell it for 200 gold? You must be dreaming. The guy above is the only one in the country right now. Isn't it up to him to decide how much to sell it for? You don't have to buy it. You can just make it yourself when you get promoted to a major city. Fuck you. I broke my bankrupt to buy a 3-star unit, and you give me a foreign cavalry unit, saying it can completely beat the 3-star units. Fine. I'll buy it. I'll sell everything I have, even my blood and kidneys, just to buy it. And it hasn't been that long. It hasn't been that long. And you tell me the foreign cavalry unit is no good anymore, and now has to be 5-star? Fuck you. I remember you upstairs. You're a real werewolf. You even sold your kidney. Let me be honest, this price is damn expensive, but I'm still happy to pay it. Isn't it cheap? It's really fucking ridiculous. I'm very cheap, by 2,000. I am even more cheap. Come and get 3,000. I am the cheapest. I bought 3,000 and 3,000. Although the players cordially greeted his ancestors for 18 generations, Jiang Ting was still grinning from ear to ear when he saw the continuous trading information. This thing is almost as good as a certain luxury product. It costs 9.9 and sells for 998. His cost is 10 gold coins, and all he needs to do is change his job to a soldier. He can just make money without doing anything. I'll buy 10,000. Please, please, sell me 10,000 5-star troops, and I'll forget about you ruining my reputation last time. A friend's message lit up. Jiang Ting opened it and was immediately delighted. He hadn't expected Chu Yunxi to be moved, too. But what do you mean by, I ruined your reputation? That was called self-defense. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting replied directly, really? Fine, since we're old acquaintances, I'll give you a family price. 300 gold each, not a penny less. Wow, why don't you just go and grab it? Going crazy, going crazy, going crazy. Let me correct you. This is called taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Please, I really need them. I have to buy them equipment after I buy them. I really don't have that much money. I feel wronged. Forget it, send a trade request. Jiang Ting smiled and didn't continue chatting. He still admired Chu Yunxi. It was really not easy for a woman to achieve that. 100,000 5-star soldiers were snatched up by players in just 2 days. That's a total income of 20 million. and this kind of income lasted for half a month. And it's not that the players can't afford it, but Jiang Ting doesn't plan to sell it. He had worked so hard to get the snowball rolling, but he didn't want the players to catch up so easily. 100 million gold. A full 100 million gold. This is the real small goal. With this 100 million gold, Jiang Ting can just equip all 100,000 soldiers with 5-star suits. With 100,000 fully armed 5-star elite troops, he would not be afraid at all even if southern Xinjiang mobilized the entire country to retaliate. On the day when Jiang Ting expanded his army, the Hall of Heroes was also completed. Naturally, he rushed to the scene as soon as possible and summoned all the heroic spirits of the gods and generals in his hands. Lu Meng, Gan Ning, Zhou Tai, Zhu Ran, Diao Chan, Zhuge Jin, and Guisi, a total of 7 people. Looking at the figures walking out of the Hall of Heroes one after another, Jiang Ting also showed a satisfied smile. I, your humble servant, greet you, my lord. The 7 people greeted each other together, and after some greetings, Jiang Ting took them back to the city lord's mansion. Now that his territory has grown, the military generals under his command are no longer enough. Both military generals and capable ministers are running around almost all day long. This is manageable in the short term, but if it goes on for a long time, their bodies will definitely not be able to bear it. This game is very realistic. Even a godlike general may get sick or even die if he is overworked. Sun Yu and others has been greatly relieved. Apart from some shortcomings in his overall view, there is actually nothing wrong with Lu Meng. He is definitely a man of both civil and military talents. Therefore, Jiang Ting boldly gave him 30,000 5-star soldiers and 30,000 3-star miscellaneous troops, and appointed Zhu Ran and Guisi as deputy generals to follow him to guard the 3 southern counties. Gan Ning was a natural naval commander, so he was naturally assigned to Zhou. Jiang Ting also gave him 30,000 5-star soldiers as his direct troops, officially establishing the First Navy. As for a loyal and capable general like Zhou Tai, Jiang Ting naturally chose to keep him by his side. In addition to the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, he also planned to set up a 10,000-man personal guard army led by Zhou Tai. On the one hand, he would be responsible for the security of the major territories, and on the other hand, he would protect his own safety. The Iron Cavalry were only cavalry after all, and they were useless in many situations. It was really a waste of talent to use them as guards. If there was any danger, Jiang Ting would rather die than let them have any problems. There were still 10,000 5-star heavy cavalry and the remaining 30,000 elite soldiers, all of which Jiang Ting handed over to Guan Yu, asking him to continue guarding Chongqing. Yu Fei led his troops to sit in Tongliao City. Nyoto Mountain was the most important line of defense in the north, so it was naturally most appropriate to hand it over to Yu Fei. As for Zhuge Jin, as a pure capable minister, of course he had to be handed over to Sun Yu for arrangements. What the territory lacks most now is capable ministers, so much so that even Jia Su had to develop a side business. Everything was arranged, and in the city lord's mansion, only Jiao Chan was left, looking at him with hope. To be honest, the system has definitely figured out the players' minds. No matter whether it is Kai Wenji or Jiao Chan, they are all 17 years old, the best age to appear in the world. Besides, who is Jiao Chan? That is a super evil that can make Lu Bu and Dong Zhuo infatuated. She was born with a charming figure and was stunningly beautiful. Even though Jiang Ting had seen many beauties, he would still be distracted by Jiao Chan's every frown and smile. This TM simply satisfies all the fantasies in men's hearts. It is so beautiful that the moon has to hide in the clouds, and when it smiles, even the beautiful flowers will feel ashamed. Jiang Ting always thought that the adjective beauty that can shame the moon and flowers was just an exaggerated adjective, but after actually seeing Jiao Chan, he felt that this adjective was not groundless. Lord, Jiao Chan saw that Jiang Ting was distracted again, and she couldn't pretend anymore. She covered her mouth and chuckled, and her big watery eyes instantly curved into crescents. You should go live with Kai Yan. Also, try to wear a mask when you go out in the future. Jiang Ting stroked his forehead and kept repeating to himself, emptiness is color. Color is emptiness. Red-faced skeleton, don't even think about destroying my heart of Taoism. That's why he didn't lose his beastly nature on the spot. Men, never trust your own determination. Confidence is because you haven't met a beautiful woman who is so beautiful that she suffocates you and deliberately seduces you. Chapter 66, the second epic story. As soon as Jiao Chan left, Jiang Ting heard the cold prompt sound of the system. Ding. World announcement. Since over 80% of players on the server have reached the small city level, the system will be shut down for updates after 10 p.m. tonight for 8 hours. At that time, the system will be forced offline. Please be advised. 1. The Huaxiao area will officially open a large-scale epic plot. 18 princes fight against Dongjua. Players will be automatically assigned to the prince's camp after logging in, and massive rewards are included. 2. After the plot ends, the epic battlefield will officially open the peak arena, where the top 10 forces of each country will compete with each other to warm up for the national war. The surviving forces will receive generous rewards. 66. The princes are going to fight Dongjua? Holy shit. Isn't this the same as last time? Whoever fights Dongjua will be in trouble. The guy above, you've probably forgotten about Jiang Shun and Chu Chu. People like us, no matter which faction we join, we'll just be there to make up the numbers. I'm more interested in the peak arena than the epic plot. What's so interesting about this? It's just a warm-up for the national war. What does it have to do with us? Ditto. Even if we take a step back, who among the top 10 Chinese isn't a super boss? Why would those scumbags still living in caves fight us? What the hell? At least be serious. They're an alliance of all nations, fighting us together. What's the big deal? Disperse. Disperse. I calculated with my fingers that God Jiang can crush them all by himself. Good fellow. You upstairs are more confident than God Jiang. Let me be honest, this guy has so many powerful generals. If he doesn't beat the dwarf country to pieces, I will look down on him. The 18 princes fight against Dongjua is different from the Chuhan contention. The power gap between the two is not that big, and players definitely have the ability to change the plot. But Jiang Ting is more concerned about the peak arena. After all, he is now the #1 force in China, and he represents the face of China. Everything else can be put aside for now, but when it comes to matters concerning the honor and disgrace of the country, he cannot afford to make even the slightest mistake. What's the point of warming up for the national war? If we want to fight, just fight. If I lose this, I'll be scolded to death. Jiang Ting felt a headache. The players seemed to be chatting and laughing, but they looked down on other countries in various ways, and many even acted as if they didn't care. But the reality is not like that. It is precisely because they are full of confidence in their own country and the pride that comes from the heart that motivates them to behave in this way. Of course, Jiang Ting is not afraid of being criticized, but he just doesn't want to expose his strength too early. This arena will definitely attract nationwide attention and is related to national dignity. At that time, he will definitely not be able to hide his strength. That means that everything he has now will be exposed to players all over the world. This is equivalent to stripping off your pants for the whole world to see. Who would be happy with that? Let's take it one step at a time. Jiang Ting was very annoyed. He never thought that after hiding for so long, he would be forced to be exposed by the system. After logging off, Jiang Ting looked at the empty room and didn't know what to do for a moment. As usual, he called his parents to let them know he was safe, but his heart was as empty as this room. After Li Qingshan left, he returned to his old life, ordering takeout, eating instant noodles, and his room was a mess. He tried his best to focus all his attention on the game, not thinking too much, and forcing himself to distract himself. But after suddenly having some free time, he found that it was impossible for him to let go. The bank card with 2 million yuan is now in Jiang Ting's drawer. Even if that girl leaves, she is unwilling to take advantage of him. I don't know what she said to Li Shui. The two old people have not contacted him until now, and even moved out of their original residence. This family seemed to have completely disappeared from his world. Jiang Ting, with a lot of thoughts in his mind, finally decided to get drunk, so he called his only childhood friend. Fuck. Brother Ting, you finally crawled out of the grave. As soon as the call was connected, the unique loud voice of my childhood friend Jiang Ziqiang was heard on the other end of the line. The two men are from the same clan and have the same surname, but their hometowns are separated by a small mountain valley, and they both grew up wearing open-crotch pants. If you can't talk, just say less. Jiang Ting's face instantly turned dark. This guy was actually quite manly, but he acted like a complete idiot in front of him. Okay. Just tell me, are you short of money again? Wait a minute, Brother Chong. I'll give it to you after I finish moving the bricks. Fuck, your black-hearted foreman finally got paid. What the hell? Brother Chong, I have connections that I can get to you in a minute, right? Alright, come out and have a drink. Don't move the bricks anymore. Come and help me. Jiang Ting thought about it, and felt that he was now completely stable. Naturally, his only best friend would be Fuguwei. You're not moving bricks anymore? Have you made a fortune? Well, you've made a fortune, enough to keep you going to the club for the rest of your life, and having different things every day. Fuck. Jiang Ziqiang, you dare to play with your phone during work hours? You don't want your salary today, right? Boss, please wait a moment. This call is very important. I have one more thing to say, just one sentence. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became quiet, but Jiang Ting still vaguely heard part of the conversation. After a while, Jiang Zichang's voice became clear again. Brother Ting, are you sure everything is okay? Can I call you if I have any questions? Jiang Ting replied indifferently. Okay, wait a minute. The voice on the other end of the phone became quieter again. CNM, you stinking idiot. I'm just answering the phone, and you're yelling like a piece of shit. I quit. What are you looking at, you old bastard? If you keep looking at me, I'll fuck you. I don't want my salary anymore. Use it to buy a coffin. Listening to Jiang Zichang's cursing, Jiang Ting also smiled. This guy used to be a reckless man, but after the life in the online arena, he gradually smoothed out his edges. Now it seems that some people's nature is really hard to change. So when you see an honest person, don't think that he is easy to bully, because you have no idea what kind of person he was in the past. The two men chose a barbecue stall they used to go to as the meeting place. As men, when they meet, they do nothing but brag and drink. They got drunk and then got up and left contentedly, walking arm in arm on the streets of this bustling city. That with before. Wow. Jiang Zichang leaned against a small tree by the street and vomited violently into a trash can. After he recovered, he sat down next to the tree and said with a glare, Mighty Zhang Fei, do you understand what a mighty Zhang Fei is? He roared at Changban Slope and scared off Cao Cao's million-strong army. This is a real man. After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. All right, fear Zhang Fei, right? Jiang Ting stretched out a shaky hand, patted his chest vigorously, and said, I'm going to blow him up sooner or later. The prosperity of the city will not change because of two drunkards. Passers-by of all kinds are too lazy to even take a second look. Life is short, and no one can care about anyone else. Who doesn't have a story hidden in their heart about joys and sorrows? Chapter 67. The Prince's Struggle Against Dong. In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Ting got up from the bed with a dizzy head. He was drunk last night and could not remember how he got home. At this time, Jiang Zichang was lying on the sofa snoring. But none of this matters. Drinking is one thing, but he dared not delay his business at all. He quickly washed up and entered the game again. Ding! The epic storyline, 18 Warlords Strike Back Dong Zhuo is here. Since you command generals from both factions, you will become a neutral warlord, unconstrained by faction constraints. Death during the storyline will directly claim your quest rewards, with no penalties incurred. Please show your prowess, Lord. Oh shit. As soon as he logged in, Jiang Ting received a small surprise from the system. Yesterday, he was still thinking about it. During the war between the princes and Dong Zhuo, he had both Guan Yu, Jia Su, and Guisi under his command. Although Jia Su didn't show much during the war, Guisi was a real leader, and Guan Yu also stole the show. Now that they were both under his control, Dong Zhuo was still easy to deal with. But what about Liu Bei? It was impossible for two Guan Yes to appear, right? In the end, everything is under the control of the system. He turned himself into a warlord, and he could join Dong Zhuo's camp if he wanted to, or join the warlord's camp if he wanted to. He was much more powerful than other players. After all, he single-handedly changed the historical direction of this large-scale epic story. Before he knew it, his territory had become powerful enough to change history. My lord, you are here. Cao Cao issued an imperial edict yesterday, inviting all the princes to come to the capital to fight against Dong Zhuo. He has been flooded with followers. What should we do? In the city lord's mansion, Jia Su greeted Jiang Ting respectfully and asked for his instructions. Because Jiang Ting's strength was comparable to that of a local lord, the system not only copied all his troops, but also copied Jiang City to the Jiaozhou border on the Three Kingdoms map. His identity in the plot is also the prefect of Jiangcheng, on the same level as most princes. Ding! Huaxia District Announcement. In January of 190 AD, all the princes will gather in Xuanzhou to attack Dong Zhuo. The prince's campaign against Dong Zhuo has officially begun. Now releasing story missions. 1. All players in the Huaxia region are requested to come to the aid of Xuanzhou. Those who enter the city will receive accumulated progress rewards and will be able to start the next part of the story mission. 2. Prevent players from the enemy camp from reaching Xuanzhou. Every time you eliminate an enemy, you will receive corresponding points and reputation rewards. The reward rules are as follows. Every time a player kills a 1-star enemy, he will get 10 points and 10 reputation. Every time a player eliminates a 2-star enemy, he will get 50 points and 50 reputation. Every time a player kills a 3-star enemy, he will get points times 100 and reputation times 100. Every time a player eliminates a 4-star enemy, he will get points times 500 and reputation times 500. Killing an NPC has a certain chance of dropping a 4-star special item. Every time a player kills a 5-star enemy, They will receive points x 1000 and reputation x 1000. Killing an NPC will give them a chance to drop a 5-star special item. x3. It was still the same pattern. The entire Chinese region was divided into 999 war zones again, and each war zone fought against each other. But Jiang Ting is in a bit of a tough situation. Although he has gained benefits in this plot and will not be subject to any restrictions, he also has his own difficulties. That is, his exclusive mission is to eliminate the major prince's forces. Every time you eliminate one of the lords, you can add to the task progress. In other words, he became a troublemaker, preventing Dong Zhuo from perishing early and the princes from winning. Otherwise, the plot would end directly, and he would become a mere supporting role. Don't worry about anyone. We just need to defend the city. When the players have finished fighting, we will send troops to Luoyang. Jiang Ting thought about it. What does the players fight to the death have to do with me, Jiang Zhuo? Let them fight. When they are almost all dead, Dong Zhuo should be defeated and flee to Chang'an. Then we will advance alone and kill 1 or 2 princes first to muddy the waters. I just don't know how many player forces have been divided into princes. Jiang Ting feels that the top forces such as Dragon City Divine Realm should have also met the requirements. When the princes fight each other, it will be their time to officially perform on stage. As fellow players, we all have to complete the mission progress. There shouldn't be any problem in forming an alliance to do something, right? With this idea in mind, Jiang Ting sat back and relaxed, with more than 100,000 soldiers guarding Jiangqing, who among the players in his war zone dared to cause trouble for him. But he was soon slapped in the face. This little-known Jiaozhou actually produced a dark horse. This man organized millions of troops from Dong Zhuo's camp at lightning speed, sweeping across the major battle zones in Jiaozhou. Players from the prince's camps were either killed or escaped, and soon they arrived at the foot of Jiangqing. This person is very smart. He is not in a hurry to complete the story mission, but instead issued an assembly order, wanting to merge as many players in the Dong Zhuo camp as possible, and then kill all the way to Xuanzhou and eliminate all the prince's camps, thus defying fate and changing history. What a talent! Jiang Ting praised him endlessly. If he were in Dong Zhuo's camp, he would probably do the same. There were 18 princes there. If the players in Dong Zhuo's camp could not unite and play to their strengths, they would almost certainly be defeated. This city isn't occupied by player forces? Why isn't there any prompt? At the foot of Jiangcheng, a young man in white stood on his horse and said with a frown, "This person's name is Guqing. He was originally an ordinary player, but later he cleared a dungeon and unexpectedly obtained a divine general. From then on, he became unstoppable and soon became a first-tier player. If it weren't a player, we wouldn't have to suffer any more casualties in vain. Master Cheng, go challenge them and see who's in the city." Guqing spoke calmly, with quite the demeanor of a superior. Yes. As soon as he said this, a heavily armored general suddenly rode out from behind him. He rode alone to the front of the army, pointed his spear at the top of the city wall, and shouted loudly, "Hoandu is here. You rats in the city, do you dare to fight?" Hoandu. As soon as he stepped onto the city wall, Jiang Ting heard someone challenging him from below. Knowing history quite well, he quickly found this person in his memory. Hoandu, one of the famous generals of the southern and northern dynasties, was promoted to the rank of general of the northern expedition. He fought in all directions throughout his life and defeated the northern Qi dynasty many times. He was definitely a genuine and fierce general. "My lord, I beg to fight." Guan Yu stroked his long beard and said lightly, "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Guisi is willing to go out of the city to get his head and present it to the lord." Guisi, who had just arrived and was worrying about how to gain some military merit, suddenly had his eyes light up and quickly stood up and spoke. "I'll fight." Seeing this, Yu Fei, Lu Ming, Gan Ning, Zhou Tai and the others were unwilling to lag behind. They all stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and clasped their hands together. Now that the territory has grown, everyone has started to form cliques and factions, and no one is willing to be inferior to others. For example, Zhou Yu's navy, Yu Fei's Yu family army, Guan Yu's heavy cavalry, etc. These high-level people are fighting openly and secretly. Jiang Ting actually sees it all, but he will not say anything. This is a good thing. Any vigorous group is actually like this. So in your eyes, I'm just someone who's here to give you military merit? Never mind, Xingba, go ahead. Although he was happy about their initiative, Jiang Ting, as the lord, still had to consider the matter rationally. Everyone had to gain military merit, but no major problems could arise. The newcomer Gan Ning was undoubtedly the best choice. Hoandu is at least a 5-star general. Those who can be rated 5 stars are not easy to deal with. Jiang Ting is not sure how strong he is, but But as one of the top generals of Dongwu, if Gan Ning takes action, there should not be any problem. Chapter 68 Gan Ning versus Ho Andu. When Jiang Ting said this, Gan Ning, who had originally thought it was not his turn, was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He quickly clasped his fists towards Jiang Ting and said, "I obey your command." After a short time together, Gan Ning had enough understanding of the high-level officials, not to mention Yu Fei and Guan Yu, who were his lord's right-hand men and were at the peak of their strength. Apart from them, Zhou Tai's personal strength was slightly better than his own. Of course, he also has his own pride, but that's only on land. If he really gets on the water, he is confident that no one in Jiangsheng can be his opponent. As for letting Zhou Yu be the commander of the navy, he was quite convinced. After all, Zhou Yu was much better than him in training troops and strategies. The two of them commanded the navy, one in charge of internal affairs and the other in charge of external affairs, and there was no conflict at all. It was just that the Lord did not pay enough attention to the navy. Although there were also 30,000 soldiers, the military supplies were pitifully small. As the second in command of the navy, of course he had to compete for credit. If he didn't fight for credit, how would he get the money to build warships? Because they hadn't achieved any success since their establishment, Zhou Yu was too embarrassed to ask for it. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, his fighting spirit was naturally unprecedentedly high. The man under the city is not a human being. He is my Gan Xingba's worship and military funds. Gan Xingba is here. Come over here, you little thieves. I'd like to take your heads and use them as military merit. Looking at Gan Ning riding out of the city alone and standing proudly, Jiang Ting nodded repeatedly and then opened Gan Ning's attribute panel. Name: Gan Ning Zixingba. Occupation: historically famous general. When stationed in a military camp to train soldiers, the training effect is increased by 200%, and the soldiers benefit from the famous general, and their military strength is permanently increased by 10%. Qualification: 5-star. Loyalty: 100. Talent: light knight. Gan Ning enjoys luxury and has a generous personality. During combat, his subordinates' execution efficiency increases by 50%, their morale increases by 50%, their basic military strength increases by 5 points, and their basic command increases by 5 points. Basic attributes: Force: 96. Intelligence: 85. Leadership: 95. Internal affairs: 70. Special attributes, exclusive to generals. Critical damage: increased damage 25%. Agility, speed increase 25%. Armor break, reduces defense 20%. Control, triggering negative effects 20%. Resilience, resistance to negative effects 20%. Basic skills: advanced riding, when riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Chiman mastery, when using Chiman weapons, armor penetration increases by 5%. Senior sailor, agility increased by 5% during surface combat. Special skills: 100 Riders Raid Camp 5-star. Gan Ning is good at using unconventional strategies, bold but careful. When acting as the attacker, his intelligence is temporarily increased by 10 points. His force is temporarily increased by 10%. His critical damage is increased by 50%, and his subordinate's agility is increased by 30%. Jinfan True Color 5-star. When Gan Ning is the commander of the navy, he can continuously train 5-star special soldiers Jinfan Rangers, with a maximum of 100 people. During combat, for each Jinfan Ranger killed, Gan Ning will also increase the critical damage by 2, agility by 2, and armor penetration by 2, with a maximum stacking of 200. When the Jinfan Rangers are not there, Gan Ning activates a special state War Will, temporary increase of basic force by 5 points, and critical damage by 80. When all Jinfan Rangers are killed, Gan Ning activates a special state Lone Army, temporary increase of basic force by 20, temporary increase of basic command by 20, which lasts until the end of the battle. Mighty Power, God. Gan Ning's ultimate skill, automatically unlocked when the general reaches the 6-star title of God. Basic equipment: none. Exclusive equipment: Tempered Heavenly Chain, unlocked. Tempered Huntian Helmet, unlocked. Tempered Heavenly Armor, unlocked. Tempered Huntian Boots, unlocked. Golden-Eyed Horse, unlocked. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, 1910 to 5980. Comprehensive Dominance Rating, 1550. Good job. This is simply a natural water overlord. Comprehensive combat power is actually 20 points higher than Yu Fei. Jiang Ting remembered that before Yu Fei reached his peak condition, his overall combat power was only 5,960. But this is just the upper limit, and Yu Fei's dominance and combat effectiveness are comparable. In a head-on battle, Gan Ning will definitely be beaten to pieces by Yu Fei and the Yu family army. But on the other hand, if Gan Ning fights on the water and the timing is right, even Yu Fei may be stolen by him. To be honest, Gan Ning's agility can be stacked up to nearly 300% in water. This guy is simply not human. Moreover, Gan Ning is also not weak in one-on-one combat. Although he does not have any skills that can be used in one-on-one combat, ordinary people can definitely not kill him because his gene fan nature can put him into a special state, thereby directly increasing his strength to 101 points. No wonder even Zhang Liao couldn't defeat him for a long time. Gan Xingba, Gan Ning. Holy crap. Master Chung, come back soon. Gu Qing was shocked. To the people in later generations, Gan Ning was much more famous than Hoan. Most of the players probably had never heard of Ho Andu's name, and Gu Qing was no exception. Unfortunately, when he spoke, it was too late. The moment Ho Andu saw Gan Ning leaving the city, he had already rushed out on his horse, so he didn't hear Gu Qing's voice at all. Don't be so arrogant. You want to use my head as military merit? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Which of the 5-star generals wasn't full of confidence in themselves? How could he possibly be afraid? So the two of them fought each other in an instant. Gan Ning held a pair of halberds and Ho Andu held a spear, and sparks flew when they collided. This thief has great strength. When the two horses crossed each other, Hoan was secretly surprised. You know, even Guan Yu in the past had to use the Qinglong 3-kill combo to suppress Gan Ning, who was in a state of fighting spirit. But don't forget one thing. Guan Yu's 3 consecutive kills of Qinglong are not continuous. Even if Gan Ning has no skills to use, his 101 points of force is enough to kill many ordinary 5-star generals like Zhu Ran. Come again. Ho Andu's momentum increased, and he kept moving the spear in his hand, and his speed increased significantly. It was obvious that he was also frightened by Gan Ning's strength, so he used his skills directly. Ding! Gan Ning's talent, Light Warrior, has been activated. The battle instantly entered a white-hot state, and the fight between the two became more and more intense. The weapons in their hands were so fast that Jiang Ting's eyes could not keep up with the rhythm at all. After all, this was Gan Ning's first battle since leaving the mountain. How could he let Jiang Ting underestimate him? Moreover, he had a capricious and violent personality, so his fighting style was naturally extremely brutal. So Ho Andu was quickly suppressed by Gan Ning. 106. Jiang Ting also saw it clearly from the city wall and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Fighting on land was Gan Ning's limit. If he couldn't kill Ho Andu like this, he would be ready to take the Overlord Iron Cavalry and go out to break through the enemy line directly. There is no need to make any compromises when dealing with players, otherwise they will become arrogant. So even if Gu Qing came with hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the city, and even had millions of reinforcements in his rear base, Jiang Ting was not afraid at all. In a siege, you can't win the battle just by having more people. The city is so small, and the real battle is only on the 4 sides of the city wall. He has more than 100,000 5-star soldiers taking turns to defend the city. Before the food is used up, how can these players take it down with only 3-star troops? If having more people is useful, Jiang Ting would have no use for elite troops. With the gold coins he earned, the territory's army would have exceeded 1 million long ago. Moreover, the city wall was more than 10 meters high, and even the most skilled 5-star archer could only barely shoot at the defenders on the wall. They had no catapults or those powerful special siege equipment. If they really dared to rush up, they would definitely be killed as many as they came. After all, after Jiang Ting defeated the alien race, the thing he had the most was food. Chapter 69. A name, persuading millions of troops to retreat. Die. Looking at Ho Andu, who was struggling to hold on in his hands, Gan Ning was completely furious. The Lord was watching from the city wall. The longer the fight lasted, the more it proved that I, Gan Xingba, was incompetent. If I don't kill you, how can I ask the Lord for military funds in the future? If I don't kill you, how can I ask the Lord for a few concubines in the future? How can I still show off happily in front of my subordinates? I, Gan Xingba, can die, but I absolutely cannot be poor. With this thought, Gan Ning fought even more ferociously, with a style that didn't care about his life. Ho Andu, who was already suppressed, naturally felt even more aggrieved. You're suppressing me, so shouldn't I be the one fighting desperately? What the hell are you yelling at me for? Of course, he had no time to complain. Facing a young man like Gan Ning, he was restricted in every way. Finally, Gan Ning seized the opportunity, shot him in the shoulder, and directly chopped off Ho Andu's head with a knife. The general is mighty. The general is mighty. The 30,000 soldiers of the Navy faction shouted together. This was their own general, who had made great achievements in the first battle. Of course, they were very proud. They even looked at their compatriots from the other two factions with their heads held high and a look of smugness on their faces. See, this is my general. Tisk, what's the big deal? My general, you can kill him in less than 10 rounds. Oh, it's just that the Lord feels sorry for the Navy, as they don't have much military merit. If my General Guan were to take over, I guarantee he would kill them in 3 rounds. Alas, I wonder when our royal guards will be able to achieve military merit. My general is obviously not bad either. I'll kick you to death, you big fool. What is our duty? To protect the Lord. I want you to do something meritorious. I want you to do something meritorious. If you do something meritorious, doesn't that mean the Lord is in danger? Cough, stop making noise. Be quiet, the Lord is still over there. Zhou Tai watched as one of his senior military officers violently kicked a wrong soldier, then coughed lightly and said something. Of course, he also wanted to make a contribution, but what the officer said made sense. The Lord trusted him and made him a personal bodyguard. This was a huge burden, and he certainly didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. So he had long given up the idea of going to the battlefield and planned to be a vanguard for the Lord. There was a lot of joy in Jiangcheng, but on Guqing's side, everyone's expression was as ugly as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Ho Andu has made great contributions to their current scale and sweeping across the entire Jiaozhou war zone. His strength is obvious to all players. But who would have known that such a powerful general would actually be defeated here, and the opponent was Gan Ning? I've never heard of Gan Ning ever being in Jiaozhou. And how did a major city appear in such a remote place like Jiaozhou? Because there was no system prompt, they didn't even think about the player's power. Hey everyone, I, Jiang Tianxing, have never provoked you, right? Why are you coming to me instead of going to Xuanzhou? Jiang Ting chose to introduce himself only after killing Ho Andu, purely to show his power. Players are not like NPCs. The weaker you are, the more arrogant they will be. Therefore, Jiang Ting looked calm and composed from beginning to end. He was not afraid of a real fight. Even if the battle was outside the city, he had the confidence to charge out at any time, not to mention that he was guarding an important city. Xiang Yu's 8,000 cavalrymen broke out of the double ambush of the player and Liu Bang. Moreover, his overall strength now is much stronger than Xiang Yu at that time. He has soldiers and generals, and there is so much food in the city that it is about to burst. Why should he compromise? Fuck. God Jiang. 66. No wonder he's so awesome. He's my great Jiang god. What's the point of fighting? He has so many powerful generals under his command. Even if Xiang Yu came, they would be wiped out, right? I feel sorry for my General Ho for a second. He was fine when he came here, but he can't go back. If you want to hit me, hit me. I won't hit you. I'm not stupid. Seeing that the players lost their fighting spirit just by hearing the name Jiang Tianxing, Guqing's face became a little gloomy. If possible, he definitely wanted to step on Jiang Ting. But he also knew that this number 1 player, who had been full of legends since the beginning of the game, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. He can't afford to offend. So it's Boss Tianxing. This is really like a flood that has swept away the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. I've always regarded you as my idol. If you had come out earlier, I wouldn't have lost a general, right? Guqing took a deep breath and finally endured it. He was really angry. After all, without Ho Andu, the difficulty of his plot this time was undoubtedly directly increased by several levels. But he was really full of fear towards Jiang Ting. It's not just him. I'm afraid all the players are like this. This man who keeps a low profile but always sits firmly at the top of the power list is definitely more difficult to deal with than they imagined. I see. I didn't know why you came before. Since it's all a misunderstanding, just clear it up. I'm actually very easy to get along with, so I won't bother with you about this. Jiang Ting spoke with a faint smile, but when these words fell into Guqing's ears, his eyes became even colder. I don't care about you killing my general. It's okay that you didn't even give me a formal apology, but you actually said that you don't care about us? How arrogant is this kid? Could it be that he really treats the millions of troops behind him as nothing? However, the more Jiang Ting said this, the more he feared Jiang Ting's strength. Even though he was extremely resentful, he finally suppressed it and punched Jiang Ting, saying, I apologize for being rude. We will evacuate now. Hundreds of thousands of troops chose to leave in disgrace, and Jiang Ting just laughed it off. Judging from the look on Guqing's face when he left, he must have been holding a grudge, but Jiang Ting just thought it was funny. It was you who came to fight me, and it was you who sent people to challenge me. I accepted the challenge, you lost, and I didn't bother with you. But you still hold a grudge against me? What kind of magical logic is this? I used to think that Guqing was a talented person, but now it seems that he is just SOSO. At least if Jiang Ting fails in attacking others, he will only learn from the lesson and examine his own problems, instead of looking down on everyone after achieving some success. Such people are destined not to go far. Of course, these have nothing to do with him, Jiang. Since the players are not attacking the city, he is naturally happy to have some free time. For him, the number of enemies killed in this plot is actually secondary. What he really needs to consider is how to preserve his strength to fight against the various princes. However, what Jiang Ting didn't know was that his deeds this time had become a hot topic on the forum again. The reason was that a blogger published a post saying that just the name Jiang Tianxing could scare off a million-strong army, and made the entire incident public. For a while, it attracted countless players to comment, making it very lively. And Gu Qing's feat of sweeping across Jiaozhou actually added a lot of fame to Jiang Ting. Chapter 70. Marching to Luoyang City. Jiang Ting hid in the city and watched the fire from the other side, but the players didn't care about that. The beacon fires spread across the 13 states, and the horns of war filled every corner of the Chinese land. Every moment, someone is defeated and ends up in disgrace. Such a massive battlefield catastrophe lasted for 5 or 6 days before it gradually subsided. The winners and losers in the major battle zones have basically been decided, and only 1 in 10 player forces remain. There are only a dozen or so players who have actually arrived at Xuanzhou. However, each of these people is a top boss who has fought his way out of thousands of troops. Each of them has at least 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers under his command. Of course, although the 4 major forces that are most popular among players, Jiangqing Xinyu and Longqing Xinyu, have never appeared, the surviving players have basically used various means to find out the news that these big guys have been assigned to become lords. Even the players from both camps temporarily put aside the story missions and decided to unite and kill these 4 bug-like existences first. Those who can stand out from hundreds of millions of players and have the last laugh are naturally not fools. They all know very well in their hearts that as long as these 4 major forces are not destroyed, no one will have a good outcome. So a rather interesting scene appeared in front of Hulao Pass. The major princes were not disturbed by the players at all. Even these dozen players tacitly took Hulao Pass as the center, each guarding the perimeter of the 2 camps, quietly waiting for Jiang Ting and others to appear. At the same time, in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, the 4 top player forces in the Chinese region finally took action. Those guys really have a plan. They want to unite and attack us first? Lao Lu, contact Big Brother Dragon Soul and discuss cooperation. Shang, who was in Shuzhou, gave orders calmly, and then led his army and headed towards Luoyang City calmly. Jiang Tianxing, Boss Jiang, would you mind forming an alliance? How about we join forces to wipe out those players outside Hulao Pass? As for Dragon City and Divine Realm, you can attack Divine Realm as you please, but as for Dragon City, while it should be fine to attack it now, if you absolutely must, listen to me. You'd better wait for Dragon City to make the first move. Jiang Ting also received the friend message from Chu Yunxi, and he naturally accepted it with pleasure. As for the Dragon City mentioned by Chu Yunxi, to be honest, even though Jiang Ting seemed much stronger on the surface, he was still deeply wary, because almost all players knew that behind the Dragon City, there was more than just a dragon soul. Defeated now, even with Yu Fei, Zhou Yu and others, the outcome will not change at all. The difference between a country, their minds, and their methods compared to Jiang Ting is like heaven and earth. Just to give an example, although Longqing may not seem as powerful as Jiang Ting now, if they really have that status, once it is made public, conservatively estimated, they can at least win over more than half of the players to work for them. This is not an exaggeration, but a conservative estimate. The most terrifying thing is that their spies can penetrate the entire player group. Countless retired veterans and patriots will follow them spontaneously and be loyal. Except for Jiang Ting's territory, which had no players, which was barely okay. I'm afraid that most of the other lords really didn't even know how they died. Even if it's just in the plot, he will never take the initiative to provoke anyone except to fight back in self-defense. But what Jiang Ting couldn't understand was, if Longqing really had that identity, why was he so vague and unclear? If they had revealed their identities from the beginning, then what would Jiang Ting have to do with the entire Huaxiao region? I'm afraid Longqing has already taken off completely. Could it be that there is something unspeakable hidden? Jiang Ting always put aside the things he couldn't figure out. He estimated that no one could sit still at this time. So he waved his hand and led his 170,000 soldiers to march towards Luoyang City. At this time, the disadvantages of having no players around were clearly reflected. Other players could place undercover agents on each other, grasp the whereabouts of their opponents, and even know their opponents' various deployments. But Jiang Ting was completely in the dark. He didn't even know the most basic information, such as which players he was facing and how many there were. Of course, similarly, Even someone as strong as Long Chung didn't know Jiang Ting's background. So fighting with Jiang Ting is like forcibly turning off the lights, and everyone relies on their own abilities. These guys claim to be united on the surface, but as soon as they mention Jiang Tianxing to the south, they all act like they've seen a ghost, using all sorts of excuses to completely refuse to come here. They're really taking advantage of me. Gong County is the only way to enter Hulao Pass from Jiaozhou. At this moment, there are 3 top player forces with a total of 600,000 troops stationed here. But even so, these 3 players were all frowning, and the one in the middle even started cursing loudly right on the top of the city wall. Before, Guqing swept across Jiaozhou and gathered millions of troops, but he didn't dare to attack Jiang Tianxing easily. How can we, with 600,000 troops, defend him? They are clearly doing this on purpose. Since they are so unkind, don't blame us for being ungrateful. When Jiang Tianxing arrives, I will be the first to open the city gates. That's right, who cares? We don't want to be gunmen anyway. These 3 people are all well-known big guys among the players, but at this moment, they are cursing like hooligans. Everyone below can hear them, but no one dares to offend them at this time. The news soon reached Chu Yunxi, and Chu Yunxi told Jiang Ting everything exactly as it was. 600,000 troops. Jiang Ting smiled and immediately found Jia Su. It would be better to leave such brain-consuming things to professionals. Are they planning to open the city and surrender? After understanding the whole story, Jia Su chuckled and shook his head. How could someone who survived until now be so despicable? I'm afraid they deliberately spread this news. Their purpose is nothing more than to make us let down our guard. I think so too. My name, Jiang Tianxing, isn't powerful enough to scare so many players. But is their purpose in releasing this news really that simple? Jiang Ting frowned. As long as they were not fools, they would definitely not treat him as a fool. Since they knew that he, Jiang Ting, would not believe it, then what was their real purpose in doing this? My lord, you have grown up very quickly. Now you are even thinking of a plan within a plan. Jia Su felt quite relieved. With the idea of tempering Jiang Ting, Jia Su also pretended to be distressed. I really can't figure out what they are up to. Is there something that you, Jia Wenhe, can't figure out? Why do I just not believe it? Su suspiciously, feeling that this old scoundrel had no good intentions, but he had no evidence. Since Jia Su didn't say anything, he could only slow down his march. None of the players who could stay until now were easy to deal with, and he didn't want to fail in this endeavor. Chapter 71, Gongxian Confrontation. Since Jiaozhou, where Jiang Ting was located, was the farthest away from the 18 princes confronting each other in front of Hulao Pass, several days had passed when he arrived near Yangqing Mountain. With Chu Yunxi's help, the 4 forces have reached a preliminary consensus and agreed to launch a surprise attack towards Hulao Pass at the same time in the early morning of tomorrow. No matter what conspiracies and tricks those players have, they will definitely not be able to hold on if they are fighting on all sides. Whoever breaks through the players' blockade first will go to help the neighboring allies and crush them directly with absolute strength. In this way, even if they have all kinds of tricks, they can't use them. Of course, everyone can say nice words, but Jiang Ting still kept a watchful eye. He would not pin his hopes on the so-called allies. However, a simultaneous surprise attack was indeed the best option. Jiang Ting knew that these verbal allies were unreliable. If he really fell into a desperate situation, Jiang Ting asked himself, even he himself would be happy to see it happen, so others would probably not be much better. Jiang Tianxing, I don't trust the Dragon City Divine Realm, but just tell me, if I'm in danger, will you save me or not? If you do, I'll send my troops out tomorrow and fight with all my might. If you don't, I'll save myself. What Jiang Ting didn't expect was that Chu Yunxi, who was ranked 4th on the power list, would actually send out such a seemingly childish message. He thought for a moment and replied simply with one word, help. And he really did think so. The victory or failure of a plot is unlikely to have much impact on Jiang Ting now. At most, it is just a matter of how much he can gain. But he really needs a reliable player ally, who will definitely be of great help in dealing with players in the future, or even when encountering forces like Dragon City. That's why he planned to use this plot to see whether Chu Yunxi is worth making friends with. And even if we take a step back, he is still very confident in his own strength. Even if he was tricked, I can't say anything else, but with the Overlord Iron Cavalry here, who among the current players can stop him? What Jiang Ting never expected was that Chu Yunxi, who was stationed near Yanshi, actually said the exact same words he had thought. Yao Yao, just this once, just be willful this time, and let me see clearly what kind of person he really is. You're not really bewitched by him, are you? The Divine Realm is already superior to us. If you act like this and the bet goes wrong, then we really can't even hope to compete with the divine realm. Have you forgotten the agreement you made with your father? Beside Chu Yunxi, a woman who looked beautiful, intelligent, smart, and capable said with a hint of regret. Yes, I'm just fascinated by him, so I have to take a gamble, right? You will definitely support me, right? Chu Yunxi blinked, and as if jokingly, yet not jokingly, she grabbed the woman's arm. At this moment, she seemed to show the playfulness and cuteness that a young girl should have. Forget it, forget it. I can't do anything to you anyway. In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Ting used Guan Yu's 10,000 five-star heavy cavalry as the vanguard. Yu Fei's 30,000 direct troops as the right wing. Zhou Yu's 30,000 navy as the left wing. Zhou Tai, Jia Su and others sat in the center of the army, and he himself led the Overlord Iron Cavalry to roam around and officially launched an attack on Gong County. At the same time, Chu Yunxi also headed straight for Yanshi City, and Xinyu Longsheng also sent out troops. However, whether they fought with all their strength was probably only known to them. Finally here, Guan Yu is the vanguard again. Wow, this is quite a big deal. On the top of Gong County City, the three players who had previously clamored to surrender the city walls, where was the slightest fear in their eyes? Instead, upon seeing Guan Yu's vanguard, their eyes were filled with fear. Kill Guan Yu. When we return this time, we should be able to recruit a new group of players to join the guild. Where's the big picture? Just one Guan Yu has you all so excited. Our goal this time is to completely wipe out these four major factions and let the players see who the real boss is. Guan Yu was unaware of the confidence of these people. He just made steady progress on his journey and then explored all the places within a radius of several miles where ambushes might be hidden. But what surprised him was that the other party didn't even send out a single spy. After arriving safely at the foot of Gong County, Guan Yu naturally sent someone to notify Jiang Ting as soon as possible, and then came to the front of the city gate alone to challenge. Is there anyone in the city who dares to leave the city and fight me? After Guan Yu said this, the three big bosses on the city wall did not say anything, but the followers around them were whispering to each other. After all, they were still a little excited to see Guan Yu in person. By the way, where is my second master's green hat? Fuck, you dare to believe the novel? How can anyone charge into battle without a helmet or a green hat? If I go down and ask for an autograph now, will he call me a traitor and then stab me? Brother, you have courage. Once we capture Guan Yu, I will definitely use his Azure Dragon Crescent Blade to peel an apple for you. Seeing that the people on the city wall were talking about each other but no one paid any attention to him, Guan Yu stroked his long beard and stood alone on his horse, out of the range of the archers at the city gate. He narrowed his eyes and began to rest. In his eyes, these people were just a bunch of rabble and were not worthy of being his opponents. Not long after, Jiang Ting also rushed to the outside of Gong County with the heavy cavalry to investigate the situation. The infantry team was moving relatively slowly, so they were still on the march. Wow, our God Jiang is here too. You are still God Jiang. Look at this lineup, all 5-star troops. 5 stars, so what? This time, no matter how many of them come, they will die. Looking at the top of the city wall, Jiang Ting frowned. The players were whispering to each other in a harmonious atmosphere, and they looked completely fearless. This made him a little confused. This was far from Chu Yunxi's news, and he didn't know where this group of players got the confidence from. Just an army of 600,000? Well, it seems there is nothing wrong with it. After all, there are 600,000 of them. It is normal that people don't take his more than 100,000 soldiers seriously. But you don't take it seriously at all, which is a bit too much. Do you look down on 5-star soldiers so much? Master Tianxing, I've long heard of your great name. I'm Qin Feng, so I'm sure you haven't heard of him. But looking at Master Tianxing's posture, are you planning to use the Overlord cavalry to attack the city? One of the leading players spoke first and said to Jiang Ting with a smile. Jiang Ting, however, clearly understood the teasing behind the words and immediately laughed. Qin Feng? I've certainly never heard of that, but there's a saying that goes, a good dog doesn't block the road. If you're blocking the way here, are you prepared for me to kick you away? Ha, I'm afraid that kick like that might break your bones. That wouldn't be good. The player named Qin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he retorted with a forced smile. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ting was too lazy to talk nonsense. Since this group of people looked down on him so much, he could only attack by force. Judging from their performance, they must have a backup plan, but who said that Jiang Ting has no backup plan? With an army of 600,000, who says he can't conquer it? Chapter 72 Qin Feng's Backhand. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting was no longer in a hurry and returned to the rear of the army with more than 10,000 cavalry. Seeing Jiang Ting retreating in disgrace, the players on the city wall all burst into laughter. They naturally felt indescribably happy to be able to make the number one player suffer a setback. Everyone's praising this coward to the skies, but what's the result? They just run away in disgrace. Haha, brother, what you said is wrong. He is the god of our China. Bah, him? Stop disgusting me. Of course, the reason why Jiang Ting retreated was not because he was afraid of this group of players. He just had the idea of annihilating this army of 600,000 players, so he came back early to make arrangements. Yes, he planned to wipe out this group of players. It wasn't because he was angry because of a few words, but because he knew in his heart that the more powerful and mysterious he appeared to be when dealing with the players, the more they would be afraid of him in the future. This was absolutely beneficial to him. However, due to the concern about the deadly moves behind these players, Jiang Ting ordered his troops to stop at Wulakai, Gong County, and set up camp. He also asked Guisi to lead 30,000 three-star miscellaneous troops, with Yu Fei as the commander, and launched a tentative attack on Gong County City for the first time. Under Yu Fei's magical assimilation skill, even a 3-star ragtag army can exert the strength of a 5-star army. Under such an offensive, their backup plan would inevitably be exposed, and Jiang Ting would be able to prepare for it. Even though there are 600,000 defenders in the city, if a real battle breaks out and they are not prepared, they will surely be climbed onto the city walls by his 30,000 soldiers. This is the difference in hard power. You know, in this siege, although the attackers can't launch an attack all at once, the defenders can only send out a small number of troops. The four walls, the real close combat. Even if it is a heavy city, the total number of people is at most 30 to 50,000. Jiang Ting only needs to attack one side. As the vanguard, Guisi put all his efforts into this time. He knew that his military strength was not ranked high in Jiangcheng, so he wanted military merit more than anyone else, because if he did not have military merit, it would be impossible for him to enter the core circle of Jiangxing. Even though the loyalty of these summoned or resurrected NPCs is all maxed out, each of them has a unique personality and thoughts, and they are definitely flesh and blood. As a lord, if you cannot use your talents wisely and cannot clearly understand their needs, then no matter how loyal they are, you will not be able to give full play to their abilities. Soldiers, I will lead the charge in this battle. I will not retreat a single step until this city is conquered. Follow me and kill. Guisi's historical evaluation is not good. He is definitely a fierce character. Born as a horse thief, he made many contributions while serving Dongzhua. As for his character, how could he be a heartless person if he dared to attack Chang'an when forced into a corner? Now he is 100% loyal to Jiang Ting, and the toughness and brutality of the Shiliang army has been completely aroused, so he will be the first to lead the charge and rush towards the Gongxian city wall without fear of death. I am willing to fight to the death with the general. I will never retreat a single step. The eyes of 30,000 soldiers were also red, and they shouted and carried ladders and battering rams, following Guisi. They were all holding their breath. Although the troops under the Lord's command, except for the Overlord Iron Cavalry, now have no numbers of their own, but those bastards who rely on the support of the general have their chins raised to the sky all day long. They call him a ragtag army. They call him a ragtag army. After all, they were all veterans who had fought many tough battles for the expansion of territory for their lord. Although now, their old brothers were either dead or disabled, they could only merge from various troops and became the old, weak and sick in the eyes of those guys. But in fact, they are not weak at all, right? I may not have the qualifications, but I have experience. Just those things on the city wall. I can kill 3 of them by myself. Even Jiang Ting did not realize that he originally thought that the title of the ragtag army included many soldiers who could not keep up with the first echelon and was easier to identify, so he simply called them that. However, he had no idea that this title was like a thorn to this group of veterans, deeply hurting their hearts. This is the Lord. Many times, every word and action will have a huge impact on the residents of the territory, and no one can take care of everything. Kill. I'm not some old, weak, or sick person. Capture the city. See if those new recruits dare to call me a ragtag army. Yu Fei, who was supervising the battle in the rear, heard everything clearly and secretly took note of the voices of these veterans. He would have a good talk with his lord later and tell him that it was time to give each major unit an independent number. Look how angry these guys are. As the ladders were erected on the city walls, the battle officially began. Yu Fei's ambition to be a warrior had already been launched, and the group of old soldiers who were already holding back their tempers were naturally assisted by God. The shocking shouts and brave figures were so shocking that more than 100,000 elite soldiers in the rear were secretly surprised. Wow, this fighting ability is not much different from ours. It seems that I have to restrain myself from now on, lest the matter be heard by my lord and I be punished, which would be more trouble than gain. Soldiers' thoughts are actually very simple. They sincerely respect the strong, but as fellow soldiers, if you are too incompetent, they will really look down on you. As a soldier, they are the guardians of their homeland. You are too weak. Why do you protect others? Why do you deserve respect? If you can't do it, go home and farm, otherwise I will have to clean up your mess on the battlefield. So in the army, there is competition and rivalry between each other, and that's the most serious thing. This point has not changed at all from ancient times to the present. Fuck, are these animals crazy? How did they rush to the top of the city so quickly? Quick, release the rolling stones. Release the rolling stones. Archer, shoot them to death. No, they're too fast. Why are you panicking? Since Jiang Tianxing doesn't know what's good for him, let's use our secret weapon. I want to see what he can do to us. Courage of the 30,000 veterans, they had climbed to the top of the city wall in less than an incense stick of time. Guisi, in particular, tore a hole in the wall by himself, and the veterans behind him quickly followed, and soon a bloody battle broke out on the city wall. This terrifying speed of siege scared Qin Feng so much that he quickly used their most powerful weapon. Crossbows and car crashes. These two things are their confidence. To be honest, these two things are indeed very powerful in siege warfare. The battering ram can directly knock the latter away, and the destructive power of bows and crossbows is also very terrifying. Even a fierce general like Guisi cannot withstand it. Once these two killing weapons were used, the originally good situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Hundreds of soldiers who climbed onto the top of the city wall were almost killed instantly. Even Guisi was killed by thousands of arrows piercing his heart. The soldiers who were still struggling to climb the ladders below were also directly pushed away by the ramming car. They fell from the high city wall one after another and were smashed to pieces in an instant. Although it was part of the plot, Jiang Ting was heartbroken seeing his soldiers die in battle one after another. With a gloomy face, he gave the order to retreat. Chapter 73 Chariots go out to fight. Yu Fei breaks the city. Listening to the drum beats from behind, the veterans, although all of them looked unwilling, still chose to obey the order unconditionally. Why retreat? I can definitely reach the top of the city. Fuck, it's my turn soon. General Guisi has died in battle. How can I go back? Although they had withdrawn, Yu Fei could still clearly hear the dejected complaints of the veterans. His face darkened and he asked, "What? You're relying on your status as veterans to disobey the orders of your lord? Cowardly you all are. That was just a test. I promise you, when we attack the city with all our might, I'll be with you and be the first to charge." After hearing Yu Fei's words, the fighting spirit was rekindled in the eyes of these veterans. They were rubbing their hands, waiting for a big fight. And what about Jiang Ting? After seeing the backup plans of those players, I was completely relieved. After all this time, training thousands of special troops, and creating a bunch of car crashes, can they be so confident? Thinking of this, Jiang Ting led his army and calmly came to the bottom of the city wall. Hey, Boss Tianxing, are you planning to continue attacking the city? It seems that being the #1 player has given you a lot of confidence. If you have the guts, come and attack us. Jiang Ting ignored the player's teasing and curled his lips, looking behind him. Chu Zhuang, where's my Italian spit? Where's my battering ram? Let the soldiers push it up. Okay. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuang's eyes lit up immediately. As Jiang Ting's personal guard, although he had no official position, he knew everything in Jiang City clearly. After all, he was always present when the Lord was discussing matters. About the power of the rammed earth vehicle. Just a pile of junk to crash into the car? Not to mention the Lord. Chu, don't even look down on it. After being with the Lord for so long, our old Chu's vision now is really not an exaggeration. Soon, the army of more than 100,000 people split into two, clearing a wide road. Hundreds of soldiers struggled to push two ramming carts over 10 meters high and slowly approached. What the hell? What the hell is that? Fuck. This is way too big. That's Lu Gongche. It's taller than an average city wall. What should we do? Can this thing be defended? How should I know? I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it on the battlefield. Seeing the players on the city wall getting agitated and terrified, Jiang Ting just sneered. He had marched all the way and it took him so long to get to Gong County. It wasn't because he was marching slowly, but because these two big guys had delayed the pace of the army. Otherwise, with his 5-star elite army, even if he was in Jiaozhou, how could the other 3 parties be several days faster than him? My lord, let me attack the city this time. Yu Fei clasped his fists and begged for orders. Jiang Ting saw the group of red-faced and gnashing-teeth veterans behind him and instantly understood his intention. He nodded with a smile and said, I was going to let you go anyway. This time, bring your direct troops and attack the city with all your might. Here, Yu Fei gladly accepted the order, but Guan Yu, standing beside him, could no longer sit still. He stood up and said, "My lord, it was one thing for you to not allow me, the vanguard, to fight during the feint attack just now, but now that we are going all out to attack the city, why are you not allowing my vanguard to go? Yin Chong, most of your men are cavalrymen. How can you be wasted in this siege? This time, your mission is also very heavy. I swear to annihilate these guys. Therefore, you must lead the cavalry and cut off their retreat. When they abandon the city and flee, it will all be up to you. My overlord Iron Cavalry and Pengju's 8,000 light cavalry will all be under your command this time. You must kill them until they are terrified. After that, they will have to avoid me, Jiang Tianxing, whenever they hear my name. Here." So, Guan Yu walked out of the tent with a look of satisfaction on his face, holding his long beard. Know this. Gan Ning, who was standing behind, was so anxious that he could only keep giving Zhou Yu signals with his eyes. That look seemed to be saying, "Boss, military expenses. Military expenses. Don't worry. What's the harm in letting them play 2 games? I promise you, in the end, we will definitely get more credit." Zhou Yu smiled indifferently, turned around, and whispered in Gan Ning's ear. After hearing this, Gan Ning didn't know what to say anymore and could only endure it for the time being. The siege started again, but this time, the players finally realized the horror of Jiangqing. 2 battering rams were directly pressed against the city wall, with the bottom layer being pushed by over 1,000 5-star heavy infantrymen. Their battering rams barely shook when they hit it. Immediately afterwards, the archers on the 4th floor who had been on full alert began to shoot arrows to provide cover, while the halberd soldiers on the top floor jumped directly onto the city wall and started to attack crazily. The enemy's archers are indeed powerful, but the terrifying thing about the battering ram is that there is an endless stream of soldiers climbing up the city wall. Although bows and crossbows are very lethal, it takes a long time to change crossbows. So apart from the first round of soldiers who were all shot to death, the subsequent soldiers would not give them this opportunity at all, and just rushed up and hacked them indiscriminately. Before long, the soldiers on the 2 assault vehicles had already fought their way through. At this time, Yu Fei also directly issued the order to attack the city with all his strength. Ladders and battering rams were all pressed up. The players were unable to clear the enemies on the city wall in the first time. Naturally, the hole was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, the city wall was completely occupied by Jiangqing soldiers in less than half an hour. What follows is street fighting, but even the most important city walls cannot stop this elite army. How can the players resist in a mere street fighting? With Yu Fei's incredible skills, the continuously transformed 8,000 Yu family army soldiers are almost ready to kill any god that stands in their way. Yu Fei himself has completely transformed into a murderous demon. He is now in his ultimate form. Most of the 5-star generals have been killed by him, let alone this group of players. That's just like chopping melons and vegetables. In the end, the players completely collapsed under Yu Fei's special care. Once these players died or started to flee, their soldiers naturally fell into chaos in an instant. Now that their leader was gone, who were they fighting for? So the final result was that the 600,000 player army, as the defenders of the city, was eventually defeated by Yu Fei's mere 60,000 troops and was forced to abandon the city and flee. There were countless players and soldiers escaping from the other 3 city gates. If this result were recorded in history, it would surely be recorded in history forever. Unfortunately, this isn't history. Furthermore, players and ancient people are fundamentally different from each other. Players are more open-minded. Wanting them to fight to the death? That's pure fantasy. Most of them are thinking that as long as they have the Green Mountains, they will not be afraid of running out of firewood. As long as I am not dead, there will still be a chance to kill you. Of course, such opponents are actually more difficult to deal with, so the future is destined to be the world of players. The ancients had their advantages, and the players naturally have their advantages. Most of the current players are indeed a little weaker, but if you really dare to underestimate them, you will definitely suffer a big loss. Chapter 74 Chu Yunxi is in danger. Since the goal is to annihilate the entire army, now that Gong County has been broken, Jiang Ting will certainly not let go of this great opportunity and immediately ordered the entire army to attack. Under the command of Gan Ning, 30,000 Navy troops charged towards the East City, while Jiang Ting led his personal guards to the West City, and the heavy cavalry led by Guan Yu had been waiting in the North City early. After the chase, the 600,000-strong army suffered heavy casualties, and perhaps half of them were trampled to death by their own people. Jiang Ting's points also continued to soar as the number of enemies he killed continued to rise, and finally settled at 8th place. There are many dark horses emerging in this plot. Among the top 10 on the enemy kill list, the worst ones are all powerful guys who have broken the 1 million mark. You know, the last time Jiang Ting won 1st place, he was only at this level, and it was all caused by Jiasu. This shows that the overall strength of today's top players is no longer comparable. Originally, Jiang Ting really wanted to kill them all, but now that they were out of the city, facing the absolute strength, he had no scruples about not pursuing a desperate enemy. Unfortunately, Chu Yunqi's message for help directly disrupted his plan. White Horse volunteers Gong Sunzan. Holy crap! Jiang Ting never thought that Gong Sunzan had joined forces with the players and set up a death trap. When Chu Yunqi was attacking the city, he suddenly attacked from behind. Being able to convince the 18 princes, it seems that Chu Yunqi's opponent is indeed not simple. If Chu Yunqi didn't have the special equipment of Chevaux de Frise and the 3 divine generals in charge, she would have died on the spot. Of course, even so, being attacked from both sides, her current situation was precarious. Quickly notify Yunchang and have him bring the cavalry back quickly to help Yinshi with me. The White Horse volunteers, throughout history, are also one of the most powerful military forces. They are all good archers, and they even pioneered the guerrilla cavalry. Even if there are only 3,000 of them, they can definitely give Chu Yunqi a hard time. But Jiang Ting was not afraid at all. As we are both 5-star cavalry, can't my 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry and 8,000 Light Cavalry Yu family army kill a little Gong Sunzan like you? If he can lose this, he doesn't need to worry about the next plot. Just go back and take a shower and go to bed. However, Jiang Ting was still cautious and only brought these 2 strong troops with him. In case they were tricked, he could advance and retreat freely and was not afraid of suffering 2 great losses. Yinshi and Gong Xian are very close to each other, and with Yu Fei's magical skills, Jiang Ting only spent less than 2 hours to rush all the way. When he arrived, he saw that Chu Yunqi's camp had been breached by the Yinshi players, and Gong Sunzan's 3,000 White Horse volunteers were circling the battlefield and shooting arrows continuously. Every round of arrow rain caused heavy losses to Chu Yunqi's troops. Fortunately, she had Chevaux de Frise, and Gong Sunzan was too careful about her reputation to launch a surprise attack from the rear, so she had managed to hold on until now. Pengjiu, do you have the confidence to wipe out that White Horse-like cavalry on your own? Jiang Ting felt that it was a bit of a bully for 2 top-tier 5-star special forces to attack Gong Sunzan at the same time, so he asked this question. Yu Fei's answer was also direct. If you can't win, I'll bring my head to you. Alright, then let's leave the White Horse volunteers to Pengjiu. Light cavalry versus light cavalry. Let's see whether his White Horse volunteers are more accurate or my Yu family army is more accurate. Yinchang, follow me in charge. Jiang Ting didn't waste any words and gave the order directly. The 2 top cavalrymen were instantly split into 2. Guan Yu was still in the lead, and the red hair under his crotch was so fast that even Jiang Ting envied him. Unfortunately, his exclusive equipment and Black Horse were not in the copy, and he didn't know when they could be unlocked. He's coming. Seeing Jiang Ting leading the Overlord Iron Cavalry and charging directly into the player's army from the side, Chu Yunqi, who was in charge of the Central Army, also had her eyes lit up and murmured, "Kill." In battles outside the city, the Overlord Iron Cavalry has never feared any opponent. As the face of Jiang City, they are the exclusive property of the Lord. They are usually very proud and arrogant. Those useless and cowardly soldiers didn't even know their own names after winning a battle. When I first defeated the foreign tribes and followed my lord to conquer southern Xinjiang, what storms and waves had I not seen? I am not targeting anyone. In Jiangcheng, apart from the Yu family army, the other weaklings are really not worth mentioning. They are picky even among their own people, so this group of players are naturally not worth mentioning in their eyes. Although it is said that arrogant soldiers will be defeated, the true elites actually have very strong beliefs in their hearts. Without the belief that they are the best in the world, how can they become the elite among the elites? Therefore, although Jiang Ting also trained them sometimes, he did so in moderation. He did not want to dampen their fighting spirit, but he also did not want to let them become too blind. Jiang Ting knew that he could not grasp this balance, so when there was no fighting, he basically handed the training to Yu Fei or Guan Yu. Let's get back to the point. When Jiang Ting's Overlord Iron Cavalry appeared, the opposing player army actually felt something was wrong. Which player doesn't know clearly the reputation of Overlord Iron Cavalry? As the Overlord's cavalry broke into the formation and harvested their lives like chopping melons and vegetables, the fighting spirit of these guys continued to decline. Panic spread rapidly, and the entire army fell into chaos. Damn it, that Qin Feng is a complete loser. He couldn't even hold off an army of 600,000 for a day. Even if it were 600,000 pigs, they wouldn't be able to be killed in such a short time. Seeing this scene, the leader of the opposing players was also furious and started cursing. My lord, this cavalry is too powerful. Now that their morale is low, we have no chance of victory. We should withdraw quickly and conserve our strength. Beside him, there was a tall and burly general who calmly persuaded him. If we retreat now, Xinyu will surely counterattack. Can we outrun the Overlord's iron cavalry if we fight to the death? We still have a chance. Qijie, quickly go and kill Jiang Tianqing. Once he's dead, we'll definitely win. The player leader had a gloomy look in his eyes and did not listen to Qijie's advice. He was actually taking it for granted. Qijie was one of the famous generals of Yin State in the spring and autumn period. Although he was defeated by Tian Dan with the Fireball formation, his strength was unquestionable. He had already seen the current battlefield situation clearly. The strength of this cavalry was simply not something that the Lord's troops, who were put together from all over the place, could contend with. Although their numbers seemed to be extremely large, giving the Lord the illusion that they could fight. In fact, he predicted that within a quarter of an hour, this group of guys with ulterior motives would be defeated. But if the Lord insists on having his own way and doesn't take advantage of the chaos to preserve his strength, he won't be able to leave even if he wants to. But what can he do? Since the Lord had given the order, he would naturally risk his life. So in the end, he just sighed secretly, said no more, but with a determined look, he rode his horse and charged towards Jiang Ting. The summoned gods are 100% loyal. Even if you ask them to chop off their own heads immediately, they will not hesitate at all. Chapter 75 Crisis Resolved. Jiang Ting, who was fighting bravely, also saw the tall general riding a horse and rushing towards him quickly. I immediately got furious. Do all of them think I'm a pushover? After all, he now has the real 4-star qualifications, and he also has the special profession of Overlord. To put it bluntly, ordinary 5-star generals may not be his opponents. Of course, except for the murderous warriors like Guan Yu. Even if Guan Yu has not yet reached the ultimate form, he can only be defeated by 3 swords in the hands of others. The general will be named. Jiang Ting's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly. He said this not to show off, but to find out the opponent's background. If it was a very powerful general, he would turn around and run away without saying a word. If it was a less famous one, it should be no problem to deal with it. Although there are many less famous, but actually very powerful generals in history, Jiang Ting's best choice is not to compete with this group of people before he is promoted to 5 stars. But the more uncomfortable thing is that his Overlord's heart method can only be comprehended through repeated battles. Especially when fighting for life and death with masters, this sense of crisis of dancing on the edge of a knife can make him improve quickly. And now he is in the dungeon, so he certainly doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. I won't change my name, I won't change my surname. The whole world is under siege. You little brat, why don't you accept your death now? Hearing the general introducing himself, Jiang Ting's mind was working rapidly, and he soon remembered the historical deeds of this guy. His face immediately turned dark. You are just a background board of Tian Dan. Who the hell are you trying to fool? Thinking of this, Jiang Ting snorted coldly and rushed forward with a long spear in hand. Clang! As the swords collided, Jiang Ting suddenly felt a strong force spreading from his arm to his whole body. His heart sank immediately. This feeling was that this person was 100% a first-rate warrior who had broken through the 90-point martial arts level. However, Jiang Ting was not afraid at all. Instead, when the two of them crossed paths, he rushed away without looking back, shouting as he ran. Yun Chang, save me. Well, he is certainly not afraid, but this kind of first-class warrior is not something he can face now. If he has special skills like Guan Yu and can perform 3 consecutive kills, he will definitely not be able to create an unstoppable momentum and will be finished in an instant. So even though he wanted to practice, he also had to score points against his opponent, right? Knowing that he was likely to be killed instantly and still insisting on being stubborn wasn't bravery, it was stupidity. In fact, when Shi Jie rushed towards Jiang Ting, Guan Yu had already noticed it, so he stopped moving forward early, but when he saw that his lord was eager to try, he naturally understood his lord's plan, so he did not take action at the first time. But who knew that the lord would be defeated so hastily? Traitor, don't hurt my master. Guan Yu snorted coldly, and his red hair was in tune with his mind, and instantly rushed out like an arrow. Not long after, the Qinglong's sword in his hand, carrying tremendous momentum, chopped directly towards Qijie, who was chasing Jiang Ting. Clang! This knife directly split Qijie's tiger's mouth and made his face flush red. Guan Yu, who had stopped Qijie, also stopped his horse not far in front of Qi Jie, with murderous eyes, and rushed up again without stopping. Qinglong kills 3 times in a row. 3 consecutive and fierce strikes of the sword made Qi Jie feel dizzy, and his blood rushed up instantly and spurted out of his mouth. It was obvious that he was in a dizzy state from the 3 consecutive kills of Qinglong. Guan Yu was not polite at all. He took advantage of this opportunity and swung his sword again, directly chopping off Qi Jie's head. In this game, apart from the titled generals, there aren't many opponents who can last 3 rounds against Guan Yu in his peak state. Of course, even 3 consecutive kills from Qinglong cannot kill him in 1 second, so Guan Yu probably cannot be killed unless he triggers the judgment of the martial saint. His strength lies in these 3 swords. But even a general like Yan Liang couldn't withstand these 3 sword strikes. Moreover, in official history, there is only one person recorded as a brave man who could kill the enemy's main general in the midst of thousands of troops, and that is Guan Yu. Yes, the only one. The first enemy of 10,000 people is the king of Western Shu. And the second enemy of 10,000 people is not Lu Bu, but Guan Yu. Jiang Ting sometimes couldn't understand why Guan Yu was so unpopular among players, even though he was so powerful. They just focus on the legendary Guan Yu in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, and don't think about why the protagonist Liu Bei in the novel couldn't get the myth, why Luo Yonghao's own son Zhao Yun couldn't get the myth, and why Guijia, who was praised to the sky by the players, couldn't get the myth. But it only made Guan Yu and Zhuge Liang into gods. Because Lao Luo also knows that throughout the 3 Kingdoms era, only these 2 people are worthy of such a myth. This is called virtue matching the position. Not only did he satisfy the fantasy needs of people at that time, but he was also able to make the novel immortal. This shows that he definitely put in real effort in drawing on history. However, these things are subjective, and Jiang Ting was too lazy to pay attention to them. He only knew that his Yunchang had once again killed the enemy general in seconds. The death of Qi Jie became the last straw that broke the camel's back for this group of players. After all, your uncle is still your uncle. Really? I can't afford to offend you. Seeing the players start to flee, Chu Yunshi promptly issued the order to counterattack. Attacked from both sides, the army of players, whose formation had long been disrupted by the Overlord's iron cavalry, had almost no power to fight back. They were quickly slaughtered and fled in all directions, leaving their weapons and armor behind. That Xin Yu suffered was finally completely resolved. TSK, long time no see, your strength hasn't improved at all. Having inherited the courage of a king, I thought you would charge at me like a peerless hero, just like in the novels, slaying gods and Buddhas who stand in your way. But instead, you ended up being chased around like a wreck. It's truly a sight to behold. After reuniting with Jiang Ting, Chu Yunshi also joked with a sweet smile. Fuck, I called that a strategic shift, you know nothing. Jiang Ting's face also turned dark. He was indeed a little embarrassed just now, but with his thick skin, there was no way he would admit it. Let me ask you, what did you say to Qingchan? She left without saying goodbye. Even if you weren't the main reason, you must have had something to do with it, right? Jiang Ting still asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Otherwise, he felt like there was a thorn in his heart. Although he also knew that Li Qingchan's departure was her own choice, it was really far-fetched to blame others for such a thing. What? Li Qingchan? I didn't quarrel with her at all, okay? We have a good relationship. She is doing well. Just don't worry about it. She will come back sooner or later. As for your little trouble, I know everything about it, okay? Let me be clear in advance. She insisted on asking me, so I told her the truth. I meant well and spoke from the bottom of my heart. But what kind of morals are you men like? Do you really think I don't know? Chu Yunshi curled her lips, her disdain undisguised. You probably already have quite a few beauties in your territory, right? Don't you have any ideas at all? Do you think I believe it? Or do you think Li Qingchan would believe it? Women, don't be too naive. You have to become excellent. Excellent enough to make all other women dare not have any ideas about your man. Excellent enough that your man will not have any other thoughts when he thinks of you. These words really left Jiang Ting speechless. Because as a man, even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that Chu Yunshi was right. Men understand men better, and truly outstanding women, like Chu Yunshi, are definitely not naive. Reality is not a CEO novel. They all know how they should maintain their status. It is said that Jiang Ting won a great victory, and on the other side of the battlefield, the battle between Gongsun Zan and Yu Fei was gradually coming to an end. In the end, of course, Yu Fei was the winner. The 3,000 White Horse volunteers had been killed, leaving only a few hundred light cavalry guards around Gongsun Zan. Yu Fei's 8,000-strong Yu family army also suffered losses of nearly 2,000. This was the first time that Yu's army had suffered such a heavy loss since they came out of the mountains. The elite force they faced was indeed worthy of the name of the White Horse Volunteers. You know, at the beginning, Yu Fei had the advantage of attacking first. Even though he had more soldiers than half of the enemy, he still suffered such a huge loss. Yu Fei's old face was as black as a pot of charcoal. Even with such an absolute advantage, he still encountered a trouble. When Gong Sun Zan was at the end of his rope, a handsome young general on a white horse and a silver spear suddenly rushed towards him. Chapter 76 Yu Fei vs. Zhao Yun. My lord, hurry up. Zilong will cover your retreat. A flash of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. What courage! Yu Fei's eyes flashed with brilliance. He was also a good spearman, so he naturally saw how powerful Zhao Yun was at a glance. He immediately became eager to fight, and with a swish of his Lichuan spear, he stabbed it diagonally at Zhao Yun. Ding dang dang. Both of them were masters of spearmanship, and they naturally danced the spears with incredible speed. The spear heads collided with each other repeatedly, and for a moment, sparks flew everywhere, and the crisp symphony sound was endless. When Jiang Ting, who was far away, saw this scene, his heart immediately tightened. That was Zhao Zilong of Changshan. According to the nature of the combination of systematic novels and official history, Jiang Ting can guess with his toes how powerful this guy is. However, he is still very confident about Yu Fei, who is in his peak state. Zhao Yun is still a teenager now, and it is impossible for him to pose any fatal threat to Yu Fei, who is in his peak state. Name: Wu Mu Yu Fei. Occupation: titled Divine General. When training soldiers in a military camp, the training effect is increased by 300%. The soldiers benefit from the famous general, and their military strength is permanently increased by 15%. Qualification: 5 stars and 1 star. Loyalty: 100. Talent: True Wu Mu. During combat, subordinates' execution efficiency increases by 100%, morale increases by 100%, and basic command temporarily increases by 15 points. Basic attributes: Force: 97. Intelligence: 96. Domination: 99. Internal affairs: 70. Special attributes: exclusive to generals. Critical damage: increased damage 30%. Agility: speed increase 35%. Armor break: reduces defense 35%. Control: triggering negative effects 30%. Resilience: resistance to negative effects 30%. Basic skills: advanced riding: when riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Advanced gun skills: when using guns, armor penetration increases by 5%. Advanced military management: as a commander, the execution efficiency of subordinates under your command increases by 5%. Wu Mu's Testament: exclusive, 5 star, increases critical damage by 20%, increases armor penetration by 20%, and increases agility by 20%. Special skills: Strike the Yellow Dragon, 5 star. During combat, if Yu Fei is the commander, his own military strength will be temporarily increased by 5 points. His leadership will be temporarily increased by 5 points. His agility will be increased by 80%, and the agility of all his subordinates will be increased by 30%. Wu Mu's ambition: 5 star. When Yu Fei is in combat, he can continuously assimilate his soldiers every second, temporarily converting them into the 5-star special unit Yu family army, with a maximum of 8,000 soldiers. For every 80 soldiers converted, Yu Fei's agility increases by 1, armor penetration increases by 1, and toughness increases by 1, with a maximum stacking of 100. When the number of Yu family army soldiers reaches the upper limit, Yu Fei's basic military strength is temporarily increased by 20, and basic command is temporarily increased by 20. When command reaches the limit, it automatically converts to intelligence. Loyalty to the country god: Yu Fei's ultimate skill, automatically triggered when in danger, temporarily clears the cooldown of Yu family armies. Beiwei Yiba skill: for every 10 Yu family army member killed, Yu Fei's all attributes are temporarily increased by 1. When the stack is fully stacked, Yu Fei is forced into a berserk state, with each attack having a 200 armor penetration effect, a 200 critical damage effect, and a 200 increase in agility. Every 300 seconds, he loses 1 of his lifespan and his force is permanently reduced by 1, which lasts until his lifespan is exhausted or the battle ends. Exclusive equipment: Po Lu Lichuan's set increases Yu Fei's special attributes, including critical damage, agility, armor penetration, control, and toughness, by 30% each, and activates the unique skill of the divine weapon. Po Lu, when fighting against aliens, the effect of Yu Fei's Jido Huanglong skill is doubled. White Dragon Horse. While charging, Yu Fei's agility increases by 30%, armor penetration increases by 30%, and critical damage increases by 30%. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, 1950 to 9700. Comprehensive Dominance Rating, 1670 to 9999, Extreme. After seeing Yu Fei's ultimate form, Jiang Ting felt even more at ease. This evaluation was almost close to the double limit. He was worthy of being one of the 8 great generals who could defeat bandits. Moreover, the reason why Yu Fei's combat effectiveness rating has not reached the limit is probably not because he is not strong enough, but once he encounters Guan Yu who forcibly seals his skills, it is basically useless. The ultimate one for one exchange, you can't escape. Jiang Ting estimated that those who could reach the limit of combat power should be the strong men who could survive Guan Yu's judgment. Besides, Zhao Zilong of Changshan faced Yu Fei in his ultimate form. Not only was he not suppressed, but he was evenly matched with him. No matter how fierce Yu Fei's attack was, he could always dodge it narrowly and counterattack at the first opportunity. Although both of them seemed to be in danger, after fighting for 20 or 30 rounds, Jiang Ting finally realized that something was wrong. If these two gods fight, I'm afraid neither of them can kill the other. There is no way. Yu Fei is indeed a fierce general, but his skills are basically focused on command, and there are many prerequisites for his combat effectiveness to be fully exerted. Therefore, being named a god general does not necessarily mean that he can completely defeat the 5-star general. At best, they can reach a higher ceiling in theory. After figuring this out, Jiang Ting began to wonder whether he should send 2 more generals to surround and kill Zhao Yun. Gan Ning and Zhou Tai, you two should rush over and help Peng Ju. Here. Gan Ning and Zhou Tai looked at each other, and both jumped on their horses without hesitation, surrounding them from the left and right. Don't think that in ancient times, fighting between generals had to be one-on-one duels. If you have many powerful generals, you can actually use a group of people to fight against one enemy. Of course, the opponent can also add more people at any time. If they really can't win, it is completely fine to charge with the entire army immediately. This war is not a children's game. If you want a one-on-one fight, then we can fight however you want. Don't be so arrogant, little thief. I, Ganxingba, will come and meet you. Jiangqing Zhou Tai is here. Thief, look out for the knife. Seeing 2 more generals coming, Zhao Yun's face turned red with embarrassment. You have no martial ethics. Of course, with his straightforward character, he would not be able to curse like that. He could only be more vigilant and start thinking about how to evacuate. Anyway, Gongsun Zan has already fled, so his mission can be considered successfully completed. Seeing the 3 powerful generals surrounding Zhao Yun and forcing him to barely defend himself, Jiang Ting was still a little worried. He turned his head and looked at Guan Yu again. Yin Chang, take another 1,000 cavalry and go cut off Zhao Yun's retreat. If he wants to fight, I will fight him, but I am not Cao Cao. If he dares to run, you can just shoot him on the spot. I obey your orders. Seeing Guan Yu charging forward, even Chu Yunxi couldn't bear to watch any longer. She cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Ting before looking at Zhao Yun in the distance. Her face was filled with heartache as she said, "Poor brother Zilong. He's been so wise and brave all his life, but now, as soon as he's out in the mountains, he's met such a shameless fellow." Jiang Ting. If we talk about which NPCs are most lethal to female players, besides Li Bai, Zhao Yun is definitely one of the popular candidates. As a modern person, even Chu Yunxi, when she is obsessed with love, does not hide it at all. There is no way. Nowadays, the world is in decline, and people's hearts are no longer as they used to be. People like Brother Appa are simply outrageous. Jiang Ting is willing to express the strongest condemnation on behalf of all male players. He remembered a particularly good saying. There was no rouge at that time, and a girl's blush was better than anything else. Of course, if you girls insist on calling me Jiang, that's another matter. Chapter 77, Zhao Yun's death. Under the siege of Yu Fei, Gan Ning, and Zhou Tai, Zhao Yun's situation was naturally extremely dangerous. He wanted to evacuate, but he saw 1,000 cavalrymen galloping, cutting off his retreat. At this moment, Zhao Yun realized that he had no chance of survival. However, the more death was inevitable in the situation, the calmer he became. He fainted with the silver spear in his hand and managed to break through the blockade under the siege of these 3 peerless warriors. However, after breaking through the blockade, he did not run away, but went straight to kill Jiang Ting. When Jiang Ting gave the order just now, he had already noticed that this person was the ultimate leader of this army. Fuck! Seeing the white figure darting through the crowd like a sharp arrow and quickly approaching the central army tent, Jiang Ting felt his scalp tingling. He finally understood Boss Chow's original feelings. Looking around him, he didn't bring anyone else with him because he was cautious. Even Gan Ning and Zhou Tai were brought with him to protect him because he was worried about any accidents. How dare you, thief? Yu Fei was furious. Logically speaking, since he had unlocked the White Dragon Horse, his speed would not be much slower than Zhao Yun's Jade Lion of the Night. However, Zhao Yun could charge and kill the enemies without restraint, but he could not kill his own people. As a result, he was left far behind by Zhao Yun. Do you want me to take action? Chu Yunxi watched the show very calmly. Don't forget that she also has a great general by her side. It's just that she can't touch Zhao Yun until Jiang Ting speaks. Everyone knows that this is Jiang Ting's cake. As a woman, she can reach such a height now, so her behavior and conduct must be good. Come on, even though I don't have a general by my side anymore, do you think he can get through? After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Ting returned to normal. Not to mention Zhao Yun alone. Even if Xiang Yu came, he would not be able to break through the Overlord's iron cavalry alone. Didn't you see Yu Fei was so angry, but he didn't let the Yu army shoot arrows directly? The reason he was angry was not because he was worried about Jiang Ting's safety, but because he felt that it was a bit embarrassing that 3 people couldn't stop 1 person. Kill. Protect the Lord. Sure enough, Zhao Yun was stopped by the Overlord Iron Cavalry before he had even completed a third of his charge. No matter how strong he was, he could not be a match for a 5-star special force. No matter how he rushed left and right, he could not move forward even half a step. In the end, as the Jade Lion of Jaya was hacked to death by the Iron Cavalry, he fell directly into the crowd. But even after falling off his horse, his gaze was still determined, and he kept waving the silver spear in his hand. His white robe had already been dyed red. Looking at his invincible posture, Jiang Ting was also amazed. He went in and out 7 times among 1,000,000 soldiers. It's really not an exaggeration. If Zhao Yun was in his peak condition, although it would be impossible for him to break through the layers of blockade of the Overlord's Iron Cavalry, if he was determined to leave, there would probably be few people who could stop him. As time went by, Zhao Yun had more and more wounds on his body. Finally, he was exhausted and was pierced through the body by more than 10 spears. He died. Heaven protects me. Earth protects me. The 12 Yuanshin protect me. Nian protects me. Moon protects me. Master Lingguan protects me. Explode soul, explode soul, explode soul. Jiang Ting silently recited the spell, and as he prayed, the system prompt sound finally rang at the right time. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your Overlord Cavalry for successfully killing the 5-star General Zhao Yun in the epic plot. You have received rewards. Zhao Yun's 5-star Heroic Spirit X1, Reputation X1000, and Points X1000. Pretty. Fuck, this is fucking mind-blowing. Jiang Ting was so happy that he almost jumped up. You know, when you kill a 5-star NPC in a large epic plot, the items that drop are all random, and you may even get nothing. Of course, this kind of direct soul explosion is not really good luck. After all, if there is no explosion in the epic plot, it is fine. If there is an explosion, the worst that can be obtained are 5-star level items. For example, it is possible that you just killed an ordinary 5-star general, but your luck suddenly exploded, and you directly got an extremely powerful 5-star special army, or top siege equipment, etc. This kind of person is truly possessed by the Emperor of Luck. What Jiang Ting never expected was that his idea actually hit the mark. At this moment, in an alley far away in Nanyang, Jingzhou, there was a beautiful and pure girl, staring blankly at a dozen corpses in front of her. Ever since she was forced to participate in the plot, she has been extremely panicked. She is a woman and only has dozens of 3-star soldiers, which she bought secretly from her man, so she hid herself very early and dared not go anywhere. Later, after the players' battle was over, she dared to sneak out and then accidentally entered the Nanyang city. She originally planned to stay in the city until the end of the plot and not go anywhere. However, a young drunkard who called himself Suyu, seeing her beauty, brought a dozen servants and wanted to forcibly take her into his mansion. How could she, who is loyal by nature, agree to this? In a rage, she ordered dozens of soldiers around her, who were disguised as civilians, to hack the man to death with their swords. This was her first time killing someone. Her eyes were red, but she kept biting her lips, silently telling herself that he deserved to die. Only after killing him did we find out that this drunkard was actually a 5-star general. After killing him, he received a system prompt, rewarding him with a special military camp building blueprint called Wei Wuzu. Anyway, it sounds pretty powerful. After this incident, she felt deeply that she had no strength and was not safe anywhere. She simply gritted her teeth and jumped directly from the Nanyang city. She fell to her death and finally exited the plot as she wished. Of course, Jiang Ting naturally had no way of knowing about the interesting things that happened in Nanyang City. He was still immersed in the joy of releasing Zhao Yun's heroic soul. It was not until Chu Yunxi's voice sounded faintly that he suddenly came back to his senses. What are you standing there for? Go chase Gongsun Zan. I'm curious. What kind of reward would make you so happy that you wouldn't even want the free quest progress? Hearing this, Jiang Ting immediately waved his hands and said with a smile, don't worry. He can't escape. What do you mean? Seeing Chu Yunxi's puzzled look, Jiang Ting, in a good mood, no longer concealed his intentions and calmly explained, my Wenha had already set up numerous ambushes when I arrived. Not to mention Gongsun Zan. Even the army of players who escaped with him would probably not survive. Jiang Tianxing, you're really good at hiding. I'm afraid even I'm involved in this ambush, right? In response to Chu Yunxi's teasing, Jiang Ting just smiled and did not answer. Indeed, if Chu Yunxi really dared to trick him, it would be very easy for his cavalry to break through. At that time, it would be fine if they didn't chase after them. But if they really dared to chase after them, Zhou Yu, Jia Su, and Chu Yunxi's fairy words would all be dealt with together. In the game of hegemony, it is true that Jiang Ting needs a player ally, but it is impossible for him to completely trust Chu Yunxi. It can be said that the Overlord Iron Cavalry is both a reinforcement and a bait. But the final result was not as bad as he imagined, and Chu Yunxi did not have any other ideas. Even when Zhao Yun and Gongsun Zan came to her door, she took the initiative to give them to Jiang Ting without taking any action. Just for this reason, there is no problem at all in making friends with her and cooperating with her. Chapter 78, Discussing Countermeasures. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your General Lu Meng for successfully killing the 5-star General Gongsun Zan in the epic plot. The power of the vassal Gongsun Zan has been officially destroyed. You have received the following rewards. White Horse Barracks Building Blueprint, 3,000. 5-star X1. Plot completion progress plus 10%. Points X 1,000. Reputation X 1,000. Please keep up the good work. As the system prompt sounded, the final battle between the players came to an end. Even though the players' last battle ended smoothly, after the battles in Dragon City and Divine Realm ended, and several people informed each other of the battle process, Jiang Ting realized that if he really reviewed it carefully, there was a great possibility that their 4 major forces would lose to this group of top players. First of all, on Jiang Ting's side, the 3 players released smoke bombs, saying that they wanted to open the city and surrender, but in fact, they were not trying to lower Jiang Ting's vigilance at all. Instead, the news was released deliberately, just to inform Chu Yunxi and other spies how many people were on their side. Chu Yunxi was also facing the obstruction of an army of 400,000 players. This clearly meant to tell Divine Realm and Dragon City that their forces had been completely dispersed, so they didn't have to worry at all, just attack. But what is the reality? After Jiang Ting officially attacked the city, he found that the other side had already prepared battering rams and crossbowmen. If he didn't have a battering ram, he would have been stopped in Gong County and couldn't go anywhere. After all, there are 600,000 troops watching covetously. No matter who encounters danger next, he has to be on guard against his back and will not be able to attack with all his strength. Not to mention the battlefield on Chu Yunxi's side. If Jiang Ting had not arrived in time, the player army supported by Gongsun Zan would have quickly destroyed her. By then, the players on Chu Yunxi's side will be free, and with the addition of Gongsun Zan's 3,000 White Horse volunteers and Gong County's 600,000 troops, they will attack from both sides. Even if Jiang Ting has supernatural powers, he can only run away in embarrassment. If Jiang Ting fails, Longqing and Xinyu will immediately face Jiang Ting's situation. In this way, they will be able to defeat them one by one and become the final winner. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Jiang Ting and Longqing. As soon as Jiang Ting finished the battle, good news came from Longqing. The boss of Dragon Soul did not choose to attack the city by force, but took the main force and pretended to go to support the Divine Realm. The 500,000 players in the city were fooled. As a result, as soon as they left the city, they encountered the secret weapon of Dragon City, the Iron Pagoda, and were killed on the spot, causing chaos. Dragon Soul took advantage of the situation and launched a surprise attack, winning the battle. In other words, even if Jiang Ting failed, Renlong City and Xinyu would most likely be fine. At most, they would just have to fight another battle with the players here. What is worth mentioning is that Longqing also chose to fight with all his strength. Among the 4 major forces, only the Divine Realm performed mediocrely, but does he really have no backup plan? If I say this, I'm afraid no one will believe it. However, after reviewing the situation, Chu Yunqi was truly devastated, because she discovered very sadly that among the four major forces, she was the only one who was truly weak. It was really like he was almost killed. How could she accept this? Although Gongsun Zan was indeed one of the reasons, she also clearly realized how big the gap was between herself and the two cities of China. The Twin Cities of China is actually a respectful name given by players to the two top forces, Longqing and Jiangqing. These bastards. How dare they use my immortal language as a breakthrough point? You think I'm the soft persimmon, right? Good. Very good. I'll remember this. I'll get back at these bastards one by one sooner or later. Chu Yunqi in the military tent cursed loudly. It seemed that this incident really irritated her. Jiang Ting ignored Chu Yunqi, who had been defeated, and discussed the next plan with Zhou Yu and Jia Su. My lord, with our current strength, if we can defeat these 18 princes one by one, no one will be our opponent. However, these 18 princes must have been prepared long ago, otherwise they would not have sent Gongsun Zan to help us secretly. Jia Su spoke first, and Zhou Yu, who was standing beside him, nodded repeatedly as he listened. He smiled calmly and said, "What the military advisor said is exactly what I'm worried about. They sent Gongsun Zan to attack because they were probably hoping to take advantage of the conflict. Now that we're heading straight for Hulao Pass, they're probably already prepared. We need to plan this matter carefully to avoid failure at the last minute." Alas, this battle is indeed not easy to fight. The subordinates of these princes are definitely as numerous as clouds of counselors and as many brave generals as rain. If we are not careful, we will be beaten back home, especially Cao Cao and Sun Jian. Jiang Ting held his forehead, also having a terrible headache. Sun Jian is a fierce tiger. Even though Cao Cao's current team isn't very good, I won't let him go as long as he's still alive. Besides, there's Dong Zhuo right next to him. How the hell can we defeat him? Yuan Shao of Hebei is not bad either, as is Ma Teng of Shiliang. Don't forget, he also has Ma Chao of Jin. Chu Yunqi had also calmed down and echoed the sentiment. After this cooperation, I think Longsheng is quite reliable. How about we discuss it and fight on two fronts? Jiang Ting expressed his opinion tentatively. You can try this. Although I have never trusted Dragon City and Divine Realm, Dragon City alone has always been quite reliable. So far, I haven't heard of them stabbing me in the back. Chu Yunqi nodded in support. Coming from a wealthy family and having long-term contact with players, she naturally knew more about Dragon City. What's the origin of this Dragon City? Can you give me a glimpse into it today? Seeing Jiang Ting's curious eyes, Chu Yunqi just shook her head. I can't find anything. However, not finding anything already proves a lot of things. I see. If that's the case, then there shouldn't be any problem cooperating with Dragon City. After all, I still trust the demeanor of a great power. Jiang Ting's eyes flashed, and he had already made a judgment in his mind. However, he was mentally prepared, so even if he got a definite answer right away, he didn't seem surprised at all. So he continued with the previous topic. Now that Dong Zhuo hasn't burned Luoyang and retreated to Chang'an, the princes will naturally have to divide their forces to guard against Lu Bu at Hulao Pass. We must seize this opportunity and quickly come up with a plan to break the deadlock. As he was talking, Jiang Ting realized something was wrong. He saw that Zhou Yu and Jia Su were both confident, but they kept silent and looked like they were asking for a beating. He immediately said in a bad mood, "I'm not saying anything, but what are you two doing with those flirting eyes? Wu Zishu, do you have any good ideas?" It was Chu Yunqi who directly asked a scholar next to him. Just the name made Jiang Ting shudder. Sure enough, how could a top player like Chu Yunqi be without a divine general by his side? This Wu Zishu is truly a talented person. Not only did he have outstanding governance skills, but he was also good at military strategy. It is said that the origin of the saying, turning hair white overnight, was due to this person. Even the origin of the Dragon Boat Festival was not to commemorate Chu Yuan, but started from Wu Zishu. Chapter 79, Alliance Strategy. My lord, I do have a plan that can resolve the current situation. Wu Zishu bowed slightly and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Jiang Ting looked at Zhou Yu and Jia Su with annoyance. Look at Mr. Zishu, and then look at you too. Stop being so pretentious. Since you all have ideas, why not write them down and see whose plan is more ingenious? How about it? Okay, I support that too. Chu Yunqi was obviously very confident in Wu Zishu and nodded in agreement. The reason why she fell into danger was not because Wu Zishu lacked strategy, but because she was desperate. Since their lord had made the bet, the three counselors naturally took the pens and ink with a smile and wrote down their brilliant plans on paper. When they opened it, they found that all three of them had only written 2 words, and it was the same person, Dong Zhuo. Fuck, such a simple thing. Why didn't I think of it? Jiang Ting slapped his thigh, feeling very depressed. Alas, because of our mission, we both regarded Dong Zhuo as our enemy. But we forgot that the 18 princes were established to deal with Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo would rather see us, and these princes suffer mutual losses. Chu Yunxi also said with a sense of shame. However, convincing Dong Zhuo to send troops won't be easy. Wouldn't it be nice for him to just sit back in Luoyang and watch the fire from the other side? Why get involved in this mess? Zhou Yu smiled and explained Jiang Ting's concerns. My lord, Dong Zhuo will be even more anxious than we are. The worst that can happen to us is that we just leave. But if we stop fighting, how will Dong Zhuo cope? That's the logic, but he's definitely sending troops without putting in any effort. No matter how much he fears the 18 princes, how could he be completely defenseless against us? Chu Yunxi also expressed her own opinion. Obviously, she didn't think Dong Zhuo would be able to perform well either. That's why we mustn't reveal any flaws. Tell Dong Zhuo directly. If he attacks, we'll assist him and together we'll destroy these 18 princes. If he doesn't attack, we won't attack at all. Wu Zishu also explained to Chu Yunxi with a smile. That's right. The 18 princes are fighting against Dong Zhuo. What does this have to do with us? This is about his life and property. He has to fight, whether he wants to or not. Seeing that these three top strategists were so confident, Jiang Ting gradually figured out the key. Whether it is the 18 princes or the 4 major player forces, to Dong Zhuo, they are actually enemies and need to be destroyed. But since they decided to destroy that group of princes first, Dong Zhuo naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, the fewer enemies, the safer his situation would be. Why not do it? You have to fight sooner or later anyway. Anyone can stay out of it, except Dong Zhuo. Because everyone here is here for him, Dong Zhuo. Now that we have a solution, who should we send as the lobbyist? When Chu Yunxi asked this question, Jiang Ting was in a dilemma. This trip was quite dangerous. If he sent a pure strategist, it would be difficult to avoid the eyes of the princes. But if he sent a powerful general, with their eloquence, what could they say? My lord, this messenger must be none other than Mr. Tai Bai. After Jia Su's reminder, Jiang Ting's eyes lit up. Li Bai, who was both civil and military, was indeed a very suitable candidate. In fact, Li Bai's current situation is quite embarrassing. In terms of bravery, as Jiangcheng grows stronger and stronger, there are more and more powerful generals. In many cases, he is not needed at all. When it comes to governance, Sun Yu is worth 2 of him. His ability is indeed not outstanding. If 2 more powerful and capable ministers come in the future, he will probably be out of the first echelon of Jiangqing. For example, now, he doesn't even have the chance to go to the battlefield. He can only follow Sun Yu, help him, be responsible for escorting some food, and protect Sun Yu by the way. Basically, he has nothing to do. Most of the time, he has been gradually ignored. Isn't it that Jiang Ting only remembered him because of Jia Su's reminder? Although he didn't say it in his heart and worked hard without complaint, he was still more or less depressed in his heart. No wonder Li Bai was not valued in history and felt that his talent was not appreciated. That's why he wrote so many poems, making later students love and hate him. It's really his ability. You can't say he's not strong, but he's not suitable for many positions. After Jia Su's advice, Jiang Ting finally found the career that best suits Li Bai. That's Jiangcheng's diplomatic propaganda officer. To be honest, with Li Bai's talent, he is absolutely suitable for this job. How dare you slander my lord? Bring on the pen. Bring on the ink. Tomorrow I will let you know what it means to hurt others so badly that you will be recorded in history. The fact that he could make all future generations remember Wang Luan proves that he has the ability to make all future generations remember other people. As long as you write good poetry, no one can stop you from being criticized. The more Jiang Ting thought about it, the more reliable it seemed, so he immediately asked Chu Zhuang to call Li Bai to the military tent. Sir, from now on, you will be the imperial censor of Jiangcheng. I have an important mission for you, but the journey is quite dangerous. Are you willing to go? As soon as Jiang Ting said this, Li Bai bowed deeply without hesitation and said, I will share your worries, even if it means death. Okay, come closer and listen. After giving some instructions, Li Bai also embarked on his journey overnight. Looking at Li Bai's back, even Chu Yunxi beside him couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Jiang City of yours is truly filled with talented people. You've even used someone like Mr. Tai Bai as a lobbyist. I'm really curious about how many divine generals you have left. So from now on, you better keep your eyes open. If you dare to say something nonsense next time, I'll have Li Bai write a poem for you, so you know what it means to be passed down through the ages. Obviously, Jiang Ting was still a little upset about Li Qingchan's escape. You really can't blame me for this. I just wanted to remind her, but my tone might have been a bit harsh at the time. Who knew she would be so stubborn? Speaking of this, Chu Yunxi also felt that she deserved it. You are talking about other people's family affairs. Why do you have to meddle in other people's affairs? This is a thankless task, isn't it? And she also discovered that, in a sense, Li Bai was even more terrifying than cyberbullying. After all, with this guy's fame, if he really wrote a defamatory poem for someone, wouldn't that person be worse off than being socially dead? Social death is at least a matter of this life. But if Li Bai really wrote it into a poem, then it would mean that even death would not be at peace. Just think about it, and you will know how terrifying this kind of thing is. For example, a miscellaneous poem by Huang Jingren. 9 out of 10 people deserve to be looked down upon, and a scholar is useless. How many scholars have been criticized to pieces just because of this one sentence? Think about people in later generations who are memorizing books. If this scholar were you, the teacher on the podium would have to explain the origin of this allusion to the students. This feeling, this sour feeling. Chu Yunxi suddenly felt that she should find an opportunity to apologize to Li Qingchan. My voice was probably a little louder. Chapter 80. Li Bai enters Beijing. At Sisui Pass guarded by Hua Xiong at dawn. In official history, it was actually Hua Xiong who was sent by Dong Zhuo to fight against Sun Jian, and he was defeated and killed. However, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms directly praised Guan Yu. So the so-called killing of Hua Xiong with warm wine has been criticized, and even made many people in later generations feel that Guan Yu did not deserve the reputation, and that Luo Yonghao deified him. In addition, there is another biggest reason, which is that many people think that Guan Yu is too arrogant and looks down on everyone as a common man, which also leads to Guan Yu's very bad popularity among the public. But in fact, this matter is really unfair to him. There is a clear record in the text that Guan Yu treats soldiers well and despises scholars and officials. What this means is that Guan Yu is actually very good to his subordinates. He just couldn't stand those aristocratic families who were so arrogant at that time. This may also be related to the incident when Guan Yu punished a bully in his youth, but had to change his name and become a fugitive. At that time, the aristocratic families were deeply rooted, and their disciples and former officials were spread all over the world. Guan Yu dared to confront the aristocratic families head-on. Wouldn't that just attract bad luck? Didn't you see that he lived an upright life and had countless military achievements, but thousands of years later, there are still people who accuse him of being arrogant and conceited? As for the reason, just think about who passed down the books. Of course, to be honest, Lao Luo's move really did a terrible job of blackening Hua Xiong. Who is coming? On the city wall, the tall and wild Hua Xiong glanced at Li Bai riding alone and asked loudly, I am Li Bai, a subordinate of Jiang Tianxing, the governor of Jiangxing. I wish to see Prime Minister Dong regarding an important matter. Please allow me into the city. Li Bai sat upright on the horse and bowed from a distance. Because Jiang Ting's identity in the plot has been tampered with by the system, Li Bai also directly revealed this more impressive identity. Someone from Jiangxing? Go, put the hanging basket down. He and Dong Zhuo had already received the news about Jiang Qing's defeat of 600,000 bandits and the extermination of Gongsun Zan. So, apart from anything else, just based on the other party's strength, he did not dare to act on his own. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to release the people directly and leave everything to the prime minister to decide. With Hua Xiong's introduction, Li Bai naturally entered Luoyang City unimpeded, and finally came to the imperial palace at Dong Zhuo's summons. Facing the entire court, Li Bai held his head high and chest puffed out, neither humble nor overbearing. He walked straight to the center of the hall and calmly greeted them, saying, I, Li Bai, pay my respects to your majesty and Prime Minister Dong. Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare you be so arrogant? Why don't you kneel when you see his majesty? As soon as Li Bai finished speaking, Prime Minister Wang Yun jumped out and pointed at his nose and shouted, My master is an alien, and aliens do not practice the ritual of kneeling and bowing. When I came here, my master reminded me that when I see his majesty, I just need to be respectful in my heart. There is no need to be like some pedantic officials who, even when death is imminent, still care about those useless etiquette. How dare you? You are arrogant. Your majesty, such a vulgar person is unfit for the imperial court. Please decree his beheading to restore the dignity of the royal family. As soon as Li Bai said this, all the civil and military officials in the court began to criticize him. In front of Dong Zhuo, they didn't dare to say a word, but in front of Li Bai, they were arrogant and condescending, with contempt and disdain in their eyes. Ha ha, great. What Governor Jiang said is well said. So brilliant. It really hits the nail on the head. Dong Zhuo, who was sitting next to Emperor Xian of Han, slapped his thigh and laughed loudly, his fat body trembling slightly. We have long felt that those complicated etiquettes are very troublesome. As ministers, We should just keep our loyalty to your majesty in mind. Your majesty is magnanimous and would not care about such trivial matters. Don't you agree, your majesty? Shangfu is absolutely right. Let's just dispense with all these pedantic etiquette. Emperor Xian of Han nodded slightly and obediently served as his tool, but a hint of shame and anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could he not know that these treacherous ministers did not take him seriously at all? But what can he do? His life and death were still in the hands of others, so he could only grit his teeth and endure these humiliations, waiting for the opportunity. Prefect Jiang performed great service last time. His Majesty was delighted upon hearing of it. I wonder what important matter Prefect Jiang sent you to the capital on. Seeing Dong Zhuo, Li Ru, and Lu Bu, the core figures of Dong Zhuo's camp, all looking at him, Li Bai remained calm and replied calmly. I came to the capital this time to save the life of the Prime Minister. Oh, we have 100,000 Shiliang men under our command, and we have fortresses like Hulao Pass and Sisui Pass. The 18 vassal states have been unable to advance, so why should we be worried about our lives? Seeing Dong Zhuo's pretense, Li Bai didn't waste any words and said straight to the point. 18 princes have surrounded Luoyang. The Prime Minister's situation is already precarious. My lord cannot bear to see the Han dynasty suffer so much. That's why I've traveled day and night. As long as the Prime Minister is willing to go to war, my lord is willing to unite with several other foreign governors to assist us and destroy all the princes in one battle. Of course, my lord has also said that if the Prime Minister is afraid and wants to hand over the Han dynasty, he can take my head and beg for his life from the princes in all directions. My lord will withdraw his troops to help the Prime Minister save his life. In one word, crazy. Even with Dong Zhuo's cunning mind, he was so furious at Li Bai's arrogant tone that he drew the sword from his waist. At that moment, he really wanted to kill Li Bai, the arrogant madman, with one blow. But it was only for a moment. Reason told him that Li Bai could not be killed. He had to rely on the military forces of those foreign governors to destroy those evil princes first. There will be plenty of time to settle this account later. Ha 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 ha. All right, Governor Jiang is full of ambition, and how could we be so afraid of death? Go back and inform Governor Jiang that in 3 days, I will send Hua Xiong to lead an army to challenge the various princes. I will also have my son Feng Xian lead the troops to Hulao Pass to fight those traitors to the death. Seeing that Dong Zhuo had indeed compromised, Li Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually also gambling that Dong Zhuo was afraid. The more afraid he was of those princes and the 4 alien forces, the safer he would be. As for his provocative words, he was actually using his own life as a bargaining chip, directly cutting off Dong Zhuo's room for bargaining. You can either fight me directly or kill me. I won't talk to you about those messy things. Obviously, he made the right bet. How could Dong Zhuo, who has reached his current position, not be able to distinguish between the important and the unimportant? Because of the player's intervention, the historical course of the 18 princes' fight against Dong Zhuo has become completely different. Although Dong Zhuo and the princes are confronting each other, everyone is guarding against the strangers behind them, so they have not fought for a long time. Dong Zhuo and the various princes are fighting to the death. After all, Chao has announced it to the world. Naturally, there will be no cooperation between them. From his own point of view, the opponent is a rebel. Wouldn't it be a slap in his face to cooperate with a rebel? Therefore, the alien forces became the key to breaking the deadlock. What Dong Zhuo was most worried about was that the foreign forces would unite with the group of princes. In that case, he would have no choice but to pack up and run away overnight. But now it seems that the wolfish ambitions of that group of alien forces are also obvious. Since they want to kill someone with a borrowed knife, then come on. Until the end, who can tell clearly whether Dong Zhuo is the butcher knife or the person holding the knife? Chapter 81: The Terror of the Eastern Han Princes. After Dong Zhuo accepted the alliance, Jiang Ting also reached an agreement with Longqing. He used the same tactics as before to deal with the players, fighting on multiple fronts in order to disperse the troops of the princes. However, this battle is not that simple. The 18 princes have at least 10,000 to 20,000 elite soldiers, and together, there are as many as 300,000. Moreover, the troops of these princes are not comparable to those of the players. They all start with at least 4-star troops. It is definitely very luxurious. However, the military strength of their 4 top player forces is not weak at all. He himself has 170,000 elite soldiers, 200,000 in Xinyu, 250,000 in Xinyu, and 300,000 in Longqing. Of course, in the previous battle, all 3 parties suffered losses, so they actually did not have so many troops. Moreover, apart from Jiang Ting, who is completely solid, half of the other major forces are actually players. In terms of hard power, Jiang Ting is still the undisputed #1 player. Even Longsheng is far behind in this regard. Jiang Tianxing, from now on, it's up to each of you to decide your own abilities. In this battle, I'm afraid no one can help anyone else. When the troops were divided, Chu Yunxi also waved at Jiang Ting casually. Take care on your journey, goodbye. Jiang Ting didn't say much. He knew that the next battle would be a tough one, and that if he wasn't careful, he would lose everything. However, he was still very confident in his subordinates. To be a little arrogant, even if he didn't cooperate with others, it seemed that he was not completely unable to fight against the coalition forces of the princes. When the agreed time came, Dong Zhuo indeed ordered Hua Xiong to send troops to attack Sun Jian's troops directly. As the saying goes, a single move can move the whole body. As Hua Xiong came out of the pass, the others also took action quickly. Jiang Ting fought his way to Qingyan, but encountered an ambush by Zhang Miao and Wang Quang. However, Jiang Ting was well prepared for this, so he followed Zhou Yu's plan and chose to directly attack with a large army. These more than 100,000 elite troops would not be able to do anything to him unless the princes fought with all their strength. If Jia Su had not suggested that Jiang Ting retain his strength in order to fight a decisive battle with Dong Zhuo, he would have been able to reach the headquarters of the coalition forces of the princes in just one day. However, what made Jiang Ting a little strange was that these princes clearly knew that they were the strongest, so why did they only send a mere 20,000 to 30,000 ambush troops? This small force was easily destroyed by him. In fact, it was just like that. Under Yu Fei's volley on the left wing and Guan Yu's charge on the right wing, the ambushes of Zhang Miao and Wang Quang were directly killed and routed. Zhang Miao escaped in time and escaped his life, but Wang Quang was unlucky. He was chased and killed by Gan Ning, who was eager to make a contribution with 100 brocade sails. He was hacked to death on the spot. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your General Gan Ning for successfully killing the 4-star General Wang Quang in an epic plot. The Prince Wang Quang's forces are officially destroyed. You receive rewards. Plot completion progress plus 10, points x 1000. Reputation x 1000. Please keep up the good work. Something strange. Even Jiang Ting realized that something was wrong. Zhou Yu and Jia Su naturally stopped the army early. Going further ahead would be at the foot of Hulao Pass, which was the headquarters of the prince's camp. But precisely because things were going too smoothly, Jia Su, who had always been cautious, refused to let Jiang Ting continue marching no matter what. They're obviously letting us through on purpose. This coalition camp is absolutely fraught with danger. It might even be deserted. Our best option right now is to wait and see what happens and await news from our other allies. Seeing that Zhou Yu also agreed with Jia Su's point of view, Jiang Ting had to suppress the urge to defeat the prince's camp and directly complete the plot mission and settle down in Qingyan. This wait lasted 2 days. But what Jiang Ting waited for was a lot of bad news. First, the battlefield on Xian Yu's side encountered stubborn resistance from an army of 100,000 strong. Moreover, the army's formation was strange. In a head-on battle, Chu Yunxi's army of 200,000 strong was no match at all. All the soldiers who entered the formation were strangled to death. Later, under the counterattack of the coalition forces of 100,000 princes, Chu Yunxi was defeated and fled, returning to Yanshi City with more than 10,000 defeated soldiers. Next was Longqing. When they were trying to cross the Sisui River, they were ambushed by 20,000 to 30,000 archers. Seeing that the troops suffered heavy losses, the leader Long Hun was furious and ordered the entire army to attack and force their way across the river. However, they realized they had been tricked when they were halfway there. It turned out that the Sisui River had been blocked long ago, and the river in front of them was actually deliberately deepened by the coalition forces of the princes to confuse them. When they were crossing the river, the allied forces who had been waiting for a long time in ambush upstream opened the sluice gates and released water. In an instant, countless 300,000 strong army was killed or wounded, and finally they were completely annihilated by the allied forces. In the mighty Dragon City, only hundreds of high-ranking officials who had not yet crossed the river fled in panic. The same was true in the Divine Realm. As soon as they arrived in Feng County, they were attacked by a coalition force of more than 100,000 strong. They were all elite troops, such as Ma Tong, Ma Chao, Xiahou Dun, and Xiahou Yuan, all blocking him. These coalition forces had secretly crossed the Sisui River while digging the river to cut off the water supply, just to catch him off guard. Faced with this sudden attack, the Divine Realm was defeated, and even Xin Shang died in the chaos. Of the 4 top extraordinary forces, in just 2 days, only Jiang Ting was left with the strength to fight. And Hua Xiong was also killed by Sun Jian as recorded in history, and his armor and head were directly lost. Fuck, Is this the terror of the Eastern Han princes? Jiang Ting felt a chill in his heart when he saw the message sent by Chu Yunqi. He knew that this battle would be difficult to fight, but he really didn't expect that this group of princes would be so strong. History really can't be trusted completely. Who said that the 18 princes all have their own ulterior motives and are vulnerable? Once they are faced with a fatal threat, look at the energy they will unleash. No wonder the chaotic Three Kingdoms period has been studied by people for thousands of years without being fully understood. So, the guy who just said that I can single-handedly fight against 18 princes is actually my cousin Jiang. I sincerely apologize to you for his ignorance. I'm afraid there are some experts among the allied forces of the princes. Jiang Ting sat down on the desk, the turmoil in his heart still not completely calmed down. My lord, I'm afraid our current situation is somewhat dangerous. After these princes defeated our coalition forces, they have surrounded us. Now it seems that the coalition camp is indeed empty. Fortunately, we did not rush into battle. I suspect that the enemy camp has already prepared some kind of ignition. Jia Su sighed and continued. Whoever breaks through the blockade and enters this dangerous camp will never return. Guijiao? Or Boss Chow? Jiang Ting frowned, wondering which big boss was behind this plan. But Guijiao didn't seem to have come out of retirement at this time. Although Cao Cao was a master of military strategy, was he really that powerful now? It didn't seem likely. So who is it? Jiang Ting had a headache. If he didn't find this person, he would be in great trouble. He always felt that he would be in trouble. Chapter 82. First Battle with the Princes, 2-in-1. No matter how worried Jiang Ting is, what is coming will eventually come. The coalition forces of the princes had already formed a siege, and he had no choice but to retreat back to Gong County along the same route. The princes had won consecutive battles, and their morale was high. Almost at the same time, when Jiang Ting withdrew his troops from Gong County, they came out in full force and surrounded him from 3 directions. Their purpose is very clear. Now that I have the advantage, I won't play any shady tricks with you. I will surround them on 3 sides and then deliberately leave a gap. You can either run away overnight according to the script I gave you and bet on whether I have arranged an ambush, or wait for the army to arrive and the city will be destroyed and everyone will die. My lord, Ma Chao of Shiliang has led 30,000 troops to the West City and is challenging us outside. My lord, Sun Tzu of Jiangdong has led 30,000 troops to the North City and is challenging us outside. My lord, Xiahou Dun from Chunlu has led 20,000 troops to the East City and is challenging us outside. Pieces of information were quickly passed to Jiang Ting. Even though he felt that he had a strong army, he was still very panicked at this moment. These guys are not good people. My lord, I beg to fight. Guan Yu, Yu Fei, Zhou Tai and others stepped forward to ask for orders. Since the opponent wanted to fight, they, as military generals, had to stand up. Regardless of whether the lord fights or not, they must maintain this face. What do you call this? This is called social etiquette. All right. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? Since they all want to join in the fun, then let's fight. Jiang Ting slammed the table and stood up. Yin Chong, go fight Sun Tzu. Yu Ping, go fight Xiahou Dun. Peng Zhu, go fight Ma Chao. It may be hard to say about other things, but when it comes to fighting with generals, Jiang Ting is really not afraid. Guan Yu and Yu Fei are now in their ultimate forms. Looking at the entire 3 kingdoms, there are only a few who can fight with Guan Yu. Sun Tzu and Ma Chao are indeed very strong, but they are only 17 or 18 years old now. If we don't let them feel the dangers of the world now, they may not have any chance in the future. Since Jiang Ting had already given the order, Guan Yu and his companions naturally obeyed it respectfully. Not long after, the 3 city gates were opened a crack. Guan Yu, Yu Fei and Zhou Tai rode out of the city alone and found their opponents respectively. At the foot of the North City, Sun Tzu, whose face looked a little childish but who already possessed the air of a great general, was greeting the 18 generations of women in the city cordially. Seeing Guan Yu leisurely leave the city, he stopped shouting and cursed, brandishing his overlord spear and loudly demanding, "Who is coming?" Snort. In response to him, there was the sound of Guan Yu's horse's hooves suddenly accelerating, and the Qinglong's sword raised high. What a lunatic! I will kill you today. The 3 words contempt, revealed in Guan Yu's phoenix eyes without any concealment. Sun Tzu was so angry that his face turned red, and he immediately stabbed him with his spear. Clang! The powerful Qinglong sword knocked the overlord spear out of Sun Tzu's hand, and then continued to move forward, wanting to split Sun Tzu in half. But at this critical moment, Sun Tzu used the gravity transmitted from the Qinglong sword to twist his body to a rather exaggerated and weird degree, and thus barely escaped the disaster. The 2 men crossed each other's horses, and Sun Tzu took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. aiming directly at the back of Guan Yu's head. Unfortunately, Guan Yu was prepared and dodged it in time by turning his head slightly. Come again. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Sun Tzu was young and full of vigor, so how could he admit defeat? He immediately shouted and attacked aggressively. He was also a man of immense strength, and the two of them fought back and forth for 20 or 30 rounds in the blink of an eye. Although the situation seemed to be evenly matched, Jiang Ting on the city wall was very clear about Guan Yu's strength. This guy hadn't even used his full strength. As expected, just when Sun Tzu wanted to fight Guan Yu for 300 rounds, Guan Yu, who was originally evenly matched with him, suddenly burst out with a strong, murderous intent. Ding! Guan Yu's martial saint talent has been activated. Qinglong kills 3 times in a row. Clang, clang, clang. Faced with the attacks that were heavier than the last, Sun Tzu was caught off guard in an instant. When the last blow came down, his knuckles were covered in blood, his entire face was dark red, and his aura was weakened. He was obviously in a weak state. Ah! Just when Guan Yu was about to kill him, Sun Tzu shouted loudly and used his most powerful trick to instantly break free from his weak state, and only then was he able to barely withstand Guan Yu's fatal attack. Oh no, the young master is in trouble. Hurry up and provide support. Kill it. Han Dang and Liao Shi is here. Stop your rampant behavior. Young master, don't panic. Chen Pu is here. Don't hurt my young master. Huang Gongfu is here to fight you. Generals including Han Dang, Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, etc. all rode forward, wanting to snatch the man back. Grasp. Jiang Ting on the city wall was also furious. Others could rescue people, but he couldn't send anyone out. Otherwise, in order to rescue Sun Tzu, Sun Jian's army would definitely attack in groups and seize the city gate. If you are not afraid of death, come over here. A hint of anger also appeared between Guan Yu's brows. Facing the siege of several generals, he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he took the initiative to meet them. Oh, Yunchang's stubborn temper is coming out again. Jiang Ting also looked somewhat helpless. Logically speaking, Guan Yu could have retreated at this time, but since he refused to do so, Jiang Ting did not sound the retreat immediately out of trust in Guan Yu. After all, he is Sun Tzu, so of course he still hopes that Guan Yu can kill him. Commandant, Guan Yu burst out with all his strength, and despite the siege of several generals, he was never at a disadvantage. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Don't fight too long. Protecting the young master is the most important thing. Withdraw. After Huang Gai and others rescued Sun Tzu from Guan Yu, they fought and retreated, not wanting to cause any more trouble. But how could Guan Yu agree to this? He immediately chased after him alone. What the hell? Is Yunchang going to charge straight into the formation? Quick! Sound the horns to call back the troops. Sound the horns to call back the troops. Jiang Ting was shocked. If something happened to Guan Yu at this time, it would be difficult for him to fight him next time. After all, there was Lu Bu at Hulao Pass. The thief is so brave. The vanguard forces charge. Kill. Such a brave general actually came to die voluntarily. How could the battle-hardened Sun Jian miss such a good opportunity? He immediately sent 5,000 frontline troops to press forward, hoping to capture Guan Yu directly. Ding. Guan Yu's skill, going to a meeting alone, has been triggered. Die. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your General Guan Yu for successfully killing the 4-star General Han Dang in an epic plot. You have received rewards. 1 iron-backed serpent spear with 3 stars, and 1 star, 500 points. 500 reputation points. Please keep up the good work. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your General Guan Yu for successfully killing the 5-star General Huang Gai in an epic plot. You have received rewards. A random special treasure chest with 5 stars x1, points x1000, reputation x1000. Please keep up the good work. Fuck. Seeing Guan Yu chasing and killing 2 generals in a row, Jiang Ting couldn't help but swear. This guy Yunchang was so fierce that he was like a prehistoric monster. Sun Tzu, where are you going? Guan Yu killed 2 generals in a row, but he did not stop. He was so stubborn that he just stared at Sun Tzu. Even though the opposite side had already dispatched a large army, he ignored it. If I don't punish this thief, I will not be a human being. Seeing his beloved general die tragically on the spot, and even his eldest son being chased and hacked, Sun Jian could no longer sit still. He stared with his eyes wide open and rode his horse to kill them. Kill. Although Guan Yu had tried his best, several generals around Sun Tzu fought to the death to protect him, and finally, he successfully escaped into the army. At this time, the sound of drums from the top of Gong County City had also sounded. The Lord obviously wanted him to retreat, but unfortunately, he couldn't retreat. Sun Jian personally took action and the entire army of 30,000 soldiers was mobilized. If he retreated, the city gate would be in danger, so he was willing to disobey military orders and be punished by his lord in the future, but he refused to retreat even a single step. Instead, he charged directly into the army. Lu Meng, I order you to lead 10,000 cavalry out of the city to meet Sun Jian. I can abandon this city at any cost, but Yin Chang must not be harmed. Here. Lu Meng quickly stood up. Of course, he saw at a glance the reason why Guan Yu refused to retreat. Since his lord said so, he naturally would not say much. Seize the city gate. Seize the city gate. Messenger, quickly send the troops from the rear to support us. This is a godsend. Sun Jian made a decision on the spot. They just needed to charge forward and launch a massive attack on the city. There would be no time to close the city gates. Once the army from the rear arrived, the city would surely be broken. Isn't it said that although Sun Jian is a fierce man, his character is too straightforward? If he does this, his own troops will surely suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, he has forced Jiang Ting into a desperate situation. He will simply give up playing and will target you, Sun Jian, to kill him. What will you do then? No wonder people in later generations said that among the 18 princes, all of them were just trying to get by, but only Sun Jian was really risking his life. How come this bastard Sun Jian is even more stubborn than me? Jiang Ting was also helpless. It was obvious that I wanted to fight you to the death. You only think this little bit of yours is worth. If you don't run away quickly, how dare you come to attack the city? Really think you're not dying fast enough? If you want to die, don't take me with you. I thought that by sending Lu Meng and showing a reckless attitude, I could scare Sun Jian away. Normally speaking, if it were other princes who were more careful about their reputation, they might have really withdrawn. At the very least, they can fight and retreat, waiting for the army in the rear to come and encircle and suppress the troops leaving the city. In this way, they can protect themselves and consume the enemy's strength. Isn't that great? But you, Sun Jian, this iron-headed guy, I have already given up 10,000 cavalry, and you still refuse to agree even if it were Guan Yu? Seize the city gate, right? Let's see who's more stubborn, right? Okay, open the north gate. Zhu Ran, lead another 30,000 soldiers and horses out of the city to fight Sun Jian to the death. My lord, please think twice. Seeing Jiang Ting's temper rising, Jia Su quickly stepped forward and advised earnestly. My lord, if we open the city and fight a decisive battle now, we may be able to destroy Sun Jian, but once their army arrives, we will be in danger. I've made up my mind. No more arguments. Fight. Seeing that Jiang Ting was determined to do so, Zhu Ran had no choice but to accept the order. Thus, a bloody battle officially broke out at the foot of the North City. At the other two city gates, the fighting was also in full swing. Yu Fei and Ma Chao had fought for more than 100 rounds, and neither could do anything to the other. Zhou Tai's martial arts skills were obviously inferior to Xiahou Dun's. After all, according to the combination of history and romance, Xiahou Dun was one of the top figures in the Three Kingdoms period. The super tough guy ranked 11th. But Zhou Tai was no pushover. Although he had suffered several injuries, he fought more and more fiercely. After more than 100 rounds, Xiahou Dun used all his strength but still couldn't defeat him. Sound the horn quickly. Fighting has broken out in North City. Tell General Yu and the others to return quickly. Zhou Yu, who was guarding the other side, indeed gave the order. He did not expect that the most secure North Gate would be the first to have problems. Don't run away, thief. Fight me for another 300 rounds. Seeing that Yu Fei wanted to retreat, Ma Chao immediately refused and insisted that the outcome must be decided today. You and I can handle it, but the horse can't. Go back and let the horse rest. We'll fight again tomorrow. Yu Fei also felt admiration for Ma Chao, who was so young but had amazing strength. He immediately retreated with his gun, reeled in his horse, and said something. Well, I'll find you tomorrow. Ma Chao looked down at his beloved horse panting, so he had to stop and turn back to the formation reluctantly. The outcome is not yet decided. How can you be considered a hero if you run away now? Xiahou Dun on the other side was also very unhappy. He always felt that he was just one step away from defeating Zhou Tai, but this guy suddenly stopped fighting. This feeling really made him uncomfortable. I'm not afraid of you, but military orders are hard to disobey. Next time we fight, I will take your head. Although Zhou Tai suffered several injuries, he acted as if nothing had happened and still responded with high spirits. I'll just let you go today, but you won't be so lucky next time. Xiahou Dun wanted to continue fighting. He naturally heard the noise of the fighting in the North City, so he simply stopped entangled with it. On the other hand, at the North Gate, Guan Yu, alone on horseback, was chasing Sun Tzu back and forth in the midst of thousands of troops, and none of the soldiers who rushed up could match him. It was not until Sun Jian personally came to him that Sun Tzu was saved. With the addition of Lu Ming and Zhu Ran, Sun Jian's army also suffered heavy casualties. With 10,000 heavy cavalry and 30,000 five-star elite soldiers, no matter how powerful Sun Jian's troops were, they could only barely hold on. In this bloody battle, he lost at least two-thirds of his troops and was completely defeated by Jiang Ting. The 40,000 troops Jiang Ting sent out of the city also lost nearly half of their troops, and both armies suffered extremely tragic losses. Finally, under his eager gaze, the 100,000-strong army, led by Yuan Shao himself, finally arrived at the battlefield. "Soldiers, if we retreat, the city will fall. For our lord, please follow me and fight your way out." Lu Ming remembered what Jia Su had secretly told him when he was leaving the city, and immediately shouted loudly, "All troops, listen up. Follow General Lu and break through with all your might. Kill." Seeing this, Zhu Ran quickly gave an order. "If they don't retreat and break out directly, the lord will be safe." This is what Jia Su explained to Lu Ming and Zhu Ran. To put it more clearly, it means giving up Lu Ming's 40,000 troops in order to save the city gate. As for Yuan Shao, who finally arrived at the battlefield after rushing, of course he was unwilling to let go of the 40,000 troops that came to his doorstep and directly issued an order for the entire army to attack. 40,000 Jiangxing men are all implicated by me. If I don't kill you, how can I be worthy of my lord's kindness? Guan Yu felt ashamed. His original intention was to sacrifice himself and did not want any accidents to happen in the city. But who would have thought that Jiang Ting actually sent out 40,000 troops just to save his life? If I can't kill Sun Jian, how can I face going back to see my lord when he attaches so much importance to me? Thinking of this, Guan Yu's already extremely fierce momentum suddenly increased a little more. Ding! Guan Yu's skill Martial Saint's judgment has been triggered. The sudden system prompt made Jiang Ting raise his head instantly and look anxiously outside the city. Chapter 83. Guan Yu single-handedly kills Sun Jian. Gan Xingba defeats the enemy camp with 100 cavalrymen, 2-in-1. Martial Saint's Judgment. When the passive skill is triggered, all skills are temporarily lost, and the force is increased by 20 points. Each attack has a 100 armor penetration effect, 300 critical damage effect. Agility increased by 200. Although it was only 5 minutes, within these 5 minutes, Guan Yu's strength had already surpassed the limits of human beings. Die! As Guan Yu roared, the Qinglong sword in his hand also made a loud dragon roar. The sword was so fast that Sun Jian didn't even have time to react, and his whole body was frozen on the spot. It was not until the red hair rushed out several meters that a stream of blood suddenly spurted out from his neck. Then, the head slowly slid off, and the headless corpse fell straight down. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to your General Guan Yu for successfully killing the 5-star General Sun Jian in an epic plot. The vassal Sun Jian's forces are officially destroyed. You receive the following rewards. 1 5-star Ancient Ingot Sword, plus 10% plot completion progress, 1,000 points, and 1,000 reputation points. Please keep up the good work. Father! Father! Sun Tzu, who was not far away, was so angry that his eyes were about to burst out, and he rushed towards Guan Yu regardless of anything. Young master, you can't. The overall situation is more important, young master. Cheng Pu and other old generals of Sun Jian were extremely anxious, but unfortunately they could not get Sun Tzu, who was bent on revenge, to stop for a moment. The hatred for my father's murder is irreconcilable. If I don't kill this man, how can I live in this world with dignity? Sun Tzu's tone was extremely resolute, and his entire aura continued to surge as the horse under his crotch galloped. When he rushed in front of Guan Yu, the fierce aura around him was actually comparable to Guan Yu's. Father, mother, second brother, younger sister, and Qiao. Please, give me a helping hand. Give me your life, you bastard. The overlord spear in Sun Tzu's hand was as fast as lightning. Even though Guan Yu was also very fast, he still couldn't dodge it, and was pierced through the arm by Sun Tzu's spear. Snort. Guan Yu groaned, but his expression remained resolute. He raised the Qinglong sword with one hand, and chopped it down again. Puff. The knife went straight into Sun Tzu's right shoulder, and blood was gushing out. With Guan Yu's strength, such a knife was enough to cut a person in two. But Sun Tzu managed to carry it through. Ah! Die! Sun Tzu roared to the sky. Unable to hold the overlord's spear with his right hand, he held it with both hands. Completely ignoring his own injuries, he exerted force again, and the spear instantly pierced Guan Yu's entire body. The scarlet spear head came out directly from Guan Yu's back. Guan Yu's face flushed red, and he remained silent. But the hand holding the knife exerted more force, and the knife went deeper, so that Sun Tzu's entire arm was cut off. But his own chest was already a horrifying dark red. In the end, neither of them could bear the pain, and both fell off their horses. Ding! Your General Guan Yu has withdrawn from this plot. Fuck. This Sun Tzu. Jiang Ting on the city wall was also watching with his eyelids twitching. He really didn't expect that Sun Tzu could actually make a one-on-one exchange with Guan Yu in his peak state. It seems that if Sun Tzu had not died young, his future achievements would have been limitless. How old is he now? At the age of 17 or 18, he has already realized the ability of a titled divine general. Even one step faster than Zhao Yun. And there is Taisher Ci, the most powerful general in Jiangdong, who can fight Sun Tzu to a draw. That guy is obviously also a monstrous genius. But when you think about Taisher Ci's deeds, it seems quite normal. When Kong Rong was trapped in the North Sea, he broke through the siege several times on his own to deliver letters. How could an ordinary person do such a record? As for Zhao Yun, it was probably when he rode alone to save the Lord that he officially broke through to the realm of being titled a divine general. However, normally speaking, Sun Tzu should not have broken through so quickly. It was just that seeing Sun Jian die to save him was too shocking for him, so he realized that realm in advance. But no matter what, Guan Yu was replaced by Sun Tzu, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to Jiang Ting. If Sun Tzu can be so strong, then how strong must Lu Bu, the ceiling of the Three Kingdoms combat power, be? He originally thought that with Guan Yu's martial saint judgment, he might be able to directly get rid of Lu Bu, the obstacle. Now it seems that his idea was too naive. Jiang Ting is now almost certain that even if Guan Yu takes the initiative to use the judgment of the martial saint, he will definitely not be able to replace Lu Bu. Every pure warrior who has the ability to break through to the realm of the titled God General should have extremely abnormal ultimate life and death skills. 5-star generals like Zhu Ran and Lu Ming do not have ultimate skills, which means that their limit can only be 5 stars. But people like Gan Ning, Sun Tzu, and Zhao Yun who can break through to the title of generals, under the influence of specific factors, each of them can burst out enormous energy. This kind of energy, under certain circumstances or at the right time, can destroy any titled general of the same level. So the system is still the same. No matter who you are, you can't be invincible in this game. Every titled general has a certain chance of defeating other opponents of the same level. To use a phrase from the internet, in his own exclusive BGM, here refers to a specific environment. Every titled God General can show off to the fullest. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your General Guan Yu for successfully killing the titled godlike General Sun Tzu in an epic plot. You have received the following rewards. Little Overlord Sun Tzu's heroic soul, 1-star X1, 10,000 points. 10,000 reputation points. Please keep up the good work. This system prompt also made Jiang Ting completely understand that the reason why Guan Yu was replaced was because Sun Tzu temporarily broke through to the 6-star level. However, since Sun Tzu's heroic spirit was directly reduced to its peak state, even if Jiang Ting failed directly in this plot, it was not a big loss. After all, it is not easy to cultivate a titled general, and the exclusive copy cannot be passed just by saying it. Brothers of General Guan. Survive. Only by surviving can we avenge General Guan. Follow me and break through. Kill. 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 Lu Ming took the opportunity to shout loudly. Given Guan Yu's prestige and status in the army, his death would easily cause chaos among the soldiers. So his shout not only prevented the chaos in time, but also greatly boosted morale. Of course, the commander's encouragement was one factor, and the fact that Jiangqing's soldiers were elite enough was another. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for just a few words to turn the soldiers' grief and anger into strength. Unfortunately, although Lu Ming and his men had fought with all their might, the 100,000 elite soldiers of the Eastern Han Dynasty were no pushovers. They had already suffered heavy losses and were physically and mentally exhausted in the bloody battle with Sun Jian. Now that they were fighting continuously, how could they be a match for the 100,000 elite soldiers? So soon, the 40,000-strong army was completely wiped out, and Lu Ming and others were all killed in battle and withdrew from the plot one after another. The so-called breakout was just to give the 40,000 soldiers who left the city a glimmer of hope so that they would not retreat easily. Otherwise, everyone has retreated to the city gate. Will you open it or not? If it is opened, the city gate will be in danger. If it is not opened, what will the other soldiers think? Therefore, a qualified strategist will try every possible means to make up for it when his lord makes an unwise decision. Jiasu is obviously such a person. Soldiers, attack the city. Yuan Shao took advantage of the fact that the coalition forces had wiped out 40,000 soldiers who were leaving the city and the soldiers' morale was high, and issued an order to attack the city with all his strength. Jiang Ting on the city wall had long understood that his decision not only failed to save Guan Yu, but also resulted in the loss of 40,000 troops and 2 generals. However, if he had the chance to do it again, he would still choose to send troops, because Sun Jian's threat was too great. Jia Su did not understand Sun Jian as a person, but he knew him very well. If this guy doesn't die, the difficulty of him destroying the major princes will increase by at least 30%. Therefore, he would rather use 40,000 soldiers to replace Sun Jian, and it might even allow Guan Yu to break through. But there is a most critical problem, which is that letting the soldiers die, even in the plot, it is impossible to make it public. That's why he acted like he was blinded by anger before. Now he is no longer the obedient battlefield rookie. He has his own opinions and considerations. Weighing the pros and cons is also a compulsory course for every lord. Throughout history, there have been very few fools who have become bosses. Many monarchs seemingly foolish decisions. In fact, if you consider them carefully and combine them with the environment at the time, you will find that these guys are actually all smart people. Of course, except for a few. Siege warfare has always been the most brutal. The 4 walls of Gong County were under extremely fierce attacks at this moment. But Jiang Ting also had 120,000 to 130,000 soldiers under his command, so the coalition forces of the princes fought until dark without gaining any advantage. Jiang Ting lost 6,000 soldiers, and the coalition forces left behind nearly 20,000 corpses. The casualties were 1 to 2 compared to a normal siege, which was a huge difference. This time, even Yuan Shao could not sit still. He had thought that Jiang Ting's troops were like those of other aliens, and that there should be a lot of weak soldiers. However, it turned out that the combat effectiveness of the soldiers under this alien was much stronger than his elite troops. This bite not only failed to kill Jiang Ting, but also broke several of his own teeth. After a bloody battle during the day, both sides tacitly chose to rest and recuperate that night. However, the night sky was so quiet that it made people feel uneasy and unable to fall asleep for a long time. At this moment, in the Sisui River that had buried hundreds of thousands of Longqing's troops, dark shadows were swimming silently in the water. Except for some ripples on the water surface, they did not make any sound at all. It can be seen that all of them are good at swimming. If you look closely, you will find that this group of black shadows is no more than 100 people, and the leader is none other than the generals under Jiang Ting, Gan Ning, and Gan Xingba. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Gan Ning and his men cautiously went ashore. One of the soldiers approached Gan Ning and said in a low voice, "Boss, we've already circled behind Gong County and can set fire anytime. I've told you so many times to call me general. You were all bandits that everyone hated. I was the one who recruited you into the army without telling the Lord. I made you a member of Jiangcheng, made you my personal guards, and made you loved and respected by your compatriots. I trained you day after day, and now it's finally coming in handy. Now, all we need is a fire to accomplish an unprecedented feat. I want to ask you, are you afraid of death?" Gan Ning stood in front of the 100 Jinfan thieves and asked in a low voice, "General, you saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would have starved to death among the refugees. I'm just a thief hated by everyone, yet you value me so highly. I'm uneducated, but I once heard a great scholar say, a gentleman will die for his friend. Yes, that's right. So, General, you only need to say one word, even if it means telling me to jump off a cliff. I, Hu Laosan, will never frown. Yes, General, I was forced to make a living and became a bandit. You never looked down on me and allowed me to join the army and be respected. Now I can even make great contributions to my lord. Even if I die, this life is worth it. Yes, that's right. General, please give the order. We are not afraid of death. Good, good, good." Gan Ning smiled with relief, then turned around and said resolutely, "Everyone, quickly disperse and set fire to the house. Show me your best skills. Even if it means death, you must light the fire for me." Yes. The 100 Jinfan troops were determined to die, and they sneaked into the camp of the coalition forces from the rear. Under the cover of night, these 100 sails were like fish in water, each one agile, swift, and stealthy. About a quarter of an hour later, fires broke out all around, and it was not until then that the coalition forces of the princes discovered something unusual. "The fire is coming. The fire is coming. Quick, put out the fire. Oh no, it's over there at the granary." The entire camp was in chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, the 100 Jinfans were still moving around, each silently setting fire and then moving away. Of course, Many people were discovered by the coalition forces, and those who were discovered would naturally not escape death. The fire had already started, and they could have retreated, but just for a 1 in a million chance of an accident. In order to make the fire burn thoroughly, none of them retreated, and they continued to run and set fires. Go to hell, all of you. Ha ha ha. Come. Gan Xingba of Jiangsheng is here. Come over if you're not afraid of death. Gan Ning held an iron chain in his hand and danced with it so loudly that anyone who came close to him would be either killed or crippled. Call out. A cold arrow directly pierced Gan Ning's left shoulder bone. If he had not dodged a little at the critical moment, he would have been shot to death by now. TSK. You cowardly rat. If you're brave enough, come and fight your grandpa Gan for 300 rounds. Gan Ning directly pulled out the sharp arrow from his left shoulder bone and cursed through gritted teeth. Oomph, Chenlu Xiahou Yuan is here. Watch me take your head. Ha ha, just in time. The two men fought to a place, and seeing the fire around them growing bigger and bigger, Gan Ning knew that his mission had been completed. If he could kill a general from the opposite side before he died, then he would have no regrets. What Zhou Yu had said to him before has now come true. Their navy will definitely be able to suppress the others this time. Gan Ning was also convinced by Zhou Yu's strategy. He had already thought of all these plans before the army retreated, so he let him hide in the Sisui River outside the city with 100 brocade sails, just waiting for this moment. Now that the mission is accomplished, let this raging fire bury Gan Ning and all the princes. Chapter 84, Victory and Defeat, 2 in 1. While the coalition forces of the princes were busy rescuing people and putting out the fire to quell the chaos, Jiang Ting had quickly assembled all his troops in Gan County City. When Zhou Yu asked Gan Ning to leave with 100 brocade sails, he actually had a vague guess of Zhou Yu's plan. When it comes to playing with fire, Zhou Yu is definitely the best in the Three Kingdoms. Even Lu Sun and Lu Boyan, who burned down the camps, are slightly inferior to him in terms of achievements. Now it seems that an excellent strategist can definitely play a key role in defeating the enemy in a war. Too many factors to consider in a war, such as excellent commanders, fearless generals, powerful soldiers, sophisticated equipment, stable logistics, favorable time, place and people, etc. Strategists are indeed indispensable in this, but just like Zhou Yu's plan this time, without Gan Ning and the 100 brocade sails' desperate fight, no matter how ingenious his plan was, it would be in vain. The chance of winning is often a combination of various aspects, and you can't easily win just by having brains. Name: Grand Commander Zhou Yu. Occupation: titled strategist. When making plans, the chance of being seen through is reduced by 60%, and the execution efficiency of subordinates is increased by 80%. Qualification: 5 stars and 1 star. Loyalty: 100. Talent: true heroism. As a commander, the execution efficiency of subordinates is increased by 120%, morale is increased by 100%, and basic command is temporarily increased by 15 points. Basic attributes: Force: 85. Intelligence: 97. Domination: 99. Interior affairs: 90. Special attributes: strategist exclusive. Military discipline: improving soldiers' execution efficiency 35%. Military strategy: improve generals' execution efficiency 30%. Military governance: improving soldiers' morale 30%. Insight: reduces the negative effects of subordinate soldiers 35%. Bright strategy: enhance the benefit of subordinate soldiers 35%. Basic skills: advanced riding: when riding a mount, agility increases by 5%. Advanced strategy: increases insight by 5% when making plans. Advanced military management: as a commander, the execution efficiency of subordinates under your command increases by 5%. Water warfare strategy 5-star. Zhou Yu exclusive military discipline increased by 20%, insight increased by 20%, and strategy increased by 20%. Special skills: fire of war 5-star. Zhou Yu is good at using fire. Using fire time, his intelligence is temporarily increased by 10 points. The success rate of his strategies is increased by 50%, and there is a 10% chance to trigger invulnerability, making him undetectable. Command the 3 armies, 5 stars. During combat, when Zhou Yu is the final decision maker, military discipline, insight, and strategies are stacked up 1% per second, up to a maximum of 120%. When fully stacked, force is temporarily increased by 5 points, intelligence by 10 points, and command by 10 points. Heroic and valiant god. When Zhou Yu uses fire plan, his karma fire value is permanently increased by 1, his military strength is temporarily increased by 20, and his special attributes are temporarily converted to general specific. The morale of all subordinates under his command is temporarily increased by 100. The execution efficiency is temporarily increased by 100. The military strength is temporarily increased by 10, and the agility is temporarily increased by 100. This lasts until the end of the battle. When Zhou Yu uses Fire Plan, his intelligence is permanently reduced by 1 point, which can be offset by Karma Fire value. Current Karma Fire value, 1. Exclusive equipment. Karma Fire Red Lotus Fan, unlocked. Karma Fire Red Lotus Crown, unlocked. Karma Fire Red Lotus Shirt, unlocked. Hellfire Red Lotus Boots, unlocked. Fire Horse, unlocked. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, 1840 to 7640. Comprehensive Dominance Rating, 1870 to 9699. Zhou Yu, who had broken through the title of Godly General, obviously possessed the abilities that a strategist should have. Unfortunately, Jiang Ting's previous points were not enough. The points he obtained when clearing the exclusive copy only unlocked Yu Fei's exclusive equipment. Once Zhou Yu's exclusive equipment is unlocked, his overall dominance rating should reach its limit. The skill of heroic and brave may seem ordinary at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that this skill is definitely an incredible skill. Because this skill can not only greatly enhance Zhou Yu's personal strength, but also the soldiers under his command have received a certain increase. The 10% increase in military strength alone is enough to allow Zhou Yu to sit firmly on the throne of the Supreme Commander. This 10% improvement will benefit all soldiers. And the most important point is that there are no restrictions. Just imagine, if the morale of the Overlord Iron Cavalry and Yu Family Army, which are special forces that are already very powerful, is increased by 100% and their military strength is increased by 10%, how much will their overall strength increase? 1,000 people, 10,000 people, may not be obvious enough, but what if it is 100,000 people, 1 million people? Therefore, this skill is absolutely amazing for large-scale army battles. The only flaw is that in order to trigger this condition, Zhou Yu's fire plan must be effective, otherwise everything will be in vain. And right now is the time when Zhou Yu's abilities can be brought to the fullest. Jiang Ting handed over the command of the troops to Zhou Yu without any hesitation. Under Zhou Yu's arrangement, the battle process of these 120,000 to 130,000 troops was as smooth as flowing water. Taking advantage of the chaos in the coalition forces of the princes, Zhou Yu first ordered the heavy infantry to escort the archers out of the city. After several rounds of arrow rain, the formation of the coalition forces of the princes was completely interrupted. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ting personally led the Overlord Iron Cavalry, and Yu Fei led 8,000 light cavalry, and they launched a charge against the coalition forces of the princes from both wings. The coalition forces of the princes, which were already in chaos, could not put up any effective resistance under the siege of 2 5-star special forces. With just one round of charge, the troops of these princes were completely dispersed. The princes on all sides were not united. If it was just a favorable battle, everything would be fine. But once a real disaster was about to happen, who would not want to preserve their own strength? Alas, Jitsai, you warned me a while ago that you were worried and couldn't sleep all night, always feeling that there was something you hadn't thought of. I even laughed at you for being too cautious, but now it seems that your worries have really come true. Looking at the coalition forces in chaos, fleeing for their lives and secretly preparing to escape, Cao Cao sighed and said something. There might be a master in Gong County. I've been cautious enough, heavily guarding the granary, and even sending General Xiahou Yuan to personally oversee it. But who could have imagined that they would succeed in the end? Next to Cao Cao, there was a thin young scholar who shook his head and replied with a wry smile. Forget it. Now that things have come to this coalition of princes is clearly doomed. We must return to Qinlu as soon as possible. After this battle, the world's situation will inevitably change, which may not be a bad thing for us. Cao Cao's eyes flashed. He always had a long-term vision. While others were still worrying about how to clean up the mess after the defeat, he had already found a better way out of failure. The major princes suffered heavy losses, so Cao Cao had a perfect opportunity to expand his territory. By the time they reacted, he, Cao Mingde, might have grown into the #1 prince in the 3 kingdoms. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your General Zhou Yu for successfully killing the 4-star General Zhang Yang in an epic plot. The Zhang Yang faction has been officially destroyed. You have received rewards, plus 10% plot completion progress, points x 1000, reputation x 1000. Please keep up the good work. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to your General Zhou Yu for successfully killing the 4-star General Lu Dai in an epic plot. The vassal Lu Dai's forces are officially destroyed. You receive rewards. Plot completion progress plus 10%, points x 1000, reputation x 1000. Please keep up the good work. Zhu in an epic plot. The Kongzhou forces have officially been destroyed. You have received rewards. Plot completion progress plus 10%, points x 1000, reputation x 1000. Please keep up the good work. A series of system prompts also made Jiang Ting in a good mood. Due to this fire and the charge of his soldiers, only 8 princes managed to escape. Chao Chao, Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Kong Rong, Ma Teng, Liu Bei, Yuan Yi, and Tao Qian. Jiang Ting's progress also soared to 110%, which was considered to have exceeded the progress task. Normally, he has completed the progress task, and the story should have ended. But he didn't receive any prompts, which means that except for committing suicide, he has no way to exit the plot normally. Of course, suicide is impossible. According to the nature of the system, since he can continue to fight, it means that he can get more rewards. He also wanted to know if there would be any special rewards after he destroyed all the princes and his progress reached the limit. If there is, then he will make a lot of money. If not, he will not lose anything. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ting's heart gradually became hot. Unfortunately, his good mood did not last long. A cavalry suddenly appeared from the rear, and the smile on his face froze on the spot. It's Lu Bu. Meet the enemy. Meet the enemy. This opportunity was indeed seized perfectly. When Jiang Ting was hunting down the various princes, Dong Zhuo chose to betray the alliance and sent Lu Bu's troops out of Hulao Pass to launch a sneak attack on Jiang Ting. 100,000 men from Shiliang attacked from behind at this time, which was undoubtedly fatal to Jiang Ting. I'm afraid Dong Go can't come up with such a brilliant plan. How could I have forgotten about Li Ru? Sigh. Jiang Ting sighed helplessly. Li Ru was as famous as Jia Su. Ignoring this guy was a huge mistake in itself. Kill him. Lu Bu took the lead, and wherever he went, people and horses fell to the ground, and no one could stop him. The army in the rear to turn around and fight. Facing the charging cavalry, their disadvantage was too great. In just this round of charge, the army of more than 100,000 suffered heavy losses. Protect the Lord. Quick, stop them. Seeing Lu Bu getting closer and closer, Zhou Tai gritted his teeth and led 10,000 personal guards to rush towards the group of Shiliang cavalry coming from behind without hesitation. They were just infantrymen, naturally suppressed by cavalry. Every soldier knew this simple truth very well in their hearts, but they did not hesitate at all and formed a human barrier with their flesh and blood. Some people even used their own hands to hold on to the legs of the galloping horses. Even if they were chopped into pieces of blood, or even if they were trampled all over, they still gritted their teeth and never let go. Seeing that this method was quite effective, other guards followed suit. Seeing them die tragically one after another, even though Jiang Ting knew that this was just a plot, he could not control the anger in his heart. Lu Bu. Jiang Ting looked at the invincible figure not far away who was easily slaughtering his own soldiers, and murderous intent gushed out of his eyes. But his reason told him that he was not yet a match for Lu Bu, and there was no one around him who could stop this guy. My lord, Dong Zhuo has broken his promise. While General Zhou Tai is fighting to the death to cover our retreat, we must retreat now. Otherwise, we won't even have a chance for revenge. Zhou Yu was also helpless. He had no memory of his previous life and naturally did not understand Dong Zhuo's character. So he also ignored the possibility that Dong Zhuo would turn against him in the middle of the battle. At least before he destroyed the coalition of princes, Dong Zhuo should have no reason to attack him. But who knew that they had already planned it out and were waiting for this moment? As the saying goes, even the wisest man makes 1,000 plans, but he is bound to make mistakes. On the battlefield, anything can happen. Many things are easily overlooked before they happen. After they happen, no matter how much you regret it, it will no longer have any effect. Withdraw. Jiang Ting uttered this word with great difficulty. Ever since he entered the game, everything had been going smoothly. Although he had encountered crises before, he always managed to overcome them. It could be said that this was his first failure. The price of this failure was that more than 100,000 soldiers were killed or wounded, and more than half of them were killed or wounded. Only the Overlord's Iron Cavalry and Yu Fei's 8,000 light cavalry were able to survive intact. This was because they rushed the fastest and were always at the front of the team, and the soldiers in the rear fought desperately to cover them, so they were able to escape. The others were basically dispersed, and only after they fled all the way to the vicinity of Yangqing Mountain and left the pursuers far behind did Jiang Ting get a moment to breathe. Take your armor and rest, and count the troops. Jiang Ting gave the order expressionlessly. Then he sat on the ground without any image, staring at the sky in a daze. Just before Lu Bu appeared, he was still thinking about how to destroy all the princes and whether it was possible to get any special rewards. But reality gave him a heavy blow. It turns out that Jia Su and Zhou Yu are not infallible, and it turns out that the Overlord's Iron Cavalry is not truly invincible. It turns out that everything he is now can be lost in just one big defeat. If this wasn't in the plot, he wouldn't even have the chance to start over. His territory and all his hard work would become someone else's possession. In the age of nations, in such a vast battlefield, who dares to say that he is always undefeated? Perhaps all he needs is one defeat like this, even just one, and his ideals and ambitions will come to an end. At that time, he will become an ordinary person who does nothing, lost in the crowd, until he is completely forgotten by people. If he gives up now, he can still live a life of luxury and become a wealthy man that everyone envies. Give up? As Jiang Ting thought about it, he suddenly laughed. Look, the stars in the sky have always existed, whether it is night or day, but they lose all their brilliance as soon as the sun appears. Maybe I am just one of the countless stars. Maybe I overestimate my abilities and am dreaming, but I still want to be the one and only sun. Chapter 85. Regrouping. Jia Su offers advice. Lord, the battle damage inventory is complete. Not long after, Li Bai came up with a serious expression and spoke as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Don't be embarrassed. Just tell me, how many brothers are left? Jiang Ting stood up again, and there was no longer the confusion in his eyes as at the beginning. He knew very well what he wanted from the beginning to the end, and this failure only made him more determined in his belief. We still have 26,000 soldiers left here. After the Lord left, the naval commander Zhou Yu also fled north with over 30,000 surviving soldiers. He should have some men left on his side as well. Li Bai hesitated for a moment, still not daring to hide anything, and could only tell Jiang Ting the tragic outcome of the battle in detail. I see. You go down and rest first. Oh, by the way, call Wenha over to me. Jiang Ting waved his hand slightly. Of the nearly 130,000 soldiers, only less than 30,000 were left. This loss was indeed heavy. Zhou Yu's life or death was also uncertain. He could not rely on him for the time being. It was obviously unrealistic to rely on the 20,000-odd soldiers in his hands to defeat the powerful Dong Zhuo. But now that things have come to this, Jiang Ting has no other choice but to give it a try. He will accept success or failure calmly. My lord. Su, covered in dust, walked up with his hands folded. Although he was defeated miserably, he still had the calm demeanor of a scholar. For a strategist like them, failure was a very normal thing. As long as they were not dead, they could continue to plan. But if even you lose your composure, then there is really nothing you can do to turn the situation around. We've been tricked by that dog Dong. Right now, Dong Zhuo has Li Ru in charge of Luoyang, offering his advice, and Lu Bu at Hulao Pass, defending us from all directions. Does Wenha have any clever plans to turn our defeat into victory? Seeing Jiang Ting recover from his defeat so quickly, Jia Su was very pleased. He immediately bowed and said, To get rid of Dong Zhuo, I do have a plan. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Jiang Ting suddenly became energized. As long as he could solve the serious threat of Dong Zhuo, there would still be a chance. My lord, I only need you to provide me with a fine horse for transportation. Seeing Jia Su's calm demeanor, Jiang Ting frowned. Sir, are you going to Tiger Prison alone? Yes. Right now, the only one who can eliminate Dong Zhuo is Lu Bu. Dong Zhuo is treacherous and will do anything to eliminate us, but he doesn't know that his actions have a fatal flaw. I see, it's military power. Jiang Ting's eyes lit up, and he understood instantly. As a person from later generations, he knew Lu Bu's temper much better than Jia Su. He had always fallen into a misconception, that is, Jiao Chan had been summoned by himself and Red Hair had become Guan Yu's mount, so Lu Bu and Dong Zhuo would not turn against each other. But in fact, a guy who can kill his adoptive father for a BMW or a woman can certainly do it for other things. What is important is never the horse or the woman, but the character of the person himself. Although Jiao Chan was not there this time, in order to eliminate the 18 princes and the threat posed by himself, Dong Zhuo gave Lu Bu the most important thing, military power. Most of the 100,000 Shiliang troops are now under Lu Bu's command. Although Dong Zhuo sent his son-in-law Niu Fu and his confidant Li Su to fight with the army in order to contain Lu Bu, if Lu Bu wanted to take action at this time, Niu Fu alone would not be enough for him to kill. Su, who has always been cautious, said that he was 80% sure, so there was basically no suspense about this matter. All right, Li Bai, you will escort Wen He to Hulao to meet Lu Bu. Whether it will succeed depends on this one time. Jiang Ting made a prompt decision and solemnly handed the sword at his waist to Jia Su. This Xianyuan sword may come in handy. With this treasure, this journey will surely succeed. My lord, just wait for my good news. Jia Su took the Xianyuan sword and made a boast for the first time. Looking at the two people's backs as they walked away, Jiang Ting's fighting spirit was rekindled. With a group of partners around him who were willing to risk their lives for the interests of the group, what else did he have to fear? However, after defeating Jiang Ting, Lu Bu returned to Hulao Pass early. Now that the 18 princes had fallen apart and the 4 alien forces had no threat, he was naturally in a good mood. He had a good drink with Wei Su, Song Xian, and several of his confidants and got drunk. Su has arrived outside the city. Accompanying him is Li Bai, the former messenger of the traitor Jiang Tianqing. He said, "What are you hesitating about, little boy?" What did this man say? Lu Bu, already drunk, frowned, frightening the messenger to his knees. He said, "If Marquis Wen sees him, he'll accomplish great things for generations to come. If Marquis Wen kills him, he'll be killed by villains. He's talking nonsense. Why bother with him? Bring a few people, chop off his head, and hang it at the city gate." Song Xian shook his head, slammed the table, and shouted, "That's all right. Bring him in. I want to see what kind of trouble a defeated general can make." Lu Bu waved his hand. The words "great cause for the ages" did indeed stir his heart, but he acted very naturally and did not reveal any flaws. Soon, Jia Su and Li Bai, escorted by several soldiers, arrived before Lu Bu. Looking at the unperturbed scholar before him, Lu Bu calmly took a sip of his wine and asked, "Are you a counselor under the command of the traitor Jiang Tianqing?" Reporting to Lord Wen, "That is exactly what is happening." Jia Su dusted himself off, bowed slightly, and replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. "What brings you here?" Lu Bu frowned slightly. He didn't know why, but when he heard the name Jiang Tianqing, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. But he was sure that he had never seen this person, and he couldn't explain where this feeling came from. "Of course, I've come to join Marquis Wen. This sword is called the Xianyuan sword. Ancient legends say it's the sword of the human emperor. I'm now presenting it to Marquis Wen. Congratulations on your upcoming ascension to the throne of the Supreme Being." Jia Su pointed to a sword held in the hand of the messenger beside him and said calmly, "Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Marquis Wen, this man has evil intentions and is spreading lies to confuse the people. Why are we still keeping him around?" Wei Su, Ho Chung, and others shouted and cursed. In this era, such words were absolutely unacceptable. "That's interesting. Bring the sword here and let me see it." Lu Bu ignored Jia Su and became very interested in the Xianyuan sword. Clang! The sharp sword was unsheathed, and a cold light flashed, causing Lu Bu's pupils to shrink. "Excellent. This sword is truly an exceptionally fine sword. A sword worthy of a hero, but for Marquis Wen to have this sword is both destiny and the beginning of great disaster." Jia Su said with a chuckle, "Even if it is destiny, where does this so-called great disaster come from?" Su with dissatisfaction. Only at this moment did he look at Jia Su in the eye. Chapter 86: Lu Bu's Decision. Jia Su. How could Lu Bu's little tricks escape his notice? Hearing this, he knew that Lu Bu had already made up his mind, but he just lacked a fire, and he had prepared this fire long ago. Have you ever heard of the saying, "When the birds are gone, the bough is put away, when the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked"? Jia Su looked calm and spoke in a composed tone. At this moment, he demonstrated the performance of a wise man to the extreme. Given Marquis Wen's prestige and position in the army, do you think Dongjua would be completely defenseless against you? If he hadn't been on guard against you, how could he have allowed his son-in-law, Niu Fu, to join the army? Marquis Wen is Dongjua's adopted son, but before the 18 princes rose up in rebellion, did Dongjua ever give you military authority? Now that the 18 vassal states have been severely weakened, everyone is in danger. The 4 great alien forces have also ceased to pose a threat. Who else in the world can threaten Dongjua? Doesn't Lord Wen know this? If my predictions are correct, within the next few days, Marquis Wen will receive an order from Dongjua asking you to hand over your military power. Once you do, you will be in great trouble. Jia Su's words made sense, and in fact, it was true. Dongjua never really trusted Lu Bu, nor did he dare to send him away. Although he was eventually killed by Lu Bu, he probably never expected that Lu Bu would rather bear the eternal infamy than compete with him for a woman. But the current situation has long deviated from history. Looking at the whole world, Dongjua no longer has any major enemies. So, in order to keep the military power firmly in his hands, who will Dongjua target first? Of course it's Lu Bu. Lu Bu's old subordinates in Bingzhou, his bravery, played a huge role during the Great Struggle, but now all the princes in the world are in danger, and Dongjua has already become the final winner. How could he possibly leave Lu Bu, a hidden danger, by his side? Sending him away may cause complications and is absolutely not advisable. Killing him directly would make the situation look a bit ugly. So what will Dongjua do in the end? Naturally, he seized Lu Bu's military power and kept him firmly under his control. When the right opportunity came, he would find an excuse to kill him with a single blow. This is why Jia Su is so confident. He has already predicted Lu Bu's ending, and as long as Lu Bu is not stupid, he will definitely be able to figure out the key. Please teach me, sir. Sure enough, the more Lu Bu thought about it, the more he felt that there was nothing wrong with what Jia Su said. He was originally a little drunk, but he sobered up in an instant. He immediately bowed deeply to Jia Su and spoke sincerely. Putting aside the story in the novel, Lu Bu's character and personal charm are actually very high, and he treats his advisors with great respect. This is one of the main reasons why he was able to win over Chun Gong and make him loyal to him. Marquis Wen, please stand up quickly. Now that I'm here, I can naturally protect you from worries. Not only that, if you follow my advice, this Xianyuan sword will symbolize your future achievements. Hearing Jia Su's confident tone, Lu Bu's heart was also slightly moved. He immediately shouted at the messengers, "Why don't you quickly untie these two gentlemen? Go and tell them to bring me some good wine and delicious food. Come. Sir, please take a seat. Please put aside the past grudges. I am willing to serve as your military advisor and obey your orders." Lu Bu was extremely humble. To be honest, if he could treat a defeated general like this, an ordinary person would probably have surrendered wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, he met Jia Su, who was 100% loyal to Jiang Ting. This is Marquis Wen's last chance. Niu Fu is just a weakling. Marquis Wen can kill him in a snap. All we need to do is capture him quickly and spread the word that Li Ru and Niu Fu are colluding with the strange man Jiang Tianxing to commit treason. After seizing the military power, Marquis Wen can directly lead the army to Luoyang. Then, the entire Luoyang, the imperial palace, and even the entire world will be under your control. That's great. If this is accomplished, you will be Bu's second parent. Lu Bu's eyes flashed, and after just a moment's hesitation, he had already made a decision. He then looked at several of his confidants who had already noticed something was wrong and were silent. You all, do you understand? Don't reveal a single word about what happened today, or else don't blame me for being disrespectful to my brothers. What are you saying, Lord Wen? Our loyalty to you is evident to all. If you need us to do anything, just give us the order. That's right. Dongjua wants to harm Marquis Wen, and I, Ho Chung, will be the first to disobey. I am willing to be the vanguard and kill that bastard Dongjua for Marquis Wen. Several trusted aides quickly stepped forward to express their loyalty, but Ho Cheng's words provoked a wave of criticism from Jia Su, who immediately said sternly, "General, Dongjua is Marquis Wen's adopted father and holds great prestige within the Western Liang army. Therefore, Marquis Wen is going here to kill Li Ru and purge the court, not to harm Prime Minister Dong. Do you intend to make Marquis Wen appear disloyal and unfilial? Do you intend to plunge the Western Liang army into civil strife before it even sets out? Did you hear that? With your brain, can you tell the difference between what's allowed and what's not? Watch your mouth. Keep today's incident to yourself." Lu Bu's face darkened when he heard this. Of course, he understood. Letting the Western Liang army attack Dongjua directly would definitely lead to changes. But if it was just about clearing the court of evil officials, it had nothing to do with Dongjua, so these soldiers would of course be more receptive. Yes, I, Ho Chung, swear that I will never tell anyone about what happened today, even if I die. No, I didn't hear anything today. Ho Chung was so frightened that he woke up and immediately expressed his attitude. In that case, there is no time to lose. We can enjoy these delicious wine and food after Lord Wen completes his mission. For now, Lord Wen should prepare them early to avoid delaying important matters. Okay. Sir, you're absolutely right. I'll go down and make arrangements right away. Lu Bu agreed without hesitation, and then took a few confidants with him to secretly find Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and others. That night, the entire Hulao Pass was in turmoil, and everything did not return to calm until the early morning of the next day. Poor Li Su and Niu Fu were beheaded by Gao Shun's trap camp while they were still asleep. Pass the order and assemble all troops. I have a big announcement today. Lu Bu held a Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand, his tall body standing upright on the top of the city wall, and gave orders with a calm expression. Following his order, the entire Hulao Pass army quickly moved and finally gathered together, quietly waiting for Lu Bu's speech. Report, Lord Wen. The imperial court has sent an envoy, and he's requesting an audience outside the city. Just when Lu Bu had gathered his emotions and was about to speak, the imperial edict from the court, which had been urgently delivered over 800 miles, arrived at Hulao Pass. In response to this, Lu Bu's face turned completely gloomy. Facts proved that what Jia Su said had been completely true. The emperor's envoy appeared at this time. What was his purpose? However, in front of the entire army, Lu Bu could only suppress his anger and said in a deep voice, "Let him come over." After a while, the dusty court envoys finally arrived, holding the imperial edict in their hands and with solemn expressions. Wherever they passed, everyone knelt down. This was the power of imperial authority, even if the Eastern Han royal family was already at the end of its strength and existed in name only. Chapter 87 Dong Zhuo dies, the story ends. Marquis Wen, please accept my order. The imperial envoy walked up to Lu Bu, but Lu Bu did not give him any face and directly snatched the imperial edict away. It would have been fine if he hadn't read it. The more he read, the gloomier his expression grew. Finally, he tore the imperial edict into pieces and said with an expression of extreme anger, "Come here. Capture this imperial spy who forged the imperial edict." Seeing Lu Bu's look, Gao Shun, who was standing by, stepped forward without saying a word and tied up the imperial envoy. "Wen Ho, what do you mean, Wen Ho? I am." The envoy saw something was wrong and wanted to explain, but how could Gao Shun give him the chance? He immediately punched the envoy in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, breaking out in a cold sweat. The words on his lips could no longer be spoken. "Shut up, you spy. Brothers, listen to me. Last night, I received an urgent letter from my adoptive father. Li Ru and Yo Fu, in collusion with the strange man Jiang Tianxing, have already taken my adoptive father and the emperor into the imperial palace.